Synopsis. The protagonist escapes a monster and is rescued by a guild. He catches the eye of Aki, forming a deep bond. The story highlights his emotional journey as he trains under pressure to protect his loved ones. Facing battles, he matures rapidly. An emotional moment occurs when Aki fears for his life before a fight, leading to a confession of love. Another scene involves the protagonist saving a captain from certain death during an ambush. Through interactions with Ryu, Amid, and Aiz, the protagonist evolves into a reliable hero, driven by loyalty to his friends. Chapter 1. Prologue. Belle stood with a face of relief after seeing the entrance to the 18th floor. Finally, we can rest and plan for our safe return to the surface, or form a group with another party to go back safely. With his goal finally in front of him, he started running until a cracking sounds echoed through the room. Goliaths. No, no, no. As soon as he saw the monster Rex's face, he started to run with all of his strength before the path leading to the 18th floor disappears. According to his dungeon advisor Ina, when a monster Rex appears on a floor, all exits were going to disappear as long as the monster Rex on that floor is alive, meaning the only way to exit a floor with a monster Rex is to defeat it or get past through it before the monster Rex spawn. I still have time. If I run with all of my strength, we should be able to escape while the monster is still spawning. Run, 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 run. Belle screamed as he ran with all of his might trying to escape the floor boss when suddenly, crash! The Goliath's fists collided with the room's floor, sending shockwaves through the whole 17th floor, a force that sent Belle and his party flying towards the safety point. Loki Familia's camp. How are the members of your Familia Tsubaki? I'm sorry for all the trouble, Finn Damney, the captain of Loki Familia, said to his fellow adventurer and Captain Tsubaki Kalbrand. Hey, don't make that sad face. I was told that it was completely normal to encounter this kind of events during expeditions, so don't worry about it. I'm glad that all of my fellow smiths are alive. After all, the poison can be cured as long as we get the right antidote, right? Tsubaki, the captain of Hephaestus Familia, said with a huge grin on her face. They continued to talk for a few minutes, until everyone heard a loud crashing noise coming from the entrance to the 18th floor. Wait, Aiz, where are you going? Tiona, a level 6 Mazan adventurer and the younger sister of Tioni, shouted to her friend Aiz, who suddenly rushed to the entrance after hearing the loud crashing noise. Reveria, Aki, follow Aiz. Maybe it was an adventurer being attacked by the Goliath that was about to spawn any time today. They probably tried to cross the 17th floor since it wasn't there, but... Wait, Finn, Aki isn't here. Reveria, a very beautiful woman who's also a high elf princess, and the vice-captain of their familia, said in a serious tone. Where is she? We don't know how many adventurers are involved in that party. We need extra person to carry the injured ones. Aki went to the path leading to the entrance earlier. She said she's going to practice her sword skills for a bit, said Line, a level 2 healer and supporter in a very shy manner. All right then, go Reveria. We don't know how bad their injuries are. They may need an immediate treatment. Got it, and then Reveria also rushed towards the entrance. 18th floor entrance. Belle's POV. As we were sent flying by the Goliath towards the 18th floor, everything was blurry and unknown for me. But luckily there, I saw an adventurer standing right in front of me, and with all of my strength, I crawled and grabbed that person's feet and begged them. Please save my comrades, and then I passed out. Chapter 2. Human speaking. Human thoughts. Monster/Fell's speaking sounds. Monster/Fell's thoughts. 2 hours before the spawn of Goliath. Loki Familia's camp. Normal POV. Okay, everyone, now all of us can rest since we're done eating and cleaning the plates that we used. We're going to stay until the antidotes that I ordered Tgthegood arrives. For now, relax and have a break since it's been a very long journey. Finn ordered every member of the Familia. As soon as they heard the order from their captain, they proceeded to do their things. Some of them went back to tent, some of them went to Rivera, and the others took a bath. Aki and Alicia, on the other hand, decided to talk a little since they don't have anything to do in mind. Hey Ali, mind telling me what happened at the 59th floor? It looks like everyone is about to die when all of you came back to the camp at 50th floor. What exactly happened? Aki asked in curiosity. What's with you? Usually you sound very happy when the captain orders you to stay and guard the camp at the 50th floor, but now it sounds like you're disappointed that you didn't came. No, I'm not. Just curious of how strong the enemy you fought for eyes and the others to look like that. You'll never believe me even if I told you. I feel so useless even though I'm already a veteran adventurer. It's frustrating. Even Lefia managed to stand side by side to them. I almost cried when I saw how much progress she made in just a couple of months, Alicia said with a sad look on her face. The fight with the demi-spirit left different kinds of thoughts to everyone who saw the fight. Some of them got inspired, some of them still can't believe that ridiculous comeback they managed to pull out, and some of them, like Alicia, started to question themselves. That's the reason why I don't go to the deep levels with them. I for sure will start to feel inferior to them because of the huge gap in skills. I don't know how Raoul can take it, but I also know why the captain was insisting on always bringing him along with them. It's no secret to us since we already saw that side of Raoul many times, but he have what it takes to be a great commander, compared to me. I'm just a normal cat person and regular level 4 adventurer. The only thing that carries my name through the top is the name low-key Familia. I don't have anything special aside from my cooking skills, haha. Maybe we should also get some rest since we're all tired from all that happened. See you later, Aki. And with that, Alicia went inside of their tent to get some rest. Maybe I should do the same as well. And then, Aki also started walking towards her own tent that she's sharing with Line. Aki POV. As I got closer to the tent, I noticed that Line was practicing her healing magic since I can see the green light coming through the cloth wall of the tent, and as I got in, I noticed how focused she was on doing it. She looks tired. Hey Line, you're using too much mind on it. Try to relax a little and remember what Reveria-san said about how your emotions affect your healing magic. Just calm down and remember not to put too much mind on it or it won't have any effect, I reminded her. But I can't just calm down after what I saw happen to Bite-san and the others. You really like Bite, huh? I asked her with a deadpan look. I already know that Bite is not as rude and scum as he act, but I just love how Line always defend her crush in front of other people. She may not be as strong-willed as Lefia, but when it comes to defending that werewolf, a part of her strong personality comes out. I know that he's not really a bad person and just likes to act arrogant all the time, but seriously, there are other better choices than him like. Like who? I completely forgot that the only outstanding male members of our familia is Gareth-san, Captain, Bite, and Raoul. And I don't know many famous male adventurers outside of our familia other than the Vana Freya and King. There is Phoebus Apollo, but I think he swings the other way, and Dix of Eiklo's familia, on the other hand, always looks like he's about to lose his sanity. As I was lost in thought on whom to recommend, Line suddenly interrupted me. Like whom? Line asked in curiosity. At that time, I couldn't come up with an answer, because all of the popular guys I know are completely impossible. Gareth is way too old and doesn't have any interest in a female from another race. Captain looks okay, but if Tyone finds out that I'm pushing Line towards Finn, she'll kill me in a heartbeat, and the others are just way too impossible for anyone to handle other than their own deity. I don't know. I don't have vast knowledge about the famous male adventurers here in Arario, but just wait for it. I know someday you'll find someone who'll treasure you more than anyone else. Bite is just not for you, and besides he's into eyes. As I said my piece, Line took a moment before replying, but what she said is completely out of what I thought she would say. I know that already. I'm nowhere near as beautiful as Eyes and nowhere as strong as she is, but I won't give up. That's the reason why I'm practicing. I want to prove to him that I may be weak compared to him, but I can help him. I can be useful to him. I was surprised when I looked at her eyes. It's burning with passion and determination. I've already seen this many times, but it still surprises me when she shows this seriousness in her face. All right, calm down, will you? I'm just teasing you since your eyes looks like it was about to shoot a beam of light because of how much you are focusing on what you're doing. Then a slight giggle escaped from me. Moo, by the way, we always talk about how I like Bite-san, but what about you and Raoul? Any development between you two? Suddenly, Line changed the topic of our conversation, a topic that completely surprised me. Raoul and me, what are you thinking? Nothing's going on between me and Raoul, what are you talking about? I answered her question with complete surprise since I didn't expect this kind of questions coming from her. Well, it's not just me. Everyone in the familia was talking about it since you two are always together. They said that they felt like you two are inseparable and you look good together. I know that she's not the type of person who loves to listen to gossips, but the fact that it reached her, and she's asking me this, is that everyone already knows it. Line, there's nothing going on between us. We're always together because we have to. We're both level 4 and Raoul is next on the line to the captain, while I'm on the line of being an executive. But before we end this conversation, mind telling me who started this rumor? HIHH, Line screamed as I got closer to her. My blood was literally boiling at this point. Seeing how this kind of baseless rumor spread around like a wildfire is pissing me off. I don't care who it is, as long as it's not Reverius spreading rumors, I could handle them. Ian's Aya. Say it again, I didn't hear your voice. I heard it from Ariviraesyame. As soon as Line screamed those words, the person that was mentioned entered our tent. What's wrong? I heard Line screaming my name, Reveria said in her usual tone. It's nothing, don't worry about it. We're just tea-talking about something, I said very nervously. I didn't expect the culprit to be Reveria-san, after all. She's the type of person who honors other person's privacy and is easily angered whenever she hears any gossips going on around our familia. Stop lying, I know you're hiding something from me. Spill it out. Okay, the truth is. 5 minutes later. So that's it, huh? You should have just told me the truth, but it's hard to not misunderstood your relationship with Raoul since you look so close to each other. Anyway, don't worry, I'll fix this, so rest assured, and with a soft, apologetic smile directed to me. Reveria-san left the tent. Line, I'm gonna go out for a bit. See you later, I smiled at her before leaving out tent. Since I'm not really that tired, maybe I should go around and find something interesting, or maybe I should also take a bath with the others. There is no harm in taking another bath, is there? As I was completely lost in my thoughts, I bumped into someone who's running, and the impact was so strong that I landed my head first on the grass. Oh, sorry, Aki, I didn't see you while I was running. You see, I was kind of in a hurry since the girls just finished taking a bath, and it's our boys' turn now, sorry again. And with that, Raoul dashed off to the direction of the river, located in the woods behind our camp. Maybe I should just go back to the tent since I can't take a bath anymore. Maybe later at the night, I'll just bring someone in case any monster appears. Maybe I should just practice my sword skills since it's been a while since I've had a real fight. I might get rusty if this continues. With that in mind, I went to our tent first to inform my friend Line where they could find me in case someone asks where I am. And after that, I went to the grass field near the entrance of the 18th floor. Current time. Normal POV. 18th floor entrance. HN. SHING. Iki was currently practicing with her sword Regal Force. It looks like a normal short sword at first glance, but it's a very sharp sword that could cut through the air, meaning the force of her swings are not reduced because the air drag wasn't affecting it, and it can slice through almost any monster. But the drawback of this is the blade is thinner than the normal sword, so the durability isn't that high, but still it's a very good weapon with a very high-tier blade durability of a mid-tier. She's about to go back to the camp, since she already had a good time practicing, and was about to take a bath when she suddenly heard the loud, familiar voice of the Goliath, as if it was attacking someone. And then, a loud noise echoed from the entrance of the 18th floor. Boom! What was that? As soon as she opens her eyes, she saw a white-haired human lying on the grass covered in wounds, and another too, who looked unconscious from either mind down or fatigue. Hey, are you guys all right? Can you stand up? Aki asked the boy who looks like he's about to lose consciousness as well. Please, save my comrades. And with that, the white-haired human in front of her passed out as well. Aki was about to carry the three of them back to their base camp when she saw eyes and Reveria heading towards her with a completely worried face, and when they reached her location, Reveria was the first to speak since she's worried about their injuries. Aki, what happened to them? How are they? Reveria asked her fellow member while checking up on the adventurer at her back, but as soon as she saw whose the white-haired human was, her face went pale and she started to panic a bit. Eyes, stop spacing out. We need to carry them back to the camp. They're all covered in wounds and the two of them are unconscious because of mind down and the Palom girl was out of stamina. Carry the red-haired man while we carry the other two. Eyes stood there for a moment before obeying her mother figure's order, not being able to confirm her suspicion of who the white-haired adventurer who's clad in salamander wool was. Aki, I'll carry that boy. It's okay, Reveria-san. I can carry him, Aki said while giving Reveria a reassuring smile. Nod, okay, let's hurry back so we can treat that boy again, Reveria said while grabbing the unconscious Palom girl. After giving Reveria the other adventurer, they started to follow Eyes' trail back to the camp to treat the fallen adventurers. Loki Familia Camp. Finn, do we have another tent? Eyes was the first to arrive at the camp. While carrying the unconscious man behind her, she rushed to Finn's tent to ask for another tent. Why are you here already? Did you left Reveria? And yes, we do. I'll set it up with Raoul so for now you can lie him at my bed before Reveria arrives. Finn then left the tent and started setting up the tent. Reveria and Aki then arrived and also went straight to their captain's tent to treat the wounded adventurers. What are you doing? I just finished treating you a few days earlier and now here you are covered in wounds again. Are you trying to kill yourself? Bell Cranel, Reveria said loudly while trying to heal his wounds. As soon as she said his name, all eyes of those who went to the 59th floor, save for Bite, who's currently not present, went straight to their direction, and that piqued Aki's curiosity. But before she could ask, Reveria interrupted her. Ask me later, please let me focus first on healing him. His injuries are not life-threatening, but it's close to that, and also please grab me 3 mind potions, since both Bell and his red-haired companions suffered from mind down. All right, but please answer my questions later. Please, Reveria-san. Of course. As soon as I finish this, Reveria then gave her a very gentle smile. Okay. AKIAIZ, the tent is ready, you can move them here. Thanks, Raoul. Reveria-san, how about you continue treating them there, since there are lots of stuff here. All right, let's go, Eyes. Aki, Reveria ordered them as they nod in unison. Aki's POV. 2 hours later. Inside Bell's the tent. As soon as Reveria-san finished the treatment they needed, she started to answer my questions as to why are they so concerned about this white-haired boy and why does it sound like they've treated him before. It turns out that this boy that's currently resting his head on my lap was the level 1 Tiona mentioned on the way to the 50th floor. They said that he defeated an irregular minotaur at the 9th floor. And he's also the one we saw on Eyes' back when we entered the 3rd floor with Gareth-san and the other Smiths. But what I didn't expect is that how he managed to do that and to arrive here in just a few days, it wouldn't be impossible if he's a level 2, but according to them. He's still a rookie level 1 adventurer who got caught in the Minotaur incident we had on our earlier failed expedition. It feels like he's connected to our familia for some reason. He always gets involved to us every time. Well, I think it's a little early to say that, but this is already the 3rd time this happened. As I continue to look at his face, I reached out for his face and hair. It's a little bit too long since it's almost covering his eyes, but it somehow suits him. I didn't notice, but my hands suddenly began to pet him, and for some reason, it feels so relaxing like petting a little rabbit. And as I move my hands to his cheeks, his eyes moved, he's about to wake up. Why am I at the hostess of fertility? I thought I was being attacked by the Goliath before I reached the 18th floor, he said to himself. And then I saw the color of his eyes. He really looks like a rabbit with those white hair and red ruby eyes. He's so cute. Chloe-san. Chloe, who's that? I don't know who it is, but I think I should introduce myself first. I'm sorry, but my name is Anna Kitty, but you can call me Aki if you want. I smiled at him after introducing myself. It looks like he's still half asleep, because as soon as he heard my name, his eyes opened wide in realization that I'm not the person he thought I was. I am sorry, Yua. Hey, are you all right? Don't move too much since you're still recovering from mine down. It looks like his head is throbbing in pain, so I slowly reached out for it and gently carried it to help him ease the pain. There, you feeling better now? Yes, thank you very much, he answered me while slowly blushing. Okay, you are currently inside one of Loki Familia's tents here at the 18th floor. Rest here for a little bit, and I'll take you to Captain since he ordered me to bring you to his tent a couple of minutes after you wake up to ensure that you've recovered enough. And also your allies are doing fine, they are just sleeping, I said as I pointed towards his left side. Thank goodness both Lily and Welf are all right, he sighed in relief. And then a question suddenly popped up to my mind, and since we're still resting here for a bit, I think it's a good thing to ask since I don't know anything about him. Belle. How did you know my name, Aki-san? He asked me while tilting his head. He looks like a little brother here, and I'm her big sister. He looks so adorable, it feels like he's not an adventurer at all. Well, you're quite famous in our familia after all. Since your victory against the irregular Minotaur, everyone's been talking a lot about you, especially the executives. Is that so? Oh, I forgot to ask. Can I go see Aisan first before we go and see your captain? I'm quite nervous to go there since I don't know anyone except her. What, not happy that I'm the one accompanying you? You're the worst, HMPH. I decided to tease him a little bit since we still have some time left, and the captain said I should let him rest as long as possible. I'm sorry, but that's not what I meant. It's just that whenever I get too close to a pretty girl like you, I get so nervous that I don't know what to do next. His answer caught me completely off guard, but I didn't let it show on my face since that would be embarrassing since I'm the one who started it. You didn't look like one, but you're actually a smooth talker, huh? I teased him again with a smug look on my face, but again, he threw me again off guard. I'm not a smooth talker. I'm just saying the truth since you look so cute and attractive, Belle said weakly while looking straight into my eyes. And because of that, I decided to stop my teasing before he completely turned the table on me. Okay, you got me there, now let's head out and find Eyes. You want to see her, right? Let's go, I said as I stood up and opened the tent's cover. This could be a very long and interesting day for me. Chapter 3. Human speaking. Human thinking. Monster Fells speaking. Monster and Fells thinking. After getting out of their tent, Aki and Belle was about to start their search for the famous sword princess, but as the twin Amazon sisters saw them, or to be precise, Belle, they started running towards him and asked him a bunch of questions, and Tiona, for some reason, starts calling him Argonaut-kun. Belle's POV. Hey, Argonaut-kun, you're amazing. You just defeated that Minotaur the other day and now you're here already at 18th floor. Are you a level 2 already? Tell us. Tiona-san then beamed at me. Oi, Tiona, stop that. Even after defeating a Minotaur, it's impossible for a level 1 adventurer with a month experience to level up like that. And don't ask him too many questions since he's still recovering. Actually I leveled up after that fight, and I now go by the alias Little Rookie. Ehihe. I'm quite embarrassed to say the last part, but since everyone already knows about it, I might as well tell them. Really? Well, I know it's quite impossible, but given that all of your abilities are all ranked S, I think there is a chance that you might level up. Tione-san's answer completely shocked me, since I didn't look at my status at that day. I thought it was just a normal one when Kami-sama updated it before I went to the dungeon. Wait, does that mean they saw my back? I'm screwed. Kami-sama will surely scold me for showing them my abilities and skills. You're amazing, you know that. I never knew it was possible for someone to maximize all of their abilities. I was kind of taken aback from what she said, but then, Aki-san then gave me a smile that I don't know what to call. Tender? Kind? All I can think of is how beautiful her face is when she's smiling like this. No, not that. I already have Aisan. I can't just call any girl beautiful like I did earlier. Say. Yes, Tione-san's expression changed from normal to something between serious and curious. It's a little bit scary. Have you met Aki before? The way you two act towards each other seems like you've known each other for quite a while now. What's your relationship? Tione-san then gave me a look that I can only describe as, lie to me or I'll break your bones. That's a good question. Aki-san then hooked her arm with mine before whispering to me. What are we? We're not exactly friends since I just met you earlier, and I'm sure she's not gonna buy it if I said I'm kinda like your one-chan. She then got more closer to me, while giving me a smug look on her face. Can't we just say we're friends? I answered her with a slightly embarrassed expression. Right, let's just say I'm his girlfriend. She answered her with a very bright smile. Aki's POV. As soon as I said those words, the three of them gave me a very surprised look, but the one to recover first was Tiona, and the second one is Tyone. Whoa, you're amazing Argonaut kun. You got a key before Raoul could make a move on her. I thought you're a shy type, but you are not really that baddie. As soon as they said those, he started to go pale, which alarmed me. I think teasing him right now is not good, after all, so I decided to stop it before anyone hears us. I'm just joking. We're just friends and Raoul is not making moves on me, Tiona. Seriously, Raoul and me? Not in a million years, I said as I quickly tried to dismiss the topic. That's boring, and here I am expecting something. So you don't have anyone you like right now, huh? Can't we just go to where Isan is? Belle then said, after recovering from what happened earlier. I think you're right, see you later, Tiona, Tyone. As I bid farewell to them, we started to walk around the camp to search for eyes. As we walk side by side, I remembered something that I was about to ask when we are inside his party's tent earlier, but somehow, I got the answer that I'm looking for. Level 2 in just 1 month? He really is something. I remember Eyes was the previous record holder who achieved level 2 in 1 year, and that's with a party. But still, compared to the current record holder, which is this boy beside me. What Eyes did feels normal compared to him. Looking back to him, I just noticed the troubled look on his face again. Are you serious? I'm not even walking close to him, so why? I'm not even teasing him. Then I started to look around, and I noticed that everyone was looking at him with a weird expression. So I decided to stop for a bit to ask them what the hell is wrong. Wait, Belle, let's stop for a moment, I said to him. I'm starting to get really irritated because of their actions. Guys, what's with all of you? Why are you glaring at him too much? Did you know how bad his condition is when he first arrived here at the 18th floor? Show some respect, will you? He's still recovering, so please stop. You are not helping at all. I really hate the way they look at him. I don't know why they dislike him, but at least they should get to know him first before judging him. It's okay, Aki-san. I'm kinda used to it by now since my level up. They started to call me a cheater, and they also said that I was just faking, that I only have 1 month of experience as an adventurer. Again, that pained expression appeared on his face once more. Just let them be. I know that I just met you today, but I can say for sure that you're not faking anything, see? I then gave him the best smile I could muster. A smile that I wish could wash away all of his worries right now. Normal POV. There it is. Again, that smile that I could not describe no matter how hard I try. A smile that gives me this comfort, like she was saying that don't worry, everything will be all right, or something like that. Belle's description of her face is what exactly it looks like. How beautiful this smile of her is, and how much feeling she's putting on it to comfort him on this very uncomfortable situation of his. Let's just ignore them, okay? You want Eyes to accompany you towards Captain's tent, right? Let's get moving then. Aki started walking again, and Belle then followed suit. As the two again started walking, Belle then noticed the silence of Iki, who's walking in front of him. Can I ask you something, Aki-san? Aki then turned around to face him, but when Belle noticed how close the distance between them is, he then started blushing again while backing away for a bit. Yes. It's not something big, but I just noticed that even though you are a cat person, I never heard you say, Naya Naya, while talking. Belle, being used to how both Chloe and Anya talk, engraved this to his head that if a cat person talks, they always end their sentence with a Naya or mix a word with meow. Which is most of the time true, but this doesn't always apply to every cat person in existence. Why wanna hear me say that? And then slowly, Aki closed the gap between them once more. How's this, Naya? You asked for it and now you're hiding your face, Naya. You're the worst, Naya. Aki then continued to tease Belle for a few minutes, and then started to walk again to find Eyes, and they eventually found her sitting below a tree near her tent. Eyes, someone's looking for you, the cat girl said while pointing towards the rabbit boy. Belle, I'm glad that you're finally awake, said the doll princess with a hint of relief on her face. Good morning, Eyes-san, and I'm sorry for all the trouble. You saved me again, didn't you? The white-haired boy said while bowing. No, I'm not the person who found you first, it was Eki. When we heard the Goliath attacking someone, I already had a bad feeling, so I rushed through the entrance and Reveria followed me. But when I got there, Eki was already about to carry all of you back to the camp herself to heal your injuries, the sword princess explains. Really? Belle's eyes shot wide because he didn't expect it to be Eki of all people. What? Not happy that I'm the one who found you. For your information, you grabbed my foot and begged me to save your comrades, and now this is all I get? I hate you. HMPH. Giggle, just kidding, ahahaha. You look so cute when you make that kind of troubled face. You look like a lost child. Eki tried to suppress her laughter but failed to do so, but after a few seconds, she finally stopped laughing. Sorry, I just can't resist teasing you. I'll make up for it if you want. You can ask me everything if you like. Stare. The cat person then noticed her fellow female adventurer, staring at the two of them like they've done something wrong. I see, Eki nodded to herself after realizing something. Eyes-san, what's wrong? Belle asked with a troubled face, while Eyes just simply answered him with a HMPH. Anyway, since we've already found Eyes, the two of you should go to the captain's tent. Since you've already recovered enough, I'll take my leave now, so see you later. Eki then waved at the two of them, but she was interrupted when Belle suddenly grabbed her hand. Please wait, can I ask you to accompany us as well? I'm really nervous right now, so I want to bring as many friends as possible, Belle said, while still holding her hand, which earned a pout from Eyes. Okay, but will you please let go of my hand? I don't really mind, but someone might start another weird rumor. I'm sorry. Belle then started to panic as soon as he saw the dark aura from the other Familia members around them. Don't mind it, let's just keep moving. And after that, they arrived at Finn's tent office. Low-key Familia's base. Finn's tent. I really appreciate your help, thank you very much, the white-haired adventurer said with a bow. Please don't do that. We are both adventurers and we should help each other in times of trouble, so there is no need for that. I'm just glad that you guys are safe. The braver then extended a hand to Belle, who gladly took and shook it. And you and your bravery also saved our lives. He then thought of saying this to him, but decided not to continue since he can't tell him yet any information regarding the demi-spirit. He then noticed the two women that's currently standing behind Belle. He already knew that Eyes is somewhat attracted to the boy, but seeing Eki was a little bit of surprise for him, since she's not really the type to interact with other familias, even allied ones. It seems like Eyes is not your only friend in our familia. Mind if I ask why Eki is with you as well? I asked her to come with us as well because I'm so nervous to go here by myself, since I'm going to face the second strongest adventurer here in Arario. Belle answered the Palam's question while looking at Eki's direction, who suddenly gave him a wink. That didn't go unnoticed by Finn, Gareth, Reveria, and even by Eyes, even though she looked like she's just spacing out. It looks like you guys are a lot closer than I thought, and it also looks like Eki loves to tease you. Finn's sweat dropped. Yes, it looks like that. Gareth then suddenly stepped forward with a huge grin on his face. Ahahaha, I see you're quite popular with women, young lad. You better choose wisely. Gareth then proceeded to tap his shoulders while laughing. Ahiha, but I really do want to repay the debt I owe you because this isn't the first time you've rescued me, Belle said while wearing a sad look on his face. Reveria then decided to intervene since she knows how poor Hestia Familia is right now, because he's the only member of it. Don't worry about it, let's just say we're just helping out one of our future allies. Is that okay with you? The High Elf Princess said while ruffling the rabbit's hair. Reveria is right, we may not be allies for now, but I think it will happen in the near future, so think of it as just that, okay? The Palam leader said with a smile. For now, I think you should go back to your tent. Your party members might be awake now. Gareth tapped his shoulders with a force that made him stumble a bit. And if you also want to thank someone, it should be Reveria. She's so worried about you that she almost fainted using her healing magic while trying to heal your wounds. Finn added, and this earned an angry look from Reveria. Hey Finn, what are you saying? The beautiful adventurer said angrily. Finn, don't agitate her too much, or Mama Bear might pass out for sure this time, the elf man added. Suddenly they burst out of laughter, which angered the high elf more. But before she could grab her staff and smash their skulls, Belle went to her direction and grabbed both of her hands. Thank you so much for saving me. I know how much trouble I've cost you, so please ask me anything you want, and I'll do my best to fulfill your orders, Belle said with an apologetic smile. A smile that washed away all of Reveria's anger. Come closer. Hug. You are such a noble kid. Thank you, but no. I don't like the idea of ordering you around, so no. You're still recovering your stamina, and it wouldn't help you if I ask you to do stuffs around here, so you should just rest with your party members so we can all go back to the surface safely, okay? Reveria said while smiling down at him. This action of Reveria piqued both Finn and Gareth's curiosity. You think he's the one? Gareth whispered to his friend. I think so too. I think he's the one we were looking for. The one who could open Reveria's heart. I think I'll go back now. They are probably awake now since it's been a while. They must have recovered as much as I did. Belle then went outside and went to his party's own tent with eyes, while Icky went to the cooking area to prepare for dinner. Night at Loki Familia's camp. Everyone, as you can all see, we have guests here. They are the brave adventurers who got here earlier today. I'm not saying that we should all be friends because I know some of you don't like the idea, but please treat them with respect. That's all, so let's eat. After the speech, Finn went to where Belle, Eyes, Welf, and Lily are. It's always so lively around you, isn't it? It might not sound like one, but I'm actually complimenting you, the braver said with a what can be described as a unsure smile. Tsubaki, the fellow smith and the captain of her and Welf's familia, also joined the fray. So, you are that Crable Nell that Tiona was talking about. I heard that you are quite strong. Would you like to have a sparring with me? The half-dwarf Cyclops said, while trying to almost choke the life out of her fellow smith Welf. I think you've got the wrong person. The white rabbit's sweat dropped. As the two of them starts talking about Belle's fight with Minotaur, Icky then arrived with Reveria to sit closely beside Belle as well. Excuse me, aren't you two a bit too close to Belle-sama, especially you Nine-Hell-sama? The Palom supporter pointed out with an unamused look on her face. What are saying? There is nothing wrong on sitting beside the person you think of as a friend, right? Reveria said while eyeing the supporter. She's right, and besides, that's not how you show gratitude to the people who saved us, Welf added. He's right, Lily. We should be thankful of them, especially to Reveria-san, since she's the one who healed our wounds while we are unconscious, Belle said after finishing his food. Don't worry about it, you two, and I also know how Miss Supporter feels. Icky then proceeded to place her arm around Belle's shoulders, which earned an angry look from Lily. You're jealous because you like him, right? Well, I like him too, you see. But what is surprising is the high elf herself, because she also said the same things. Ho, what a coincidence, I like him too. I like how humble he is even after breaking the record, and how noble he is even at a very young age. This earned a surprised look even from Eyes, who's silently eating her food to try to hide her jealousy. Please stop teasing me. Belle then screamed while trying to not run away from the situation he's currently in. A few minutes have passed, and everyone have already finished their food, when Belle suddenly heard a familiar voice screaming. No way. Belle ran as fast as he could to try and confirm his suspicion, and when he arrived at the floor entrance, he saw a familiar-looking faces. Is that really you? Chapter 4. Human speaking. Human thinking. Monster and Fell's talking. Monster and Fell's thinking. Belle, after hearing a familiar voice, ran through the floor entrance. But as soon as he arrived, there is not only one person who's lying on the ground, but 6 in total. He knew the 4 of them, which is Hestia, and the 3 adventurers who gave them a passparrot in the middle floors earlier. But he didn't know who the last 2 is. Normal POV. Kami-sama, what are you doing here? Belle said in panic. He was very afraid that something might have happened to her, but luckily, that's not the case. Belle-kun, is that really you? Are you really fine? Belle-kun. Hestia, out of joy from seeing the sole member of her familia safe, jumped to him and enveloped him in a very tight hug. Blllrrff, mmmm. Kamiasayame I can't breath. The white-haired adventurer tried to escape his deity's bear hug, but failed due to his lungs running out of oxygen. He was about to pass out when his luck suddenly kicked in when someone pulled Hestia off of him. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill him by suffocating him? Seriously, I thought you were better than this goddess Hestia, the women said in a very pissed-off tone. Hey, how rude. I'm just happy to see my Belkun safe and all. That's why I'm hugging High Ouch. Hestia tried to defend herself, but before she could finish her sentence, the tip of the High Elf Princess staff have landed on her forehead. But you don't need to do it very tightly. Can't you do it in a normal way? You almost made him pass out because of your so-called hugging, Reveria exclaimed. It's okay, Reveria-san, so please stop scolding Kami-sama. Bell apologized on his deity's behalf. Okay, I'll forgive her, but first let's change our location, because we can't let other adventurers know that a god has gone inside dungeon. It would cause a big commotion if that happens. Reveria then batted an eye to another god, who's currently hiding behind his child before guiding Hestia and the rescue party towards Bell, and his party's tent, then guide the other two inside Finn's tent. Belkun, as you can see, these are the guys who made a pass parade on your party, and they are also the ones who informed me of what happened. I already told them that I'm not gonna blame them if you died there, but I'm also not gonna forgive them. They came here to help me find you along with Hermes and his child Isfikun. The goddess of Hearth then explained what happened on their way towards the 18th floor and how they knew they went here instead of climbing back up. Mikoto then approached Bell and his party and kneeled down to ask for their forgiveness from what they did earlier in the middle floors. You think that's enough for us? We almost die out there, and if not for the help of Aki-sama and her familia, we would die after the damage that the Goliath inflicted to us, the Palom supporter said with a very dark expression. Auka then decided to speak, since apologizing doesn't seem to work on the other two. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. Those are my orders, and I still think it was the right decision. Auka, the captain of the Take Mikazuchi familia, said with a stern look on his face, which angered the red-haired smith. You've got some nerve saying those things in front of us, big guy. Welf then was about to dash in, but Bell suddenly grabbed his right shoulder and signaled him to stop. It's okay, if I were in his position too, I might have done the same thing he did, so I can't really get angry at him since he did what he thought was the best for his familia. He then gave the big guy an understanding look which surprised him. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna move on from it, but don't think I'm just gonna forget it. The smith glared at the war god's child. That's how it should be. Now we can all relax and take a break before we go back to the surface with the low-key familia. Auka then went outside to set up another tent for his familia members to rest in. Oh, before I forgot, I have something to give you, Welf-kun. Hestia handed over a very large cloth to the smith while whispering something to him. Thank you so much, Hestia-sama, and it feels so familiar, don't tell me. Inside Finn's tent. I know rescue teams are kinda common, but this is the first time I saw a god in one. Would you mind explaining me why you and Hestia-sama entered the dungeon? Because if my memory serves me right, gods are forbidden to enter the dungeon because if their mortal body dies here, they won't go back to heaven. Instead, the dungeon will devour them along with their arcanum, which could be very dangerous for us all. The blonde Palom eyed the handsome god carefully, observing every bit of his movement, including his breathing. It's nothing big, trust me. I'm just a little bit interested on him, that's all, the messenger god said with a smile on his face. Please not him, he's just an innocent child. Stop it, or it might break him if you started to toy with him, the mother elf said to Hermes, trying her best to stop whatever plans he has for the white-haired boy. Please don't give me that look, Reveria-chan. I know it's gonna be painful, but this is just a gut check for him, to see if he's up to it. The conversation suddenly shifted into this topic that piqued the braver's interest. He already knew what Hermes is talking about, but he's still gonna ask anyway, just to confirm if his suspicions were true. Up to bringing back the Age of Heroes, huh? The Palom said while sucking his tingling thumb. What? Reveria and Gareth said in unison. You've got that right, as expected of the great tactician. You really do live up to my expectations, but enough of that. Let's talk about our return to the surface first. His aura then shifted from a very serious one to a very unreadable one. His negotiation mode is on. We just simply wish for the low-key familia to let us stay here for another day, along with Belkun's party. I think it would be the right decision for you, since his party also includes a member of Hephaestus' familia. It would greatly damage your relationship with them if you abandoned a party that includes one of their members, right? And I also wish that, when going back to the surface, I want your familia to go ahead of us to defeat the Goliath and clear the middle floors for our party to be safe. Is that okay with you? He then extended a hand towards Finn. This god is totally unbelievable. He's saying all of his objectives with a light sincerity, while also pointing out what's the consequences of not granting him what he wants. He is truly a god of negotiation, the Braver said in his thoughts. You already know that there is no need for you to ask us, since that's our objective since the beginning. Gareth, Tiona, Tyone, and Raoul, Aki and Narvi, along with our other level 2-3 members, will advance first to clear the way for us. And we, the second team, along with you and Bel Cranel's party, will advance after one day of their departure. Finn replied, while still trying to watch him very carefully. Oh, I almost forgot. I have 2 news for you guys. One is bad news, and the other one is either good or bad depending on you guys, Hermes said while preparing to leave the tent along with Isfi. Tell us the bad one first, since we don't know what the second one is, the dwarf said while massaging his chin. Okay, there is another dungeon entrance aside from the one at the Babel. I know that you are probably investigating about it, but haven't found a clue yet, but I'll give you one important information that you'll need. The second entrance is hidden in the Daedalus Street, and as soon as he finished saying the bad news, he suddenly put a very serious expression on his face. An expression that could be rarely seen even by his fellow gods and goddesses. And the second one? I don't really want to say this, but since you are very close to him right now, I might as well tell you, and I would really appreciate it if you don't tell any other adventurer or god. But Belkun is not just a normal kid, and it's not just because of his abnormal growth or his ability to adapt to any situation. It is about who he really is, who raised him, and who his parents and relatives are. Hermes-sama, should I go out first? It looks like it's a very sensitive topic, so I think I shouldn't listen to it, the alchemist whispered to her god. There is no need to, Isfi, you should listen as well. Okay. First, Belkun have no idea who his parents is and what's the name of his grandfather that he always talks about. Wait, he said that the person who raised him was his own grandfather, right? How come he didn't know who he is or what his name is? The high elf inquired. I'm already getting to that, Reveria-chan, so relax. Anyway, the reason why Belkun's grandfather didn't mention his name to anyone in their village, including his grandson, was because he is hiding his true identity. Because he is not a mortal like you guys, he is a god and his name is Zeus. The name that Hermes mentioned sent the 3 top members shivers as they remembered what happened during the dark era of Aurario. And about his parents, I know who exactly they are, but I'm not gonna tell you who they are. You need to guess, but don't worry since I'm gonna give you a clue. Ulfia is Belkun's aunt. This shocked all of them, including Isfi herself. Isfi knows about Zeus because she's always with Hermes whenever he visits his old friend, but this information is new to her. I see, was all Reveria could say as she remembers the last moments she had with her fellow magic user before she jumps off to the dragon's flames. That's all, see you, and please don't tell anybody about him even if it kills you. I know he has the right to know, but he is not ready yet. I'm planning on telling this to him after he gains much more life experience and overcame many difficult situations, maybe when he turns to level 5, but for now please don't say anything about it, or he might stop venturing here. The idea of his grandpa being alive will also give him a massive emotional conflict, so please, I beg you don't tell him a single word. The god of traveling lowered his head and bowed down to the 3 adventurers. Don't worry, we won't tell him a single word about his origins, so rest assured. Finn then grabbed both of his shoulders and looked at his eyes to show him that they are not lying. Thank you, everyone. Then, good night, see you tomorrow. He then dashed off along with his familia's captain Isfi. Okay, I didn't expect that revelation from him, but at least we knew why he feels so special. But enough of that, let's take a rest as well since tomorrow will be another long day for us, especially for you, Reveria. You've been healing all the other poison members nonstop since we got here. We can't have you fainting on us, so go to your tent OR. A huge grin appeared on his face as he looked at the high elf's direction. Would you like to sleep beside your beloved Bell Cranel? He said while trying to suppress his laughter, but soon, he also joined the already laughing dwarf, which Reveria tried to ignore. What do you mean? Is it because I said earlier that I like him too? Then I'll make myself clear. I don't like him that way. I like him as a kid, and I don't mind having a son like him in the future. That's what I mean, she replied, finishing off the topic. Well, I won't push it for now, so let's just take a rest for the night, the familia captain said. The three of them proceeded to go back to their respective tents, aside from Finn. The day after tomorrow will be the day that Gareth and his team will leave. Sigh, tomorrow will be a very long day, especially for Bell Cranel and his party. Night, the forest near the camp. Bell's POV. I couldn't sleep, so I went outside to take a walk and get some fresh air, but before I knew it, I was already gazing at the night sky that was produced by the crystals above. Whoa, it looks so beautiful. It really looks like a night sky, I said in amazement. The starry night sky in the dungeon occupied too much of my attention, so much that without my knowing, someone was already standing beside me. It really looks nice, doesn't it? The women beside me said while also looking above. When I noticed who the person was, I started to panic a bit because the one who's standing beside me right now is the person who holds my heart, my goal, and my everything. The Sword Princess, Eyes Wallenstein. Hiya, Eyes-san, WW, what are you doing here? I said as I felt the temperature of my face rising again. Oh no, I'm blushing again. This is SOEMBARISSING. I'm 100% sure that my face right now is redder than my eyes, I thought in panic. What are you doing here late at night? You should be sleeping by now since you are still recovering, the Sword Princess said to me with a worried look on her face. And no, I just can't sleep. I don't know why though. So I took a walk to get some fresh air, and then before I knew it, I was already looking at the sky here, I replied to her while trying my best to avoid stumbling on my words. After that, she then suggested that we could go to the village here with everyone in their familia who knows me. But then Kami-sama suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started to push Aiz-san away from me. You hear me, WLLE and WHATSIT? I'm not going to leave you and MY Bell KUN alone. Never! She screamed on top of her lungs before proceeding to hug me while glaring at her. A fourth person then appeared from the woods and went to our direction. I can't identify the person at first since it's kinda dark in that direction, and his black clothes doesn't also help on revealing who he is. It's late already, so please stop screaming or the others might also wake up. We also have the injured ones resting at the tent near here, so please keep it down, the person said while walking towards my direction. What's happening here anyway? Mind telling me, Belle? The person was then revealed as a Kisan. Since a cat person's ears is 5 times more sensitive than a normal human being, she could hear what Kami-sama said even before getting here. Well, I then started to tell her our plans for tomorrow, which she also agreed to go, but what comes next is something I didn't expect, especially right now. Say, Belle, how about we ditch everyone tomorrow and go out on our own? Let's have a date. You hear me? DATE Naya? Yufufu. 3, she whispered to me slightly louder for Kami-sama and Aiz-san to hear. MUKY? I don't know who you are, but don't you dare try to sneak out with MY Bell KUN, or you and your washboard goddess will see what hell looks like. My goddess said, while pointing out a finger on a Kisan's face. Who are you trying to guard Belkun and hog him all by yourself? And even if you do love him, you can't be together since a god and human relationship is forbidden, so don't act like he's all yours just because you are his deity, she said. I noticed then that Aki-san was not really angry at her. I think she's also just teasing her since she knows how very protective she is when it comes to me. Shut up, I know that it's a forbidden love, but I don't care. Love no bounds after all, and stop lecturing me like some kind of a kid. I'm a god, you know. Kami-sama shouted while still pointing out a finger on Aki-san. Why should I? First you look like a child, second you act like one, so why should I treat you differently? A giggle then escaped her mouth and soon, she bursted out, fueling Kami-sama's anger even more. Stop messing with me, and stop teasing my Belkun. That's it. We're done here, so let's go back to our tent, Belkun. HMPH, she said while dragging me out of the scene, leaving Aiz-san and Aki-san behind. Aki's POV. After Bel and his goddess went back to the camp, Aiz and I decided to stay here for a bit. We stood there for a few minutes in silence before she tried to break it. Hey Aki, is it true that you like Bel? Was what she asked. It looks like she didn't realize that I was just teasing the two earlier, so I decided to explain her everything, which she then tried to understand. So you are saying that what you said in the dinner earlier, and you going on a date with Bel, is just a joke? She asked while tilting her head. Yes, by the way, there's something I want to tell you for a very long time now. I then changed our topic to something I really wanted to talk with her. Do you still remember the time where Raoul and me joined the Familia and our first dungeon exploration with you? Raoul was so scared of you that he started to call you Aiz-san, even though he's older than you. Well, for me, it was a little bit different. You see. I started to explain her how I wanted to become her friend for years now, but for some reason, it's like she's putting a wall that separates us both. A wall that I failed to break through, but Lefia and the others managed to, which made me jealous of them. I see. I'm sorry if you felt like that for a very long time. Back then, all I thought was killing all the monsters I could see and get stronger, so I didn't really pay any attention to what's going on around me, unlike today. That's why I'm sorry. She then looked at my direction with a tearful eye. I couldn't hold back anymore, so I ran to her and embraced her tightly, and she also returned my hug by throwing her arms around me. Friends forever, Aiz. Friends forever. We smiled to each other before going back to the camp and take a rest for the night. Morning at Loki Familia's camp. Lefia's POV, what? It's already morning. Might as well help out Reveria-sama on treating our poisoned members, I said while rubbing my eyes to try and clear my vision. After fixing my clothes and putting away my sleeping bag, I went outside and walked towards the direction of our injured member's tent, but before I could reach my destination, I saw Aiz-san walking towards me. Good morning, Lefia. You're earlier than usual, she greeted me as she walks beside me. Good morning. I just woke up and was about to sleep again since it's still too early, but then I decided to go and help Reveria-sama since it would be impossible for one person to treat our injured members. I replied to her. You see, we were planning on going to Revera later at noon to show Bel and his allies what it looks like to have a village inside the dungeon. That white-haired human again, just what is so great about him anyway. He's just a cunning, manipulative man who manipulates Aiz-san and forces her to train him. But Tiona-san and Tayoni-san said that he's a good person. I don't really think that he could fool the two of them, especially Tayoni-san, but maybe he is a good actor. That's it. He's just a faker. As I was lost in my thoughts, I didn't realize that we are already in front of the tent. Lefia, we are here. Also, what's your answer? Are you coming with us? She asked me while tilting her head. Maybe after finishing my tasks here, I answered her before going inside. I really can't tell if he's just faking it or not, even after what happened last night. Flashback. It was already night, and I'm currently carrying the leftover foods from the dinner, when the idea of that white-headed adventurer fighting the Minotaur suddenly popped up into my mind. He defeated a Minotaur at level 1? I can't even beat one even at level 2, and even now that I'm already at level 3, I still don't like dealing with one of those, but he defeated one at level 1, an irregular type as well. Wait, if he could do that then, Bel Cranel must be a tactician at the captain's level. Inside Lefia's mind. Bel, you've fallen for my traps. Nothing is impossible with my plans. Lelouch pose. As I was lost in my thoughts, I suddenly tripped and spilled out all the leftover foods to the person who's in front of me. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking, so I didn't notice that someone was in front of M. When I looked at who's in front of me, I realized it was the person who's previously occupying my mind. I'm sorry, he apologized to me nervously. After that, Narvi-san called out to me and asked me what happened to the food I was carrying. But then, before Narvi-san could scold me, the white-haired boy suddenly kneeled in front of her and apologized in my stead. I'm sorry, Narvi-san. It's all my fault since I wasn't paying attention. he said while bowing his head. Oh, is that so? Don't sweat it, you're still recovering, so I understand you, and also someone will deliver you the water that you needed in your tent later. See ya and be careful next time. She then waved at us before we lost sight of her. Hey you, come with me. I ordered him so I could wash his clothes on the river beside the camp. We then left the area and arrived at the riverside near the camp, and it looks like there are no monsters lurking around this time, so it looks safe. Take it off, will you? I demanded him while extending one arm. Take off what? He asked me with a stupid look on his face. Hand me your shirt so I could wash away the stains on it. Hurry, I said to him loudly. Why yes, here you go. He then extended his arms towards me, handing over his black shirt. I washed his shirt while thinking of what Tayoni-san said earlier about how good-natured he is, and now, I can somewhat see what they mean when he took the blame earlier at the camp. Say, why did you take the blame? It's clearly my fault. I then looked at his direction and I saw his face making an, I don't know what you're talking about expression, which pissed me off. Say it already, I ordered him. Because you look troubled, he said with a completely clueless face. I realized then, when I looked at him, that he is not the type of person I thought he is. He's just a good-natured person who would help anybody no matter how small or big their problem is. Here, it's still wet, so let it dry for a minute, and also, thank you. I said the last part so weakly because I was so embarrassed of how much I misjudged him earlier. Yes, I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry, so would you please S? I decided to interrupt him since I don't want to say it again. Shut up, it's also your fault earlier that I tripped earlier. What? Yeah, that's right, because I was thinking about you. I then realized that I'm about to say something that could result into a big misunderstanding, so I covered my mouth with both of my hands to stop myself. Ai-san then appeared while holding one of her shirts. Belle, I heard that you got your clothes stained, so I brought one of mine. If you want, you could wear them, she said while trying to hand him one of her dress. It really pissed me off, so I started chanting in silent, and as soon as I finished, I grabbed my staff and laid down his shirt on the ground before casting my magic to dry it off. ARCS Ray. Sizzling sound. Look, it looks like you can wear them already. Come on, try it. End of flashback. Maybe I should start to befriend him. If that's the case, I should hurry up and finish all of my tasks here so I can go and get to know him more. I rushed through the tent and replaced all of the waters and clothes used to clean them up, and I also asked them if they need some warmth. Hang on guys, I'll warm you up. Fusillade Faleri. Bam! What are you doing? Trying to kill them all? Get away from them right now or I'll burn you, Reveria-sama said furiously as I ran out of the tent. I'm SOORRY. Chapter 5. Normal POV. After catching up to Lefia and scolding her, Reveria then asked her why she's rushing through everything. Lefia told her what's going on and why she's in a hurry. So that's what's happening. But what will you guys do in Riviera anyway? There is nothing good there, everything is overpriced, and people will milk your money out of you in exchange for some irrelevant information, the High Elf Princess said with arms crossed. We knew that, but Ai-san said she just wanted to show that Cranal-san what having a village in the dungeon looks like, the young elf explained. Well, if you are there just to look around, then I guess it's fine, but remember to not buy anything from there, got it? Tell Eyes and the others too so they won't buy anything unnecessary, okay? She pats her head before entering the tent, but before she could, Lefia called out for her once again. Would you like to come with us too, Reveria-sama? I know you're quite busy after what happened these past few days, but... Before she could finish her sentence, the captain of their familia, Finn, arrived at the scene and helped her persuade Reveria on going with them. You should go with them. You need to relax now, and a best opportunity has appeared for you to do so. We'll handle the rest here, okay? So stop being a mama and go have fun with the others if you are still as young as you said you are. The braver gave her a teasing grin before going inside the tent. Sai, guess there is no helping it. I'll go with you, she said as she starts walking towards the camp's exit. Yehi, this is the first time that you hang out with us, Reveria-sama. Let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? The savage, forest fairy beamed to her superior. It was not that long until everyone has gathered and went to the village entrance. Everyone who knew Belle went to the village with them, including Narvi and Raoul. So you are the rumored rookie, huh? As well as the new record holder, the high novice said while inspecting every corner of Belle's body. Yes, but please stop what you're doing right now. It's a little bit disturbing, Belle said with a pressured smile. The last time I went here was when a Ganesha Familia member was murdered in one of their hotel by a female tamer, Riveria said. But I'm a bit surprised to see a goddess here at the dungeon. What exactly are you doing here, Hestia-sama? Said Narvi, the red-haired girl with a similar appearance to her deity Loki, but with visible assets. Who are you to ask me? I can't let Belle-kun hang out with you guys, especially with that flirty cat of your familia, the lowly goddess said, while intentionally crossing her arms to emphasize her breast. Riveria then eyed Aki, who answered with a troubled smile. What exactly happened yesterday, Aki? The beautiful princess asked her fellow adventurer. The level 4 female adventurer answered her while looking around at the village. They didn't saw anything good in particular that piqued their interests, so they just continued to follow where eyes and the others went until a certain adventurer bumped into Belle after going out of the tavern. You damn brat, what are you doing here, Hess? The old adventurer said with a growl. What's going on here? Riveria noticing an adventurer who's picking a fight with the little rookie. What the? Hey Mord, look, it looks like he's close to Loki Familia, the beast man whispered to their party leader. Let's go. What's with that? How lame, the Amazon sisters said in unison. Well, let's just ignore them all, shall we? The white-haired boy said. They agreed to stop thinking about it and start showing him again the whole town until a certain goddess called out her child's name. Belle-kun, how's this? I've bought this perfume there, how's is it? She said while spraying the thing all over her body. Hestia-sama, what the hell are you doing buying a perfume of all things here? Lady Ninehell already said that all the items here costs 3 times more than the normal one. The Palom in disguise said while snatching away the said item. What's the problem with that? And besides, I'm not the only person who have bought something here. The small goddess said while pointing at the old-looking backpack that Lily is currently carrying behind her. This is needed especially when returning back to the surface, unlike that thing you've bought that you aren't even gonna use except for special occasions. Lily screamed at Hestia. I agree with Lily here, goddess Hestia. How can you afford to spend your sole familia members' hard-earned money on something so trivial? The high elf said with a raised eyebrow. It's a women's necessity too, you know. And besides, Iatu, Belkun hates sweaty women. Hestia, out of desperation, used her child to redirect all of their attention to him, which seems like a very effective move. Lily, Riveria, Tiona, and Eyes started to sniff themselves to check out if they reek of sweat, while Raoul, Aki, Tayoni, Lefia, Mikoto, Chigusa, Auka, and Narvi stood there looking at the high elf princess with a shocked expression. Tayoni then proposed that they could take a bath together, which everyone agreed, except for Aki, Narvi, and Raoul, since they have to prepare lunch, and they said that they already took a bath early in the morning, and Raoul is a guy, so he can't really go with them. Aki-san, is that true, or you are just afraid of water just like a normal cat? The white-haired boy asked innocently. Huh, afraid of water? Of course not. I don't really mind, but I have to prepare lunch. Maybe I'll do that if you go with us. The cat girl tapped him with her elbow repeatedly while grinning from ear to ear. That's it, you're not going with us, you hear me? Let's go, everyone. Hestia walked away, stomping like a kid while everyone could only look at her as she walks away. By the way, what about you, Riveria-sama? Are you going to take a bath as well? Or are you going back to treat the poisoned members of Tsubaki-san's familia? Narvi asked their vice-captain. I'll check them out first, but I'll definitely go with the others since a certain Palom said that I should relax for the day. Loki Familia's camp. As soon as Hestia came back to the camp, she was greeted by a blonde Palom who's carrying a huge amount of fabrics covered in sweat. Welcome back, Hestia-sama, how's the village? Finn asked with a gentle smile. It's okay, Braver-kun, but the items they sell over there is so overpriced that it's not acceptable anymore, the childish goddess said while crossing her arms. A familiar voice then suddenly rang out as she pointed out what the little goddess did earlier. Yet, you still bought something so trivial, even using your own child as a scapegoat to try and cover up buying a perfume. Reveria then entered the camp along with the others. SHUTUP, anyway, let's take a bath already. They went to the lake beside the camp to take a fresh bath. Isfi also joined them since she doesn't have anything better to do for the moment, and Lefia backed out and said she'll just guard them in case anyone tries to peep at them. It looks like I win this time, hehe, the childish goddess said while puffing out her chest. What exactly did you win, Hestia-sama? The supporter said with a deadpan look. A few moments later, the high elf princess entered the scene with just a towel wrapped around her body. Whoa, Chigusadono, take a look at her. Even with a towel, you can clearly see how great and beautiful her figure is. It feels like looking to a real goddess taking a bath, the samurai girl said in awe. Hestia's breasts might be big, but it's nothing compared to the high elf's perfect body. A slightly above average size on her chest, that's enough to make a perfect shape in them. A very slim waist with just a perfect amount of fat to them for her rib cage not to show up. Her thick thighs and her rear look so perfect that even I, the narrator, don't know how to describe it. AN imagines Summer Shishu's body figure from FGO. Amazing, her body proportions look so good that it almost matches Freya's. I didn't know a mortal can be as beautiful as this. The goddess if Hearth stared at her in complete surprise. Hee, it looks like you've lost this time, Hestia-sama, Lily said with a smug look that Hestia tried to ignore but failed to. Just shut up, will you? I know that high elves are 10 times more beautiful than normal elves, but I didn't expect her to be this perfect in all angle. I think it's quite obvious since she's the princess of their kingdom, Hestia-sama, and we never really saw her figure ever since, because she always wear too much clothes even before I became the captain of our familia, the alchemist said with a sorrowful smile. Isfi-kun, I don't know what happened before I descend here, but don't worry about it. Let's just enjoy our little break here, okay? Hestia smiled at her warmly. Back at the camp. Belle's POV. I entered my tent to take a nap, but a few minutes have already passed, and I still couldn't fall asleep, no matter how hard I tried to empty my mind, so decided to go to where they prepare the food for us, and ask them if I could help them. Oh, Cranel-san, what can I do for you? Don't tell me you want to eat already, the red-haired girl said to me with a gentle smile. That's not it. I'm here to help you guys so that the others can eat after taking a bath. She then taught me how to slice vegetables and meat. I really paid attention to her instructions and did as what I was told, and the end result turned out great. Oh, you're good, aren't ya? You are fast learner. I blushed at her compliment because I never knew I was a quick learner aside from dungeon exploration lessons I took from Ina-san. Another woman on Belle's harem. Aki-san shouted, which embarrassed me more because I may have come here in a rario to build my own, but that's not my goal now. W, what are you saying, Aki? I'm just teaching him how to cook. Don't say something so absurd, will ya? Narvi-san said with her face turned away from me. I caught a glimpse of her facial expression, and it looks like she's embarrassed as well, but I don't think what Aki-san said about me having a harem is true. Then why is your face so red that it's as red as your hair now, huh? She came to us while holding a spatula. Aki-san, what are you saying? I don't have a harem and I don't plan on building one anymore. I screamed at the top of my lungs as I tried to hide my embarrassment. So, you planned on building before, huh? What exactly changed your mind? Tell me. She then shifted from teasing to what I can tell is curious. I told them that I fell in love and threw away my dream of building a harem and replaced it by only standing side by side to the person I yearned for, and how I desperately wanted to catch up to her no matter what. I see. So you fell in love with this person so hard that you can only think of nothing other than catching up to her, huh? Sounds like a love story from the books that I read, but I don't hate it. Narvi-san smiled down gently. Let me guess. It's eyes, isn't it? Aki-san then whispered in a very serious tone. I don't know how to answer since she got it right, and I don't have any good reason to deny it, but still, it's embarrassing to admit those kinds of things. Yes, it's her. I simply answered her question. We continued our conversation while doing our tasks at the same time, and before we knew it, we finished cooking and preparing the food earlier than expected, so Aki-san decided to go to the bathing area and tell them that the food is ready. As soon as we went to our separate ways, Hermes-sama then called out to me and said that he have something very important to discuss about, so I followed him around until we reached the woods. From here on, don't make any unnecessary noise you hear me, Bell-kun, the messenger god whispered to me, and I answered him with a nod, but as soon as I saw what's below us, I panicked and shook Hermes-sama's shoulders. Hermes-sama, we shouldn't be here, they'll get mad at us, I said desperately while trying not to look down. Bell-kun, peeping is man's romance, the handsome god said with a mischievous smile. Hermes-sama, whoa! As I tried to move towards his direction, the branch that I'm currently stepping to suddenly snapped off, and I fell down on the bathing area face first. Hey, Reveria, let's take that towel off like eyes, the younger Amazon said before I crashed to the pool of water. Bam! What's this? Did you come here to take a bath as well? Tiona-san said while smiling down at me. I thought you are just a shy kid, but you're quite manly, aren't you? I almost passed out because seeing the two of them looking at me, while naked, is really embarrassing. Chigusa-san and Mikoto-san successfully hid themselves before I could look at their direction, which I'm glad they did. But Kami-sama then popped up out of nowhere and took me by surprise. Bell-kun, wanna take a bath with me? She said with a teasing tone and smile. But as soon as I tried to look at the opposite direction, I saw Ai-san looking embarrassed, but what caught my attention the most is Reveria-san. I could only describe her look as perfect. I didn't see any of her private parts, thanks to the towel that's covering her front to hide it, but I can tell that she looks perfect anyway. She also looks cute when she's blushing like that. Maybe this is the reason she wears way too much clothes, because she doesn't want any unnecessary attention. But that's where all it ends, as I saw the beautiful but savage forest fairy pointing her staff on me. Arcs Ray. She cast her magic with such a force that could pierce through the Goliath's skin. Don't Lefia. Luckily, Aki-san protected me by redirecting Viridi-san's staff to miss its shot. Belle, run away now, she said to me while trying to hold of her fellow member. I'm SOORYYYYY. And with that, I ran as fast and as far as I could to try to not get captured by Lefia-san. Aki's POV. As soon as Belle escaped the scene, I tried to hold down Lefia for a while before letting go of her. She didn't start to chant magic again and go after him, but instead, she started screaming some absurd things. You really are a good-for-nothing kid. Not only did you saw Aizen naked, but Riveriasme as well. I'll burn you to crisp if ever you show up again, GRA, she said while crying and thrashing around. Suddenly, the blue-haired captain of the Hermes Familia went to our direction, with a vein popping out of her head. I think I know who's the culprit here, and it's not Belsan. It's my own god. And I apologize for his absurd actions here. She bowed down in front of us, and everyone but the girl named Mikoto suddenly asked her something. How did you know that? I couldn't sense anyone with my skill other than us and Belle Dono earlier, the samurai girl said. It's quite simple, detection magic or skills doesn't affect gods at all, or maybe you could detect them. But they can hide their presence if they use a special item, which Isfi here specializes on doing, Reveria-sa said, while putting an arm around Isfi's shoulders. Yes, and I think he is currently using one of my items right now, the blue-haired girl said with a long sigh. After bathing, everything went back to normal, except for Lefia, who's still really mad at Belle for some reason, even though Isfi-san already explained that Belle was tricked into going with the traveler god to peek at the girls. I spoke up since I can't really take it anymore. I don't like the idea of blaming someone into something they didn't really do. Lefia, everyone already explained everything, and Reveria-san said it was all right, so you should calm down. And besides, shouldn't you be also mad at Hermes-sama? I asked her, but what she said to me is not what I'm expecting to hear. I don't care. It's just an excuse to get away from his crimes, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm going to give him the punishment he deserves. She said those words with venom in them, which really alarmed me, so I just went to Belle's direction to keep guarding him in case Lefia tries something. Hestia-sama, please allow me for a moment to sit beside you guys. Lefia is still angry at him, and she's unstoppable when she's like that, so I need to guard him since he doesn't stand a chance because Lefia is a level 3 who's close on leveling up. I looked at her with an apologetic expression. Okay, but if something happens to my Belkun, Loki will never hear the end of it, okay? She said with a very worried look on her face. I thought she was just like Loki, who's overly possessive on eyes that she always push away all the male who tries to get close to her or tries to court her, but it looks like I'm wrong. It's okay, I won't let something bad happen to him, I assured her by placing a hand on her left shoulder. We finished eating our food, and since it's already dark, the captain decided that we should rest up since tomorrow will be the day of BT's return and the first team's return to the surface. I was assigned to the first team, but I think I want to stay behind a little bit. That's why I'm currently walking towards captain's tent. Can I come in? I said out loud since there is no door to knock. Riveria-san was the one who invited me inside the tent. She said that Finsan was currently hiding because a certain Amazon was searching for him. Good evening, Aki. What can we do for you? She said as she guided me towards a vacant sit. I'm just gonna make a request about my position being in the first group, as soon as everyone, including the captain, who's currently hiding under his desk, what I said. They all raised an eyebrow. This is a very rare occasion even for us. You usually don't mind whenever and wherever I put you, but it looks like you're kinda attached to Bell Cranel. Mind if I ask why? The captain smiled at me. I noticed the curiousness in his eyes. It looks dazzling, and I think this is one of the reasons why Tyone's so in love with this guy. I don't know how to explain it without you guys misunderstanding it, but I think I want to be a little more closer to him since I think we could be a really good friends, I simply replied. It looks like he's satisfied with my answer, and after rearranging the two teams, he showed it to me and to the two top executives, which everyone agreed to. Team 1 will be Gareth-san, Eyes, Bite, Tiona, Tyone, Raoul, Cruz, and Alicia, and the Hephaestus Familia, while the Team 2 is me, Captain, Riveria, Narvi, Lefia, Line, and the other level 2s and 1s. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my selfish request. I really appreciate it. I bowed slightly to show my gratitude to them, especially to the captain. Don't be bothered by it too much. This is the first time you've requested something to us ever since you entered our familia. He's right, this is the first time you've asked something that would only benefit you. I'm not saying that it's a good thing. It's just the first time you asked, that's why we agreed to accept it just once. I gave her a hug since she's really like a mother to me and everyone else, and I really do appreciate her looking out for us like her own child. Mama will always be Mama, I guess, Gareth-san commented. I'll be going now. Thanks again. I bid farewell to them as I exit the tent to go back to ours. Bell's tent. Normal POV. It's already dark outside, and everyone was already inside their tents. Bell decided to go out for a bit because he's a little bit worried about Hermes ever since he heard that everyone, especially Riveria, severely punished him for his immoral behavior. Let's see, KYAH, Hermes SAMAS face. As he tripped backwards, he didn't notice his arms was already wrapped around someone's waist and his hands are already touching their chest. HYAHH, the girl said. Huh, I'm sorry. LEFIYA-san? He said with a horrified face as he already knew what will happen next. He started to walk away slowly until running with his full might. I really hate you. You white-haired kid, she said as she starts to chase the white rabbit through the forest. 1 hour later. 18th floor forest, night. As both of them stop to catch their breaths, they've realized that they are already lost. It's not that hard to return back if it's still morning, but if it's pitch black as this, it would be very difficult to, even with the help of Bell's magic stone lamp that he's currently carrying. I think I'm a boo, to die, earlier, the white-haired kid said while panting heavily. I won't kill you, and I'll never do that to anyone. I'm just gonna punish you until your last breath, she said angrily while pointing her staff towards Bell. That's basically it. Anyway, how do we go back to camp? It's so dark and it's really hard to see even with the help of this lamp. He raised the magic lamp to the path in front of them, but it didn't help to expand their visions even though it produces more light the darker the environment it is in. Yeah, I think we should try to find a way to go back by ourselves. We can't keep relying on Aiz-san and the others to keep saving us, the cute elf said with her face directed to the ground. I guess you are right. If you are not strong enough, you would only weigh them down, especially in tougher situations. Belle said, while trying to not to remember how many times eyes helped him and saved his life. That's right, so we need to go back by ourselves this time to prove that we are not just a burden to them. So, are you coming with me or not? The young elf said as she already forgot about what happened earlier. Chapter 6. Human Talking. Human Thoughts. Human Chanting. Monster/Fell's Sound Talking. Monster/Fell's Thoughts. Monster/Fell's Chanting. Darkness was all that surrounds them no matter where you look, and the forest doesn't help the two of them to make it out more easier. There is no shred of light illuminating from the crystals above which replicates the night sky outside the dungeon, which means this is how it also looks outside. It's really dark here, it's a little scary, the boy with red ruby eyes said while shaking lightly. What are you, a kid? How did you even beat that irregular minotaur if you are afraid of dark places? The young mage said while walking beside him. I'm sorry, I'll try to calm down. Anyway, how do we get back in the first place? We don't have any clue where are we right now. Viridi-san? Belle called out to her, unsure of what to call her. He decided to just call the elf by her last name to not sound so rude. Just call me Lefia. I don't like any people outside of my village to call me on my clan's name, and you are right. But let me ask you one question. How old are you? Lefia asked with a very curious expression. I'm 14 years old, he said simply. Inside Lefia's mind. He is just a 14-year-old level 2 while I'm 15 and a level 3. HHHA, it looks like I win this time. Back to reality. Okay, don't worry, leave it all to me, the elf said triumphantly. Why yes, was all Belle could say as Lefia closed the gap between them. But first, let me borrow that lamp please, she asked nicely and Belle gave her the lamp. Their strategy to not get lost and walk into circles is for both of them to mark the path they've already gone through. While Lefia puts a form of crystal in the middle of it, Belle marks the trees with an X mark to indicate a checkpoint, and this goes on for a few good minutes until they found a huge tree. Wait, human, I've got an idea. We could use this tree to try and locate our current position. She commanded, and as soon as Belle heard her, he stopped on his tracks and walked towards her direction. Please just call me Belle. Also, how can we do that? Do you plan on climbing up this tree? The white-haired boy asked while measuring up the size of the tree. It was a very huge tree, but not as big as the one at the center of the floor, which they really couldn't see right now because it's really pitch black. Yes, I'm gonna do it, so please hold on to this, and also, don't you dare look up or I'll burn you out for real this time. She threatened Belle as she positioned herself under the tree. Roger, but are you Sue? Lefia then suddenly ran at full speed at the top of the tree. Belle was left speechless to how fast she is even though she is a mage. Even though there is just a one gap in our level, it's still very huge, and also she's really amazing. Belle said in awe as he looked up but couldn't see a thing because of the darkness. Let's see, the giant tree is there and behind it was the camp. I can clearly see the huge fire we've set up earlier. She jumped down as soon as she got the information of their location and their camps. I know where to go. We just have to go straight to the tree up ahead and then go behind it. We don't have to walk around blindly anymore, and our only problem right now are the monsters that's wandering around, the young elf said, as she gestured Belle to give the lamp back to her, which he did. You are so amazing, Lefia-san. Even though you are a mage, you charge to this forest like some kind of explorer. The white-haired kid complimented her innocently. WAWA, what are you saying out of nowhere? Flattery, do you any good, you know? Lefia screamed in embarrassment as she couldn't handle the compliment. WL, you as well. It's hard to tell it's your first time here at the 18th floor since you're handling yourself so well. Lefia said a little weaker as she turns away to hide her face. Really? Belle said in complete surprise. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not complimenting you, it's just something I'm pointing out as a rival. She started to step away from Belle as she looks at the ceiling. I've been watching you after all. It's already too late when she realized that she said something that would cause a huge misunderstanding, so she tried to hide her embarrassment for a bit, but it didn't last that long because she exploded as soon as she saw the look on Belle's face. But before she could talk, Belle spoke up. Thank you so much. I'm very happy that you consider me as your rival. I don't know why and I don't plan to ask, but I'll do my best to catch up to you," he said, with a smile and determination burning from his eyes. What is this? This thing pounding on my chest so hard? I've never experienced this kind of feeling, and looking directly into his eyes doesn't help me to ease it. In fact, it's getting more and more louder and stronger the more I looked into his red ruby eyes. She couldn't come up with a reply, so she kept silent for a minute before shaking her head to calm herself down, which didn't really help her. But she continued on doing anyway until the white-haired kid spoke up. "Wait, Lefia-san, someone's approaching. Let's hide for a bit." He drags Lefia to the backside of the tree and placed his arms around her like he's embracing her. "Lefia-san, I think it's not just one person ith. Slapp. What are you thinking? First you peeped on Aiz-san and the others, and now you are making moves on me? You are the worst." She screamed with her face completely red because she didn't expect that he would do something like that right now. "Wait, those outfit. Don't tell me, now of all times." The loud elf thought as soon as she saw what the men and his fellows wears and how similar their clothes are to Evelis. Lefia's POV. We already know that this kin 1DS of things will happen. That's why the captain have announced our deep-level expedition publicly, to lure them out to operate in the high and middle floors. But I didn't expect our encounter with them this soon, and I don't have anyone at my side beside him. I know that Belcranel was the current record holder who reached level 2 in just a month, but reaching level 2 with a month of an experience is a double-edged sword for him. It means he grows 10x faster than a normal person, but at the same time, facing an unknown danger is way too much for him. Should I go back to the camp or pursue them myself? But it's impossible for a level 2 to go back there alone. I've got no choice. Belson, please follow my lead, I said to the boy beside me, who's currently confused on what's happening. In case of emergency, I'll protect him. Lefia-san, are those an enemy of Loki Familia? He whispered to me, which caught me off guard because I didn't realize that I was already this close to him. Look, stop prying too much, and also you're too close. We followed them until we reached a certain location, which looks very familiar to me, since this is where we fought the female tamer. The Eastern Wall. I gestured him to follow my lead, and we tried to go to their location, but as soon as we went halfway, the grass suddenly disappeared, and we both fell into a deep hole. Somehow we landed safely, he said while scratching the back of his head. Hot, we said in unison as our legs started to feel like burning, and as soon as I looked at it, I noticed my clothes are burning slowly. Are these human bones? He said with a horrified face, and I also noticed that not only human bones are here, but also armors, weapons, and monsters' bones as well. These are remains of adventurers. It's an acid we need to get out of here. I grabbed his arms, but noticed that he's looking into something. Lefia-san, look at that. That's one of those brightly colored monsters. A new species, was all he could say before it started to attack us. The pitfall itself was clearly this trap monster that we are currently facing. It has a massive acid pool, but the acid in it was clearly weaker than the ones we fought on the 50th floor up to 59th, and clothes will hold on for a while, but a level 2 wouldn't last for too long in this. Speaking of which. Hiya, HMPH. I looked at him astounded because he doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. I know that he broke common sense when he leveled up in just a month, but seriously. How far will you grow? You may be a level 2 adventurer, but you clearly move like a fresh level 3 for me. I looked at him in awe for a moment before I snapped back to reality, when I saw that one of the monster's tentacles was about to hit him from his blind spot. Watch out. Grab. Before I knew it, my body was already moving towards his direction, and by the time I came into realization, I've already pushed him down to evade the attack. Please stay on your toes, and also, I removed my battle robe and placed it on his head. Use this, since your clothes are made from salamander wool, it won't easily dissolve, and you can use my robe here to block both. Nobody knew that there was such a monster here. I consider myself lucky and unlucky at the same time, because this is one of those rare opportunities to get some information regarding our enemies and what are they planning out. But the problem is we are the only ones here, and this is both our first time to face this kind of monster, without the higher-ups. Gotta keep calm and find its weakness. There. Look at that, its eye. It turns in the direction it's going to attack. As soon as my voice rang out, it attacked Belson, which he easily dodged and blocked. It's a one-pony trick with just tentacles as its weapon and just a weak acid pool. The only problem we were facing is if we get hit by those big tentacles or the armors that's flying out whenever it hits the ground because we can't dodge all of it. My skin is burning and my clothes aren't lasting, not to mention that a boy is here. This battle is going to be a huge pain. Hey, if I ever see an opening, I will blast it with my magic, so you focus on attacking that wall of flesh. I ordered him as I started to channel my magic to my staff. Roger. FWOSH. He's really fast. I already realized that he's not just some level 2 adventurer after chasing him so many times, but... I looked at the wall he's currently attacking at. There are barely any scratch on it. It's not even flinching. How could I even chant if it's not even flinching on his attacks? It suddenly stopped moving and redirected its eye to the middle of the acid pool, and before we realize what it's up to. Screech. A sound wave. I noticed that it was just a distraction to put our guards down, and when the monster saw Belson kneeling and covering his ears, it started to bombard him with its tentacles. No, run, I said in horror. I thought that he's going to die there, but to my surprise, he found a shield beneath him and quickly pulled it up to block its attacks, which he managed to, but the force of it still managed to knock him away to the wall. I started to panic a bit and started to chant to make it focus on me more than him. Limbs of the holy tree, master of the bow. I started to chant desperately in hopes to get its attention, which worked out. The reason he got caught up in this situation was me. I continued to chant while dodging its attacks. The one thing I didn't notice was it already has one of its weapons under the acid pool, and by the time I realized it's already wrapped around my legs. Oh no, it's going to slam me on those weapon remains. This can't be. I thought I was going to die at that moment when suddenly I heard a loud voice screaming my name. You bastard, let go of her, he screamed as he slashed the tentacle that's binding me with an axe. Bell Cranel, I don't know if I still hate you or not, but I can say one thing for sure. I really don't like you. You are 1 year younger than me and 1 level below me, but still. Not to mention from an obscure, and even if it's finally my turn to protect someone, you really are a troublesome, unlikable person. At the low-key Familia's camp. Normal POV. It was just a normal night, or everyone pretends to be, but there is this chill in the air that goes down to your spine whenever you try to look around, but all you can see outside of the camp is all black. Riveria, it might sound down to earth dumb coming from me, but what's wrong? The blonde Palom said to his vice captain, who's just staring at the pitch-black forest. I don't know. There is something I feel going on right now in this floor that we don't know, and I don't like the timing where Lefia and Belle went missing, the beautiful lady said while closing her eyes, praying for their safety. Have faith in your student, especially in your beloved, Riveria, because we already know that those two have a large amount of untapped potential in them, especially Bell Cranel. They need to learn how to use it in the future, so it's a very good opportunity to them to be put in a dire situation with just the two of them. He tapped the high elf's shoulders before entering his tent to take a rest for the night. I'll try to ignore that beloved part, but I hope you are right, she whispered to herself. Riveria-san, a voice rang out calling her name. She looked behind her, and she saw the cat person of their familia, Aki, who looks just as worried as her. Do you feel it too, this air of uneasiness that surrounds us all? The high elf asked her comrade as she walks to her side. Yeah, they are fine, right? Especially with Lefia accompanying him, because she's already strong enough to handle a couple of violas by herself, Aki said while staring at the black space. Are you really worried about Lefia, or are you worried about Belle? Riveria inquired. I'm worried about both of them, but more on Belle than Lefia, because he's just beaten up as bad as you guys are when we saw you at the 50th floor exit, the cat girl said with a small smile forming on her face. Just be safe, Belle. Please, Aki whispered before she felt a small earthquake and saw a very large pillar of light coming from the eastern wall of the dungeon. Finn went out as soon as he felt the ground shake up a bit, and when he saw the pillar of light illuminating the dark area of the dungeon, He knew that it was both Lefia and Belle. Tiona, Tyone, Eyes, Iki, and Reveria, come with me. We don't know what's happening over there, but it's probably Belle, Cranel, and Lefia. I'm pretty sure they've already defeated their enemy, but the Evelus might notice the two of them and starts to attack them at their weaker state. The Familia captain ordered while grabbing his small bag of potion and spear. See, Captain, I want to come too, please, Narvi said while looking into Finn's eyes, begging him to say yes, but sadly he said the opposite. I'm sorry, but I can't leave the camp unguarded, so you have to stay here with Raoul and the others, everyone. Let's go. The Palom ordered, leaving the camp with the executives. Just be safe, Belle. Eyes, Reveria and Iki screamed in their minds as they ran towards the location they saw the light earlier. Chapter 7. Human talking. Human thinking. Human chanting. Monster/Fells sound/talking. Monster/Fells thinking. Monster/Fells chanting. Hi, before we start, I want you to search for Shakugan no Shana's Season 2 opening song 1, download it or play it right now as soon as you finish reading this small note. Wanna know why? Just for the FELSHAHAHA. I will put a sign down there for you to know when to play the song. Let's start already. Normal POV. As soon as Lefia dropped down into a safer location with nothing but the weak acid, Belle went straight to the monster and opened his hands, pointing it straight to the monster's core. Firebolt, he shouted as a mix of yellow lightning and red fire shoots out of his hand. What's that? Just now he cast a magic in an instant. I've never heard something like that. Is this some kind of a joke? She couldn't comprehend what happened. She knew magics like Eyes' aerial tempest could be activated in an instant, but it takes time to unleash its full power. Lilrafaga, but Belle's magic is for her in a completely different level. Lefia-san, your magic please, mine won't hold it down, he said as he tried to snap Lefia back to reality, which worked. I've changed my mind. I really do hate you, she said with a straight face. Despite being lower-level adventurer, how could you cheat with magic like that, was what her thoughts were screaming. But she then closed her eyes and started to channel all of her magic into her staff, creating a giant yellow circle around her. Go start playing it. I'll believe in you, because you are an adventurer. And you are a mage, he finished as he shifts his stance to an offensive one. Let's go, they shouted in unison as both of them started to move, or to be precise, dance around, with Belle both attacking and blocking the attacks directed to Lefia. By acting as a decoy, she allowed Belle plenty of safe chances to counter because it reacts to magic, and they are currently using it to their own advantage. But the problem is they've only known each other for so long and never fought side by side. This kind of strategy only works between longtime partners, but despite this, they work in perfect sync. Hiya, Belle launched towards the attacks directed to Lefia, cutting the huge vines while charging forward to try destroy the shield that's guarding its core. You are the master of arrows. She started to move towards the opposite direction Belle was currently charging to redirect its attention back to her. Somehow, I understand her movement. With the same person in their minds, they worked perfectly together that it looks like they are dancing in the water instead of fighting in a pool full of acid. And it somehow reminds me of Aisan. The two synchronized in both mind and body as they move around. But the monster suddenly launched a surprise attack on Belle, which surprised him. 2 at 1 sack. Shatter. Belle's axe suddenly broke into pieces by the force of the new species' vicious attacks, but he doesn't seem to be bothered by it, because he already bought Lefia enough time and now, she finished her chant. Pierce Arrow of Accuracy, ARCS Ray. She fired of her full chant Arc's Ray hoping to pierce its barrier and destroy its core. It managed to block my magic. It must have some strong magic resistance to keep adventurers here, a adventurer's prison, but I need to keep pushing forward, she screamed as she keeps increasing the power of her magic to its absolute limit. She then noticed that the walls are also a part of this monster's trap, and now it's trying to close it to trap them inside. Trying to fight till your last breath? But we won't lose here, Belle said as the light surrounding his arms grew larger and the bell's sounds became louder and louder. I'll shoot. Wait, Belle-san, come here and hold my staff too. Let us combine our magic and use this to increase its power, she said as she looked at Belle with a very determined look on her eyes. Argonaut 20 seconds charge. Full power. FREBULT ARCS Ray. As both pointed the staff, they are holding straight to the monster's core, which is its eyes. As they release their most powerful attack, the monster's barrier shattered in an instant and destroyed its core along with it, completely destroying the monster and evaporating the acid pool surrounding them. Lefia's POV. After destroying the monster, Belle Cranel suddenly collapsed on the floor, and he's currently panting heavily to what I can only guess is the side effect of his charge skill. Pant, pant, pant. Hey, are you all right? I asked him worriedly as I grabbed him and gave him a piggyback ride. Yes, this is nothing, he muttered under his breath. I knew that he's not really okay, especially when smoke are coming out of his body like some sort of overheating. That final attack was really something else, but it left you in such a sorry state. You really push yourself too much, I said to him, as if I knew he was normally this reckless, which is weird since I never saw him fight. Suddenly, a group of what I can tell is Evelys members appeared in front of us. There are 3 of them in total, and they are wearing this plain white and black robes. Thousand Elf from Loki Familia, you defeated Venens, however if it's just you and that injured adventurer. VIOLAS. The man summoned the plant-like-looking snake, total of 10. 10 of those monsters, that's about level 3 or 4 at maximum. Honestly, this situation could never get worse, but I swear I'll protect him. This is where you die, adventurer scum. I closed my eyes as the violas starts to charge towards us, and I expected it to hit us, but it didn't. I only heard a loud smashing sound. FWOSH. A was all I could mutter when I saw a figure holding a sword, attacking the monsters at an incredible speed. I thought I heard something. Are these the new species? She looked at our direction, asking the 2 of us. Ryu-san, he said as he returned her gaze. You know her. Don't move, Elf. Please stay there with Cranel-san, she said as she charged forward again towards the monsters. She moved around flawlessly. She attacks with perfect precision and dodged at the same time, slamming her wooden sword to these monsters easily. So fast. This is. I already knew that she's strong, and I can say that she's completely on the same level with Aiz-san, but using a weapon like that with no edge wouldn't do any damage to those monsters, so I gave her the best information I could say. Just hitting them won't stop them, you have to cut them down, and also they respond to magic, I screamed at her. Well then, distant sky above the forest, she started to chant her magic. I watched her in disbelief because she's not only a skilled sword user, but also a powerful magic user. Using concurrent chanting while attacking and dodging all at the same time feels impossible, but when I look at her, she seems very used to doing it. Proof that she's a veteran adventurer who always fought in the front lines. To think that there is such an adventurer. A luminous wind. Her magic is also in a very different level, and probably stronger than my version of Rhea Levitain. With the lack of magic circle, she's completely not a mage nor a magic swordsman. She's more beautiful, more intense, and a bit lonely. It should be appropriate to call this person an elven warrior. Perhaps that was a bit too much, she said as she looked around. The members of Evelys already ran away as soon as they saw her movement. They already knew that they would lose, so they escaped as soon as they saw the right opportunity. Thank you for saving us. May I ask your name, my sister? I bowed. Later, we should treat your W actually. I think you should cover up first, the mysterious elf said while trying to look away to hide her completely red face. I noticed that the top portion of my clothes we'd already gone, and the only thing that covers my chest is Belsan's arms. Belsan, please close your eyes, and also my robe, I said to him as I grabbed the robe and handed her over to the elf. I wrapped around the robe towards my upper body and tied the sleeves in my front to cover my private parts. No, a heal. You can use healing magic as well, I said in complete surprise, because imagine if you are that strong and you have a very powerful magic and a healing at the same time. You'll be invincible, and the only thing that you have to worry about is you having a mind down. Yes, but it can only be used as a first aid because it can't rival a potion in potency. She then shifted her gaze towards Belson, who's currently resting his back towards a big crystal. Well then, Cranel-san, I may not know the situation, but I'm disappointed in your actions, because if my memory serves me correctly, I sent you back to the camp a few hours ago. Yes. I thought I told you how dangerous the forest gets when it's night. Please wait. I decided to interrupt them because I know that I'm the one at fault here and not him. Everything is my fault because I dragged him into this mess and he's done nothing wrong, so please. My sister, don't misunderstand. He saved me. Suddenly, a very soft smile appeared on her very beautiful face, a kind of smile that I could only see on Reveria-sama. You don't know how happy it makes me to meet another elf like you. She pats my head before kneeling down to take a look at Belson once more. I apologize, Cranel-san. It appears like I spoke too soon. As I noticed her features, she looks oddly familiar for some reason, as if I already saw her from a bar above. Lefia, I suddenly heard a very familiar voice calling my name. Ai-san, I said as soon as I saw her gold hair and eyes. Kenki-ha, you should be fine if she's here with her group. I have other things to attend to, so farewell and take care of yourselves as well. She smiled at us before running off to the woods. Eki's POV. As we reached our location, Eyes was the first to reach them and to call out to them. Something happened, didn't it? She said as she went to check them up. As soon as I saw Belle sitting on the ground full of burns and cuts, before I realized it, I'm already running towards him with a potion in my hand. Here, drink up. I opened his mouth and shoved the potion in panic. Oi, slow down, Eki, Reveria-san said as she grabs my hand that's holding his jaws. I'm sorry, I'm just worried about you because your condition looks terrible, I said as I tried to calm myself down. The captain then asked them what the hell happened here, and why is there a very huge pit on this area which didn't exist before. It turns out that the Evelis placed a monster in this part as a trap for those who try to come here, as if they were hiding something they don't want anybody to see. Thanks for filling me up. Now Reveria, Tiona, Tyone, Gareth, and Raoul are to remain here to investigate while Eki, Eyes, and I shall escort this two back to the camp, Finsan said as he gestured us to help them if they needed. I can't help but notice how close the two of them became, because Lefia said that they should focus on treating just him because compared to her, he sustained more damage, so I decided to tease her a bit. Hey Lefia, looks like you two are close now. How's he? I whispered to her ears in a very teasing tone, and I'm glad I earned a cute response as her ears starts to twitch around. You've got it all wrong. I still don't like him, but at least I already know that he's not really a bad person. It's just my imagination running wild, she said as she looked at me with a very apologetic smile. See, he's just a very good-natured person. He's so kind that sometimes people take advantage of it and tricks him into doing something that he would normally not do. I went to his direction and tapped his shoulders, and it looks like he's already fine since he can walk straight now, unlike earlier. Belle. What is it, Aki-san? Nothing, I'm just glad that you are safe. I gave him my full smile, which he reciprocated. We walked in complete but very comfortable silence before we reached the camp, and as soon as we got there, I faced him and punched his chest lightly. Never do something reckless again, all right? I whispered while looking down because I don't want him to see my face like this. I'm so worried about him earlier that I almost went there myself just to check out if he's fine. Seriously, what the hell is this feeling? Okay, it's done. I don't have anything to say, so see you next time. Stay safe and healthy, guys. Peace. Chapter 8. Human talking. Human thinking. Human chanting. Monster/Fells sound talking. Monster/Fells thinking. Monster/Fells chanting. Loki Familia's camp. Normal POV. When Belle and the others arrived at the camp, they were greeted by their fellow adventurers with worried look. But before they could speak, Finn spoke up first. They are all right. Their injury is not as bad as it looks like, since we've already treated them, so don't worry, and also, Lefia, I don't want you chasing around and threatening someone anymore, so if this happens again in the future, I would have to punish you. The braver eyed the young elf as she only smiled at him nervously. As the Palom explained them what happened to both Lefia and Belle, they all wore a very surprised face, because not only did they manage to find something that may lead to some vital information regarding Tgthegood, but they've also defeated a very powerful new species. As expected, my Belkun is really unbeatable. The lowly goddess gave them a huge grin with a thumbs up. Yeah, you're really something else. But may I ask you, where did you learn that no-chant magic you used earlier? Lefia asked in curiosity, since that's the first time she saw that kind of instant magic that's already in full power when it's released. Hestia, in panic, ran towards Bel and strangled his head and covered his mouth to stop him from saying a word, because if someone other than the pub knows this, she would have to search for the owner and pay that book, which costs as much as her child's weapon. Why do you care? Besides, things like that shouldn't be shared from someone outside of the familia, she screamed in panic. She's right, Lefia. Those kinds of matters shouldn't get out of one's familia because it's a very private matter, so you shouldn't pry too much, Aki said while crossing her arms. She's also a little bit curious, since this is the first time she heard about his fighting abilities, but she managed to hold back her curiosity with reasoning. Then, could you tell me how you do it? Could you teach me? She begged the white-haired boy like a child asking his father for a toy. And of course, Bel blushed the moment he saw her cute features, because right now, she looks like a lost puppy finding someone to take care of her. All right, I'll teach you, but please, will you please back away for a moment? My heart couldn't handle this kind of situation. He placed a hand in front of his face to prevent everyone to see his red as tomato look. Thank you very much. She bowed as she walked away while grabbing Iza's arms and dragging her along with her towards their own tent. That's it for tonight. All of you can take a rest for now, while me and the others shall wait for Reveria's group's return. Everyone went to their respective tents to get some good night's sleep. Belkun, do you have a minute? A familiar, charming voice rang out. As the person mentioned looked behind him, he noticed that the one who called him was the messenger god. What's wrong, Hermes-sama? I just want to have some nice chat with you, and don't worry. My dear Isfi is coming along, so rest assured. Okay, Bel shifted her gaze to Isfi, who smiled at him. He also returned her smile, as the three of them walked towards the campfire at the middle. So, I heard from someone that you fell in love into our little Jan. Is that true? The handsome god said in a slightly playful tone, which earned him a death glare from his familia captain. Where did you heard that from? The kid replied in complete panic. Just from a certain red-haired girl. Anyway, how did you come to know each other, and how did you fell in love with her? I'm a bit curious about your love story, you see. I see. I first met her when I was exploring the 5th floor a month ago, when an irregular happened there, and a minotaur suddenly appeared and attacked me. At the 5th floor? That's impossible. Minotaurs only spawn at 15th floor to 17th. The blue-haired girl said in surprise, because it's a big gap between floors. It's a 10-floor gap. Please continue, Hermes gestured, as his interest was now piqued by his story. Yes, I tried to fight back, but my attacks were useless against it, and it didn't even leave a scratch. It chased me through the whole floor until it finally got me cornered. I thought I was about to die at that moment when a sword suddenly pierced through the monster's thick skin, and before I knew it, the Minotaur was already defeated, and what I saw after is a very beautiful girl holding a rapier. It was Izan, and right at that moment, I fell in love with her. I was so embarrassed that time that, when she tried to help me up, I shoved her left hand away and ran away, and it was very frustrating because I couldn't even thank her properly at that time. Hermes's expression quickly changed from a very curious to a slightly disappointed look in an instant, the moment Bel said the last part of his story. Does she knows about this? He inquired the rookie adventurer. No. Then, how did you become friends then? The orange-haired god asked while fiddling with his feather hat. One time after rescuing my supporter, she waited for me inside the guild along with Inasan, and he returned me my vambrace. I tried to run away again because I'm so embarrassed, but she managed to keep me there so she could talk to me and ask why I grow so fast. That also got Isfi's attention, because how he managed to break Iza's record. Everyone could accept it if it was under 11 or 10 months, but instead, he did it in just a month. That it doesn't make any sense. I told her that I think I'm not growing at all, and I'm still far from my goal, and how I don't know how to fight properly, so she asked me if I want her to teach me how to fight. I agreed to her, and she said it was just going to last until before their expedition, and as our training goes on, we got a little bit closer that now we see each other as friends and not some strangers. Then, how many times did the thought of her saving your life popped up into your head? I don't know. I lost count of it since every time I see her, I was reminded of it. What is your goal, by the way? Why are you so desperate on getting stronger? What drives you crazy to do something reckless just to earn Exilia and rank up? He stood up and looked down at Belle, who's currently sitting in a log with Isfi. Because I want to catch up to her, to stand on the same level as her and to stand by her side, I want to protect her. I want to protect her because I owe her my life, is that it? Hermes-sama, Isfi also stood up glaring furiously at his deity's words. You know what, Belle-kun? I'm sorry, but it looks like I have to say this to you. I know it might be devastating for you, but regardless. I need to get this out. He kneeled down to match his eye level so that he could look straight to him. You are not in love with Eyes Wallenstein. I'm saying this because I don't want you to live a life under the bridge effect. You don't love her or like her. You just felt safe at that point when she saved you from that incident, but that was it. Sometimes, humans misunderstand their own feelings like this. You just felt grateful of her that she saved you, and you just felt that you need to get stronger so you can return the favor by also saving her. That's it. No way, no way, the boy said as he tried to curl up into a ball. I'm sorry, Belle-kun, but someone has to tell you the truth, and if your friends or your own goddess won't do it for you, then I would. I'll be going now. You can think of it, but you should take a rest as well, Hermes said as he walked away while waving his hand. You're not going back to your tent, Cranel-san. I think I'll stay here for a bit, just to do some thinking, I guess, he said, unsure of what to say to her since his mind was still in pieces. Then, would you mind if I accompany you for a bit? The blue-haired girl smiled at him as she sits beside him. I don't mind. Thanks, Isfi-san, he smiled weakly as he looks above. His eyes shot wide as he saw the starry night sky return to the crystals above them. It was more beautiful than before. Isfi-san, look. It's beautiful, isn't it? I guess the clouds outside have cleared up, so the dungeon also cleared it up here to mimic the sky outside. As the two of them stared in the fake sky, they didn't notice a person walking towards their direction. Is everyone asleep now? A third voice suddenly rang out from behind, which alarmed the alchemist for a bit, but after recognizing it, she realized that it was just her friend Gale Wind walking towards them. Oh, Lion, I didn't thought you'd come here, she said in surprise, because it was no secret to her that she's a wanted adventurer that everyone's been searching for to get her bounty. I noticed that it has been quiet here for an hour now, so I take a look, and it was just you and Cranel-san here sitting at the middle of the camp, she said, while removing her mask and sitting beside her fellow veteran adventurer Isfi. Cranel-san, can I ask you something? Isfi said while looking at the flames in front of the three of them. What is it? He said as he mimicked her movement. What do you think about what my god's words earlier? Do you hate him for that? I don't know. I know he just said the truth, but I can't accept it because I always put my life on the line just to get to this point, just to realize that it was just some misunderstanding. I'm so frustrated at myself. Please don't misunderstand him just because of what he said. He doesn't hate you. In fact, it was the opposite because he tends to be more honest and, if needed, to be more harsher to the people he likes. Hey. It's the truth, you can trust me on that, Cranel-san, she said while smiling at him. Okay, thank you very much. If you don't mind, you can call me Belle, he said looking at the blue-haired girl while blushing slightly. Oh, you're welcome, Belle-san, she smiled as she blushed lightly. I'm so ashamed to be a friend of a womanizer like you. Belle Cranel, the elf clad in green robe, glared at him with disgust which sent shivers to his spines. Ryu-san, that's no. I'm just joking. A beautiful soft smile appeared on her face as she giggled softly. It's getting late, Lion Belle-san. I think we should all get a good night's sleep since it's getting late now. The three of them stands up, and as Belle heads out to his party's tent, Isfi proposed that Ryu should go to her tent, and they should sleep together since sleeping in the forest at night is way too dangerous even as a level 4. All right, but I'll leave very early in the morning so that no one can see me, and also, If Hermes-sama did something weird, I'm gonna cut his head off, is that clear? Yes, please, even if it's on me. She sweat dropped as they both went inside of their tent. Morning at the low-key Familias camp. Eki's POV. I woke up earlier than usual and took a peek outside of the tent, and it was still a little bit dark. As I was scanning the area around, I noticed Belle and Perseus escort an elf out. I thought it was just one of their friends who paid them a visit here, so I just shrugged it off and went back and prepare some change of clothes. I'm going to take a bath. I went outside and walked towards the river beside the camp, and when I arrived there, I saw Reveria-sama taking a dip in the water. Good morning, Eki. You're earlier than usual, she said as soon as she saw me walking towards the side. Yeah, I woke up earlier, so I might as well go up and take a bath, while there is no one here, but it looks like you got here first. Oh, sorry, should I leave you alone? No, please help yourself, and also I want to talk about something if you don't mind, I said as I starts to undress myself and also took a dip on the river. Go on, I'm here to listen. You see, there's this person that I started to know recently. I don't know anything about him at first, but we somehow became friends. We started to get to know each other and we grew closer, and before I knew it, I'm already way too attached to him at the little time we spent together. And when I saw him that one time covered in wounds and lying down weakly. Before I knew it, I already have a potion in my hand and I was running towards him at full speed. Do you think I'm getting way overprotective to this person? I explained to her what's going through my mind right now without giving him his name. Belle Cranel, huh? She whispered, which surprised me. Am I that easy to read? No, you are not, but it's clearly obvious because there is only one person last night who fits your description perfectly, and it was him. She just replied simply while looking at me. You can read my mind. I jumped a bit in shock. No, I can't, just a woman's intuition. She closed one of her eyes while smiling softly. Yours is on a completely different level, I said with an unsure smile. Anyway, how do you feel about him anyway? I feel like he's a good friend, I guess. I just answered what popped up to my mind at that point, because I don't really know what to say on what do I feel about him. It looks like you still don't know it yourself. Then, before we went back to the surface, bid farewell for him for a moment, make an excuse that you'll be busy, which is also true considering that we're going to investigate the city of Melon after a day. And then, what? Don't ever communicate to him for a while sorting out your thoughts and feelings. You don't have to rush, take your time, and by the time of our return, make sure to come up with an answer to that question, but for now, spend time with him like you always did, and if you can, make it a little bit memorable for both of you because this is where the two of you met for the first time, right? Yes. Then go, stop wasting time, you're still young unlike me, you can still do whatever you want. She flicked my forehead as stood up and dried herself up. What about you, Reveria-san? You thinking about someone? I grinned at her teasingly. Who knows if I may be thinking about someone. Even if I have someone to think of, it doesn't even matter because that person already have many lovers out for his blood. I followed her suit as I dried myself up and puts my new clothes on. It was the same standard clothes I wear every day since it's way too comfortable to wear and can be also used as battle clothes. Just put on some light armor and you're good to go. I'll go first, Reveria-san, if you don't mind. Sure, go and have a good time with him, she said as she waved off at me. Thanks, Reveria-san. I'll sort this out as soon as I can. Chapter 9. Human talking. Human thinking. Human chanting. Monster/Fel's sound talking. Monster/Fel's thinking. Monster/Fel's chanting. Loki Familia's camp. Normal POV. TONK. Everyone, I have an announcement. The blonde tactician slammed the tip of his spear on the ground to grab everyone's attention. Today, we will leave as just one big group along with the Hephaestus Familia to go back to the surface. Something came up, and we can't just openly talk about it right here at the dungeon because we don't know if someone is spying on us. That's what Loki said to the letter I received from Baite. Since we are living in a very huge group. I'm sorry, Hestia-sama. Hermes-sama, I can't fulfill my promise. He bowed down to the two deity. Don't mind it, Braver-kun. We can handle this ourselves, and besides, Belle-kun have already recovered, and we have some strong allies with us. Hestia is right, Finn. I understand your situation perfectly, so don't mind it. With the loss of Astrea Familia, we don't have anyone to lean on this kinds of situations other than the low-key Familia. That's why I'm counting on you guys, the handsome god said to every low-key Familia member present. Yes, they answered in unison. We're going to leave in an hour, so please prepare everything that we've used, but don't take Hestia-sama's, the rescue team, and Belle Cranel's tent. Let them take it as a gift. I have a hunch that they'll need it in the future. He smiled to the rabbit-looking boy before dismissing everyone. Belle was about to head towards their tent to also pack their belongings when someone called his name. Belle, wait, the person with black hair and cat ears said while giving him a hand signal to stop. What is it, Aki-san? It looks like we won't be able to spend some time together before we go to our trip to Melon. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's not your fault to begin with. I know, but I promised you and now I couldn't fulfill it, she said as her shoulders dropped. It's okay, Aki-san, we still have plenty of time after your trip to Melon. It's not like you'll never come back. I'll just wait for your return so we can hang out again with everyone, okay? He said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Aki noticed that something is different on him. He has this aura of someone who have lost something important in their life and moved forward. He feels so mature. Did something happen? Aki asked him while grabbing his hand that's placed on her shoulder. It's nothing really. Someone just made me realize something I completely misunderstood. The boy looked away with a solemn look on his face. Okay, I won't pry right now, but please do tell me when we return here in Aurario, all right? I promise. They smiled at each other, and this lasted a few good seconds, until they noticed two deadly auras coming from the lowly goddess and the Palom in disguise. Belle-kun, what do you think are you doing? The goddess turned on her Yandir switch as she gave Belle and Aki a death glare. You've got some nerve being flirty around a low-key Familia member, don't you, Belle-sama? The fake Chinthrope copied the short goddess. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to have friends? Belle just simply said while looking at them normally. Hesta, Lily, and even Aki's jaws dropped as soon as they heard him say that. Like they didn't know that he has this side, that if you irritate him so much, he might say something that would make you stop what you are doing. And no, I'm just joking, Belle-kun, please don't get angry. We're good, right, Aki-kun? She looked at the cat girl nervously, but the girl just showed her a smug look. Wait, you just said yesterday that I shouldn't talk to him and now we're good. I don't think so, lowly Oppai, she said in a very playful manner. UKYA, ONORE, stop stealing MY Belkun or I'll blast you away with MY Arcanum, the childish goddess said while stomping around like a kid. Go ahead, so you'll get sent back to the Tenkai, and I'll take your Belle-kun and recruit him to our Familia, so we can be together forever. Their banter continued for a while. Belle noticed that Aki is just playing around, so he didn't stop her, but then Reveria came to order her to pack her things as well because her friend, Line, already finished packing hers, and they also need to do the same to their tent. Belle, see you soon. See you soon, Aki-san. They bid farewell to each other, and as soon as Reveria and Aki was both out of sight, he released a very long sigh and went back to gather all of their belongings and prepare for their return to the surface an hour after the low-key Familia. An hour have passed, and the low-key Familia went up to return back. That Belle-kun, I didn't know he could be both cool and scary at the same time. He's like a different person earlier, the lowly goddess whispered as she fixed her things. Suddenly, something unknown and can't be seen by the naked eyes grabbed her and took her to the woods, tying her up to a tree, and when the person revealed himself, it was the scary-looking man who bumped into Belle yesterday when they went to Riviera. 5 minutes later. Belle's POV. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't have any motivation to continue to pursue the girl that I thought I like, since it was all just a misunderstanding on my point. I felt like I've risked my life every day just to realize how flawed my heart and mind is to not realize that. What am I fighting for? I asked myself as I walked towards Kami-sama's tent. Kami-sama, she's not here. Wait, this is. I found a letter at the ground. It looks like it was written by someone, and I read it. A little rookie. Come to the cliff behind the Riviera if you still want to see your goddess alive. I panicked as I stormed outside and went inside my tent to find my armor and my other knife. I ran as fast as I could towards the location, but as soon as I got there, I noticed how many rogue adventurers are there. There is too many of them for me yo fight all alone. Don't worry, I'm the only one you're fighting. A voice of an old man rang out. I looked behind me, and it was the man who picked a fight on us and tried to hit on Ryusan at Miya-san's pub. Where's Kami-sama? Please don't hurt her. Of course I won't if you beat me on a duel, but if you lose, I'll send both of you back to heaven. The fight starts, the other adventurers block the path leading to us, which means no one can interfere. Seria, I launched at full speed towards him and our clash has began. Loki Familia's side. 17th floor. Eki's POV. We arrived at the 17th floor, and as soon as we got there, the captain issued his orders which everyone gladly obeyed, but before they could all move, I proposed to captain for me to fight the Goliath myself with support from Reveria-san, Elfie, and Line. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Well, since we couldn't fulfill your request the other night, I guess I'll let you this time, but be careful, Finsan said as he taps my back, lightly signaling me to go. Everyone, please lend me your strength. I grip my sword tightly as I position myself before dashing off. This will only take 5 minutes. 30 minutes later. I got too careless out there. I almost died earlier, I said while panting heavily, covered in wounds that Reveria-san and Line are currently healing. You know what, Aki? Sometimes we need this kind of thing to light the fire inside our hearts. But I guess it doesn't mean that much to you because the enemy you fought earlier is just in the same level as you. The only thing that got you into that disastrous situation earlier is your carelessness, Captain said to me while wearing a worried look on his face. But you know, if you have that kind of magic, you should use it from time to time or give it to me. That kind of powerful magic will be pretty useful with my boots to contain it. That's impossible, Bite. Because once I release that magic, it can never be contained again, even by Mithril. Because if that's possible, I would never release it and just use it to amplify my sword's effectivity. I replied to him as I tried to move a little bit to get a comfortable position, but Line stopped me. You shouldn't move around just yet, don't worry, we'll be over soon enough, so just wait a little, okay? She gave me a reassuring smile, but I know deep inside that she's terrified on what happened earlier. I'm all right, Line, so don't worry, okay? Also, your hands are shaking, aheha. I laughed lightly as she tries to stop it, but failed at the end. So, how do you feel now? Have you figured it out yet? Not yet, Reveria-san, but I can think better now. I guess fighting something equally strong is a good thing to clear up someone's mind. What exactly are you two talking about? I forgot to inform her about my other friend. Belle, she only saw us but never really went out with us to Riviera, so she never knew what kind of person he is. Oh, you know what? Iki is in love with Argonaut-kun. Tiania, heh, I didn't know that, she said as she covers gaping mouth with both of her hands. What are you saying? First, it's Reveria-san saying I'm going out with Raoul, and now you saying that I like Belle? What's with why, ouch? I cried in pain as I felt my right side throbbing. Hey, stop that, Tiona, don't stress her out too much. We haven't finished healing her. Oh, sorry. We took a rest there for a few more minutes, until they've finished healing me. When it's over, we went straight up to the surface, clearing the whole middle and upper floors. We're almost close, Tiona said excitedly as she starts to jump around. An earthquake suddenly happened, and it's a really strong one. I thought it was just a normal one, but when I looked at Reveria-san's face, she looks horrified. What's wrong? I whispered to her. I just thought I've already felt this kind of ground shaking before, when the god of darkness Erebus tried to summon the terrible one from the deep floors to destroy Aurario back in the Dark Era. Didn't that happen 7 years ago? And Raoul and I are still new to the Familia back then, I replied to her as we continued walking up. Yeah, but now that I think about it, it's impossible because I'm sure Hermes and Hestia would never use their arcanum, especially inside here, since they knew the consequence of doing it down here. You're right, we're here, I shouted as soon as I saw the sun set outside the Babel. Lots of people greeted us when we got back, but the only one we knew from the crowd was a Midson who's also our supplier of potions. I'm glad that the antidote I made earlier worked fine, she said as she smiled a little bit. a rare smile. We talked to her a little bit before going back to the Twilight Manor, our familia's home. There we were greeted by our goddess, Loki, who's standing in the middle of the garden waiting for us. "Welcome home, everyone," she said as a gentle smile formed on her face, another rare smile. "We're back," was what our captain replied. As soon as the greetings were over, Loki switched back to her normal mode and jumped straight to us girls. "I missed you guys, let's take a bath together," she launched at us at full force and speed. All of them managed to dodge them, except for me and Lefia. I didn't know why I couldn't, but I just can't right now. But I managed to grab one of her arms before she touches me. I threw her to Lefia, who looks like she's ready for it. "Lefia, catch," I shouted to her as I threw Loki towards her. "OORRYA." She caught her by holding both of her legs, and what comes next is something we find both funny and impressive at the same time. Lefia spins around while still holding both of Loki's legs, and finally, after gathering all the strength she got from her body and from the force that accumulated from the spin, she threw Loki to the wall beside us. DORRYA. Boom. WOH, a giant swing, Tiona said as she looked at Loki, who's currently stuck in the wall with only half of her body showing. We laughed at the scene wholeheartedly as we saw Loki's face after getting out of the wall. Her face is so flat, like someone like the king punched her. The evening arrives, and all of us went to our respective rooms to get some really, really good sleep. Today was quite fun and a little bit disappointing, but I guess I'll just let it be. I still have plenty of times to try and figure this thing out, so for now, I guess I'll sleep. My body is so tired that in an instant, I fell asleep when I closed my eyes and went to the world of dreams. Chapter 10. Human Speaking. Human Thoughts, Human Chanting. Xeno/Fell's Sounds Talking. Monster/Fell's Thoughts. Monster Chanting. SFX. Aki's POV. Where am I? I woke up under a tree, with my head resting on someone's lap. I looked above and I saw a man who looks like he's around 25 TK, 30 years old. He has a very long legs, a slightly strong build, and a very handsome face. I wonder who he is. I noticed his pure white hair. I thought it was Belle, but his hair is way too short for it to be him, and this kind of manly look doesn't suit his rabbit-like appearance. "Oh, you're awake, Aki-san," he smiled very gently. And then I saw his eyes. It's the same red ruby eyes, but now, it's a lot fiercer and a little bit intimidating to what I'm used to. "Belle?" "Yes," he answered while tilting his head slightly. "Wait, what, you're Belle?" I exclaimed. "Of course, who else? I mean, you see my face every day, so why are you acting so surprised now?" "Wait, what do you mean every day? I know we live in the same city and venture to the same dungeon, but that's impossible." "What? We've been living in the same house for 7 years now." HHAIAI. "Bam." "It hurts," I said as I massaged the back of my head. "Aki-san, are you okay? You fell out of your bed and you're also screaming something like, living in the same city, or something like that." She gave me a worried look. "Ah, so it was just a weird dream, huh? It's already noon, so I think you should get up, eat breakfast, and have your status updated too," she said as she exited the room. "Hiya, maybe I should go out for a bit after doing those," I said as I got up. I fixed my hair and changed my clothes to my usual one. I didn't wear my arm guards since I probably won't go to the dungeon today, but I have to go to Gobniu Familia to have my sword repaired, because I broke it when I used my magic against the Goliath yesterday. I ate my breakfast and went to Loki's office to have my status updated. "Yo, Aki, how's my gorgeous cat today?" she said as she jumps around. "Why do you always do that?" I asked with a deadpan expression. "Because, new girl to update, new girl naked, ouch." I elbowed her side as I entered the room. "Lefia already gave you a lesson yesterday, and still, here you are like nothing happened. Whatever, let's just update your status." I sat down to the small chair at the middle and exposed my back to her as she updated my status. Aki," she exclaimed while looking at my Falna. "What's wrong?" "Level 5 AKI is finally here," she screamed. My jaw dropped as soon as I heard her announce that I'm already a level 5. "What did you do during the expedition, huh? pretty impressive. Now you can become an executive with this. She finished updating it and showed me my status. Level 4-5. Strength, C598, I1. Dexterity, B633, I1. Agility, S907, I1. Magic, D401, I1. Abnormal resistance, G. Escape, F. Skill. Speed up, increase speed when fighting. Magic. Getsuga Tenshu, Heaven Piercer. A very powerful magic that uses both the user's mind and the exilia in the air to enhance the power of the user's weapon. It can be released as a very powerful attack, but once it is released, its power is 10x more powerful than using it to just enchant your weapon. But the drawback of it is that your blade will shatter except if it's a Durandal. I looked at it with amazement because I never thought that my fight with the Goliath will be the key to my rank up. Amazing, I didn't expect this to happen this soon. I walked out of the room while still holding the paper in my hands. I just couldn't believe what happened earlier. But as I got out of the room, I was greeted by my friend's smiles. Congrats, Aki, you're finally level 5, yay, Tiona rejoiced. Congrats, Aki, you're finally a first-class adventurer just like us. Eyes smiled at me gently. Congrats, you've already graduated from being a weakling, keep it up. H. We all exclaimed, even Reveria-san, who just arrived at the scene, have her jaw dropped by what the werewolf said to me just now. What's wrong with you people? I just congratulated her like you guys did, he exclaimed as he averted his gaze from us. Well thanks I guess, I said with an unsure look on my face. Congratulations, Eki. I'm here to announce that you are finally a Loki Familia executive. The beautiful high elf smiled at me as she pats my shoulders. Thanks, Reveria-san. You're welcome. Oh, I remember I have something to talk about to you. And I don't want anyone other than us when we talk, is that okay? Yeah, sure. I followed her suit as she went down to the backyard of the manor. We sat down under the tree. It's about that boy Bell Cranel. What's wrong with him? You see, I don't know what to do about it, but I think Eyes is attracted to him. Isn't that nice? She have other things to think about other than getting stronger. I don't know, maybe it's just me being Mama Bear again. She giggled slightly. If she shows this side of her to many people, I'm sure the number of guys who wants to court her will increase 100 times. Not only does she look absolutely gorgeous, but also cute when she's laughing even just slightly like this. By the way, why are you telling this to me? Aren't you supposed to tell this to Eyes, or Captain? I asked her. Why shouldn't I tell you? I mean no. Never mind, let's just forget that. She dismissed and waved goodbye to me as she walks away. I wonder what's on her mind. I also left the backyard and went upstairs to get my sword and have it repaired by the evening or afternoon. Maybe I'll upgrade it after our trip to Melon, but that can wait. For now, I only need it to be restored. Gobnu Familia's shop. Excuse me, I'm here to have my sword repaired. Hello? I called out, but it looks like there's no one at the workshop right now. I'll do it, so just put it over here. There I saw the god of the Familia, Gobnu-sama himself. I can't have you repair my sword. I can't afford it right now. It's okay, just pay the usual price. It's just a simple repair, so don't mind it. I showed him my sword, and his eyes widened as soon as he saw it. You've ranked up, haven't you? How did he know that? How? I just ranked up earlier before going here, so how did you know? No one knows about it except my Familia. I haven't submitted it to the guild yet. I can tell what rank and level are you right now just by looking at your weapon, and not just you, it's for every adventurer, he said as he heated up his furnace. Amazing, how can you do that? My eyes widened in shock. Adventurers tend to take care of their weapons more when they are on lower ranks, except for your sword princess, and that new record breaker. Do you mean Bell Cranel? So that's his name, huh? That little rookie caused a huge uproar when he leveled up, but I don't think he's faking his experience. You don't have to stay here, you can go out for a bit, and this will be finished by the afternoon, so if you have something else to do, you can go now and come back here before the sunset. Thank you, Gobnu-sama, I'll see you later. I bowed and waved off as I exit their workshop, leaving him with my weapon behind. I'll submit this now to my advisor Noel-san, so he can post it later in the bulletin. Guild. Ina's POV. I was just doing my usual work at my desk. Belkun's party and rescue party haven't returned yet, so I don't have that many things to do. So I was just reading some papers and watching people enter and leave our working place. I wonder what happened to Belkun. Is he safe? Suddenly, a number of people entered the guild. I hope white hair is all right, Naya, or I won't have any good butt to stare at. The cat person with black hair and green eyes said. I'm sure they're fine. Ryu will never let white hair die, especially when Sir begged her so, Naya. Another cat person said, but this time, she had a brown hair and eyes. I also saw the former captain of Freya Familia, Mia Grant, who owns a pub called Hostess of Fertility at the main road towards the Babel. The others are the god Takemikazuchi and Mayach, along with their Familia members. Whoa, so many people waiting for his return. Please don't make us wait too long. Excuse me. Yes. My thoughts was interrupted by a beautiful-looking cat person. She had gray eyes and black long hair that reaches her back. Can I ask if my advisor Noel-san is here? I don't see him at his front desk, you see. Oh, Anakity-san. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but today is his day off from work. I replied as smiled at her apologetically. Oh no, it's fine. I'm just here to submit this to the guild. She handed me a sheet of paper containing only her previous stats and current stats and level. Anakity Autumn, congratulations on your rank up. I shall post it to the bulletin immediately. I congratulated her. I was about to walk out when someone screamed my favorite adventurer's name. Belsan, you're safe, thank goodness. I immediately started running towards their direction, and when I saw his state, my tears bursted out and I launched at him with full force, embracing him tightly, not minding Goddess Hesja's hostile look. Belkun, thank God that you're safe. I cried like a kid while hugging him tightly. Eina-san, please let go of me. But I didn't obey him and instead did the opposite as I tightened my grip on his body. Excuse me, but Belsan needs an immediate treatment right now, since we fought a big battle earlier at the 18th floor, Andromeda-san said as she placed a hand on my shoulder. I nodded at her before letting go of the kid in my grasp. Be sure to tell me everything that happened, all right? I asked him with a still teary eye. Yes, thanks for worrying about me, Ina-san. I promised to take my time on recovering before going back to the dungeon. He smiled very brightly, and for some reason, I felt like all the worry has been washed away because of that. Wait, a voice from inside the guild suddenly rang out. Belle's POV. I heard a very familiar voice of a cat girl I became friends recently. She jogs out of the guild and is currently heading towards my direction. What took you so? Oh my, what happened, Belle? The last time we saw you, you're already recovered, but look at you now. Your condition looks much more worse than when I found you at the 18th floor, she said as she checks me up. I am fine, and also why are you here? I said as I tried to distance myself from her. Oh, I just submitted something to Ina-san here. Yes, she submitted me her updated rank, Ina-san said as she looked at both of us. That means... Yes, I ranked up. Amazing, isn't it? I didn't expect it to happen actually, she said as she makes silly expression. You're really something, Aki-san. Not only are you beautiful, but strong too. I didn't know that I blurted that out, so I just continued looking at her cute features. Is this a payback for me teasing you back at the 18th floor? I noticed the slight blush on her face, but that disappeared too quickly as she smiles deviously to me. And no, you've got it wrong, Aki-san. I'm just saying that you're really an amazing person and woman. That's all, I said loudly as I couldn't handle the embarrassment anymore. Ahahaha, I know. Thank you for your kind words, but you should reserve it for eyes, not me. As soon as she said it, I can't help but feel disappointed to myself. Because of such misguided emotions, I nearly killed myself way too many times, but I don't regret it, because it made me who I am and it helped me level up faster than anyone. What's wrong? She asked me. She had noticed my sour mood. Nothing, it's nothing really. I just turned away to hide my face. Belle, if something's bugging you or someone, I'm here to listen. She placed both of her hands on my shoulders and smiled at me. Thanks, Aki-san. I really want to tell you right now, but I have to sort this out myself. This is my own feelings after all. I have her the best smile I could muster right now. She looked at me seriously before she started giggling for some reason. It looks like we've got the same problem from our own feelings. Good luck to both of us. Now go on and have yourself healed up. I'll go back to Gobniu Familia's workshop to fetch my weapon. She waved goodbye and disappeared at the main street. We went to the Diane Sect Familia's clinic because Ina-san suggested too, but to my surprise, the payment isn't that high. I expected it to be very pricey because the one who healed me is none other than the D Saint herself. Is this really okay? Amid-san, I expect, I was interrupted by a finger of the said saint placed in front of my mouth. It's okay, just think of this as my congratulations gift for breaking the record and defeating the irregular Black Goliath. Not many adventurers survived for a month encountering irregular things in the dungeon, and a floor boss irregular is much more worse than anything else, she said with a serious look, but I can tell from the tone of her voice that she's relieved that I'm fine. Thanks, you're so nice. The nickname, Saint, really fits you well. I smiled at her to show my gratitude. It's nothing, now please if you could, don't go start dungeon exploration again until 3 days or so, and take care of yourself. She gave me a smile. I bid farewell to her, while Kami-sama only gave her a death glare for some reason, which earned her a sermon from her. Listen, I know you're his goddess Hestia-sama, but you shouldn't be overprotective of him. He's already an adult the moment you gave him a falna, and he registered himself as an adventurer at the guild, and also, why are you getting angry at me for being close to him the whole time? How do you expect me to heal him if I stand way too far away from him? She said with a squinted eyebrow. I don't care, there's already way too many women after my Belkun, and I don't want an addition to them. They're ruining our wonderful forbidden love between God and mortal. There she go again, saying things like that. Let's just go home, Kami-sama. I'm sorry, Amid-san, please forgive her. I bowed to her while giving her an apologetic smile. It's okay, I'm used to dealing with annoying customers like her. She smiled again before we exit the clinic. Gobniu Familia's workshop. Eki's POV. Gobniu-sama, is my weapon's repair already finished? I asked as I went to his direction. I noticed something weird on my sword when I looked at it. Somehow the fragile look on the blade vanished, replacing it by a very dense and hard look while still looking as sharp as ever. Did you do something on my sword? I asked him as I went to take a closer look. This is my congratulations for you for both leveling up and for breaking your sword only once, even though it's a very fragile blade, you only managed to chip away the edge. This is my gift for your rank up. I made it a Durandal sword while maintaining its slicing prowess, but it's a little heavier if you don't mind, he explained as he handed me over my sword. I also noticed the slight change on the shape. It's not something you'll notice normally unless you use it very frequently. But I only have 1 million volleys on me, that's all I could pay for. What did I just said earlier? It's my gift, meaning it's free, so just take it. Thank you so much. I kneeled down to him as I showed him my gratitude and my respect to him as a god. Go on, you have some sort of mission outside Arario the day after Tamaro, right? Then go. I went home as soon as I can, so I can show my sword to Eyes, who also owns a Durandal sword called Desperate. I was greeted by Raoul, who's currently standing near the fountain with a teary eyes. Oi, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I tapped his shoulders. Because, you've ranked up already while I'm still stuck at mid-level 4 myself, even though I always went on dangerous places with Captain and the others. He started to cry like a kid after finishing. Sigh. You shouldn't compare yourself to other people, Raoul. If you start doing that and just keep running at your own pace, you'll rank up in no time like I did. You can only say that because you're already a level 5. He started crying again, but this time, he's like a baby. Gosh, he's so loud. I looked at him with a deadpan expression since talking to him will do nothing, I guess. I just went inside. Ah, Eki, welcome back. I was greeted by Tiona, who's holding her urga and looks like she's about to went out. What are you going to do going out with a weapon in hand? I'm just gonna practice with Tioni and Bite so we can adjust to our new status and rank. You should do it too since you also ranked up. Sure, but I'll go to Eyes first since I've got something to show her. I waved at her before climbing up, and there, I found Eyes and Reveria-san talking about something. Good evening, Aki. the green-haired beauty greeted me. "Good evening, Reveria-san, eyes. I have something to show you." I pulled out my sword, and both of them looked very surprised as well as me. My blade not only got an improvement by being upgraded into a durandal, but it also got some slight color change depending on how bright or dark the place is, and right now it looks like a gold. "Wait, that's a durandal. How did your regal force become one?" Our airhead princess asked me with a very curious expression. Gobni-Usama said that it was his gift to me for taking good care of my weapon before, and for my rank up. "He's so kind, be sure to thank him properly," Reveria-san said before going inside her room to take a rest. "Eyes, you see, I just ranked up and still not used to moving and fighting around, so would you be so kind to have a sparring with me?" I asked her. "Sure, but can we do it tomorrow morning? I'm kinda sleepy now," she said as she yawns and rubs her eyes. "Okay, good night then. I'll eat dinner first before going to sleep." We went to our destinations. I went to the dining hall and noticed that Tiona left me some nicely arranged and delicious-looking food. I smiled before digging in, and after finishing my food, I walked around the manor for a while before going to my room for a good night's sleep. As I laid down, I slowly drifted to the world of dreams again. Chapter 11. Normal POV. After Loki Familia's departure and Belle's rest, Hestia decided to update his status because she thought that after the fight with the Black Goliath, his status would increase tenfold, but when she looked at it, she saw something that shocked her. "What the hell happened? How did this happen?" she said as she stared at the exposed Falner of Belle. "What's wrong, Kami-sama?" "Belle-kun, tell me the truth, okay? Did something happen to you recently? Is that event connected to you being kinda depressed recently?" she asked as she shakes him from behind. "Oh, it's just, how can I say this? Someone made me realize my own foolishness. So now, I don't even know now why and what am I fighting for besides honoring my grandfather's wish for me to become an adventurer," he said as he smiled sadly, remembering every word that Hermes told him. "Just tell me, this is a problem." Hermes-sama just made me realize that I'm not really in love with Aiz-san, that I only felt safe when she saved me, and the only reason I want to catch up to her is because I want to pay my debt to her. And the more I think about it, the more I realize it's true. That I never thought of her that much other than my savior and my goal. "I'm such an idiot," he said, as he closed his eyes and buried his face in the pillow. "What, Hermes? Why did you listen to him? You know, for once, I wish you stay in love with that Wallen Wedisitkun, because she's the reason you got a rare skill called Lyris Free Soups." She covered her mouth as she accidentally said about her secret. "Wait, I have a rare skill called Lyris Freeze, and she's the reason why I got this. Then why didn't you tell me?" "Because I know that if I tell you this, you won't be able to keep your mouth shut about it. I know what you're thinking, that I don't trust you but I'm just protecting you, because if other gods were to find this out, they would do everything to get you. Do you want that? Every single familia in existence, hunting you down and wants to claim you like some kind of price." "No, I understand, you don't have to explain anymore. So please just finish updating it so I can see the results." Hestia finished her update and showed the paper to Belle. His status only increased by 32 points in total, which is very little compared to the previous 100-200 increase every day, and he also saw for the first time his skill Lyris Freeze, but this time, it have an off word inside a parentheses. "So this is why my status is just a normal one right now, huh?" "It says off, meaning, it's not working right now," he said solemnly while looking at the brown paper in his hand. "That's right, I know it's going to be hard, but you have to get used to it from now on, okay?" she said as she sat beside him. "Okay." Days passed by, Belle was still resting, and goes every day to the Diane sect familia to have a mid check his condition to see if he's already recovered for full dungeon exploration. The day of his complete recovery finally arrived. He, Welf and Lily got invited by their new friend Mikoto Yamato to explore the middle floors, which they gladly accepted. "Woo, I didn't know that having one extra hand could make things 10 times easier than just the 3 of us, right?" Welf said excitedly as they start to explore the now monster-free floor. "Yeah, thanks to Mikoto-san, you really helped us out this time." The rabbit boy smiled at the mentioned girl. No, I was the one who asked you to come with me, and this is just me atoning from what we did earlier. She looked down wearing a sad smile. It's okay, Makoto-san, you don't have to do that. He's right, that's all in the past now. I'm just glad that we're all alive, Lily added. After collecting all the magic stones from the monsters they defeated, Thet decided to do some celebration since they earned 5 times their usual middle floor earning. They are about to go to Mia's pub, but Mikoto said that she had some business to attend and Lily insisted on not going there, because she don't like being around both Sir and Ryu, so they decided to go to some random pub near the Twilight Manor without their knowing. So Belle-sama, when is your next rank up? Lily asked while raising one eyebrow. I'm way too far from it. I think my first level up is just out of pure luck. Haha, looks like we'll be both level 2 for a while now, huh? The smith tapped the little rookie's adventurer with full force. Suddenly, a third party's force rang out. Huh, stop joking, will you? Out of pure luck. We all fucking know that you're just faking your progress, and now you're saying that you are too far from level up. Ha, we already know it. Faker. A Palom boy clad in black uniform with an orange lining and orange arrow logo on it. Belle just sat in silence, not wanting to mind it. You and your shameless, useless slut goddess should just rot in hell. The only good thing about her is her huge breast, and other than that, she's pretty much a dead weight on any adventurer if she becomes their deity. She should be a goddess of poverty, not hearth ha. The Palom continued. What? Take what you said about Kami-sama back. Why should I take it back? It's true anyway. You bastard. Bang. Suddenly, a wooden mug that is full of beer was thrown away to the short boy's face with full force, knocking him out cold in the process. Oops, sorry, my hand slipped, he said with his hands still extended towards the group of people in black suit. A fight broke out after that with Belle and Welf wiping the floor with them and throwing them around like some sort of rag. Who's next? Welf roared. I'll take you guys on. That changed when the last man with a very beautiful face entered. He's far stronger than the both of them combined, and Lily didn't attempt to join in because she's just going to burden them anymore. HMPH. The long-haired man dashed to Welf and punched him in the stomach, knocking out all the air inside his lungs, leaving him unconscious, and he next went to Belle. Hiya. Belle tried to attack while observing his movement, but he's way too fast for his own eyes. But when he remembered his training with eyes and how she always accidentally used her full power to knock him out, he began to fight evenly. Not bad, but I'll take you seriously now. The man increased his speed and power to its fullest, sending barrage of attacks to the white-haired kid, which didn't manage to defend himself. Hey, isn't that the level 3 Phoebus Apollo? I heard that he's a mid-level 3. No one can stop him now. Belle was defeated and was now held in throat by the one who beat him up. You fought well for a mere level 2, but you're still no match for me, he said as he tightened his grip to his throat. Clang. Will you shut the fuck up, weaklings? My booze is having a bad taste because of what you bunch are doing. A gray werewolf man said as he kicked the chair beside him towards the two. Everyone, let's go. He ordered his beaten-up companions, and as they left the pub, a cat girl with black long hair and black dress entered the pub. Bite, Reveria-san said that you should come back now before you drink too much like what you did at Mia-san's pub, she said as she walks beside the dog, not noticing the white-haired kid lying on the wooden floor covered in his own blood. I got it, so stop bugging me, and isn't that damn arrogant brat your friend? He pointed out to where he was laid. What? As she looked at the direction, her beautiful face went completely pale as she saw the boy. Belle, she went to his side in a blink of an eye, inspecting his wounds and all of his body. Ikisama, please help me carry them back. I can't bring them back on my own since they are not dungeon items. My supporter skill won't work on them. The Palom girl begged her. Okay, let's hurry back and Bite. What? He simply answered. Why didn't you stop them? If it's you, then you can clearly stop whoever it is as long as it's not the king, she said angrily. Why should I? And that damn brat is also getting carried away already by his record breaking, so that only serves him right. He kicked another chair before leaving his money and the pub. Abandoned church. Belle and Welf was now all right. They are just covered in bruises and was being healed by Lily, Hestia, and Eki, who insisted on sticking around. Hephaestus also arrived to bring Welf back to with her. Yeah, it's the first time you go back home after a fight. And I really do have mixed feelings about this, because if you look at it from the other side, having a fight inside a pub is just a part of an adventurer's growth and daily life, but I don't want to see you hurt that badly again, the goddess of hearth said as she tends to his child's wounds with Eki, who's currently very quiet and concentrating hard on what she's doing. I think you're a bad influence to him, Hestia-sama. You're always tolerating him. The Palam supporter hissed to the goddess. What did you say? The child goddess replied angrily. Will you guys please keep quiet? If you want to banter, then go outside, not in front of them. The goddess of forge shouted to the two. It finally silenced the both of them, but they still occasionally glare to each other. All right, I'm finished treating your wounds, Belle. Now answer me, how did you get in that fight? The cat girl asked in curiosity, because he doesn't seem to be a person who just picks fights out of nowhere or be provoked by someone that easily. There must be something behind it. It's just that, I don't care if they say terrible things to me, but they said something horrible to Kami-sama, and I can't stand it, he said as he gripped his fist harder. You're so kind. She pats his head before looking at the mentioned goddess location. Say, why is he still the sole member of your familia? She asked the short goddess who sweated heavily after hearing the question. I tried recruiting, but no one wants to join in, I guess. Stop lying already, Hestia. If you don't, I'll spill the beans out for you. The red-haired goddess stood up and went beside Eki. I got already. Stop pestering me, will you? There are some who wants to join my familia because they knew that Belle would become strong in no time, but I just said no to them because I don't want anyone to invade our love nest. She shouted while glaring at the two women in front of her. Whack. Ouch. Do you think that's something reasonable? First of all, you should go and ask you child's opinion too. You're so useless. He better be off without you for better. Hephaestus yelled at her after smacking her with a huge paper fan that came out of nowhere. I'm starting to think that what they said earlier is correct, the rabbit boy said jokingly. Well, it looks like you're already fine, so I'll take my leave now. Good night, Belle, Lily-chan, Welf, Hephaestus-sama, and Hestia-sama, she bowed before climbing up the stairs. Oh yeah, see ya, don't come back, Aga, it hurts. She received another one from Hephaestus, but this time, it's a punch to the stomach. How can you say that to the person who helped your child? Have you no shame? Why, she's always there to take my quality time with Belkun away. Ha, I'll be going now, it's so stressful to just talk to you. What a pain, she walked out with Welf, who bid farewell to his two friends before leaving. Morning at Twilight Manor. Eki's POV. I woke up exactly 7 a.m. at the morning, which is the standard time for me, since I have to cook breakfast with Alicia and Narvi. I fixed my hair and noticed something on it. My hair is getting pretty long now. Should I go to the parlor to have a stylist to cut it, or just let it be? Well, for now, I'll just tie it in a ponytail and clip some of my bangs to the side, I guess, I said as I fixed my long black hair and clipped my bangs with a gold star-designed hair clip. Note, if you play the game DANMACHI Memoria Freeze, go find her Twilight Cat version, and there, you will find that I based her hair on that version of her in the game. I went down straight to the kitchen after my morning routine, and there, I saw my cooking buddies already wide awake and ready for the day. Good morning to you two. You woke up earlier than I expected. I greeted and smiled at the two of them as I go beside them. Yeah, I woke up earlier and can't sleep, so I decided to do some light exercise earlier. What about you, Ali? Narvi asked the orange-haired elf as she scratched her head lightly. Me? I just woke up earlier at 6 and decided to have some coffee and read one of my books, that's all, she replied simply. Oh, so how about we start preparing the breakfast for everyone? I reminded them with our task. We proceeded on doing our task and finished it at 7:45, 15 minutes before everyone else woke up. We decided to wait for them rather than eating ahead, because we thought it was a little bit rude to not eat with everyone. Eki, what are you saying? Alicia's sweat dropped. Yeah, you're like a narrator for some reason. It's kinda weird, Narvi said as she gave me an unsure smile. Nothing, it's just weird because for the first time, I felt special because I've ranked up recently and also became an executive of the Familia, not to mention the gift Gobniyu-sama gave me, a special weapon like eyes. For some reason, the side character status on me has been lifted, I said as I smiled softly while looking at both of my hands. That's true, the author of this story have some pretty weird taste on choosing the main heroine. Picking a side character that barely made an appearance in the anime really is something else, Alicia sighed. Wait, what? I replied in surprise. Everyone woke up and finished eating. Now Line, Lefia and Cruz are washing the plates while we do our own things. That's what I thought before the captain called me to his office, along with Eyes, Bite, Tiona, Tyone, Gareth-san and Reveria-san. Knock knock. Finn, everyone's here, can we come in? The high elf beauty in front of us said. Go on, come in, he replied. All of us went inside, and I can say for sure that I don't like the atmosphere here that much because it feels like there's some big problem right now. Something wrong, Finn? Our elder dwarf was the first to speak up. Nothing really. It's just that Loki said that Apollo-sama was going to hold a banquet, and he wants every deity to take one or two of their childs to it, and it's going to be held tonight at their own mansion, he said as he gestured everyone to sit down. Bita, no thanks. Tiona Tyone, that seems boring, so no. Gareth, I don't really mind, but it doesn't fit me. Eyes, I don't know. Me, I don't know, I don't drink and dance anyway. Reveria, there's no helping it, guess I'll go. We all replied, and of course, Captain can't go because of the mountain of paperwork beside his desk. It's even taller than Reveria-san. Bam! The door suddenly opened loudly, as our goddess entered the room wearing a devious smile on her face. You know what, you don't have to think about this, guys. I'll just bring Eistan with me. I've got a pret gown for her, and I'm sure it'll fit her aight. She showed us a very frilly gold and white gown, and for some reason, it's very familiar, I don't know why. Note, Itsuki's dress as an idol in Dan Memo game, but this time the skirt is long. It's a real gown this time. What are you thinking on getting a dress like that, Loki? Reveria-san face palmed after inspecting the said gown. What, isn't it cute? I'm sure it will fit her gold eyes and hair. Tonight, she will be remembered as the Golden Princess, she roared while walking in circle to Eyes. We all sighed very long, even the captain. Sometimes, I really just want to punch Loki to death. It is said at the invitation that you can bring 2 at maximum, right? Then I'll go with you. Who knows what kind of foolishness you're going to do this time, Reveria-san said as she glared at our deity who's still playing around. Again, can I have some quality time with Eistan? You guys are always cock-blocking me. She wiped her non-existent tears off. Except that you don't have one, the werewolf beside me said simply. We all bursted out of laughter because of what he said. We know it's just some simple counter, but still, we can't just not laugh on this. Even the very serious Reveria-san looks like she's about to burst out. That's a good one. You said something really impressive today, AHAHAHA. Gareth-san tapped Bite's back with his huge hands, and with such a force that it pushed Bite forward to Loki, and he dived straight to her non-existent chest. It's hard, he said with a face of somewhat disappointment and disgust. WH, you're all mean to me. Fine, I'll take you as well, RIVRIA. YAGUIS happy now. The truth is, I don't want to go because I don't really like wearing gowns and I don't drink, our sword princess apologized. NOOO, now she's really crying like a kid, what a mess. Then, why not just take a key with you? I'm sure it would be a good opportunity to show her to everyone now since she already became a level 5, our captain suggested out of the blue. Me, I don't want to. I tried to shrug it off, but Captain seems like he really wants me to go. You should go, it's your chance to increase your popularity. It's time for you to shine now, Aki, so go on and grab the opportunity. He smiled at me. His smile melted down the elder Amazon beside Tiona, who's trying her best to keep her as a human being, and for her to not become a slime. Okay, I'll go, but I don't have any dress. It'll take time to find something that I would like to wear myself since I'm not really into those kinds of clothings, I said weakly, giving up and surrendering to my fate. You can just wear the dress that Loki brought earlier. I'm sure that it would fit you and your gold hair tie and clip, Reveria-san said as she smiled at me gently. I don't really mind the color, but I don't like how flashy it looks. I don't want to stand out that much. It's okay to stand out, Aki. Finn already said this earlier, but it's your time to shine now, so don't worry about it. And since you're the one coming with her, I don't have to accompany you guys anymore because I know you're responsible. We finished our meeting and went to do our own things. It's already night, and everyone's preparing for our departure to Apollo Familia's manor, which is not that far away from here. Okay, the chariot is ready now. You guys just get dressed and fix yourselves and you're ready to leave, Captain said before returning to his office. Guess I have no choice but to wear this. I wish it will fit me right. I went to my room and tried wearing it with the help of Reveria-san, Narvi, Alicia, Line, and Lefia. There you go, girl, Narvi said as she finished zipping up the back of the gown. All you need is just to apply some light makeup and fix your hair, Reveria-san said as she starts to untie my hair, but I stopped her. I don't want to let my hair down. It's a little too long right now, so I'll just let my ponytail up. Roger that. They finished the final touches, and when I opened my eyes and looked at them, they were all wearing a very surprises face for some reason. I guess I look weird. I knew it, I look weird, right? I said while looking down. No, how do I say this? Aki-san, you look beyond marvelous. You look beyond perfect. It's just way too beautiful, Lefia said with very bright eyes. Suddenly, the room's door shot wide open as one of our mage entered the room. Her name is Elfie, and the room made of Lefia, a very lively and cheerful person. Captain said that you should leave, and Loki also said that. Is that you, Aki-san? She said as she blinked her eyes repeatedly. Yeah, is there something on my face, Elfie? Ah, no, it's just that. You look more flawless than usual. I mean, you're already pretty perfect, but tonight, you look like you're on a very different level, she said as she covers her mouth with one of her hands. I think you're exaggerating things here. No, Aki-san, I think she's right. You're already a natural beauty, but seeing you dressed like this and having some nice light makeup is just beyond perfect. You really look wonderful, she said with a very cheerful smile that could melt down any man's heart. Thank you, everyone. Then I'll be going now. Have a good time, Aki, and also, Reveria-san went nearer and whispered to me. Be sure to dance someone, okay? Okay, I'll be going now. I exited the room and went to where Loki, Captain, and the chariot is waiting. They all had their jaw drop when they saw me enter the scene. WOAH. Who thought that the dress would fit you so perfectly, AKI? I guess what Finn said earlier is right. We left the manor and went to the banquet to enjoy the night. I hope I have someone to talk to at the banquet. Banquet of the Gods. Normal POV. Belle and Hestia arrived with Naza and Mayach. Belle wore a golden suit that has a shoulder guard, similar to an admiral's uniform, but this has a lot of details on it, and its color is gold and white in combination. Third anniversary Belle's suit just removed the cape and sword. Hestia, on the other hand, just wore a simple gold and white gown. Her original dress in the anime, just a different color. You look awesome, Belle-kun. I guess I made the right choice. She gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, thank you for choosing this, Kami-sama, he replied cheerfully before noticing the cat girl, clad in gold and white flashy gown. And she looks absolutely stunning. Aki-san, he said as he still couldn't believe it that he's seeing her dressed like this. Oh, Belle, she said in surprise as he saw Belle, dresses exactly just like her and their clothes look perfectly matched. Oh, Dachabai, I never thought you'd have enough money to afford a dress, Loki said as she teases the short goddess. And why are you dresses like a man this time, afraid that someone might point out again that you have no tits? The childish goddess provoked. What do you say? It's true anyway. Belle and Aki just sweat dropped at the scene. Not wanting to be caught in their catfight, they just went to each other's direction to talk. Aki-san, you look so beautiful right now, and that dress really fits you. Thanks, and you also look great in that. You look like a prince, she smiled at him. The two gods just finished bickering and decided to go inside, but they started to fight again, because both of them wants to go inside first. Aki-tan and I should go in first. No, me and MY Belle-kun should go in first. Why not just go inside? I mean, Loki-sama is dressed as a guy so she can be your escort, right? The White Prince suggested. Huh, why should I escort Doc you damn brat? Ha, you afraid of messing up. You're really good for nothing flatey. Fine, let's go, grab onto me, but who'll escort Akitan? I'll have him as my escort. Aki smiled as she hooked her arm with Belle, who blushed slightly at her actions. Wait, I've changed my mind. You won, suddenly. Loki dragged her inside because she's already itching to have a drink right now. So, shall we also head inside now? The cat girl smiled at the white-haired boy. All right, let's go. They entered the hall, and all the gods and adventurers' attention went straight to them. The recent level 5 and the record holder little rookie entered the hall with a matching clothes, caused an uproar. They look good together. Wait, are they going out? Wow, Alexa looks perfect. The little rookie looks like a prince. They could hear everyone talk about them, and they were too focused on them that they didn't notice that Freya already entered the hall. Oh, Belle-kun, Aki-chan, you two look perfect for each other, especially those clothes of yours, but Mayasvi won't be left behind because she also had the same golden dress as Aki-chan, and it also looks perfect on her. The god of travel said as he presented his familia's captain dressed in a gold dress. Simple and yet, really fits her perfectly. Hermes-sama, stop it, or I'll really hit you hard. The night went on and everyone started to talk and have a drink, while the others starts to dance. Belle, on the other hand, just sat outside, since he garners so much attention inside. Belle-kun, what's up? Oh, Hermes-sama, nothing, I just don't want the attention I'm getting inside. Is that so? Then let's have a small chat for now. Why did you become an adventurer? Nothing really. It's just that my grandpa said that if you want to be a hero, then being an adventurer is the path that leads straight to it. Oh, that's all. He also said that I could build my own harem after becoming an adventurer. He smiled weakly while remembering grandfather's words. Is that true, ahahaha? By the way, aren't you going to dance? I guess not, since I don't know how. Hermes looked around inside and there. He found Cat Princess surrounded by male gods and adventurers, pestering her. Belle-kun, isn't she your friend? You should go and help her, she looks overwhelmed. He pointed out to her direction. Oh, I need to get her out there. Wait, you need an excuse to get her out there, so you should ask her for a dance, Hermes said while raising a finger. But I don't know how. Then watch me. He went towards Asfi's direction and extended a hand to her. Asfi, may I have a dance with you? He said in a very gentle manner. Gladly, she smiled as she saw Hermes looking at Belle's direction. Belle gulped heavily before heading towards the troubled beauty's direction. Excuse me, let me through. He struggled a bit to go towards her, and when he finally managed to reach her. Aki-san, will you please have a dance with me? Everyone got surprised when he asked her because everyone who asked her so far got rejected, but this time she accepted it. With pleasure, she smiled gently as she took his hand and went to the dance floor with him. The truth is I don't really know how to dance, but when I saw you having a hard time with those guys, I kinda went and asked you, he said shyly as he holds her hand. It's okay, and also thank you for doing that for my sake. Don't worry, I also don't know how to dance, so we're on the Sama boat. Shall we try then, UWAH? They tried to move around but fails miserably, as both of them don't know what to do. Seeing the both of them struggle, Take Mikazuchi and Mikoto went to their direction. Calm down, you two, you guys are adventurers, right? Then don't worry, just look into each other's eyes. Feel each other and just go with the flow of the music. You don't need to know how to dance, you just have to feel it and go with it. That's all. Instantly after hearing the god of fighting's words, the two started to sync perfectly, dancing around like flowers in the middle of the desert. They look beautiful. Adarl, just who is that girl dancing with him? Freya said in irritation. It's Anakitty Autumn, also known as Ulksa. She just ranked up recently. I see, can we just separate them somehow? It's getting on my nerves. It's impossible, Freya-sama, it would appear to be too unreasonable. He simply replied to the irritated goddess. They finished dancing, and everybody gave them an applause for their wonderful dance, but suddenly, all the lights went off and a single spotlight was left open. focusing on Belle and Aki only. Good evening, everyone. I just have something to say. Did you know that little rookie here just went and beat up one of my children out of no reason? The sun god said while presenting a Lewin covered in bandage and have his left arm braced. It hurts, it really hurts. Now, how do you explain this, Belle Cranel? Not just him, but my other childs also saw you as well as my Captain Hyacinthos. The owner of the pub also said the same thing. What are you saying, Apollo? Belkun went home yesterday completely unconscious and covered in bruise and wounds. If not for Akikun here, he won't be able to come here today. HOOHHH. So, you're saying that my kids are lying and you didn't do this to my Lewin? Yeah, that's right, the short goddess replied angrily. Then it can't be HELPED. Let's just have a war game. And if you lose, I'll have your child, Belle Cranel for my own. Apollo announced, which excites the other gods who's looking for something fun. So that's your plan, you goddamn pervert. Yeah, that's right, so if you don't want this to end up being an absolute disaster for you, just give him to me and I promise T take a good care of him. SLUURRRPP. Chapter 12. Apollo's Banquet. Aki's POV. Then there is no helping it. Let us just have a war game, and if I win, I'll have your child, Belle Cranel, for myself. SLUURRPP. Yuck, so gross, I think I'm about to puke, was my thoughts after what the god Apollo did in front of everyone. But after recovering, I went to Belle's side immediately because I may only have arrived after the fight, but I know that Belle is the victim, not them. Excuse me, but I saw him after the fight, and I was the one to carry him back to their familia's home, and he's really in a terrible state back then. If not for God Maich's ointment and potions, he would still be covered in wounds and bruises tonight. I came in defense to him, because I can clearly tell that they've set this up, including the banquet to lure them in here, and challenge them to a war game because of the sin they've never committed in the first place. I never had the urge to punch another god other than Loki until today. Aki, just shut up, this ain't our problem, just let Belle Cranel handle this himself. The red-haired deity beside me said while opening her eyes, she's serious. Why? How can you just let this happen to your friend? Don't lie to me. I know how much you treasure Hestia because she is the only one who doesn't view you as an outcast back in your days in Tenkai. Captain told us that even when every god's hated you because you always want some fight, she always welcomes you with arms wide open. I said to her in a very pissed tone. How, damn you Finn, but still we won't help them right now, that's an order, she stated while blocking my way towards the two. Why? Because this isn't the right time for that. We'll help them when the right time comes, but for now, let's just leave. Before leaving, she gave me a reassuring smile. This rarely happens, and when it does, it's bound to be a good thing. I followed her as we went home. She said that she'll talk to the captain of what happened and what could we do about the situation. For me, I just went straight to my room, and since everyone is asleep now, I went inside, and there I noticed my roommate Line was still awake and standing at the window. Good evening, why are you still up? I greeted her as I entered the room quietly. Oh, I was actually waiting for you, so how's the banquet? She asked excitedly as she sits at one of the chairs. Let me change first, and we'll have some nice chat about what happened tonight. She helped me undress my gown because I couldn't reach the zipper at the back. After that, I told her everything that happened at the banquet, including my dance with Belle, that I don't know how long we did it, but it feels way too short no matter what. And then I told her about the upcoming wargame of Apollo Familia against Hestia Familia. That would be difficult for him, since he's the only member of their Familia. It would be hard because Apollo Familia's count is about 100. I feel sorry for him, she said with a hint of worry. I felt happy knowing that she's also worried even though they are yet to be friends, so I held one of her hand and thanked her sincerely. Thanks so much for worrying about him, but rest assured, we will help him because Loki said so. We'll just wait for the captain's orders. We went to sleep and drifted into the world of dreams, and then the morning came and all of us woke up by a very loud explosion coming from the ruins of Arario, and if my memory serves me right, it's exactly at the direction of Belle's home. The abandoned church. I dashed out of my room, completely armed with my sword on my waist, and my arm guards, but I found Captain and the others just standing there, looking at that direction. "Aki, you're awake now," he said simply without looking at my direction. "I know you want to help him like eyes, but I'll say this right now. No, this isn't the right time. We'll let Heshchasama's official allies to help them escape, so just sit there." He ordered me, but this time, he's finally looking into my eyes. I noticed that he also wants to help him, if only not for his position as the captain. I think he would go out there and try to extend a hand to him. I also want to go, but it will only cause nothing but trouble to them, so let's just wait. There is nothing we can do for now than to stand by, so please, just obey me, and when the right time comes, we'll take actions. Is that clear? Yes, we all answered in unison. Before the sunset, the uproar died down, and we saw Bell running towards our home in complete gear. I watched him try to enter the manor, but our guards didn't let him enter. But then, Tayoni came out and grabbed him by his collar. "Tayoni," I whispered angrily as I watched her hang him up in the air. Soon, she dropped him down and the captain appeared behind me, holding his spear and wearing his gloves. "It looks like Tayoni just finished the little act I asked her to do. Let's go, Aki. We'll have him enter the backyard, and there, all of us will train him, so grab your weapon. We'll train him in 3 days straight without sleep," he said as he turned away and smiled slightly. I felt so relieved that Tayoni's just acting, because I don't know what might happen if that's all true. I went to the back, and there, I saw every executive present as well as Lefia, who just ranked up to level 4 yesterday. They are all fully armed, especially Betez, since he have his 2-dagger Roland out already, and he never really used it other than our expedition. "It looks like everyone is ready. Let him in, Raoul." "Roger." He opened the gate, and there we saw the white-haired adventurer, standing in front of us. I noticed that all of them tensed up, including the captain for some reason. "Welcome, Bell Cranel. Don't be nervous. I know why you're here, and that's why all of us are armed. We're all here to train you." He said what kind of training he'll have and who he'll fight first out of all of us. And Captain said that he'll go first to take a look at his skill and what he could do. "Okay, not everyone stand back. And also I'm gonna use my Durandal spear just in case. Your knife is very dangerous after all," he smiled before getting ready himself. The fight began as soon as they launched themselves to each other. I never knew that Bell used daggers as main weapons, so I just observed them for a moment and before I knew it, his weapon got knocked out of his hand in an instant. "What's wrong? I held my strength back to match your level, but it feels like you're still a lot weaker. Let's try again, since I can't get a grasp of what you can do right now. Try using your magic. I don't mind." They went and clashed again, and this time, he's now using his magic in some weird timings. It looks like he's trying to throw off balance the captain, but he's the one who's going off instead. Clang! Slash! "Bell," I shouted as I saw Captain's spear slash through his side, and it looks really deep. "It's okay, Reveria, please heal him immediately." The high elf obeyed his orders, and they went for another clash, and the sound of their weapon could be heard throughout the manor. Finn's POV. "Something's wrong with him. That's what my thumb is telling me the moment our fight began. It feels like he's waiting for something to happen. I don't know what is it, but I know he's relying on it heavily." "Bell Cranel, I know this isn't your full strength. You're even weaker right now than the time you fought the Minotaur when you are still a level 1. What's holding you back? What are you waiting for?" Haya. He didn't reply, but instead increased the intensity of his strike, which for some reason still feels lacking. "You damn brat." Suddenly, Betez screamed to him while the fight was still ongoing. "What are you doing? What are you expecting to happen? Some miracle or some goddamn shit? I don't care about that. Show me what you did when we saw you at the 9th floor when you're fighting that goddamn Minotaur," he roared, clearly being pissed off by his poor performance. Clang! I knocked off his weapons again, but this time with much more force to try and snap him out. "I'm disappointed, Bell Cranel. I can't believe that I'm looking at the same person who inspired me to take adventuring to the dungeon serious again. It felt like you've lost something, and that loss was holding you back. I don't know what is it you are fighting for before, but what I know is that the you standing in front of us right now is not the real Bell Cranel we knew. I just don't know what to do. After finding out that my love for Aiz-san is just me misunderstanding my own feelings just crushed me inside. I don't even know right now what I'm fighting for. I wasn't even surprised when he said that since it's pretty obvious. Then, when you first came here to Arario, and the first time you stepped inside the dungeon, what is your first motivation? To become a hero that would rescue anyone who's in trouble, no matter who they are as long as they are suffering, as long as they need salvation, I'll become their hero even if everyone treats me like a villain. As soon as he said that, I noticed his eyes lit up a bit, a good sign. Then how about your friends? Hestia-sama included, do you think you could protect them with the power you're showing us right now? No, you can't. You can't become their hero if you rely on something that doesn't even work. That's why no matter how much you rank up, you are still weak, and you'll stay like that forever. I can't believe that I was so motivated after I saw you fight that bull before. I feel like shit. But not really holding back, he's saying everything that he feels, and I think that it's the right decision. He's right. Do you want to be branded as a weak? No one wants to be called like that, so what are you waiting for? Show us what you've got. I increased the speed and intensity of my attack to push him back. I don't want that. Yes, I know that I'm weak and still a kid, but I want to grow up and become as strong as you guys are. For Kami-sama's sake. For everyone's sake and for you guys' sake as well. He said as he tried to match my attacks but failed to. Then show me your bravery. Show me your courage and awaken the real you. I swung my spear at full force without holding back all of my strength, but suddenly, I saw the other half of my spear flying towards my back. Something completely unreal happened in front of all of us. The falna on his back started glowing and covered in white flames. Loki also dashed out when she saw it from above and stood beside Reveria and Gareth. Oi, that's impossible, she said as her eyes shot wide open. I saw his eyes now and its power came back. But this time, it's a lot stronger than the previous one. He's ascended now. I can't believe you broke the Durandal that Tsubaki made for me, but that's just a little price to pay to what's happening to you right now. I smiled at him as I gestured Raoul to give me my normal spear. Finn! Gareth stepped forward as well as the others, except for Aki, who just stood there looking at the white-haired boy's eyes. We can't just stand around anymore. We're itching to fight this kid already. He smiled as he positioned himself for attacking, which is very rare since he always go defensive. I guess his courage also inspired the adventurer's flames inside of him as well. Well then, you'll fight all of us at once now. Consider this as your training. Try to dodge or stop or even defeat us if you can. Let's go. All of us attacked him, while Lefia and Reveria started to chant their magics. But someone crashed in the middle from above. A big man whose skin color is a brown and has a boar's ears. The only level 7 in Arario and the pinnacle of adventurers. The King Ottarl arrived. Ottarl, why are you here? I asked him, ready for any action he takes because he might try to pull something off. Freya-sama's orders. She ordered me to help you guys train the little rookie for their upcoming wargame. Freya-sama doesn't like the idea of picking a fight on smaller familias, he simply said before drawing both of his sword. Both. You're seriously taking him on? I asked worriedly, because he may be strong for a level 2, but still taking on a level 7 at its highest stats would be very dangerous to him. It's okay, Finn-san, and also, thank you so much. He bowed down to the bows in front of me before taking his stance. That's good, I like the fire in your eyes, Ottarl said before he starts attacking him. We also followed his lead with Aki joining us this time, attacking him while giving our mages some space to cast their magic out. Our formation and attack was flawless, but all of us were amazed by how quick Belcranal adapted to this, but his only problem is that he can't keep up with our movements because of the gap in level. You're doing perfect. It's just the difference in our level that's keeping you back, but if you level up to 5 or 6, I'm sure that you could block and dodge all of that. Keep it up since we've got some more for you. 3 days later. Normal POV. After 3 days of endless battle and eating, Bel finally finished his training and was ready for the fight. Okay, go on, your friends must be waiting for you right now, the blonde Palom said to the white-haired boy. Yes, thank you very much. He bowed down before preparing to leave, but suddenly a pair of arms enveloped him from behind. Don't lose, you got that. The the black-haired cat woman said weakly. I won't lose, he said full of determination. Good, then go, make us proud. She pushed him forward, and he started running back to the place of their meeting. Yes, I'll be back later. He waved off, leaving the Loki familia and Otterl behind. Go on, break through your shell and reach higher until you reach the realm of the gods. Chapter 13. Ruins. Normal POV. All of them were waiting for the final member of their team, Bel. Mikoto, Welf, Ryu, Hestia, and Hephaestus were there sitting and waiting for him. There he is. A white-haired boy could be seen walking towards their direction, clad in red salamander wool. Bel Kun, we're waiting for you, and also, Hephaestus got something to say to you, she said as she tapped her fellow god's left shoulder. Since we've got some time, I would like you to do some meditation with your weapon. Meditating, for what exactly, and what weapon? The knife that I made for you, remember what Hestia said to you, that weapon is alive. So what should I do? He asked as he drew his black knife. First, take a sit and put that knife on your lap and try communicating with it. She told him, and he did as he was told to. Sitting in an empty space, he placed down his knife on his lap and closed his eyes. Bel's POV. I'm really concentrating my mind on this, but I still couldn't feel anything, so I tried opening up my eyes, but when I did, I noticed that I'm on a completely different-looking Aurario. For some reason, everything was sideways, and all things looks like glass for some reason, reflecting the beautiful skyscraper beside me. Where am I? I said in confusion. Welcome, I've been waiting for your arrival. My other half, a voice, similar to mine, rang out, but his voice had more vigor on it. I turned around and saw a person. White hair, yellow fierce eyes. He's clad in white shirt that extends to his knee on his left side and gold shoulder guards and gold arm guards. He also have black pants, gold boots and black cape, and lastly the golden sword with a gem on its handle that he's carrying. Who are you? I asked him. As I said, we are the same person. You are my other half from the future, and I am your other half from the past, he simply said while smiling to me. I don't really get it. I scratched my head lightly, clearly not understanding what he just said before. Ahaha, you're really such a kid. Forget it, you're here so I'll show you the way, I'll give you the power, and your weapon shall grow as much as you do. His hand glowed and he placed it in my chest, and suddenly, I felt a surge of power inside me. My power is growing again. This is just the beginning, but once you reached a certain level, you will feel it more and your potential will become limitless. Now go on. You are not needed here anymore. He pushed me back, and I was flicked back to the Aurario that I know. It's complete, look at what happened to the knife. I hear Hephaestus Sama's voice as I drifted back to the reality. I saw my knife gain weight and length on it. It's no longer a knife. It looks like one of those short katanas Ryusan is always carrying around. Amazing, I said in amazement as I look at my weapon. This is one of those weapons I made back then. I made weapons like this with my first child. He's not here anymore, but he still have my Falna engraved on his back, the red-haired goddess said as she wore a sad look on her face. Can I ask who he is? Because I only know Tsubaki-san from your familia and only her, can I ask who your first child was? Out of curiosity, I asked her what kind of person and how great of a smith that person is. Since Kami-sama also doesn't know who he is, she also joined me on asking. I'll tell you, and you too, Welf, after your war game, so you definitely have to win this all right. She smiled at us proudly while placing a hand on our shoulders. Absolutely, how can I embarrass you in front of all people of Aurario? Welf said as he looked at Hephaestus Sama with his eyes full of confidence. She also looked at me, but I didn't say anything. I just looked at her with serious eyes, not full of confidence, but awareness that I have to be victorious no matter what. Ahaha, I like the look on your eyes, they've got power on it. And for the last part, Hestia, update his status already before they go out. Oh, I almost forgot. She removed my salamander wool and lifted up my shirt. She pierced her index finger with a needle and dropped her blood on my back, and in an instant, my status manifested. She started to update my status, but it's been taking a while now, so I and everyone started to ask her what's going on. Kami-sama, something wrong. Bel Kun, what kind of training did you do, and who the hell trained you? she asked with her eyes shot wide open. Promise me first that you won't get angry. Okay, I'm okay even if it's Wallenwetwisit or that Autumn cat girl. Actually, not just the two of them, but the whole low-key Familia executives trained me as well as Adaro-san. HAA, they all screamed in unison. The king trained you, then how did you survive? Mikoto-san said to me as if she couldn't believe what I just said. That was awesome. I bet you're the only person who they're willing to train. Welf slapped my back furiously while laughing. So, what kind of training did they give you, Cranel-san? The Elval beauty Ryu-san asked me calmly, but I can sense her curiosity even if she's hiding it. I just fought them for 3 days straight. I never slept. I just ate a bunch with Gareth-san and Otterl-san, while Aki-san, Narvi-san and Alicia-san cooked food for us. All of them? Asked the still shocked Mikoto-san. Yes, but can we talk about that later? Let's finish this once, and for all so we can all go back to our peaceful life, I said, gripping my weapon tightly in my right hand. Cranel-san is right. I think we should all head out, so please finish up. Hestia-sama, Ryu-san backed me up. Okay, Belkun, you're already a level 3, but we'll publish this while the war game is still ongoing, so they will be surprised by your growth again. She raised up my status in a sheet of paper, and I noticed that the nudge was not there anymore. Instead, my rare skill was on full display. Everyone, let's win our war game, I said as I raised my hand up high, and the others mimicked my movement as they shouted, yes. Normal POV. He's changed somehow. He's definitely more matured than yesterday, the red-haired god Smith said as she crossed her arms. Yeah, I have a mixed feelings about this, but for now, I think it's a good thing for now, the short goddess replied with a relaxed smile on her face. I think so too. But for now, give me that. I'll have Tsubaki submit it to the guild before the war game starts. Hestia handed over the paper with his status and current level, and went to their different directions, Hephaestus to the Babel and Hestia to the Denatus. 2 hours later. Loki Familia's Twilight Manor. Eki's POV. All of us executives, along with Raoul and Lefia, sat down to our living room waiting for Hermes-sama's divine power to show us the wargame being held outside the city. Now, Raoul, watch him closely and see for yourself what you need the most. I know you already saw it during us training him, but I think you need to see him fight as well, the captain said as he gestured Raoul to sit beside him. Let's see what's going to happen, Reveria-san said with a confident, or to be precise, proud smile on her face. He better not lose this or I'll definitely kill him, our werewolf cheered on his own way. Please don't lose Belsan, our little elf Lefia prayed. Argonaut-kun will win this for sure. He better do, after all those sleepless nights we spent to just train him, the twin sister said as they wait for the wargame to start. A few seconds later, a white warp appeared in front of us all, and we heard an announcement after that with Gainsha-sama doing the announcement. Okay, we just received an information and apparently our rising adventurer, Little Rookie, has ranked up, and he's now a level 3, and that's because I am GANE. Okay, that's enough. Let the war game begin. As soon as the official commentator from Ganesha Familia announced, they also gave a signal to the attackers and defenders that they can now begin their fight. Wargame Castle. Normal POV. Okay, for now let's just take it easy since we have 3 days for the war game. To be honest, I want to be the one attacking those weaklings, but apparently, they have short members so they can't actually defend if 100 adventurers attack them all at once. Hyacinthos said as he sat through the commander's throne. Please be always on guard because I saw in my dreams that on the first day, this war game will end and we will lose if we act careless. The blue-haired cynic beauty Cassandra said shyly. That again? How many times do I have to say this to you? It's just a stupid dream, so stop saying that. It's impossible no matter how fast he grows up. He's still no match for an army of level 2 and 1 level 3. The short-haired girl with a cool aura, Daphne. Emergency. A girl with 2 ridiculously powerful magic sword is attacking us outside. So they've made their move, huh? Where's Lewin? He looked around and he saw not even the shadow of the Palom boy he mentioned. Well, whatever, they'll never reach me with that level of attack. He smirked as he closed his eyes and sat down comfortably to his chair. Little did he know that a certain Palom in disguise of Mulan already let Belle and Welf inside the castle, and was about to blow up the whole top floor. Chapter 14. Normal POV. All the gods are watching at the war game that was currently happening. They watch in fascination at Ryu's attack using the 2 Krazo magic sword. Ho, not a bad strategy, but not enough since those swords will break eventually. The sun god Apollo smirked to the short goddess beside him. Wait, isn't that adventurer a wanted one? Her name is Gale, I think. Not that I care, though. One of the deities said as he watched in the elf's incredible performance. What? I guess that's all right as long as she doesn't reach my general. Don't worry, Apollo, the one who'll face your lovely commander isn't Gale Wind herself, but the rabbit you've been bullying lately. A very familiar, seductive voice rang out, and the whole room went silent as they saw the goddess of beauty enter the scene. Goddess Freya. HMPH, as if he can beat my Hyacinthos. He may have already reached level 3, but he's still no match for my captain who's already close to ranking up. He boasted as he laughed maniacally. Are you sure about that? Haven't you seen what's posted on the guild earlier? The short goddess asked plainly. Of course not, I've been here all the time. Then here, take a look. Hestia handed over a brown paper containing just the stats of Belle before ranking up. She removed all of his skills and magic to avoid anyone seeing it. Name, Belle Cranel. Level 2-3. Status. Strength, x2400, I0. Dexterit, x2400, I0. Agility, x2400, I0. Magic, x2400, I0. What the hell is this? It's clearly obvious that you cheated his stats. How can this be possible with OURFALNA? The sun god panicked as soon as he saw the rank X status written on it. I know that Shorty is not cheating on this. I saw it with my own 2 eyes what transpired after all. My children's trained him for this upcoming war game. The goddess of mischief entered the conversation casually as she walks towards Freya's left side. What? Loki helped Hestia. Is the world going to end? Is this Ragnarok, Armagedon? Is this the rupture? The god starts to gossip around as soon as they heard Loki helped Hestia's child prepare for the war game. Please keep quiet, everyone. Loki's not the only one who helped our little rabbit. My Otterl also participated on this, since we both hate the idea on picking up a fight on weaker and smaller familia. We decided to help him increase his status and rank up for this occasion. And also, this is our compensation for what transpired earlier in his early days when he's still a level 1, and before he reached level 2. The silver-haired goddess stated as she placed a hand on Loki's shoulder. Wait, what do you mean by that? I didn't know that you got involved with Belkun when he's still a level 1 Freya. Mind telling me why and how? And what also happened when he's still a fresh adventurer? She asked in curiosity. What now, Loki? Should I also say your part, or you go ahead and say it first? Yeah, the truth is I didn't know about all of this until yesterday before he left our home. But apparently, the Minotaur incident that happened in the 5th floor, where your rabbit got caught up, is due to my Amazoness carelessness in battle. They pretty much went very wild in the 17th floor when fighting a monster party of Minotaurs there, so those bulls panicked and ran away from them to the higher floors. The trickster goddess said hesitantly. And mine happened to be the irregular Minotaur he faced during his adventure towards level 2 on the 9th floor. My Otterl said that he's doing some testing on the dungeon's monsters if they can learn to wield a human's weapons. He said he got bored of it and left it there, so it climbed up all the way there. We apologize for that. She bowed her head slightly and smiled again. I see. Thank God he's alive right now, because if something happened to him during those times, I'll never forgive you too. You got it. Aren't you also a god? You're really an idiot, aren't you, Shorty? The red-haired goddess said smugly. Of course, I don't mind if you hate me. It's my child's fault after all, Freya said simply before leaving the whole den at us, because she said that she's already sure that he'll win this for sure. They went back on watching the fight, and they were surprised by the performance of the former Take Mikazuchi Familia member Mikoto. Isn't that Take's child? She's really, really good. She'll definitely become one of the top female adventurers in the future. A god said to his fellow as soon as Mikoto activated her gravity magic, Futsu no Matama. Wargame. Normal POV. Mikoto just activated her trump card, freezing half of the enemy force's movement, and preventing them to stop what Lily was about to do. Lily, in disguise of Lewin, opened the main gate, letting both Welf and Belle enter the castle with no problem. "Thanks a bunch, Lily," the red-haired smith smirked. "Thanks for your hard work, you can leave the rest to us," he smiled to his first companion as he entered. "Okay, I'll just cause some more chaos in here, so please be on your way." She dashed off, leaving the two at the entrance door. "You ready?" Welf asked, brushing off his playfulness. "More than enough." They went to their destination, and was blocked by some weak mobs of adventurers before reaching the bridge that leads to the throne room, and there they met the short-haired girl leading a group of mage. "They're here, now release your magic and make sure they never reach Hyacinthos." They started to chant their magics, but Welf activated his ace card. Will-o-wisp! He made their magic self-destruct, leaving them unconscious aside from Daphne. "Belle, go ahead and fight that bastard, it's payback time," he ordered Belle. "I got it." He dashed off to the now clear path ahead of them, leaving the astounded Daphne and Welf behind. Daphne finally recovered from what happened and was about to chase Belle, but Welf blocked her way. "Wait up, can't we do this the way normal adventurers do it?" he roared as he charged towards her direction. Belle got inside and was one floor below the throne room. There, he decided that instead of breaking his way through Tge corridor ahead, he'll just blast them from below using his Argonaut-enhanced firebolt. "Everyone, please lend me your strength." He reminded himself of every person who helped him to reach this point, and how he can't disappoint them while charging up his skill. "Let's go, Firebult." Boom! A huge explosion can be seen through every portal Hermes opened earlier, blasting the top of the castle and reducing everything to ashes. Twilight Manor. There the low-key familia saw a very familiar-looking pillar of light. There's no mistaking it, that's Belle Cranel's skill and magic. Reveria stood up as soon as she saw the overwhelming power of it. "Wait, what? That kid got something like that?" Bitek couldn't believe what he just saw and heard from everyone around him. "Yes, he had a skill called Argonaut. I think that lets him concentrate all the Exilia in the air and charge it up to empower his next attack. But it needs time to be powered up like that. I saw it with my own 2 eyes as he used it when we defeated that brightly colored monster in the 18th floor," Lefia explained while still focusing on the fight. "That bastard." Castle. The walls and the roof was destroyed. Only the ground was still intact with a very huge hole in the middle of it. How did this happen? Hyacinthos looked everywhere but saw nothing but rubble. Then a Belle emerged from the hole, who already had his Hestia blade drawn out. I don't know how you did this, but you're still no match for me, Surya." He charged toward the white-haired boy who easily dodged all of his slashes and kicks. Belle, who's finally done reading his moves, decided to finally go on offensive. He first parried his attack, and then proceeded to break his sword by slashing it with his Hestia blade. "Hiya. Slash. You're too fast, how did this even happen?" He started to panic while trying to dodge his attacks desperately. "YAH!" A blue-haired girl suddenly appeared, pushing and pinning Belle down. "Please get away from me," Belle pleaded to the girl, but she won't let go. "Good, my name is Love." Hyacinthos started chanting his magic to blow up both Belle and Cassandra, but before he could release his magic, Lily appeared, separating Cassandra from Belle. Thanks, Lily. He got up and prepared himself for the upcoming attack. Arozphros. The Enempt general finally unleashed his homing magic, chasing Belle around wherever he go. He tried to shake it off many times, but failed, so he tried canceling it with his own magic. It's useless. He tried to fire his firebolt on the magic that's chasing him around, but it simply passed through. The magic caught up to him and finally reached him, but he was prepared for it and covered himself up with the salamander wool to reduce the impact of its explosion. The smoke finally died down, and Belle emerged unscratched. "How did you survive that? You're clearly not the same when I fought you back then. Who the hell are you?" Hyacinthos slowly backed away in fear when he saw him emerge with his Hestia blade in hand. "I'm Belle Cranel, second-class level 3 adventurer from Hestia Familia." He charged a firebolt without Argonaut on his hand before running to Hyacinthos and punching him to the face. Variet. The battle is OOOVERR. Everyone in Arario rejoiced at the victory of Hestia Familia because they were actually rooting for them, but simply couldn't help but feel hopeless for their numbers. It is truly a fight of quantity versus quality. What can you say about this, Ganesha-sama? The announcer, who's also a member of the mentioned God's Familia, asked his deity. Orga Ganesha Da. Would you please take this seriously? Denatus. HYHHHH. A scream of a god can be heard by everyone in the room, and they all covered their ears. Even Isfi being used to monsters screeching all over the dungeon couldn't handle how high the pitch of Apollo's voice is. Apollo, you're ready for my condition, I suppose. Hestia smiled demonically as she slowly stood up while looking down on the sun god. Hestia, forgive me, I'm just joking. I just couldn't resist the cuteness of Yo. Shut you P. From now on, you're banned from ORARIO. Your Familia is disbanded and all of your Familia's properties will be ours. The gods roared in amusement as soon as they heard the brutal condition Hestia said to the losing Apollo. Hermes-sama, there's clearly something wrong with the Apollo Familia's movement earlier. It's like someone's giving them the right instruction, but Hestia Familia looks always ready for it. What's your thought about it? The blue-haired beauty asked his own deity, who's also thinking about the same thing. You're definitely right, but we already saw who it is right. Lily-chan has the ability to mimic someone's appearance and voice, and I assume it's her magic. She gave her own Familia the instructions she'll give to their opponent, so they could be ready for it. If you look at it from everyone's perspective, every instruction she gave to Apollo Familia about stopping the attack from the outside and intercepting the intruder is clearly correct. But Hestia Familia also knew what kind of actions they'll take. That's why they sent the level 4 Ryu-chan to lure half of the enemy forces out, while the level 2 Mikoto-chan will stop the remaining ones with her gravity magic. But what surprised me is how ready Bell and how strong he is right now. I felt like I'm looking at a very different person. The playful god laughed slightly as his favorite rookie adventurer Bell won the fight. Yeah, bringing a salamander wool definitely helped him, especially at the last attack Phoebus Apollo did, and also his knife also grew on size, and it now looks like a small katana. He's gotten stronger again. Isfi smiled softly as she remembered their small talk in the 18th floor. Oh, look at you, that smile of yours is really something. Are you perhaps in love with him? Hermes teased, which earned him a very strong elbow from Isfi, who's now blushing slightly. Twilight Manor. That's our Belle the Cat Girl, executive said, and smiled proudly. Gareth, Finn, and the twin Amazons looked at her direction, except for Reveria, who's just smiling with her eyes closed. Eyes, on the other hand, was just spacing out, thinking about welcoming him back. TSS, I'll go out for a bit, Bete said weakly as he exited the room. Maybe he's going to dungeon. Tiona said simply, as she could feel he's itching for a good fight after watching Belle defeat Hyacinthos by punching him to the face. Lefia, on the other hand, was silent the whole time. She couldn't believe that he breached 2 levels in just 1 year. Many adventurers rank up to level 3 after 2 or 3 years, but him to rank up again in just 2 months is just unbelievable. Eyes and Iki saw this and went to her direction to snap her out. Lefia, are you all right? Iki waved a hand in front of her eyes but got no response. Lefia, do you want to do some training with me? This got her attention, which clearly made Iki unamused. Ai-san, let's do some training, but first, I need to go out and buy some new equipment, she replied as she went outside. All right, he's about to return at any moment, so how about we welcome him back here to Arario? Finn suddenly proposed as he stood up. Yeah, I really want to congratulate the kid. You gonna come with us, Reveria? The dwarf asked. Obviously, I can't actually wait for his arrival, you see. I really want to congratulate him for his victory and rank up. The high elf princess smiled very brightly before turning away. This didn't go unnoticed by Finn. Wanna welcome your crush back, the braver teased. Reveria-san, you don't mean the person you said when we were bathing was, Aki said in surprise. No, stop this nonsense, Finn. You know what will happen if you don't write. Reveria's aura suddenly shifted from a maiden in love to a very menacing evil of humanity as she threatened the no-shivering Finn. All right. Anyway, let's go and also a key. Yes. Do you know the answer? Reveria looked into her shiny gray eyes. I still don't know, but I know one thing. I know he's a very important person to me. All right then, let's go. Reveria opened the door and went out. Everyone followed her, including the two Amazons and eyes. Chapter 15. Normal POV. The Hestia Familia entered the main entrance to Aurario. There, they were greeted by familiar faces from Mia's pub and their friends from other familias. Belsan, Sir, was the first to dive straight to the rabbit boy as soon as she saw him enter the gate. Sir San, would you please let go of me? Belle tried to get out of her tight embrace, but failed to due to her unbelievable strength. Reveria suddenly interrupted and separated the gray-haired mistress to Belle. I know you're glad that he won, and so we are, but would you please refrain from such actions? We're on a public place after all, the high elf princess said as a vein popped up into her head. Ara, someone's jealous I see, Sir whispered. Anyway, congratulations on your victory and rank up Belle Cranel. If you want to learn something, don't hesitate to ask me, okay? She said while smiling gently to the boy. Thank you so much, Reveria-san. Can I go and see you to learn some other kind of magics in the future? He bowed, which earned a light hit from the green-haired elf's staff. Don't be so formal. We're both adventurers, so you don't need to do that, okay? Yes, can I ask you something? What is it? How come you don't have a lover, even if you are as beautiful as a goddess, and as kind and loving as a mother? All present people had their jaws dropped, including Finn and Gareth. The kid dropped the bomb unexpectedly. The elder dwarf whispered to the blonde Palom. You see, I think I haven't met the person I want to be my lifetime partner yet. That's what I was thinking until that day I saw that man standing in front of me. I never knew him at that time and never talked to him until recently. I think I like him, but I can't really go and tell him because I'm afraid that this man already have way too many women out for his blood, and also, I'm way too old for him. The high elf princess smiled solemnly as she looked at the blue sky above. Does age really matter? He muttered. What? Everyone present asked. Does age really matter? I mean, even gods sometimes fall in love with their children, and gods already existed at the beginning of time, and some mortals actually reciprocates their love, so why do you restrict yourself on something so trivial? I think you shouldn't hold back and go for whatever you want. And I may not know who's the super lucky guy you fell in love with, but I think any other woman who's also into that man will lose their will if you are the opponent. And I think that man would be more than happy to know that you out of all people fell in love with him. That's what I think, he explained as he gave Reveria a serious look. Reveria's eyes shot wide because of this. Never did the thought of her falling in love cross her mind. She made up her mind because of his advice to not hold back anymore and just go for it. Thank you. I'll try to not bottle up my feelings up for this person and as a gift for your wonderful advice. Please close your eyes. She smiled lightly as she closes the gap between them. Everyone couldn't believe what she just did, and Ryu passed out, because she never thought that Reveria would do this kind of bold move to any guy. Reveria just gave Belle a kiss on his cheek. Oh shit, Welf exclaimed. UWAH, Lily's jaw dropped as well as Finnum's and Gareth's. Mikoto just smiled happily, and Aki's just humming while smiling. Eyes, on the other hand, looks very serious for some reason, and Sir is shooting a somewhat cold look. Belle Cranel, the person I fell in love with is you, and I hope what you said earlier is all true. She winked and smiled to the white-haired tomato boy before leaving everyone. Did Reveria just confessed, and a kiss. Finn's brain couldn't process what just happened. Iki, on the other hand, just smiled before walking towards Belle. Looks like you've caught a big one. Congratulations, she teased the rabbit boy who's just standing there while blushing like there is no tomorrow. Anyway, congrats on your rank up and victory. Should we hold a celebration? She smiled at the white-haired boy who finally recovered from the kiss. Probably, but I think we should find Kami-sama first. You don't need to, I'm already here after all. The short-haired goddess appeared with Ganesha, Shakti, Hephaestus, Tsubaki, Hermes, Isfi, and Loki with her. I'm Ganesha, and this is the captain of my Familia Shakti Varma. Or, ga, gainomp. Before he could finish, Shakti's elbow met his ribs. Congratulations on your victory, Bell Cranel. You continue to amaze me with your achievements, and also, I'm here to apologize on what happened to the monsterphilia. She bowed slightly. It's okay, Shakti-san. I'm glad that no one other than me and the low-key familia are harmed. Thank you, so what are you planning to do now? I heard earlier that you plan on holding a celebration. Are you going to hold it in your new home? New home. Hestia faked a cough, as she still haven't explained the condition if they won the war game. You see, Belkun, Apollo declared that if he win, you'll be converted to his familia, and I'll leave the lower world, right? Yes. You see, I too made a declaration after your victory earlier, and I have this on mind ever since we saw his home. I made him disband his own familia, leave Aurario, and have all of their properties given to us, even their money. The short goddess smiled smugly. Then that means we're not poor anymore, the Eastern Samurai girl beamed. You got that right, Hestia gave her a thumbs up. All of them rejoiced as soon as they heard it, even Belle. I'm so happy for you guys, congratulations. Aki smiled and went to Hestia's side. What's wrong? The childish goddess asked. I just thought that you made a very smart decision right there, and because of it, your familia now became a middle-class familia in an instant. The cat girl giggled. It's not like I'm dumb. Of course I'll do that. I know what we lack the most, and it's a decent home and money, so I made Apollo gave us all of it. Anyway, congrats on your victory, and if you're going to hold a celebration, why not do it on your home right now? Since it's pretty big, I don't see a problem on housing more than 5 people. You're right, Aki-kun. Thanks for the advice, so how does that sound, everyone? Everyone agreed on this, and since it's a celebration, they decided to invite everyone present. The whole Hestia familia and their invited guests Ganesha, Shakti, Hephaestus, Tsubaki, Finn, Gareth, Eyes, Aki Hermes and Asfi went to the Sunfire Manor. Let's go inside. They opened the entrance and were surprised by what they saw. A bunch of statues of Apollo were lined up, and there is 15 of them in total. All of them were horrified by the sight of it. It looks like this place is no good for the time being, so why don't you guys just celebrate at the Hostess of Fertility? The Braver suggested, clearly not comfortable by the atmosphere and the sight. And I suggest you have Gobni-Usama fix your home, the doll princess suggested. I agree to you for once, Wallen Wadasit-kun. It's like we're in a totally different world in here. Kami-sama, go ahead with the others to the pub while I talk to Gobni-Usama about the renovation we need. The war game champion said, and he was about to go, but every Hestia familia stopped him from his tracks. Belle-sama, you should stay with us. We can go and talk to him anytime, or just make a list of what we want to be removed and added to the manor, Lily said. Lily is right, you don't have to do that, just celebrate with us. After all, this war game wouldn't be a success without you, Welf added. And it wouldn't feel right to not have you there, the beautiful samurai also added. All right, I'll go with you. By the way, Ganesha said while putting a hand on his chin. Why is there no statue of me like this in our home, Shakti? The elephant god bursted out. Please just ignore him, the blue-haired beauty face palmed. They went to the pub and saw Mia and all the waitress waiting for them, like they were expecting their arrival and have all the food and place reserved for them. Yo kid, congrats on your victory, and as a gift for you, I'll let you guys eat here for free tonight, the retired adventurer said. Congratulations, Belle-san. Let's drop the act for now. Congrats, Belle, the green-eyed cat girl with black short hair said while smiling gently, and this shocked all the waitress, including Mia herself. But Belle noticed something. When she acts like this, she's way too similar to Aki for some reason. Congrats, white hair Naya. I thought you'd be a dead rabbit earlier with your enemy's magic, Naya. Good thing you're prepared, the brown cat girl added. Yeah, that's very smart of you, Hermes smiled. I'm also surprised by that. You did very well, Belle-san, Asfi added. Thanks, Asfi-san, Hermes-sama. You're welcome. Now, shall we celebrate our little rookie's victory? Yes. Everyone in the pub joined the party, including the workers and the owner. They drank, eat tons of food, and talked about all kinds of stuff until everyone passed out other than Mia, Chloe, Aki, Mikoto, Belle, and Asfi. The others passed out, because of either overeating or they are way too drunk. Ganesha and Shakti, on the other hand, went home earlier because they have to wake up early every day to guard the Babel, and many places including the city entrance and the city walls. What a wild celebration this is. Naya, there is way too much to clean tomorrow morning, the black cat waitress sighed. Let me help you if you guys don't mind, Mikoto proposed. We don't really mind extra pair of hands, but be sure to take instructions for them seriously, okay? Mia warned. Yes, I'll be in your care, Chloe Dono. The Far Eastern girl bowed. Naya, no formalities please, I'm not used to those kinds of stuff. Chloe's ears and tail dropped while giving Mikoto a troubled smile. Aki and Belle is just having a staring contest right now. Neither of them are moving for almost half an hour right now. They don't have any particular reason for doing this. They just felt like they want to. Mia just stared at the two of them while smiling before going off to her room, leaving all of them on their own. Isfi, on the other hand, just face-palmed, because she's about to carry back a very drunk Hermes back to their home again. Aki's POV. How long can you keep this up? Don't you know, a cat can stare into something without closing their eyes for a very long time. We stared into each other again, and we're doing this for almost an hour right now. Belle's eyes blinked, and it made both of us smile before laughing out loud. I guess I can't match a cat person's eye no matter how hard I try. He wiped his teary red ruby eyes. So you know, well, it's quite fun, so I don't really mind, but you should take an eye drop just in case. Irritated eyes can hinder you in the dungeon, you know, I suggested. Yeah, thanks for the advice, and also, thanks for supporting me during our training and war game. He gave me a very warm but serious look. I can see his gratitude. You're always welcome, Belle. I smiled at him before looking at the window outside and seeing the beautiful night sky. You know, why don't we go out for a bit? Let's take a walk right now. Sure, but where shall we go? I can't think of any place. I want to go right now. How about you decide? I don't know that many places here yet since it's been just half a year since I arrived here. But I know a place where we can enjoy the night sky and breeze. His smile changed into a sad look a few seconds later. He led the way, and we walked to the now quiet main street. We were walking just straight towards our Twilight Manor, so I decided to ask him, where are we going? Isn't this where my familia's home is located? Yes, but we're not going exactly there, but somewhere close to that. I just followed him until we reached the wall that protects the city, and from the bottom, Belle Princess carried me suddenly and ran upwards until we reached the top. Oh, how manly of you, to give me a princess carry like that while running to a straight wall without your proper boots you use in the dungeon. I teased him a bit even though I can feel my heart thumping. Oh, I am sorry, I just did it without thinking. The cute white-haired boy in front of me blushed as he averted his gaze. It's okay, thanks for taking me here, Belle. It looks beautiful here. We enjoyed the night sky and the beautiful look of Arario from here. Magic stones illuminating the streets and the sky full of stars and a full moon, surrounded by a very comfortable silence while sitting beside each other. Chapter 16. Belle and Aki sat beside each other, basking in the comfortable silence surrounding them as they watched the beautiful night sky. They were just smiling and enjoying each other's company, as well as the cool breeze of the night. Finally, Aki decided to speak, to break the silence that surrounds them even though she loved how comfortable and calming it is. You know, I noticed something the time we arrived here. You look kinda sad. Is something wrong in this place? She glanced at the white-haired boy beside her, who returned her gaze before answering. This is the place where Izan and I trained before your expedition to the deep floors. This is also the place where we became close and see each other as a friend. I think this actually became my special place since then. But when I found out that what I felt for her is something else, it sometimes brings me sadness. He gazed at the moon with a passive expression. Aki just smiled as she hummed softly while swinging her feet at the open air, since they are sitting at the end of the concrete before she spoke up. I see. I also noticed how much you've changed ever since our training. You didn't only grow in strength, but you've also matured somehow. But you know what? I still find the you before a lot more attractive than the you right now. She put her index finger on his cheek as he starts to blush by her comment. I don't think I've matured. I just have a more appropriate priorities now than before. I mean, you can't really call something as risking your life for your crush to notice you a proper motivation to become stronger. A light giggle escaped from the cat girl before silence enveloped the two of them again. A second later, they decided to move to the more flatter surface because it's a little bit late and who knows if they fell asleep here. It would end up disastrous for both of them because of the height of it if they fall from here. Belle. Yes. This feels like a date, isn't it? She's not really teasing him, but it somehow feels like she is. And she's expecting this to kind of throw off Belle, but what happened is the exact opposite of what she's thinking, but nevertheless, she's quite happy about his answer. I think so too, feeling each other's company and sitting side by side, talking about anything, enjoying the moment we spend together. This feels like a real date. Yeah, by the way, isn't your hair a little bit too long, especially your bangs? She reached out for his hair, which caught him by surprise. He was about to lean to help Aki to inspect it, but he fumbled on supporting his weight with his arms and accidentally pushed down Aki on the ground. Belle's POV. Soft. That's the only thing I could think of aside from her fragrance, as our lips met during my fall. Then, I was snapped back to the reality after noticing how long we've been staring at each other with our lips joined. I'm so sorry. I stood up and did a doja immediately. According to Kami-sama, doja is an ultimate technique used for asking a person a favor or for apologizing, and it is the key on how she got the Hestia knife from Hephaestus-sama for free. And now, I'm doing it to ask for forgiveness in front of the person I accidentally kissed just a second ago, hoping to get the same positive result. Aki's POV. So gentle, I felt that feeling as soon as our lips joined. I stared at him with wide eyes and red cheeks as I realized that he was also looking at me. It lasted a few seconds until he pulled out and kneeled in front of me. I could hear and feel my heart thumping so loud. I placed both of my hands in front of my chest and clenched my fists to try and calm myself down, but it didn't work. I couldn't even hear what he was saying. All I could hear was my own heart and how it's screaming to get close to him again. I tried speaking, but words won't come out. Like I was punched by a Goliath through the stomach and knocked out all the air I've got inside my lungs. Normal POV. What's this feeling inside my chest, while kneeling? Belle suddenly felt his chest tighten and could hear his own heartbeat getting louder and louder. This feeling, it's somehow familiar but not at the same time. What is this? He continued to ask himself in his thoughts. A few seconds have passed, and it didn't die down instead. It got worse, as he could literally hear it like a drum they use during the monsterphilia. This is bad. He looked up and was about to dash off until he saw Aki's expression. Her very beautiful face now looks more beautiful than usual for some reason, and it stunned Belle so much that he literally froze. I do feel it again, the two said in their minds. They unconsciously closed the gap between the two of them little by little, until it was only a hair strand gap before their lips could meet each other again. But a very loud metal noise interrupted the two of them. It looks like you two are enjoying yourselves, huh? The high elf princess appeared out of nowhere and stole both of their attention. Arara Virya-san, what are you doing here? The rabbit boy panicked and started to back away, but the wall behind him didn't let him get away from the furious high elf. UUHH. Aki, on the other hand, couldn't mutter a single word out off her mouth because of the fear of getting burned up by Reveria's magic. Shut, UP. A golden sword with a gold guard and blue handle suddenly appeared on her hands. Virya-san, when did you get that sword? The cat girl screamed in panic as the sword's light grew brighter and brighter. You too, aren't you about to kiss each other just now? Tgthegood. Just yes or no. YYYSSS. As they see that lying isn't the best option to do, they just admitted it, hoping to end this as peaceful as possible. Then, disappear. SSSSOORRRRYYYY. Belle did a perfect doja in front of her, but it did nothing to ease her anger. Prepare yourself, EXX. Wait, I know you and Saber have the same voice actress BUT. CALIBURRRs. Just joking, HHHA, let's go back to the real story. After getting interrupted by Reveria, who saw them climbing up the wall earlier from her room, they decided to bid farewell to each other. With some awkward conversation after what happened, they went back to their respective places. Belle went back to the pub since they still haven't talked to Gobniu about the renovation, and who wants to sleep inside a home full of Apollo's face everywhere. Aki went back to the Twilight Manor and tried to sleep, but couldn't, so she stayed up the whole night thinking about what happened while trying to calm herself down. Belle also couldn't sleep, so he decided to move everyone, who have fallen asleep to the tables, to some vacant rooms inside the pub. After carrying them around, he took a peek at the backyard and saw Mikoto still wide awake and just sitting at the small stair. Mikoto noticed his presence and called out to him. "Belledona, when did you came back?" The Eastern beauty stood up. "I just got back, and I also moved everyone to the vacant rooms, and since they have limited ones, it will be shared by everyone else." He walked towards her side. "I see." They sat down and basked in comfortable silence. "By the way, where is Akidono? I saw you two going out earlier, and also, why is your face red? Are you perhaps tired or sick?" "And no, I just remembered something. Ehehehe. I see. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll take a rest now since I'll be helping Chloe Dono and the others clean the place early in the morning." She smiled gracefully before waving and leaving Belle alone. Twilight Manor. Morning came, and both Belle and Aki didn't manage to sleep. That's why both of them looked so dead early in the morning. Aki went downstairs to meet up with her cooking buddies with huge black rings around her eyes. This alarmed the two since she never had a sleepless night even before. "Aki, what happened to you? It looks like you didn't sleep at all," the red-haired lady exclaimed. "SSHHH. Be quiet, Narvi. Everyone's still asleep aside from us, Captain, Gareth-san, and Eyes," Alicia whispered. "Oh yeah, I forgot, sorry. Anyway, the four of you went to that Belle Cranel's celebration, right? Then why are you here already last night? Did something happen?" Alicia inquired. Aki couldn't answer the question, because every time she remembered what happened, she always remembered how it felt and how she almost went for another kiss with Belle until they got interrupted by Reveria, who surprisingly didn't saw what they almost did. Narvi and Alicia wondered why she's blushing this much, but since she won't answer, they just shrugged it off. "Let's just prepare breakfast for everyone." Alicia started to prepare the ingredients while Narvi and Eki are preparing the tools they need. Hostess of Fertility. "Belle, what happened to you? Don't tell me you didn't sleep last night." Welf asked the zombie-like rabbit who's sitting and eating his breakfast very slow. "I'm okay, No, it's nothing." Remembering what happened last night, he started to cover his face with both of his hands as he felt the heat rising up to his face. "Oh, I forgot to ask. What did you and Akidono did last night when both of you went out?" Being ignorant on the matter, Mikoto just asked Belle carelessly. After hearing Mikoto, Belle couldn't help but fear for his life, as he felt the killing intent of two girls from his familia and one waitress from the pub they are in. This isn't what it looks like." "Belle-san, you have a lot of explaining to do." The always smiling and radiant aura of Sir suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a smile that if you say something stupid in front of her, she'll kill you in a heartbeat, and the aura of a very dark aura. Waitress gun / Sursama, explanation means nothing to me. Hestia and Lily chorused. "Well then, you have any last wish?" "Please spare me." Belle started to run for his life, giving it his all to run as far as he can from both Hestia and Lily. The two chased him, and even though Hestia doesn't have any kind of power, while Lily is still just a level 1, they still closed the gap between them and Belle within just a second. Thud! Belle suddenly bumped into someone who's seemingly strong, because she kept her balance while holding Belle in her arms. Noticing the orange battle dress and deep blue short hair, Belle looked up and saw Shakti staring at the two lady who's chasing him around. "What's going on here?" he asked as her voice had a mix of both irritation and anger. Chapter 17. What is going on here? The blue-haired beauty said with a mixture of both irritation and anger as she saw the two childish ladies chasing around Belle. "This is none of your business, Shakti-kun, so just stand aside. Hestia-sama is right, please just leave us alone. How can I ignore this if you are already causing a ruckus early in the morning?" Guys, arrest these two. They will be penalized accordingly for the chaos they've caused, and for the few food stands they destroyed while chasing little rookie, Shakti, ordered to her fellow Ganesha familia members. Yes, ma'am. 4 of them went to Lily and Hestia, who tried to escape, but failed to due to being overpowered by the level 3 adventurers. You don't need to do that, Shakti-san. It's my fault anyway. How come it is your fault? I heard them earlier shouting that you went on a date with Ulksal last night. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Then you've done nothing wrong. Why yes, by the way, thanks for saving me from Kami-sama and Lily, Shakti-san. Belle smiled innocently, which earned him a nod and a small smile from the fair lady. Don't worry about it. They'll be out of the jail right away after a few minutes anyway, as long as they behave. I'll see you around. I've got a lot of things to do today, so please don't cause any more ruckus, okay? Yes, be careful and good luck on whatever you're going to do. Belle and Shakti bid farewell and went to their own destination. Belle went back to the pub, where he was met by a very worried Mikoto, who's on the verge of crying. Belle Dono, I'm glad that you're alive. I'm sorry for saying things like that casually. It's okay, Mikoto-san. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't apologize. Belle assured her. He's right. Lily and Hestia-sama are just overacting. What's wrong with Belle going out with the person he likes? As if on cue, Belle suddenly blushed madly after what Welf just said, and after remembering that they've kissed last night. We're not going out. Are really? Why yeah, we went on a diaha. Please spare me. And he ran off again. I wonder where he's going this time. Twilight Manor. Eki's POV. I'm currently eating my second breakfast for this morning. Even though this is my second already, I'm eating very slow that even Gareth-san already left after eating his 10th plate of food. Aki, you aight? You look like a zombie, our deity asked me as she walks towards me. I'm alright, Loki. I just didn't sleep well last night. For real, you look like you didn't sleep at all, you know. Loki keeps pestering me on what happened and why, but luckily, Reveria-san arrived dragging Loki out of the scene. Stop it, just let her eat in peace. And with that, I'm left alone again in the dining room. After finishing my food, it's already almost noon, and I'm feeling a bit sleepy now thanks to my lack of rest last night. Suddenly, I saw the captain who's currently holding a scroll, and it looks like he's looking for someone. Tayoni saw him and dashed towards his direction. Kayapdayan. Oh, Tayoni, perfect timing. I'm currently looking for someone who could deliver this to Belle Cranel's home, he said, holding out the paper towards her. What is this? A request for alliance with them. I know that we were close with their familia, but we still need this to officially become their ally, so that we can openly request a help or help them whenever they want or we want. The captain finished, and it looks like he's about to go back to his office, but he saw me and asked if I could accompany Tayoni. Of course, I said yes, and we were about to set off, but Tiona saw us and tagged along. And now, we 3 are now headed to the Hearthfire Manor. Wow, it looks good now, Tiona exclaimed as soon as we arrived in front of it. Yeah, and for some reason, it feels like we're very welcome here. It's weird, but also not. I can't explain it, Tayoni added. That's true. Gone is the uneasiness you feel whenever you step in front of this home, and was now replaced by a warm and welcoming atmosphere. It also has this luxurious yet simple living vibes. You guys are right? Anyway, let's try and give the contract to him so that we can go back early. Right, they answered in unison. We rang the doorbell and waited for a few seconds for a person to come out. Mikoto-san was the one who greeted us and welcomed us in. Oh, welcome, what can we do for you guys? Would you like to come inside for a bit? As we saw no problem in it, we agreed to her offer and followed her inside. We arrived at the hallway, which was now illuminated by the chandelier. The bunch of Apollo's statue is now gone, and it was now a spacey hall leading towards the living room of the familia. Hestia-sama, we have some guests here. I'll guide them in, the black-haired beauty in front of us said as we arrived at the door at the end. Oh, please do, Mikoto-kun, and thanks as always, the goddess inside replied. She opened the door, and we were greeted by a very warm and cozy atmosphere. It feels like you're inside your own home. Yua Aotum-kun, why are you here? Hestia-sama, we're just here to talk to you and give you this weight. Where is the contract for the alliance? Tayoni panicked as she couldn't find the scroll that the captain handed over to her. Oh, Tiona, I remember, you took it from me to take a look at it. Give it to them now. I don't have it. Maybe I dropped it somewhere, ehiha. Sigh. I have the contract with me because I saw Tiona earlier dropping it on the way here. I'm glad that I'm 2 steps behind them. I'll probably won't tell Tayoni because her sister deserves some scolding for forgetting something this important. After a few good shouting, Tayoni finally calmed down and apologized to Hestia-sama for being rude and noisy. It's okay, I kinda understand you, because before, Belle-kun is also kind of forgetful in those matters. As if on cue, the person mentioned suddenly made an appearance and entered to the door behind me to my surprise. Oh, how did you know, Thar, I'm here already? Our eyes met, and in that instant, both of us started to blush furiously, and even the dark circles around my eyes disappeared. BB Bell, hello, I greeted shyly as I avert my gaze away from his ruby eyes. Hello, Aki-san. H. Now that flirty cat and a Mikotokyuan are here, let's talk about that, shall we? Normal POV. H. Bell screamed as he felt the aura of his goddess changing. What is it? Don't play dumb on me, you know it, that little date you had with this slut. Hearing someone call her fellow executive a slut angered Tayoni so much that she wanna literally punch the life out of Hestia. After hearing what she just said, Welf, who just got back after looking at his small hut in the backyard, also joined the fray. Take that back, Tayoni shouted angrily. That's too far, Hestia-sama, Welf joined. Hestia-sama, I can't believe you just said that, Mikoto said with a sad look. The air in the room was tense. Luckily, Lily was running an errand and she will be away for the rest of the day. The tension was broken when they heard the doorbell ringing for the 2nd time today. I'll go take a look at it, Welf Dono, please calm down. Mikoto went out and to her surprise, Hermes, Isfi and a new face she never saw before was standing in front of the gate. Yo, you look beautiful as always, Mikoto-chan. We have some present for you and your familia. To celebrate the excellent renovation that Gobniu did, he smiled happily. Not good, the atmosphere inside is clearly not good. Should I tell them that something's wrong? Well, I can't lie to a god, so I should just tell them that it's not a good time to do this. I'm very sorry, Hermes-sama, but apparently something wrong is going on inside that I can't say to you. And it's not good to hold a celebration with the very tense atmosphere, so please just come back another day, the Far Eastern girl bowed as he begged the god of negotiation. I can clearly tell that you're not lying, but can I come inside with you? Don't worry about Isfi and Lulun here, they won't come along. Hermes-sama, the blue-haired princess exclaimed in surprise as the orange-haired god started to push him away. Isfi, please take this back home. We'll celebrate with them another time, but today, I'll just help them with their little problem inside, got it? He whispered and winked to her, which irritated her a little bit, but still obeyed him regardless. Fine, just don't do anything stupid while I'm away, okay? Got it, you hear that, Mikoto-chan. Let's go inside and let me see if I can help. Mikoto and Hermes went inside, and after entering the main door, Hermes could feel a strong bloodlust coming in the other door at the end of his path. This alarmed him because he could detect both Hestia and Belle as well as Welf inside the living room. Let's enter. As soon as they reached the end, Mikoto opened the door and now, Hermes could see the 3-person who's not a part of Hestia familia. Tiona-chan, Tayoni-chan and Aki-chan too. What's going on here? He asked with seriousness in his voice. Oh, that midget goddess just called our friend Aki a slut for no reason, Tayoni said furiously. Calm down, Tayoni. Tiona's right, you should calm down, and Belle already apologized on his behalf, the accused girl Aki said while holding Tayoni's clenched fist. Hestia, is that true? Hermes asked. A new voice rang out. It is a very familiar, matured voice of a female god whom they recognized as soon as they heard it, especially Welf. Hestia, why did you do that? Explain yourself now. The red-haired goddess of Forge entered the scene. It's true anyway. She just flirts around My Belle-kun from time to time, And last night, as if that wasn't enough, she took Belle and sneaked out to solo him. If that wasn't clear enough, she slap. Yua. Mikoto had her jaw dropped by the actions that Hephaestus committed. Aki, on the other hand, is on the verge of crying. She's just trying to fight the urge to, as you can see her tears building up on her eyes. You know what, you're probably a lot worse than my dear friend Erebus at this point. He destroyed Aurario back then, commanding all of his childrens to do all kinds of horrific things to anyone. But you know one thing that he didn't do? He never dictated a single member of his familia to do those things. He said it himself. I want to do it, and it seems like these childs under my care also wants to see everything burned into oblivion, so we did it. That's what he said. And you know. We gods can give them power, shelter, and care. We can teach them the right things to do, but we cannot absolutely dictate them. Why? Because we gave them the freedom to do everything they want. We don't want humans to become our puppet. We want them to make their own decision, choose their own path, and do everything they want. Why? Because we love them. Hermes is right. You know that all well, but look at what are you doing right now. But I love Belkun, that's why I. You clearly don't, Belle finally spoke. This surprised everyone. They never expected him to look angry like this. I'm not a stupid kid anymore. The moment I stepped into the dungeon, I already became an adult. I know that I'm immature, but I also know that I can take full responsibilities on my actions. Who are you to stop me from being friendly on someone? You don't have the right to restrict me on who to interact with. I can choose my own friends. Not only that, but you only view me as something, not someone. You treat me as your possession and not as your child. Like I'm your most prized jewelry that you don't want anyone to touch, he screamed. Belkun, that's not tea. It's true, you treat me as something that cannot be left alone or someone else might steal away. And who are you to call one of my treasured friends a slut? I've had enough. I'm leaving this familia. No, I'm leaving both this familia and city. Belle dashed towards his room and picked up all of his belongings except for the Hestia knife. Since the one who gave him that thing is the one who despised the most right now. Wait, Belkun, please don't leave me. I've already learned my lesson, so please don't go, I beg you. Learned your lesson? I don't think so. You gods never learned your lessons ever since, because you have all the eternity to live. You never felt limited on acting the way that you want. And because time and age doesn't stop you. You keep doing things on your whim, not minding if it's right or wrong, and never try to correct your mistakes. Only humans and demi-humans can understand what I'm saying, because we have to ensure that every single decision we make in our life would be the best. That's it, remove my Falna now. I'll just go back to my old village in the mountains and become a simple farmer there again, he said while exposing his back towards Hestia. Hestia, even though she didn't want her removed, Belle's Falna. I'm leaving right away. Welf and Mikoto-san, I'm sorry for leaving you behind, but please take care of Lily, Hermes-sama and Hephaestus-sama. Thanks for everything, and he reached out for Aki, who's stunned by his actions earlier. Aki-san, I know it's been a short, very short time, and I wish to spend more time with you, but I'm sorry that I can't. Goodbye, I will miss you. And with that, Belle left the Hearthfire Manor and was now headed towards the northern main gate of Aurario. Goodbye to all of my friends. I'm sorry that I can't bid you all farewell personally, but I'm just fed up on how things are going on around me. Everyone keeps treating me of either their toy to play around, a possession, or their puppet. I'm really sorry. Please take care. Chapter 18. I do not own anything except a key 3, just joking. Hearthfire Manor. Normal POV. Hestia stood motionless in front of Hermes, Hephaestus, the Amazon twins, Welf, Mikoto. Aki, on the other hand, ran out hoping that she could change his decision and persuade him to stay in Aurario and his familia. I'm back, Lily said happily as she entered the living room, but was surprised by the very sad atmosphere and look on Mikoto and Welf's faces. Lady Mikoto, Mr. Welf, what's wrong? She asked cluelessly. Lily-chan, let's head out for a bit and I'll tell you what ha. Hermes, Hestia suddenly spoke, stopping his fellow god anymore. I'll tell her so you all can now leave. Just leave us alone. Okay, oh Hephaestus, can I ask you for a favor? Hermes asked. Let's go out first. Okay. Mikoto, Welf, Hephaestus, Hermes, and the twins went outside. The two Hestia Familia members don't know where to go, so they decided to just stroll around to kill some time before going back again. "It's all my fault," Mikoto said as her tears starts to build up. "Mikoto, I think it's already clear that Heshija-sama is the one who's wrong here. You did nothing wrong right from the start," he explained. "I know, but still, I can't help but feel guilty again. I think you should go to where your former familia is." She said in surprise by Welf's sudden suggestion. "I'm sure they can help you clear your head, and I'm sure they'll understand you if you explain them the whole thing." "Okay, I'm sorry. See you later, Welf Dono." She bowed before dashing off to take Mikazuchi Familia's home. "Now, where should I go?" He's about to walk away again, but was stopped by a hand tapping on his shoulders. Yes, as he turned around, he saw a very familiar orange-haired elf. "Can we talk for a bit?" "Uranus chamber." "Welcome back. I'm sorry for suddenly calling you and ruining the peaceful life you have now, but I have a very important task to ask you, and I know that only you can accomplish it." The Supreme God's voice echoed as he spoke to a female with long brown hair and was clad in a beautiful white dress. "It's okay. What's this favor that you want me to do?" "I want you to stop a boy named Bel Cranel from leaving Erario. This city, no. The whole world needs that boy. He's the future and the light of hope for the upcoming battle against that thing that defeated the two strongest familia many years ago." "This is him." Fels appeared holding a crystal ball projecting Bel. "Thanks, Fels. I probably should head out now and go to the northern gate if I want to stop him." She prepared for her departure and grabbed a sheathed sword, but Uranus have some final words for her. "Wait. What is it?" she asked. "I want you to not only stop him, but also give him everything that he needs, because he just left his familia." "You don't mean?" "Yes, I want you to give him your Falna and revive your familia. I know it's not an easy path to start everything from scratch, but I'm counting on you," he said before closing his eyes again to continue his prayers. "Okay, I'll be going now." Northern streets. Bel's POV. I'm on my way now to the northern gate, prepared to leave everything behind, but before going off, I decided to stop by a cafe and write a letter for everyone and ask someone to deliver it to Mamma Mia's pub since every person I know goes there. Okay, now if there is someone I'm acquaintanced around here. I scanned the whole area and saw no one I recognize. Since it's no use, I just started to walk again towards my destination, and there, I saw the one who helped me earlier, the peacekeeper of Erario and the captain of Ganesha Familia, Shakti-san. "Oh, hello, remember what I told you earlier, okay? Don't cause a scene again." She smiled at me as she placed her left hand on my shoulder. "Actually, I'm here to ask you a favor." "What is it? Are you being chased away again? And why are you carrying so much things? Where are you going?" "I've decided to leave my familia and the whole city, and just go back to my simple life as a farmer again." "Can I ask you why?" I never expected her to be this disturbed by my departure, but she looks really sad. "Everything is on this letter. Would you please deliver this to Mamma Mia's pub, because all of my friends goes there regularly. You can read it on the way or right now. Feel free to do so." "All right, I promise I'll go there right away." "Thank you, Shakti-san, goodbye." "Goodbye, but you know what? I feel that this isn't the last conversation we're going to have." Smile graced her beautiful face yet again. "Maybe, see you then." I started walking to the opposite direction Shakti-san went. It's becoming more and more dark as the evening comes near. Finally, I've reached the gate and was prepared to take off when a woman clad in a white robe and hood spoke to me. "Please wait, you're Bel Cranel, am I right?" Her voice is very soothing and calming, like a voice of a mother speaking to her child. "Yes, I am. Why do you ask?" "Can I have a word with you? I promise it won't take long." "Okay. Please follow me then." Uranus chamber. Normal POV. Are you sure about this, Uranus? You know that she's still recovering from the loss of her familia members, right? Fels, knowing the history of the unknown goddess, and her familia was confused by his lord's decisions. Not because he's doubting Uranus, but he's doubting the female god earlier. "I believe in her, Fels. We all know that she is a strong woman and god. She won't let the past hold her and her conviction back on doing what's right. And I know that she knows that this is the right thing to do." Letting Belle Cranel, the light of hope, disappear would not only prove disastrous for Arario, but for the whole world. Northern Gate night. The moon was shining brightly, and the magic stones started light up one by one as the night arrives. Well then, the unknown person removed her hood and Belle immediately understood that she's not a mortal. A goddess, he muttered in surprise. Yes, but how come you can tell right away? We're no different from humans and demi-humans, so how? You see, the moment I heard your voice, I already know that something is not right. And then, when you revealed your face to me, I finally understood that you are not a person. No mortal can match a god or goddess, beauty after all, he explained while looking straight into her beautiful eyes. Yes, but there are some exceptions like Reveria El-Jas Alf, am I right? She was often mistaken as the goddess of elves. Yeah, I guess you are right, but who are you? I see, well then let me introduce myself. I'm the goddess Astrea, goddess of justice. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Twilight Manor. Normal POV. Tiona, Tyone and Aki entered their home. After Belle's departure, the cat girl have gone really quiet and have not spoken since then, which alarmed Tyone. Aki, she embraced her. I don't know what to say, but I'm sure that you'll meet him again soon. After releasing her, she just went to her room she's sharing with Line. Finn then arrived and saw the two with worried look on their faces. What's wrong? He asked gently. I'm sorry, Captain, but here. Tyone was the first to spoke. She then handed over to Finn the document they are supposed to deliver to Hestia Familia earlier when they went out. What happened? He asked in surprise. You say. After telling him everything, Finn finally understood why they couldn't give them the alliance contract, because the person they want to be allied with is no longer in their familia. I see, you don't have to apologize. Where is Aki? She went upstairs, I think she went to her room. Tiona finally spoke. I see, it's almost night. Could you please go find Reveria? Tell her everything that happened to you guys today as well as Aki's condition. She have the right to know this, especially Belle's departure. I'm sorry, but I'll go back to my office now to finish some works. He waved and exited as the two Amazonas began their search for their familia's vice-captain. Eventually, they found her at their library reading some books about magecraft. Reveria, Tyone gently taps her shoulder to get her attention. Yes, do you need something? You guys look troubled, she said plainly. You see, about Argonaut Kun. Tiona took a deep breath and told everything that happened to Reveria. This shocked her sister Tyone because she memorized every little detail earlier, including all that they said, but it took way too long to tell her everything, and it took an hour and a half before she finished. I see. The High Elf Princess bit her lip and gripped her staff tightly as she absorbs every information Tiona said to her. Okay, I'll go see Aki, so you two can relax now and take a rest. It's been a long day for you. She pats their shoulders before going off. The twins noticed something almost phenomenal. As Reveria walked past them, they saw tears on her eyes. Am I dreaming? Tiona muttered. Of course not, Tyone replied. Aki Line's room. Aki just stood there motionless at their balcony. Line tried to talk to her, and she just smiles and nods to whatever she says. Worried, Line found a solution by bringing Reveria to her, but to the healer's surprise, when she opened the door, she found the High Elf standing right in front of her with her eyes hidden by her beautiful hair. Good evening, Line. Can I go inside? I want to have a private conversation to Aki. She just nodded and let Reveria in. Please, Reveria-san, talk to Aki. She bowed before leaving the two alone. The room was filled with silence and emptiness, and a beautiful girl standing in the middle while basking in the moonlight. Few seconds have passed until Reveria finally spoke to the girl, who's just looking outside with an empty eyes. Aki, I heard what happened earlier from Tiona and Tyone, the High Elf said weakly. Aki finally decided to face her and talk, turning around to meet her emerald eyes with her own gray ones. I see. You know what, Reveria-san? I just realized something when he bid farewell to me. During the time we spent together until our sweet but final moments last night. Something that I did regret not realizing sooner and telling him. But now, all I can do is see cry. Riverisan. Unable to hold herself back, Aki ran over to Reveria, crying as if there is no tomorrow and burying her face on her chest. Reveria, unable to resist her motherly instinct, hugged her tightly while patting her head. Unknown to her that she's also beginning to cry, but not as much as the girl in her arms. Reveria led her to her bed, to where they sat down, until she calms down, which didn't happen until 2 hours later. But after crying so much and drying her eyes, the cute cat girl fell asleep in the elf's grasp. Good grief, well, you deserve a good rest. You can come in now, Line, she called out to the girl who's standing behind the door. Line came in with teary eyes, and as she closed the door, she rushed to the other bed, which is hers, and sat in front of Reveria. Reveria-san, could you please tell me the whole story between that boy and Aki? I don't care if I stayed up all night. She really want to help to ease Aki's pain, that's why she's asking. Okay, I don't know if you've already interacted with him, but I bet you knew that he's not a bad person, right? Yes. Then go back to the prologue and read everything again. Yes. Just joking, HHHA. The night have passed and the morning came. Reveria just finished telling the whole story to the now sleeping girl, while she's, Reveria, still holding the cat girl's hands. Meh, Aki then slowly woke up with a soft moan. Reveria noticed it and slowly reached out to her hair and smiled to the sleeping beauty. Wake up, princess, it's already morning, Reveria said while smiling down to her fellow executive. Right, said the princess herself. She slowly got up and noticed that Reveria's still holding her left hand. What is it? Could you please tell me what is it that you just realized when Belle left yesterday? Yua, why are you asking this now? The said princess now blushed furiously as she averts her gaze to the mage. You already know the answer, so what's the point on asking me? Her shouting earned her a light smack to her head from the high elf. Line is still sleeping. Sorry. All right, now tell me. A teasing grin appeared on her face as she continues to press on the matter earlier. All right already, I love him, you happy now? The cat girl pouted. Took you long enough, anyway how are you now? I'm okay now, after finally letting out everything and admitting that I really do love him. I think I can move on now. Not so fast, Aki. Reveria suddenly interrupted her and smiled while looking at the confused girl. What is it? Aki asked. You can't move on yet because I can feel it. We'll meet him again sooner than we thought. She smiled again and looked at the radiant sun. Aren't you being too optimistic? That's the power of love, she just said. Remembering everything that happened, she just realized that she confessed her own feelings in front of one of Belle's lovers carelessly. Ahahaha, I'm just joking, you know. Huh. It's just a woman's intuition. She winked and left the room with the sleeping Line and the confused Aki. She's right, I shouldn't just give up just because he retired as an adventurer. I'm sure he'll find himself returning to this city again and meeting everyone. Why? Because Aurario is the center of the world and every path leads here after all. Yay. Just finished this shit. I just finished watching DANMACHI S3 Episode 8. And man oh man, Ween's revival scene is so F***seeking amazing, as well as the fight with Asterius. But it also made me realize how boring Eyes is compared to the other characters. Her fighting scenes are the only redeeming thing she has, and her backstory as the daughter of Arya and Albert, but her personality sucks. But if I have to choose between Hestia, Lily, and her, I'd rather choose her. It's not bad being bland and boring. I just had enough of anime girls like her. How I wish the main heroine is a more interesting girl like Reveria or Isfi, since they are both princess of their respective kingdoms, and they have quite a good backstories, funny yet serious personalities and lovely faces. Anyway, that's it for now, and the next chapter is the Christmas chapter. Stay safe, everyone. Goodbye for now, bye. Edit, so I just finished the Christmas event in DANMACHI, and it basically almost killed my motivation to ship Belle and Aki, but don't worry. I won't stop, even if it's kinda difficult. The event contained some comical scene where Lefia, Filvis, Ryu, and Aki got drunk and made them say what they really want. This led to Raoul changing after hearing Aki saying that he's much more greater than what other people say, and he starts acting as a full-fledged veteran adventurer. But after them getting sober, Aki ran away and Raoul started chasing him and things happened. Aki said that she meant all of that, and they said that their relationship is probably more than friends after all. And then Aki said that if she ever get into a romantic relationship with someone, it would rather be Raoul than any other. And it hurts man. Like seeing your girlfriend dating someone in front of you. Yay, and because of that, ORARIO will know pain. Bye. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. After meeting the goddess of justice, the former goddess of his elven comrade Ryu, and one of the three most adored goddess in the whole Aurario, Belle stood there motionless, not knowing what to say nor what to do. Estria, on the other hand, was smiling affectionately for the boy who's clearly confused and surprised. But this isn't the time to be just standing around, so she decided to speak to break the silence. Excuse me, but could we please go out of the gates of Aurario? And after that, please wear this special robe that can remove your presence and the color of your soul as if you're not there, to avoid any detection from anyone, even a certain goddess eyesight. She took the boy's hand and gave her a pleading look, asking him to believe her and obey her words. What should I do? I know she's a very righteous goddess, a goddess who's absolutely good and will never trick him into doing anything, but after my experiences recently, I can't help but doubt any deity I came across with. His head sank while thinking deeply. Still doubting the goddess in front of him, Belle was about to shook his head until a very soft hand landed on his head and starts patting him gently, as if cleansing all of his doubts he has on his heart. It's all right, I know the hardship and the sorrow you felt before leaving your former goddess who's also a friend of mine, and I do apologize for her. We gods are no perfect being despite being above everything else. We make mistakes. We toy children's around and sometimes make them our slaves. We never learn, because of our immortality, we never felt limited by our time, that's why we never evolve and become better, but... She then proceeded to cuff Belle's face with both of her hands and gently lifts it up to match her gaze. I promise you, I won't do anything to harm you, so please, follow my lead. Belle was moved to tears. This is the first time ever that he felt so safe. Too safe that even though he is not his goddess, he instinctively replied, Yes, Kami-sama, while wiping his teary eyes. The two of them went out of the main gate and went to the right side of the wall outside. Estria then handed over a scimitar robe she's currently wearing, but the color of the robe she gave Belle was the opposite of the color she's wearing, black. Ryu-san was right. You're very perfect in every aspect. You are as kind as a loving mother, and your arms are like giant wings that warms up anything it envelops. That's why she adored you so much that she still carries out her duty as your child by defeating evil adventurers, even though she herself is saying that, I'm not worthy of bringing up the word justice anymore. He said while smiling radiantly at the goddess in front of him, which she returned in kind, before asking him who's this Ryu that he's talking about. Belle explained who she is from her race up to her former alias and rank as an adventurer. This surprised Estria because even though they've already parted ways, she still continues to serve her and take her will on doing what's just and right. I see. Then, could you please tell me more about her? I really miss her and I do want to meet her again as soon as possible, but that would be impossible, she said solemnly. Don't worry, Kami-sama. I'm sure you'll meet each other again, and I also know where she works as a waitress every day, so please don't lose hope. I think you can reunite with her any time from now on. And if it's okay with you, I can help you go to her. He took both of her hands, which surprised the goddess. Thank you, Belle. Then if you don't mind, I have a proposal to you. She closed her eyes and held his hand tighter, wishing for his agreement to her proposal. She gulped one more time before finally asking the boy, Would you like to join my familia, Belle? Freya's throne room. Freya's POV. Anger, that's all I could feel throughout my whole body, mind, and soul. It was filled with anger and sorrow after he left this city. I clearly saw it with my own two eyes, how his color disappeared from the northern gate of Aurario. Is something wrong, my lady? My beloved Adral asked me, and I could hear and feel his worries for the sudden shift in my mood. I can't blame him, though, since this is the first time ever I've felt this kind of feeling in millennium. Don't worry, I'm just saddened by the actions that my Belkun took. Hestja's at fault too for acting bitchy here and there, saying whatever comes to her mind first. Wait, does she have a mind in the first place? Well, not that I care, I said while placing my glass of untouched wine to the table beside my seat. I see, so he decided to leave Arario, abandon his career as an adventurer and hero. Strange, that's what came into my mind when I heard his voice full of disappointment for someone for the first time. I guess he also sensed the limitless potential that child holds when he trained him with Loki's childs before his war game. How unusual, this is the first time you sounded disappointed. Would you please tell me as of why? I asked my child. I loved him in every way, from his meek and quiet demeanor to his fierce and superior fighting capabilities that no one can match. The only thing I dislike about him is how he's so obedient on me to the point that he's not even under my charm. Maybe because I somehow felt a sense of rivalry from him, from not just your love but rivalry on who's going to be the strongest. Since I saw with my own two eyes how his progress can be terrifying when he puts his all on pushing forward. I see, so that's why he's watching that boy, with fires on his eyes during their fight against Apollo's childs. Ah, I want to see him again soon, and make him mine. Outside city walls. Belle's POV. I don't know what answer should I give Estrella-sama. Sure, I don't mind being her child and starting Estrella Familia again, but being an adventurer again will surely remind me on how I got toyed by these gods. But as if knowing what's inside my mind, Estrella-sama again erased all of my doubts as she places her hands on my shoulders while looking at me, straight into the eyes. I can see that you're still having doubts. Pain and suffering can bind us and limits the decision we make, so if you don't mind, would you please share me what's that lingering darkness that's shrouding your heart? What pain you had to endure for a strong person like you to stop moving forward? I can feel her concern from every angle. I can genuinely say that she's absolutely worried about me, that's why I trusted her, and shared all of my happy and painful experience during my life under Hestja. But after finishing my story, I noticed the look on her face. She's wondering about something or someone, that's why I decided to ask her on what's bothering her. Nothing special. It's just that this girl you call Aki, it seems like she's a very special person to you. Someone you don't want to be separated. I can feel that you want her to be on your side all the time no matter what happens. She explained while placing a hand on her chin, thinking very hard and trying to understand what our relationship are, but when she came up with an answer, it blew me away since I never noticed that I'm describing her as something like that. Do you love her by any chance? Her question stopped the world itself. I don't know the answer, but I can clearly say that no is not my answer. She holds a very special place in my heart that no one can ever fill up, even though we had a very short time together. We became closer than normal friends should be. Our relationship is not family-like, but also not friends-like. It's more like of what exactly? I asked myself. Do I love her? If yes, since when? How come I did not realize it the moment it happened? Is this the reason why I'm so sad parting from her, that I almost went back earlier just to say everything I want to say to her? Belle, Estrella-sama, then interrupted me by placing her index finger in front of my lips, signaling that I should stop and just relax. Love comes around unexpectedly, sometimes. We never realize it until someone makes us do. I too have experienced that kind of feeling back then, although I never saw him again after a certain event and will probably not meet him until the end of the humanity, but I'm sure he feels the same way I do for him even though we are polar opposites. She explained while looking at the cloudy sky as if looking for someone. After hearing her words, I decided to recall all of our memories together. Short it may be, but it was very special, and the more I dug into it, the more my heartbeat keeps getting faster and faster. My heart is screaming her name, and my mind was filled with the image of her beautiful smile. I see, I'm not just in love with her, I'm madly in love with her. The first time I saw her wonderful smile was the moment she took my heart from me. I never realized it until now. Thank you, Kami-sama, for letting me know. I resolved myself and steeled my resolution, accepting Estrella-sama's offer to become her children, but before bestowing me her falna and the mark of justice, she asked me to accompany her to a place where a friend of her resides. We walked to the right side further until she stopped and called out to someone named Fells, A door then opened from the city walls and showed us the passage that goes underground. It was a very dark pathway, and the walls were covered in sacred lettering. We then reached a seemingly dead end until the letters glowed and the wall in front of us disappeared, and beyond that, a dark room with the throne in the middle of it presented itself unto us. "We are here, Belle." After stepping inside the dark room, I noticed the torch beside the throne in the middle to be very eerie. A very strong presence then covered the whole room before a voice of an old man echoed. "Welcome, young adventurer, my name is Uranus, the god who offers prayer to the dungeon to keep the monsters from going out of Babel." Next day. Normal POV. After hearing everything from Uranus and Astrea, Belle accepted their offer to become a secret agent working solely for maintaining the peace in Arario. Since they don't want to repeat the tragedy that happened to Arario 7 years ago that was caused by a god named Erebus, who commanded thousands of adventurers to turn Arario into a living hell. "Kami-sama, why am I not allowed to reveal myself to even one of my dearest friend or to Aki? Because it will defeat the purpose of our existence being a surprise for the remnants of Evelis. Even I want to go and hug my Ryu, but it will only cause ruckus and will result on her getting arrested by the guild. Oh, I forgot about this yesterday, but I've updated your status, and here it is. Belle Cranel. Level 3. SDR, H108. Dex, I78. Agi, H164. Mag, I69. Magic. Firebolt, quick trigger no chant fire and lightning magic. Skills. Lyris Freeze, stronger feelings and resolve results in rapid growth. Argonaut, charge skill, and can be triggered by charging up the user's exilia as well as the ones around him. Can be used to turn hopeless situations to your favor. Blood of Jupiter. Enables the user to easily learn and use any old type lightning magic with little mind consumption. Can also unlock the true potential of Falna after reaching a specific level. After taking a look in his status, Belle could not believe what he just saw. The skill called Blood of Jupiter was something he saw in one of the picture books his grandpa used to make. The skill of the strongest hero to ever exist in mankind's history, the skill Argonaut possesses. Kami-sama. Is this real? I mean, I don't doubt you since you've been doing this for so long, but I can't believe I have a skill that only Argonaut was known to possess, Belle said with eyes wide. Truth to be told, Astrea herself could not believe what she just saw yesterday when she updated his status after engraving her Falna to his back, but after consulting Uranus, she began to understand what this is. Flashback. Guild Underground, Throne Room. Uranus, what is this? I can't believe a child like him who's so young and pure have a skill with tremendous potential like this. Is this why you want to keep him around? She demanded to the god sitting on the throne. Uranus did not waste any time and told her everything he knew from what he saw with his divine vision. It turns out that Argonaut was not the only heroic spirit that reside in his body, but the spirit of the sword champion, Albert, was also living in him, supporting his growth and such. I see, so this is why other gods was so fascinated on him, including Freya. The goddess of justice sighed after hearing his explanation. That's right, that's the reason I had Fells to prepare a special concealing robe for you and him, to escape her detection. I see, thank you. I'll be going now. Astrea then left his chamber and made her way back to their secret home in Daedalus Street, where they can hide and where they won't attract any attention. End of flashback. Yes, it is, and also please prepare yourself. We'll head out of Arario and go to a village not too far from here. I have an appointment with someone. Hearing his goddess words, Belle immediately wore his brown coat and robe before leaving their home, heading to the northern gate of the city. After walking for some few hours, they've finally reached a small village and went to a small hut at the edge of it. Hello, are you there? The beautiful goddess knocked at the wooden door. A man suddenly emerged, which surprised Belle. Not only his appearance was odd, but his way of speaking was also very unfamiliar to him. Yahoo, Chanastria. Yes, I'm here, and I've just finished repairing and modifying the weapon you had Fells Ma Bro deliver yesterday. the weird man with black eye glasses and hakama said in what Belle can only call cheerful manner. "Oh, I see. Is it him who's going to wield this baby?" he asked the goddess, who looks tired and stresses for some reason. Istria nodded at him after that. He started to inspect the boy from every angle and nodded to himself while saying, "I understand," repeatedly. "One final last Segono thing, but before that, may I ask your name?" "Young hero." He smiled at him as he snaps his fingers before pointing them out to the white-headed boy. "My name is Bel Cranel." "Naaruchodio." "My name is Oetsunihmea. Yorshikyu. And now for the final thing, please pull out a strand of your hair and I'll add it into the sword." He extended his left hand while smiling deviously. He then observed him as he picks up a hair before handing it to him. "Okay, follow me. This will be a quick adjustment to the weapon you'll be wielding soon, Cranel-chan. And I also need your cooperation on this, so you better not mess up or I'll hammer your head." Oetsu picked up his forging tools and placed them in his bag before heading to the back of his house. There, the two saw a very huge lake with a very beautiful scenery on it. Time to work. He took off his white shirt and removed his glasses before tying up his hair. Bel was so surprised when he saw his back with Hephaestus Falna engraved on it. A few seconds later, and the blacksmith signaled the young boy to come to him. "Shaunen, this sword is you." This sword represents the user's power and becomes an extension of the adventurer who has his hair in it, and in this case, it's you. But the final part is where you will see how powerful your weapon and you will be. You need to plunge it down to the lake and see how much water it needs to cool down. The more water it dries up, the more powerful the user and the weapon is. But you won't be able to tell the difference if you just look at the lake, since it's so vast and deep, so you have to just try it out after cooling it off. Now go. Plunge the blade into the lake. He pushed Bel's back, which made him stumble a bit before placing the blade onto the water. But what happened after that was something that shocked all three of them. The lake became so dry that not even a drop of water can be seen, and the crimson blade became a silver with sacred lettering engraved on it. "That one is an absolute hottie. I never saw a sword suck that many water on it," Oetsu said in disbelief after seeing the blade. Bel could not believe what he just saw. He's holding again yet another living weapon. A representation of himself and a weapon that grows with the user. "Bel, that sword is called Crimson Order. It is the sword of the former captain of my Familia Elise level. I hope I can trust you with her weapon and will to do what you think is always right," Istria said as she closed the gap between her and Bel. "Yes, Kami-sama." Chapter 23. After finishing the final adjustments to the Crimson Order, they decided to take a rest for a bit before going back to Arario. This gave Bel some time to ask the Master Smith himself on how can he create something on this level. Normal POV. It was almost night, so they've decided to set up a small fire where they can sit around while cooking their food before traveling back to Arario again. Bel, seeing that this is the perfect opportunity, decided to ask Oetsu. "Mind if I ask you something, Oetsu-san?" the boy asked while eyeing the lively smith who's practicing his rapping skills. "Just call me Etsuboya. Anyway, what is it?" He answered his gaze with his own, and he can see it clearly that he's very curious on something about him. "How did you create such an amazing weapon like this? The only one I saw who creates this kind of weapons is Hephaestus-sama herself, and she was known for her godly works as the greatest blacksmith even in Tenkai." He returned his gaze to the small fire in the middle. "I see. Well, when I saw your reaction earlier, I had a hunch that my former goddess already made a weapon of this caliber for you, but there is still some differences between her work and mine. For example, just cooling mine off takes a huge amount of effort, like plunging it into water. Unlike hers, just one soft blow of air is enough to bring the shape and design of the weapon in display. Because she can handle the power of her forged weapons, unlike me, who needs the user themselves to finish it. But this one is for sure. That sword in your grasp is my best work so far. I can confidently say that it can stand up to one of her divine works." The man then laughed while tapping Bel's shoulders. "Somehow feel like I'm the weirdo here, even though it's the exact opposite." He sweat dropped before looking at the sword he's currently holding. Istria then called out to the two for them to eat dinner, and after finishing their food, Belle and Astrea began their journey back to Arario again. It was almost dawn when they've arrived, and the gates just opened, so there is not that much of people entering and exiting. This made their way in easier since there are also very few Ganesha Familia members. That's what Belle thought before he saw a familiar-looking beautiful women with short blue hair, and eyes that's looking straight at their direction. "Shakti-san," he screamed in his thoughts as he saw the women walking straight his and Astrea's direction while eyeing them suspiciously. Belle's POV. "You two, please wait a second. We're doing some inspections right now because of some troublesome adventurers. I know it's inconvenient for you, but please obey us and let us take a look at your things," she said while holding a hand out, demanding us to turn our bags and other possessions to her. I don't know why, but for some reason, I'm a little bit nervous because who knows? I'm currently bringing a weapon right now, and I might be accused of something, but before I could hand over my belongings. My goddess showed her a letter with a seal. After reading the letter, Shakti-san went to her god Ganesha-sama and showed the letter to him, and after finishing it, he gave us both a thumbs up with a huge grin and his child's "let us in finally." We then walked past Shakti-san, but while walking beside her, she whispered something that caught me off guard all of a sudden. "I look forward on working with you," she said gently as she continues guarding the gates. Me and my goddess continued our walk towards our temporary home in Daedalus Street before calling it a day until we saw a green-haired elf and a waitress running towards our direction. This surprised Kami-sama since she recognized who is it, but she held herself back from calling her out. "No, Belle, this is not the right time yet, so please let us be on our way." I saw tears on her eyes but decided to just leave it alone for now. I know it's painful to watch someone you love from far away. Not being able to interact with them, not even a simple hello or smile. Just nothing. We then arrived at our home, and at last can finally relax, but tears in her eyes won't just stop until a few minutes later. Instead of worrying about things that can wait until later, we should focus on you getting stronger first. Since your magic is pretty famous by being the fastest and easiest to use, you'll be forbidden to use it until we can reveal who you are. Instead, you'll have to learn another type of magic connected to your skill, Blood of Jupiter. I'll talk to Fels about that matter, so for the time being, go to the middle floor and try to reach the safety point by the day. Since Uranus said he'll assist us, I'm sure he'll send Fels to assist you before returning to the surface and camping on the 18th floor. She then wiped her tears away and suggested that we start things. It turns out that being the way I am now won't even budge the remnants of Evelus out there, since they control bunch of those eerie monsters Lephiasan, and I fought in the 18th floor. Not only that, but they also have some strong level 3 to level 5 adventurers hiding in the shadows. The battle ahead of us will be a hard one, especially since you're the only one we can send out to stop them for the time being. But fear not, Loki Familia will be there during your missions to sometimes distract them and act as a vanguard for you until you reach them. And we can also take advantage of your skill Lyris Fries for this matter. She pointed a finger on my chest and smiled gently at me. Sensing my confusion, my beautiful goddess spoke again. And she used my undercover status to boost my determination on training and learning a new fighting style and magics. "You want to see her again, right?" she whispered to me. Yes, I nodded to her and gave her a determined look. "Then think about her every time you step inside the dungeon. The more you got stronger, the more you can eliminate the threat to our peace. And when the threat is gone, we no longer have to hide ourselves in the shadows. We can finally be together with the people we love. You can reunite with her once again." Her words struck me like Adarl-san's punches. It really gave me the boost in my emotions. "You're right, Kami-sama, so when can I start?" "Tonight at 10 p.m., since the number of the adventurers entering and exiting the dungeon are very few and sometimes none. You can enter with no worries, and you can just climb up again after a day." She then gave me a smile and excused herself. I noticed her eyes and how dull and tired it looked. I suggested that she should sleep and rest for the day and let me do all the housework for now, but she turned it down. "Belle, I can't let you do all the work," she said worriedly to me, and I'm happy to know that she's concerned about me, but I insisted. "No, Kami-sama, remember that I have a Falna now, and I'm pretty strong too, so please don't worry about me and take a rest. This is nothing." I smiled gently to her as I put my hands on her shoulders. She then returned my smile before agreeing with me. Few months later. Eki's POV. It's been a few months since Bell left the city. I'm sure he's okay, but I can't help but be worried about him since I don't know where to send letters since he never gave us his address in his letter. It's hard to not see him running around the city or the dungeon middle floors. But I slowly got used to it with the help of Reveria-san and the others, and now I'm doing my everyday tasks like always. I do remember him from time to time, but since I have no time to be worried about him because we're too busy on investigating a path that we discovered recently that we suspect as another entrance to the dungeon. Aki, Rauno, Eyes, I need to ask you two a favor. The captain almost instinctively called out for Raoul before correcting himself. I guess me moving up to being an executive is still not a normal thing for him, but when I look at Raoul, he seems more oblivious of the fact. Why not me, captain? I mean, we always take orders from you all the time, so why the sudden change of mind now? He said, before being reminded by the captain that executive are partnered with a fellow executive. Oh, I see. He then left the scene with a very depressed look on his face. Narvi tried to not laugh at this matter, but her wide grin won't hide the fact that she finds his depression funny. But being the good one, Alicia got a little angry at her for laughing at their fellow member. Aki, let's go, Finn's waiting for us. Eyes snapped me out of it as she taps my shoulders, turning my attention away from my friends. I followed her as she walks towards the captain's room. We knocked 3 times before hearing him say, "Come in." And after that, we entered the room and saw an unbelievable amount of papers again, but this time, it's twice as tall as Reveria-san. As you can see, I'm quite busy here, so I'll be brief. Investigate the Daedalus Street today. Just the 2 of you, and return here for report at exactly 8 p.m. You are free to take a break at 12 noon and eat, but be sure to return again before the clock hits 2 p.m. Understand? Yes. Then please go, thank you too. He smiled at us before we exit the room with mountain of paperworks. Eyes eyed me briefly as soon as we go out before speaking up. Do you miss Belle? She asked me suddenly. It almost caught me off guard, but I'm expecting this kinds of questions to pop up here and there, but not from her. She's an airhead after all. Yes, in fact if I can, I want to send him a letter if I know his address, but sadly that's not the case. I smiled gently as we continued our walk towards our home's exit. We continue to chat and talk about some silly stuffs, including Raoul's attempts to get close on me recently. This got me thinking all of a sudden of why would he do that? I wonder what's going on inside his head. I can understand if he's still getting used to it like the captain, but he's mentioning it and complaining about how I became ahead of him on being an executive. I think he likes you, Raoul, I mean. Her words stopped me from thinking for a whole minute there before I can speak again. I never expect her to say something like that. How can you say that? I stuttered as I slowly began to imagine him and me being in that kind of relationship. And the more I think about it, the more that it doesn't look that bad. Maybe if I'm not in love with someone right now, I would probably end up with Raoul, or who knows. Maybe in a parallel universe we were seeing each other. But before I could get any more weird ideas, I brought out a new topic for Eyes, and even though she looks like usual, I knew for sure that she's also concerned about him since she trained him before. By the way, don't you also miss Belle? I mean, you became pretty close to the point where you trained him before our expedition. I asked the doll princess in front of me, who looks passive as always. I don't know, but I feel like it just doesn't feel like usual without him being chased around. She said nonchalantly, and I kinda agree with her this time since he's a magnet for all kinds of odd things. After exiting our home and arriving shortly at the Daedalus Street, we noticed something different. The usual quiet and ghost town-like atmosphere was gone and was replaced by lively chatter of the residents. It's a good thing to see, but it's not usually like this, which sets me on alert. Eyes, something isn't right here. Let's ask the residents on what happened here and why do all people look so happy. We walked around and shortly found a group of kids playing around happily. And since kids doesn't lie in some matters, we decided to ask them out on what's happening here. It turns out that there is a mysterious male adventurer who's living here are giving money to the poor residents of this area. money with a large amount for each family, and the amount was enough to sustain them for 3 months or so. They said that this man was so kind and cheerful, but he never showed them his face, not even once, which sounds weird. Can you give me more details about this handsome Onii-chan you speak of? I asked the little girl, who looks like she's enjoying talking about the unknown person. He's always carrying a very cool-looking sword, and he's always with this very, very, very beautiful lady. I looked at Eyes, whose for the first time looks like listening to something intently. But I saw in her eyes that she's not worried about this unknown adventurer in the first place, but rather about something else. A person then suddenly appeared before us. The person was clad in pure white robe, and from what I can tell from her body shape and figure, she's a woman. Ha, the beautiful lady, hello, are you alone today? The boy with red, long, spiky hair ran towards the lady with a huge smile on his face. A second later, and everyone also ran towards her direction. I observed her actions, and nothing seems off about it. She's just speaking with the kids very kindly while gently patting their heads, but what happened next is something that surprised both Eyes and me. Excuse me, cat lady, but are you Anakitty Autumn by any chance? Her question made us both draw our swords, not noticing the scared look on the kids' faces. Please sheath your swords, I mean no harm. I just want to know if you are that person. I caught a glimpse of her eyes under her hood. I saw that she really just want me to answer her question. I sheathed my sword and apologized for the kids before nodding to the mysterious lady. She then smiled at me before whispering, "I see," and leaving the scene. We continued our patrol for the day until it was already night. We decided that it's more than enough for today, so we started to head back to our home. But after arriving back there, Eyes said that she wants to go to dungeon before sleeping, so Reveria-san asked me to accompany our reckless princess, which I obeyed. And we arrived then at the 18th floor and decided to take a rest for Abbott before returning back. 18th floor woods, night. We sat down under a large tree and lit up a small fire while taking a short rest. Eyes then asked me on how does it feel to be ADG executive, a thing that she should have asked months ago. Nothing unusual, it's just that I get to receive tougher orders from Captain now, and sometimes I have to go and do it alone, not like before where I always have someone with me like Raoul. I answered nonchalantly as I unsheathed my sword and inspected the blade if it was chipped away or not. She was about to ask me another question until we heard a huge explosion near us. We put out the fire and immediately head to the source of it, and we were both surprised when we arrived at the scene. A guy in black robe and hood was menacingly standing with his back on us, while facing a large number of violas and 5 members of what we can tell as Evelys members. Eyes will jump in. He can't win this alone. Eyes nodded to me, and we were about to dash in until we heard the person in front of us chanting. Sanzei suru kemono no hon, sento kosho kotsu no sharin, yugokbakes to merbasara, yarietsu niro ga kyojanai mikaru, hado no 63, rekoho. We were in awe when we saw him slashing those violas while evading and chanting his magic all at the same time. He executed it perfectly and made it look so natural, like breathing. But what surprised me was the power of that magic. It left a huge hole and destroyed that many violas in just one go. Who is this person? He's no ordinary adventurer, and what was that chant? I don't understand a single word he said earlier. We stood there motionlessly, still surprised by what we saw earlier, but he still have some surprise yet. He brought out his sword and was heading towards the members of Evelys, and from what I can tell, that sword is no ordinary weapon. But after taking a closer look on it, I started to notice that something is engraved on that blade, like Belle's knife. Who is he? I said with eyes shot wide. And believe me, I also want to know who that incredible guy is. The person then whispered something, and a second later, his sword was suddenly covered in crimson flames and was about to slice the head of these evil doers, but he stopped midway when he saw them all passed out. You're not going to finish them off? I asked him as he started to carry them around, and it looks like he's going to head up to the surface. An idea then came to me. Don't tell me he's their ally. I was about to draw my sword until Eyes stopped me and asked him where he would take them. He then just simply answered, to Shakti Varma, and was about to walk off, but I called him out. "Please wait, who are you?" I asked the mysterious person. When he turned around, I noticed his posture changed a bit. It suddenly became softer and relaxed. Just a simple ally of justice. Chapter 24. A day has already passed after Aki and Aiza's encounter to the mysterious adventurer at the safety point. Still shocked by his incredible fighting capabilities and his absurdly strong magic, Aki was spacing out. A thing that no one ever saw even before. But after hearing their story, Finn and the others except for Te began to understand how strong this individual is. Aiz explained that while not being on par in terms of strength and speed with a level 5 to 6 adventurers, he covers it with his extremely refined swordsmanship and dodging skills. She also explained how powerful his magic is, a thing that shocked both Lefia and Reveria. But after their report, Finn began to state their next mission, where they will investigate the Daedalus Street, along with Philvis from Dionysus Familia in 2 different groups. They decided to separate the groups by gender. After explaining everything to them, Finn assigned where the 2 groups will start their investigations. The girls' group will investigate the whole street, while the boys will investigate the sewers. And after investigating for almost a whole day, Finn's group found something thanks to Te's ability to point out scents. He stated that he could smell countless numbers of violas in a certain direction, and when they followed it, a huge door made of orichalcum presented itself to them. Finn ordered Raoul to notify the others, and in less than an hour, they've arrived at their location and was ready to open the door, but a person suddenly appeared in front of them to stop them from entering. Normal POV. As the giant doors open by itself, cold yor starts to blow from the inside, and the chill was enough to send shivers to the bones of the top-class adventurers, including the usual boastful, Beta can't do anything but keep quiet. They can feel death in the air, but it's their duty to put an end to the plans of Evelus once, and for all so Finn ordered everyone aside from Reveria and Loki to go inside, but before they could step forward, a mysterious man appeared in front of them. The man has an average height, but that's all they can tell. Because of his long black robe and hood, they can't tell who it is. That's why all of them took their stance and was ready to kill him on the spot, except for Aiz and Iki, but they've stopped when the man spoke. "Don't go inside, it's a trap. Especially you braver, there is a trap specifically laid there for you, and you will die, and that goes for everyone as well." This surprised everyone, even Loki, because she can sense that the mysterious man wasn't lying. Beta was about to shout at him until he noticed something. He then smiled to himself before stepping back, which seems weird for everyone. He then asked Aiz and Iki if this is the man that took out members of Evelus at the 18th floor. They were taken aback by these when the 2 girls nodded at him. Who would expect that Beta was actually paying attention to their conversation about another person? "You saw that? I was planning to do those in secret. That's why I chose a time where everyone was already sleeping and where no one should be roaming around. Anyway, I'm not your enemy. I'm just here to warn you not to enter this as long as possible. But if you still want to, after all the warnings I gave you, I must accompany you whether you like it or not." Finn was starting to doubt himself, because even though an unknown person that he never met even once before was standing in front of him, he can't help but trust him for no particular reason. His thumb also stopped aching the moment this person tried to stop them, which gave him a signal that they are safe. Slowly, the goddess of mischief slowly approached her first child when she noticed that he's having trouble deciding. "Finn, I know I don't have to tell this to you, but trust him. You can feel it, don't you? Something about him is weird, and when you feel it, you can't help but trust him," the goddess stated in all honesty, brushing off her playfulness. "All right, I trust you. Everyone, we won't be entering this place for a while. We have to plan this carefully, so for now, let us leave this place." He then looked at the mysterious person and nodded at him. They were about to leave the place, but was stopped when they heard the person shouting at their direction, but it was already too late. One of them got taken by a huge vine and was dragged behind the door. But the mysterious man followed and saved her the moment they've entered the door, but what happened next is something that they never expected. The door closed and was shut tight. Everyone made an attempt to open it, even Reveria tried to use all of her magics, but failed to even scratch the door. "Line, Aki screamed as she tries to break the door, desperately trying to get inside because who knows what happened to those two. The mysterious adventurer might be strong, but he's no match Valeta and Revis combined. Inside. I'm sorry, everyone. Her life was just a few inches away from death, as the monster who dragged her inside was there waiting for its food to arrive to its mouth. But the unknown hero did not allow it. Rushing towards them at full speed, the unknown adventurer wasted no time and started to enchant his weapon with fire magic, preparing to slash the vines that binds the girl as well as slashing the accursed monster, along with its magic stone to set Line free. Let her go, he shouted as he freed the girl and grabbed her by his left arm. But what happened next caught him off guard, and he was forced to shield the girl in his arms with his own body as violas started to spawn around and attach them. Gah! He successfully protected Line, but he on the other hand was injured badly, and after seeing his state. Line panicked and does not know what to do but when she saw his face. Her panic has gone away and was replaced by curiosity, shock, and surprise. No way, Belle Cranel, she whispered as she looked at the boy's pained expression as they lay on the ground facing each other, but after snapping out of it. She immediately grabbed 2 mid-tier potions from her bag to give it to him. But before she could open it up, the monsters started attacking again, but to her surprise, the potion from her hand disappeared as well as the adventurer in front of her, and when she found where he is, he was already slicing up the monsters at an incredible speed. Amazing, I can see why Iki chose him. He's so strong, and from what I heard from Reveria-sama, he was also very kind and honest. Nothing about him is wrong in any sense. He might be naive, but that naivety of him made him who he is. But how can he grow so fast in just a few months after he left Hestia Familia? And from what I heard, he had his Falna removed, so how? As she wonders why he still have his powers. Belle finished off the remaining monster before heading towards Line. Are you okay, young lady? Unaware that his hood came off. He continued his facade and extended a hand to the lady, which she gladly took. But after that, she giggled lightly because of the fact that he's so oblivious that his identity was already revealed to her. Thank you, Cranel-san, for saving me. The supporter smiled gently to him, which made him blush. But after realizing what she just said, he screamed out and asked how she knew who he is. After explaining everything, Belle begged her to not tell anyone, including Aki. Line then nodded and said yes, and even though she's curious as to why he's hiding and who is he serving right now, she held herself back. Thank you for understanding me. Well, let's get out now. Oh, before I forgot. He sheathed his sword and then started fixing his clothes, putting back his hood and adding a mask to ensure that no one would notice who he is. He requested to her if she could back away. After agreeing, Belle started to charge his skill Argonaut and channeling it all to his sword. He took a stance and then dashed through the door before slashing it. Boom! The sound of explosion was loud enough to make all of them cover their ears and duck down. The Loki Familia's eyes shot wide as they saw Line unscratched and smiling to them along with the unknown person. Overjoyed, Aki jumped straight to her friend with tears of joy, embracing her, genuinely happy to see her alive. The scene was so touching that it took all of Belle's will to stop himself from reaching out to her. Thank you, you don't know how thankful I am, so please, if you need anything don't hesitate to ask me. She tearfully approached and thanked him, not knowing who he is. While watching the two, Line could feel her heart feeling sorry for Belle. Not being able to tell even the person he loves his identity will surely hurt him tremendously, especially right now where he can reach out to her. She decided then to approach Belle too and thank him again, and giving him a determined look. Thank you again, Mr. Adventurer. I know it's hard, but I believe in you. You can do it. After reading between the lines on her words, Belle immediately understood her. Smiling, he reached out for the healer's hand and said, "Thank you," before heading towards Finn. Line, the cat girl called out to her friend. Yes. For some reason, I feel extremely jealous of you, and I don't know why. Aki's sweat dropped at her own statement before embracing her friend once again. As the unknown adventurer approaches Finn, Bate on the other hand was smiling. Unlike his unusual smile, like mocking everyone around him, his smile this time looks like somewhat proud. Proud of someone. The wolf slowly walked past him, smiling down to the adventurer as he whispers something. "Yo, you've gotten stronger, kid." He then waved and went towards the two girls who's still embracing each other. "Isn't that enough? Cut it out, I'm getting sick of it." He then returned to his normal boastful behavior. "Thank you, I may not know who you are, but I give my gratitude to you for saving one of our most important members of second team, as well as saving me." He held his right hand out and was expecting him to take and shake it, but instead, he shook his head, saying that, "I only did the right thing, so there is no need to thank me." After giving Finn all the information he needs, Belle disappeared, leaving the confused members of Loki Familia as to what to think of him. I think I rushed the ending of Thing chapter. And sorry since I'm so busy buying gifts for everyone here in my family. And I also just returned to playing Bleach Brave Souls only to be reminded by how much of a fucking dumpster the PvP is, because of just one character. Imagine grinding 69 hours per day to max out your PvP team, but one character is all your enemy needs to fuck you up. Isn't that frustrating? I started to hate Jugram because of that. And also, I didn't get the new Christmas version of Ruruka. Enough rant. Anyway, thanks guys for reading this. That's all. Merry Christmas. Edit, yes, Beten knows who he is because of his scent. But he kept his mouth shut because he wants Finn and the others to overthink this. Line and Belle will become friends, and Iki will get the spotlight when the Xenos came out. The rescue for Haruheim and Asteria's appearance will also happen at the same time. Mikoto will also get some, as well as Shakti, since I hate how the anime just pushed her aside after 2 episodes. That's all. Chapter 25. Iki's POV. It was just a normal dungeon exploration, right before the Holy Night Festival, so that I can have a money for myself and get an expensive dinner since I don't like to eat with the others like Bite or Gareth-san. Especially that werewolf, since his attitude when he's drunk is the worst. I just reached the 23rd floor and was preparing to head back, reflecting on how scary it is to become a level 5 adventurer. The huge jump on power, speed, and everything is tremendous. I should get going, the sun is about to set, I think, I said to myself as I walked towards the floor entrance. The trip back to the surface was not that long, as I reached the higher floor in just an hour, and a few minutes after that, I got out of the dungeon and Babel. But I was surprised by what I saw as I went out of the streets. The decorations for the Holy Night Festival were very beautiful, but what caught my attention was the beautiful snow that's slowly falling and covering everything. Thanks to the salamander jacket I'm currently wearing right now, that I'm not feeling cold, but if I remove this, I think I might feel that my bones might freeze. I took my time to walk back to our home. I even took a detour and went to the Hearthfire Mansion's direction, even though the person I want to see so badly was not even there anymore. What am I thinking? I sighed to myself as I looked at the beautiful home of Hestia Familia. There might only be 3 members and 1 god in here, but it sure feels like it's completely fine. As I continued to space out in front of their gate, a girl suddenly called out to me from behind. She has a long black hair that's tied in a side ponytail by what looked like a guard used for katanas. She also has this very fierce and yet kind look on her eyes, and she's also exceptionally beautiful. She wore a purple winter jacket and black skirt with tights, a simple yet good pair of boots, and her turtleneck yellow shirt on the inside. Her name is Yamato Mikoto, a level 2 adventurer, and was considered by the gods a genius because of her outstanding performance against their fight to the now disbanded Apollo Familia. "Oh, Aki-san, good evening. Do you need something? How are you?" she asked me politely while giving me a very gentle smile. I returned her kind smile and answered her question. "Good evening, I'm fine, thanks. I'm just taking a walk to cool off since I just went to the dungeon earlier." I smiled at her again, but this time with more familiarity since I view her as one of my friends now. Ever since Belle left, I thought my connection to his former familia will be cut off, but I'm wrong. Ever since then, I slowly became friends with both Welf and Mikoto-san. Since she and I share some hobbies and interests, at first we only talked about stuffs that only involves their former captain, but as the time goes by, we became close and started talking about personal matters like who likes who and stuffs like that. Welf, on the other hand, was just a very good person, a straightforward man, and is very honorable. He's like Gareth-san, but without his bad eating habits as well as not being addicted to alcohol. He's also very kind to take a look and sometimes repair my equipments once in a while, even though sometimes I want to give him some volleys to pay for the maintenance. He politely refuses them every time while saying, "Don't worry about small things." I see, why don't you come inside for a bit? I'm sure Welf Dono have prepared a nice hot drink. As she opened the gate, I gladly followed her inside, and Welf welcomed us with a huge smile on his face as he waves to both of us. We placed our jackets to the stand next to the door of their living room and sat at the sofa. Welf offered us a hot chocolate to drink, and it tastes really good. I thought that Mikoto-san was the only good cook here, but it looks like Welf also have some cooking skills. "Thank you very much, Welf Dono. It's a little too cold outside," she said as she takes a sip on her drink. We just talked casually about things we find interesting, while Welf would throw out jokes here and there, until Hestia-sama and Lily appeared. "Oh, Aki-sama, I didn't know you were here." The Palom supporter smiled at me and sat beside Welf while eyeing him suspiciously. Seconds later, she starts staring daggers at him while whispering something to him which I just ignored. "Hello, Aki-kun, how are you?" the goddess of hearth asked me. As I looked at her, I noticed that she still haven't recovered from the loss. Well, who can blame her? He's her first child after all. She must have been missing him more than I do. "I'm okay, thanks for asking." The night goes on, and I left their home before the celebration starts. I don't want to intrude other familia's celebration, so I headed home. I arrived shortly and was welcomed by Eyes that's currently dressed in a very weird manner. Shortly, Loki appeared and explained what is this. It looks like her clothes were inspired by a character from a picture book that gives gifts to good children's every holy night. I admit that it looks cute on her, but it's still weird. Shortly, I entered the home and was surprised by the sight. Everyone was wearing the same thing, just a different style to fit them, and as my eyes land upon Reveria-san, I can't help but smile on her. Even though the clothes were supposed to look cute and fluffy, it still looks elegant on her, like wearing a gown. She's so beautiful. "Aki, here's yours, I saved the best for you." Tiona dashed to me with clothes on her hands. I thought it was the same red with some white designs at first, but when I wore it, I noticed that it has a very different design from the others. The top was an off-shoulder dress. It retains the red colors with some furry like white design on the shoulders, but on the middle of it was a ribbon with a star in the middle of it. It also has some black parts and green and gold lining. Black gloves with red ribbons as a design and a black and green skirt, and a golden star hair clips. I looked at myself in the mirror and spun around 360 to take a look at my outfit. Tiona was right. I think this is the best outfit, but why give it to me though? I went out of my room after the finishing touches and helped Alicia and Narvi to prepare for the feast tonight. And as we finished cooking and preparing the table, I went to where Captain, Reveria-san, and Loki is. Excuse me, but can I go out alone tonight? I don't want to stay here since you know how wild those two can get when they get drunk. I sweat dropped as I looked at the two who's already having a contest as to who can drink the most. "Are you sure? Why not just stay here?" "Aw, how unfair for Reveria-san to give me those puppy dog eyes. How can I refuse someone as cute as you?" I screamed inside my head. "Oh, okay, I'll stay, but please stop them when they get too much, okay?" "Sure, I'll send them to the depths of hell if they dare to defy me." Her cute aura was suddenly nowhere to be found. Only her aura when she's about to kill someone was a I could feel right now. It's so funny how her mood can shift so fast. The celebration came to a close, and everyone was already cleaning the mess, but kept the decorations on because of a certain flat-chested goddess request until New Year's arrived, which the captain also agreed on. Clearing only took a few minutes, and now everyone was already asleep. I don't feel sleepy yet, so I opened the window and went to the balcony of our room, feeling the cold breeze of winter while looking at the snow that piled up to the ground below. As I continued to look at the white road, a certain boy with pure white hair just like the snow popped up to my mind, and the more I see the color, the more I remember everything I love about him. I really miss him. I wonder if he feels lonely right now, spending the night alone. An arrow flew to my direction, but I noticed that it wasn't aimed on me, so I didn't bother to move. When it landed behind me, I reached out to it and noticed the letter attached near to the head. I cautiously opened the letter and was expecting to read a threat to our familia or something along those lines, but what I read was something I did not expect. To Anakitty Autumn. Please come to the city wall behind your home. I'll be waiting. I grabbed my sword and went there. I can feel no danger and ill intent to it, but I can't afford to be careless. Just in case, that's why I brought my regal force with me. I arrived at the place said in the letter. After looking around, I found someone clad in black cloak, but he immediately removed his hood the moment he saw me, and that's when I realized. This is a very special place, not only for me, but also for him, the boy that I missed so much. The person who stole my heart as well as my first kiss. The record holder, Belle Cranel, was walking slowly towards me. The snow starts falling again. Slowly, I felt waters on my eyes while I unconsciously also started walking towards him, but a few seconds later, we both started running, and when we reached each other, we embraced tightly and through each other's touch. We can feel our emotions flowing and our hearts screaming how we missed each other. Belle. Aki-san, our voice was cracking. An hour have passed before we let go of each other. Now only our hands were joined with eyes locked towards each other as the snow slowly falls upon us. I've missed you so much, we said in unison, which surprised both of us and made us laugh a bit. You haven't changed, Belle. Well, it's only have been a few months since I left. We locked eyes and slowly embraced each other again. And slowly, I can feel my heart already screaming to say something to him, but it looks like I'm not the only one who wants to say something. Aiki, the truth is I have something to say to you. I just realized this recently. The truth is I love you. I've been in love with you the first time I met you at the 18th floor. I felt the whole world stop with his confession. Who would have thought that he also felt the same for me? I must have been the luckiest woman in the whole world. Belle, is that true? Yes. I'm glad because I feel the same for you, Belle. I love you too. I couldn't hold myself back anymore, so I buried my face on his chest and started crying out of joy. In the middle of the Holy Night Festival, I was reunited by the person I love the most. A minute later, he lifted my face and wiped out my tears while smiling at me. A second then. We started to close the gap between us little by little until our lips met. I could feel my heart thumping so loud, but I don't care, as long as I'm with him. I feel like I could do and overcome anything. Our kiss lasted shortly. That's how I felt even though it's been a few minutes. Belle, where have you been? If you are still an adventurer, why didn't you notify me sooner? Not only me but Welf and Makoto also misses you. You should see them. Sorry, I can't do that. This is just an exception, but normally I'm not allowed to reveal my identity to anyone. I'm sorry for the short time, but I should be going. The sun is about to rise. He was about to pull out, but I pulled him in once again and looked into his eyes, and I can see sadness in them. Why are you doing this? Why are you hiding and for what reason? I asked him. To help you and the low-key familia, don't worry. We'll meet each other from time to time, but I'm sorry if I won't be able to interact with you the way we want during those times. For the sake of peace. Then, when everything is over, would you go back to being a normal adventurer again? Or will you leave the city for real? He held my hand tightly while looking straight into my eyes. Even though he physically did not change, he became more matured on the inside. I will be returning as a normal adventurer again under a different familia which right now only houses me. But it's necessary for me to be alone during this time. I'll be going now, sorry for everything. I wish I could spend the whole evening with you, but I can't. Goodbye for now. YHMPP. He pulled me again for another kiss, but this time, it's a deep one even though it's shorter. He then finally left, as he vanishes through the thin air after separating from me. See you, Belle, I love you. Chapter 26. Mikoto's POV. What in the world is this? A small girl, clad in just a small piece of cloth, just enough to cover her private parts, was sitting on the floor and crying in front of me. A part of me wants to help her stand up, but a part of me was also hesitating, because the girl I'm looking at right now is not a human but a monster. What should I do? Take Mikazuchi-sama. Wrestle. After hearing the rustling sound, I instinctively poured a potion on the girl in front of me and took off my salamander wool and gave it to her. I can still see fear in her eyes, but what she did next was something I did not expect to see even after a million years. Please, don't hurt me anymore." My eyes shot wide when the little vouivre in front of me spoke. Her voice and words were loud and clear, but even so, my mind can't understand her even though she's speaking the same language all of us humans use. As I felt other adventurers got nearer and nearer to us, I went to her direction and covered her with my body. And as the passing adventurers left, I glanced at her and noticed that she's still confused, so I asked her if she's all right. "Miss, are you all right? I hope the potion I gave you helped to ease up your pain." I smiled at her to help her ease up. A second later, she slowly smiled at me, which did melt my heart little by little, because that smile of hers is way too innocent. Just like a certain someone with a rabbit-like appearance. I asked her if she can walk, and after nodding, I asked her to follow me so that I can take care of her remaining scratches after reaching the 18th floor. We arrived at the safety point and reunite with the others, but after arriving at the camp, the two immediately asked me who she is and when I removed her hood. The two immediately took a stance. "Mikoto, stand aside." "Yes, what's with you anyway? Bringing a monster from 19th floor down here." The two of them were ready to attack. I know for sure that they will kill her on the spot, but I still used myself to shield her, and this stopped their attack. I sighed and explained everything to my two companions, and after I asked the little monster to speak. They were stunned by it, to the point that I need to snap them out of it by hitting them a bit. "Mikoto, where did you get her? Why, how can she speak?" The question did not end just there. Tons of questions were asked to me until we got home to the Hearthfire mansion where Hestia-sama awaits for us. When we came back, she's kind of suspicious as to who is the fourth person clinging to me, and when I removed her hood. Her face went completely pale and she almost passed out. "Mikoto-kun, what just happened?" "The truth is, Eki's POV." "Is that so?" Reveria-san said while feeling the breeze of the night as we sat comfortably at the city wall behind our home. You might be wondering why we are here, right? Well, long story short, Reveria-san saw me after dinner heading out and she followed me. After arriving, she asked me what I was doing here, and that's where I told her about the weird dream I had after the Holy Night Festival. A dream that felt so real, I couldn't believe it was all just a beautiful nightmare. A dream where Belle and I were staring at each other in the middle of the night right here, with snow slowly falling on us. Even the clothes I had inside that dream of mine is the same clothes I wore during our party. The hug and the kiss also felt very real. "You must have wanted to see him that much, that's why you had that kind of dream. Am I wrong?" She smiled at me as she stretches her long arms up. "You're right, it's just me, I mean. That's impossible since I saw it with my own two eyes how serious he is when he head towards the gates, not to mention the letter he left at Mia-san's pub." I tried to shake it off my head, but I still could not believe it. His presence, his lips, the warmth of his hug. I felt it through my whole body, like it was engraved to it. That's why it was very hard for Mr. to convince myself to try and just brush it off. Few minutes have passed, and we decided to return to our home. Not wanting to worry the others on what's taking us long outside at this hour, we started walking. While I kept silent, my mind were still asking me the same question over and over again. Was it all really just a dream? That was all I could think of until I hit my bed and drifted off to the world of dreams, hoping to experience the same dream. Next day, I suddenly woke up because of the loud knocking and lively voice of Tiona behind the door. I opened it and saw her fully armed with her urga. I wondered why until I saw the others in full gear too, as well as the captain. We had a very short meeting, since everyone other than me was awake during the commotion in the town. Apparently, for a very unknown reason. A monster got out of the Babel and were residing in the city. We were to investigate as to what happened and who is the person who took the monster. We basically split up and grouped ourselves into two. Eyes and Reveria-san, the twin Amazons, Gareth and Bite, and lastly, me and the captain. The last pair was the unknown thing for me and the final missing member. Usually, the top 3 were in just one group, and I'm usually partnered with Raoul, but today, things have changed. The level 4s were nowhere to be found. Even Lefia were not excluded. Only the executives were present at the moment. Okay, everyone. Just try and walk around since we are all adventurers. It's not rare to see us unarmed around the city, so no one would suspect us for investigating. Just try and pretend to be just strolling around while asking the citizens about the monster last night. If they asked you, why, just politely say that you were just curious, that's all. Good luck, everyone. Let's go. We went to our separate ways, covering the entirety of the city, wishing not to miss any information that might lead to the monster that everyone saw last night. After walking and asking the vendors of the shopping district, Captain decided that we should sit and rest for a bit in a nearby bench. And that's where he got the opportunity to ask me the thing that I never thought he would do. Hey, Aki, you want to be the next captain of the Familia instead of Raoul? He asked me out of the blue. I was so blown away by his question that all I could do was stare at him with my mouth open wide. He then laughed nervously while scratching his head. Sorry, this might have come as a shock to you, so I'll explain. You see, as of lately you became more and more capable of handling and thinking of solving our problems lately. And you're also the one who suggested that not only should we investigate the surface, but also underground. Thanks to that, we found where our enemies might be hiding, and we were also able to make an alliance with a very powerful adventurer. And that's all because of you. You became more and more capable as the situation calls for it. Just like Raoul, but your potential seems more vast and promising than him. Compared to him, you are like the bright, large, and radiant sun while he's the moon. Beautiful, but rallies too much to the sun to glow. I never really noticed that until you moved to being an executive, because I'm so fixated on the belief that man should rule and take judgment, not women. I saw our captain's eyes, and I can see that he's being honest right now. About me being the next captain, and so on. I'm not sure if I should take the position since I don't think I'm cut to be a captain, but I also can't say no 100% because this is a big opportunity for not just me, but for everyone in the Familia. By the way, Loki told me about the rare skill you've got the other day. She said she doesn't know when it did appear, but she suspected that it's about 2 months ago maybe. She never really updates our statuses if there's nothing big happening. Red string of fate, I muttered to myself while listening to the captain. So that's the name of it, huh? The effects of it was written as unknown, so we don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. Enough rest, let us go back and meet with the others. We went back to the plaza in front of the Babel, and after arriving, the others shortly followed us and reported. But to our surprise, Eyes and Reveria talked to the kid that was attacked by the monster last night. The kid told them that after snapping out of it, she realized that the monster did not attack her, but instead saved her from being crushed by the travelers' boxes that fell off from their cart. Strange, is this the rumored armored monsters? Monsters who uses fallen adventurers' equipments? I asked the captain, but just like me, it looks like he's also clueless about this matter since we never got to investigate this because we're so busy hunting Evelis down. We don't have any leads, so we just have to investigate this more. And since we can't enter the place where Evelis is located, we can focus on this one for a while. As the captain finished, we started to patrol in just one big group, scanning the whole city for any sign of it until we reached the Daedalus Street. That's when all turned upside down. A huge explosion echoed through it, and a large and out-of-control voiver went out of the ground while the mysterious adventurer was chasing it around. Captain, I know, everyone. Let's lend him a hand, but watch out for some sneaky attack since we don't know if the Evelis will use this as an opportunity to take us down. The captain threw his spear towards the dragon girl. It pierced through its left wing, and that's where the unknown adventurer noticed us. He looked at our direction, but when he saw us, his eyes wavered for some reason. Gone is the cool and fierce gaze they gave off when we met him underground. BYQRI, pale lightning. He fired a blue lightning magic towards a nearby empty building, and giving us a warning that if we interfered, he'll fight us with all of his strength. Why are you doing this? Don't you know that innocent people might get caught if you continue this? The captain shouted to him, clearly not pleased by high actions. It's fine, I already had my goddess evacuate everyone so no one will get caught. So leave this monster alone to me. Braver. He desperately tried to change Captain's mind, but failed to as he ordered Tiona and Tyone to assist him taking down the monster. But all things stopped when a group of armed monsters bursted out from the ground. Lizard man, siren, gargoyle, you name it. Almost every species was present. We fought them and noticed that they are not just some simple monsters, but an intelligent and strong ones. I noticed that the siren has the strength of the first-class adventurer, as well as the lizard man Tyone was fighting. The monsters were strong, but that did not faze us, not until we saw the huge jet-black minotaur walking towards us wielding a dual-bladed axe. And when I saw it, I knew it for sure that even if I give it my all, I could never defeat it even with the help of eyes. What is that? It's huge, twice the size of a regular minotaur, and his build was terrifying. It's clear as day that the level of this monster is higher than any one of us standing right here. Chapter 27. Normal POV. GRAAHH. Howl. A skill that all monsters and floor boss passes, this move has two types of effect. The first is knocking out unconscious the user's enemies if they are weak enough to fight the monster, and the second one is fear, losing all their will to survive and succumbing to despair. But the low-key familia were used to it, so they had no problem withstanding it, but they had to cover their ears since the sound was so loud that everyone in the city could hear it loud and clear. Seeing the opportunity to escape thanks to the giant minotaur, the armed monsters escaped through the underground tunnel to hide and regroup, as well as prepare for their return to the dungeon. Everyone, subdue that thing right away. That's no normal minotaur. We'll be dead if we try to go one-on-one with it. Finn ordered. He's not the type of person to panic, but sensing that the minotaur is probably as strong as Adarl, who's in the peak of level 7, he had no choice but to go all out against it. And he's not wrong with his decision, as Bete and Tiona combined was easily knocked out by just a single swing of its arms. This angered Tyone and made her unleash all of her strength. You goddamn bull! Eat this! She launched at full speed and threw a barrage of fists and kicks at its body, but as she does so, she noticed something that scared her for a bit. Heh! The monster grinned while taking all the damage. It scared her for a moment and made her stop her attacks. This gave the minotaur the chance to pull his magic axe, magic sword in the form of axe. Seeing the power that the magic axe contains, Reveria decided to step in and put up a barrier. Not to protect their members from the explosion, but to contain it to avoid unnecessary destruction to the city. She successfully contained it, but it did cost her a lot of her mind, as well as sustaining a lot of damage herself, and was about to collapse. Finally, after successfully returning the Vuiver back to its original and small form, Belle decided to move and catch her before she falls to the ground. After seeing her state, he started to blame himself inside his head for what happened to her and the others. But after the smoke cleared up, he saw eyes behind the minotaur ready to slice its left arm with her desperate, after placing Reveria comfortably to the ground. He charged his Argonaut to his feet and launched at her at blinding speed, stopping her attack as well as destroying the monster's magic sword. Clang! What do you think you're doing? That monster will harm anyone it sees. Let me kill that monster. Step aside if you don't want to get killed yourself. She forced her way through and succeeded knocking Belle's sword away. Finn noticed the sword and felt something about it. When it landed, he finally realized that the sword that the unknown adventurer possesses is the sword of their old ally, the captain of Astria, Familia Elise level. Don't tell me, Astria-sama has returned. Iki then followed eyes and started to also launch her attack towards the minotaur. They did land blows successfully, but because of its high status, the monster easily avoided Countel's killing blows both of them through. The giant bull finally unarmed both Iki and Eyes, which Finn and Gareth did not expect. But after that, he realized something about the giant monster. Gareth, prepare. We'll step in and help Eyes and Iki, seeing its movements and how it fights. I finally figured out why it had trouble dealing with Eyes and Iki. It may have a status on par with Adarl, but it relies heavily on brute strength and battle instinct. That's why even if they are clearly weaker than it, they manage to give it some trouble because of their excellent swordsmanship. Let's go, L. Young girls, stand back. Both Gareth and Finn launched and headed straight in front of the two girls. Gareth was the first to attack. He may be slow compared to all the other three, but his attacks did put a lot of pressure on it thanks to his unbelievably high strength as well as his tenacity. Even after receiving strong blows, he never budged, but instead continued his assault. Oorea. He tried to slash the Minotaur's horn, but before he could put a crack on it, the monster threw a punch on his side which he was forced to block. Gah! The force of the punch was so strong that it sent shockwaves throughout the battlefield. But thanks to the dwarf's incredible endurance, Finn finally found an opening and slashed its body with his spear. Grahh. Seeing how powerful his opponent is, the Minotaur decided to get a little more wild and fierce on its attacks, but seeing how things might end up. Belle sent a signal to the other armed monsters, and together, they threw a smoke bomb. While the lizard man known as Lid told the Black Minotaur to retreat, Belle decided to remain and talk to the Loki Familia about things, which did not end up well when Eyes attacked him with great ferocity. Clang! Their swords clashed around. Eyes launched countless attacks, seriously attempting to harm the person in front of her, while the said person only defended himself, not wanting to hurt one of his friends and his previous mentor. Why did you help those accursed monsters escape? They bring destruction and sadness to people. How dare you call yourself an ally of justice if you're helping those evil monsters do what they want? Tempest. Eyes activated her magic, desperately trying to overpower the unknown adventurer. Aren't we the same? We kill monsters so we can get magic stones and trade them for money. How are we different from those monsters you mentioned if all we do is just kill them and not trying to understand their thoughts and motives? What if all they want to do is to live with us humans and demi-humans? What if they only want to witness how beautiful the sunlight outside the dark dungeon? Crimson lightning. Red lightning starts to envelop his sword, enchanting it and giving it more power to counter Eyes' own magic. Seeing the chaos in front of him, Finn decided to stop Eyes with the help of Gareth, but before he could speak, Aki launched at them at full speed. Clang! Belle continued to defend himself from the Sword Princess' fierce attack. He knew that he won't survive it, he take this lightly, because all of her attacks were packed with an immense amount of killing intent. Eyes getting irritated broke his guard with one powerful upward swing with her sword. Seeing his guard broken, she unleashed her magic's full power and called forth for it. Lilrafaga. She pointed her sword directly towards his chest. Stop Aiz. That moment, all the memories the two of them spent together flashed back to him. Every moment she teased him, she smiled at him and cared to him. Their dance together, the training, their first date, and lastly, the time where he broke his promise to Astrea and showed himself to the one that he loved. The night Aki thought that was just a sweet dream were all real. Thanks to Fel's magic item that can alter one's memories, Aki could not remember it, but for Belle, it was their happiest and most memorable moment. As Aki pushed him aside, Eyes could not do anything except for canceling her magic. It was already too late since the tip of her blade has already landed on her skin, and slowly, it pierced her body all the way to her heart. No way. Akisan? Belle screamed as he caught her falling. Her body was covered in her blood with Eyes' sword still inside her chest. Belle tried to pour all the elixir he had, but it had no effect. No, not like this. Belle immediately removed his mask and hood when he saw that Aki is still clinging to her life. Aki-san, please hold on, it's me, Belle. He held her tightly as he begged the girl to stay strong. Aki smiled at him and slowly reached out to his face to wipe his tears out. I'm GL, add that I met you. Again, cough, please, don't be sad, and please, don't hate, AIs, it was all an accident, and besides, it was my decision to save you with my own life. Even though I don't know it's yo asterisk cough cough GAHH. No, hold ONAKI-san, don't you remember? The Holy Night Festival where we met and spend the night together, where we confess to each other. I see, so, it was not just some dream, I'm glad. Aki's arm holding Belle's face slowly lost its strength, and is starting to fall down. Bell tried to hold it with his left hand, but was slow enough to catch it. Slowly, all of the low-key Familia executives who got knocked out slowly woke up, witnessing Bell slowly pulling out the sword on Aki's back. Infuriated, Bete and Tyone launched at him, but Gareth, who saw everything that happened, blocked their path. "Old man, stand aside. I'll kill that kid right now." Bete drew his magic sword and channeled its power to his boots. "He's right. How dare he kill Aki after all the thing she's done for him?" "Shut up, you two." Surprisingly, Tiona was the one who snapped out at them, even though she just woke up. She knew that he's not the one who stabbed her, because if he's the one, he won't be crying like this. "Can't you see? He's more devastated to this than us. And look at his sword. There's not a single drop of blood on it, and the sword that he just pulled out of her clearly belongs to Aiz." All of them stood there silently while looking at the boy who's holding Aki's body tightly, praying desperately to the gods, who currently holds no power to resurrect the dead. "I'm sorry." With that, Eyes ran away from the scene. Reveria slowly started to approach Belle, while she herself have already recovered some of her mind. It's not on the level yet where she can use her most effective healing magic. Yet even knowing this, she started to sing, and a green magic circle slowly appeared under Belle and Aki. "Reveria, stop. There's nothing we can do now. That healing magic and potions cannot restore broken internal organs. They might be able to heal the damage it receives, but reconstructing them is impossible. Even the mermaid's blood could not do something like that." Finn reached out to her, tapping her shoulder and looking at the body of their fallen comrade. "H." Belle let out a scream full of pain and sorrow in it. The ones who have heard it can't help but also cry and feel sorry for him. Not even Bete was an exception, as he remembered what happened to his clan. Even the newly arrived members of Loki Familia could not help but shed tears after seeing and hearing Belle's desperate scream. But it's not the end yet. A giant silver magic circle appeared under Belle, releasing an unbelievable amount of power around him, but when he noticed what was really happening, he started to cry again and embraced Aki. Aki's body, that's currently turning into gold essence, slowly became normal again, and all the damage and her heart has started to be repaired. "O untrodden land, O forbidden wall, today, on this day, I turn my back on the rule of the heavens. Rod of Pews, bowl of Salus, O voice you who know powers of healing can reach, I beg of you to wait. Endless tears, the sound of singing scatters and fades. The price has already been paid. O path of light, receive the prescribed past as sacrifice. I wish for you to illuminate a foolish plea. Oh, I cannot look back. Dia Orpheus." As the unknown figure finished its chant, the sky grew darker before the pillar of silver light erupted and shone brightly. So bright that it could be seen by the whole world. Everyone who saw it knew one thing. It was beyond any explanation. It was something so divine that only one god could explain what was happening. But the other gods who saw this knew what was happening. "Hermes-sama. There's no mistaking it. It's a miracle," the god of travel said with a smile as he witnessed the magic from one of the building of Daedalus Street. Meanwhile, Freya and Adral gazed at the beautiful light with serious eyes. "A magic that surpasses human knowledge, I see. So this is your doing, huh? Or Rannis?" she said as she stood in front of her throne with Adral beside her. As the magic slowly disappears, Aki slowly woke up. When she opened her beautiful gray eyes, she smiled when she saw her beloved hero gazing at her with tearful eyes. She smiled radiantly at the boy and slowly embraced him gently while placing her forehead in front of his own. "I'm back, Belle." As they slowly stood up while smiling at each other, Belle's goddess finally made an appearance. She slowly walked towards their direction, and when she's only few steps away from them, she stopped. "Belle, I'm sorry for entrusting you all of this. I knew from the start that this will happen if you follow your heart. You were bound to fight your allies and the whole city after that. But I did not do anything to stop you." She slowly removed her hood and revealed herself to the adventurers currently present. All of them gasped except for Finn, who already realized Belle's master. All of them found this impossible because when Astrea left after her familia got massacred by the trap Evelis set for them, she said that she'll never return. "Yes, I am his goddess, the one who entrusted him the will to carry on what is right as well as the sword that my former captain possesses, Crimson Order. I am the goddess of justice Astrea. Yao. Chapter 28. After revealing herself, Astrea also revealed the truth about the armed monsters. Even though she knows that all of them might attack Lid and the others again, she still called for the first and second in command in their group, the acting Captain Lid and their acting Vice Captain Ray. As you can see here, they have names and they act differently, and that's because they are not the monsters that you guys are used to encounter. Astrea explained seriously as she gestured to the two to stand beside her. Belle, I know who she is and I do respect her a lot, but is it true that you were helping this monsters? If yes, why? Aki asked the boy beside her while tightening her grip on his hand, demanding an answer from him. Aki was getting impatient because of how silent he is, but that soon vanished when he smiled at her and said, "Just watch them and you'll see soon." If you guys are still having doubts, then I have a little surprise for you. Both of you, please approach Finn and Reveria and apologize for the mess that everyone have caused. Also, explain them why you guys are here above the surface as well as what you've discovered below. She smiled at the two Xenos before they nodded. A second later, Ray started to walk towards the elven beauty while Lid walks towards the blonde Palom. We're very sorry for all the trouble. Huh? The two of them could not believe that the monsters in front of them just spoke, especially Reveria. Never in her long life did she expect a monster acting weird and very rational, yet it's not that impossible, but going as far as to speak is something else. She's so shocked that she almost fainted when she heard the siren in front of her spoke. The truth is we never actually planned on going here to the surface like this, but we have no other choice since we can't just go back the way we did when we came up here. Because the group of adventurers that you guys call Evelis were hunting us down. Ray explained to the shocked Reveria, but after hearing the word Evelis from her, it brought her back to her senses and can now properly analyze what she's saying. She's right, there was a part of their group that hunts down intelligent monsters like us and sell us here at the surface. But since we were stronger and more informed than normal monsters, we were able to fend them off and evade their attacks until today. The lizard man explained to the blonde commander who's eyeing him intently. I see, but how did you get here in the first place? Is there a path here that leads to the dungeon? Finn asked bluntly. After realizing that this is probably the best thing he could get out from them, he wasted no time asking the lizard man because the thing they've discovered may lead to their advantage against the Evelis. Yeah, about that. There is a secret path in the 18th floor eastern wall. A key was necessary to enter that place, but you need to search for it because it normally looks like a plain wall, but if you show this eye into that specific spot, the wall will vanish and a second exit entrance to the dungeon will appear. There, no monsters will spawn, but there are a lot of adventurers there who imprison intelligent monsters like us and sell them here in the surface. Saying that Finn is blown away by his words were an understatement, with so many informations that's flowing to his mind. First, Bell being the savior of their familia and their ally, his connections with Uranus and the Xenos as well as taking care of them in secret, the other dungeon entrance that they knew existed but never knew where exactly it was, and lastly, the fact that Astrea returned and decided to protect this monsters, knowing that her reputation as a goddess of justice might vanish. All right, thank you Monsno, Xenos, but I still can't allow you guys to run freely here at the Suface. Finn closed his eyes before opening them again and signaling all of his subordinates to capture all the monsters, but before all the level 4 and below adventurers could move. Bell knocked them down. Thanks, Bell. Finn, I don't think this is the right thing to do now, and I know that you knew that already right from the start. Since they are as strong as a first-class adventurers, I think we could use their strength to our advantage in our battle against the Evelis. I've already discussed this to them ahead of time, and they said that, if Bell will fight, we'll also lend a hand to those adventurers. Not a bad deal, right? Astrea gambled on a proposal to Finn. She knew that Finn won't make a wrong decision, but he will also use every single tool he had to his advantage. But the answer she got was not the answer she expected to hear. Sorry, Lady Astrea, but I can't. Everyone capture them. Bell already saw this coming and already chanted a magic silently ahead of time. He chanted one of his most powerful lightning magic in case the low-key familia decides to attack. Hado no 88, Huryu jikazyokyu sa Chintian Reiho. A huge beam of blue lightning presented itself, and it was huge enough to cover the whole path of the low-key familia. Even their most tenacious member, Gareth, knew that he wouldn't survive a magic of that level if it hits him directly. That's why they decided to retreat for the moment, and this opened up the opportunity for Belle and the Xenos to escape. Hearthfire Manor. Mikoto's POV. I hope he's all right. He's a very strong individual, and besides, Lid Dono and the others are with him, so they should be fine. But something about that adventurer were a little bit suspicious. Even though he said that his name was Red, I don't think that's his real name. It was probably an alias or something like that. Do you guys think that we can trust that adventurer to save our little girl and bring her back to her comrades? I know that Lid Dono and the others knew him and trusts him, but there is something about him that bothers me. I said to both Welf Dono and Lily Dono as well as Hestia-sama, and it looks like they have the same conclusion I have. Yeah, he might be working with those guys who kidnapped our little girl and the others. We should investigate. The three of us decided to head out, and for Hestia-sama to remain, but as soon as we got out, we were surprised by the first news we heard from the passing by adventurers. Who knew that those armed monsters will go up here at the surface? And to think that the one helping them in the shadows is Lee. Idiot, the guild told us to not talk about that person in public. We don't know his objectives as well as those monsters' reason to go up here, but we just have to stop them and capture them. That's what the guild ordered us to do. The two-man said as they walked past us and was headed to the direction of Daedalus Street. What are they thinking? Lid-san and the others are not thinking straight. We made a huge mistake to let that shady adventurer help them in our STMPH. Shut up, Lily. We can't talk about this publicly. If things got out of the public that we kept one of them in our home, we might get vanished from Arario and for Hestia-sama to return to Gekkai. MMPPPP. All right, remove your filthy hand on my mouth already. A few minutes have passed, and Lily Dono have finally calmed down, and we decided to ask around some adventurers and residents on what happened earlier. Apparently, a fight broke out earlier in the middle of Daedalus Street. The unknown adventurer fought against a dragon girl whose jewel on its forehead was stolen and was running amok through the streets. The adventurer managed to corner the dragon, but the low-key familia soon appeared and was about to help him defeat the monster, but he insisted on taking her on alone. And then, the top-class adventurers refused his request and started to move towards their direction, and that's when the mob of armed monsters appeared and fought the low-key familia on equal footing, until a huge black minotaur entered the scene. The rest is unknown, because all the adventurers watching the fight were knocked out unconscious because of the monster's howl skill. So we still don't know what really happened there, huh? It's going to be tough, but I think we should also head to the Daedalus Street and pretend to participate on what they're doing there. You're right. Let's go, Welf Dono, Lily Dono. It's impossible for them to return to the dungeon by themselves. Thet are going to gather way too many attention by moving in such a large group. Even if they divide themselves, it would be too risky. That's why we have to find them ahead of time so we can help them. Guild Underground. Normal POV. A small goddess were slowly making her way towards the chamber where the first god who descended to the lower world resides. As she walked slowly, a trail of thoughts were running on her head. But as soon as she reached the room, our Rannis immediately noticed her presence and welcomed her arrival. Let's skip the pleasantries, just tell us how we can help the little girl and the other Xenos escape the low-key familia and other adventurers. The short goddess demanded. As you wish, take this orb from me and map. This is a map of Daedalus Street, and this orb is the magic item I always use whenever I need to contact Fells. You can use this to ask them for their locations, as well as track their movements with the map. All right, I'll go now. Hestia immediately dashed off as soon as she got the items she need. She never changed, she's still the same old Hestia everyone in Gekkai knew. Now you can come in, child of prophecy. Chapter 29. Normal POV. Uranus called to the man, hiding at the second entrance of his chamber. The boy is tall for his age, has a slightly long white hair and red ruby eyes. Bel Cranel slowly came out and heads towards Uranus with a solemn look on his face. I see you're still afraid of interacting with her, huh? I can't blame you because of what happened before. Anyway, go on. You know what to do, don't hesitate, my child. Just keep pushing forward. Don't hesitate, do not fear. Thank you very much, I'll go now, to save them. Bel dashed off towards the exit, leaving the god smiling to himself. He knew that the boy would do anything just to protect those who are important to him, just like Argonaut. He really is a true hero in mind, body and soul, isn't he, Hermes? So I've been found out, huh? The god said while removing the magical mask he got from his childish fee. You can't hide your presence from me, young man, and stop your scheme if you don't want me to do something about you and your familia. Leave Bel Cranel alone. Daedalus Street, night. On top of one of the 4 largest buildings, Finn and his trusted assistants planning and deducing Bel and his allies' next move. Many things are not yet set in stone, but I'm sure that their top priority is to go back to the dungeon through Knossos, since we all knew that other adventurers are guarding the Babel right now, so their only option is to force their way through us. As of now, all the entrants were guarded by our second-class and first-class adventurers. And finally, the one that we're going to fight, Little Rookie, will appear before us again later to distract us and stall us for the armed monsters to escape. Captain, who's going to face him? I mean, he's a level 4, but even I can tell from the way he fights is he's just as strong as a first-class adventurer. Don't tell me you'll do it, Raoul asked his idol. Nope, if I fight him head-on, then who'll lead our forces and give orders to you guys? I knew someone who can keep him busy and perhaps could defeat him, but that depends on her. Right, Aki? Finn looked into her eyes. He's clearly asking on which side she is on, and of course, whoever she chooses to help won't change the fact that she's still an executive and no one can blame her, since Bel and the one who revived her were on the other side. Yet she still accepted Finn's request. I'll do it. I know that the person who revived me was also a human, but those armed monsters. I want to know why he's so desperate on helping them, why he's willing to risk his own life protecting them instead of eliminating or capturing them like us. I know words won't be enough, that's why I want to cross blades with him. I want the 2 of us to fight to our fullest so we can understand each other. So please let me do it. She bowed to her captain as she finished her word. Alicia, Raoul, Riveria and Line were a little bit worried about her, but since no one can find their sword princess, whereabout, she's the best candidate to fight him head-on. Well then, I'm counting on you. Yes. Aki jumped off and headed straight to the battleground, the main street, where she will fight and try to figure out what's driving him to do something so crazy as this. Wait for me, Bel. Mikoto's POV. As soon as we were contacted by the Xenos, we started to go to the Daedalus Street and search for them, to help them fight and escape the Loki Familia guarding the second entrance to the dungeon. Let's hurry, everyone, we can't be late, especially at a time like this, I said to my 2 comrades as I increased my pace. She's right, Lily, we should also increase our speed, or it might be too late. They followed me suit a minute after that. We finally found their location and reunited with our dragon girl, which they now call Ween. Mikoto, I'm so glad to finally see you. The blue-haired girl dashed towards us and launched herself before reaching our position. Ween-chan, don't be too loud or they might hear us outside, the siren said to the lively girl. Ween, who gave you that name? I asked her because the last time we saw her, we can't come up with a name no matter how hard we try. You see, MPPHH. Her mouth was then grabbed by the gargoyle named Gross. We named her after you left the other day. Sorry we didn't inform you. He bowed before glaring at the girl who now stopped struggling. Anyway, come. We're now going to plan our return to the dungeon, and I assume that you guys are here to help us. Am I right? Yes, I replied to him on behalf of our familia. Well then, I will explain everything to you 3. Daedalus Main Street. Bel stood in the middle of the road, waiting for the arrival of Aki. He already knew that Finn won't take the bait and instead send out someone to deal with him, and since Eyes was still missing, Aki was the best option, or the other level 6. But I'm sure that she will show herself and fight me. I know her, and she's probably going to question my decisions. But not through words. He smiled to himself as he noticed a presence slowly approached him, but his expression was soon turned into a surprised look when he saw an elf covered in green slowly walking towards him. Behind her was a figure he's somewhat familiar with but couldn't tell who because she has no presence at all. So it's true that you are serving another god now. Is that the reason why I'm hearing weird rumors about you leading a party of strong monsters above here at the surface? She eyed him seriously. Belle stood there looking down before giving her an answer. Yes, but she's got nothing to do with it. This is my own decision. I see. One last question, are you also an Evelis now? Her eyes glowed in ferocity as she pointed her Alv's Lumna to the white-haired man. No. Then why? She didn't stop and kept pressing onto the subject, but stopped when Belle drew his sword. Then, how about this? He showed her the sword from Astria. Ryu could not believe her own eyes when she saw him slowly drawing the Crimson Order, but one thing is clear to her. The god that Belle is currently serving was her former goddess and idol. I'm so sorry. She dropped her weapon, kneeled, and cried. She knew that if her goddess allowed his actions, it must be the right choice. But seeing as now is not the time for a tearful reunion, Belle offered his hand and helped her up. Ryu-san, I know what you feel, but please, lend me your strength. I can't win this battle alone. We don't know when Aisan will show up and what she'll do once she arrives, so please help me and intercept her. I can't handle two opponents at once. May I ask who you're gonna fight, Whitehair? The unknown person then was soon revealed as another waitress from the pub. A cat girl wearing a black hoodie with short sleeves, a gray shorts, and long brown combat boots. One of your kind, Chloe-san. Also please assist Ryu-san. I know she's strong, but given that Aisan is a level 6, she might need a strong ally like you. Chloe nodded and climbed up the roof with Ryu, waiting for the sword princess arrival at the battlefield. They soon spotted her slowly walking into an alley not too far from their direction, and jumped through the roofs to reach it. All right. Belle could feel her presence everywhere. But there is no hostility in it nor anything. It was empty like a white canvas waiting to be dyed by different kinds of colors. Belle, the girl called out. She slowly made her way in front of him with a sad smile on her face. She knew she can't escape this, as words won't suffice, so they have to cross blades and channel all of their feelings into it. Aki-san, I'm ready, but you know what? I don't hate this, not one bit. Think about it, we agree to each other's opinions all the time, don't we? The boy said while looking up above. You're right, was all she said before placing a hand on her sword. Well, they say that the more you fight, the stronger your relationship will be, huh? Belle noticed his hands shaking when he placed his hand to his sword. An image of Aki then flashed to his head, bathing on her own blood with Aiza's sword piercing her chest. Belle, Aki's eyes widened in realization. She then smiled and relaxed herself, thinking of a way to erase that image of her in his head until she finally came up with one. Belle, we're not fighting. This is just a little misunderstanding between us also. Do you still remember the music during that time? Yes. Shing. They both drew their sword and went to their stances. With one thing on their mind, they smiled to each other. Make sure you pour everything, Belle. The cat girl smiled. And be sure to be open about it. Well then, Aki-san. Belle. Let's dance. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Our swords clashed. Sparks lying around, forming different types of beautiful shape. As our blades danced around, we didn't notice how much we're into our fight, if you can call it that way. The Crimson Order and Regal Force, meeting each other's blows while carrying their master's messages and feelings for each other. Aki's POV. I see, all this time you're holding back because you already know that this would happen, because you knew us and how Captain would react and how we can't act freely like you. We have a reputation to protect and people to please. No, I don't think that's exactly correct, but it's something close to that. There is nothing I can do about it. There is nothing we low-key familia could do about it. Even if we knew that siding to you was the right decision from the start, we, or to be precise, Finn don't want to ruin the reputation he earned all this years. That's why we are slightly wavering, except for certain individuals like Bite and Gareth-san. Well, Gareth-san only wants to settle the score with the Black Minotaur, while Bite, on the other hand, just want to kill monsters. But for me, Reveria-san and the others, we're having a difficult time because even though those guys, especially the siren one, Ray, might look like a monster, we can feel that they are just like us demi-humans. Just a slightly different human. Clang. Belle's POV. Why did this happen? I devoted myself on doing what's right. I served the embodiment of justice itself. The women that all of the adventurers and gods admired. The women who's almost a mother to me, and the women who taught me to trust a god once again. So why do I have to fight my friends, especially my loved one? Because they have no choice, because in the eye of the people, what they are doing is the right thing. People have different concepts about justice. Sometimes revenge, forgiveness, kindness, beauty, generosity, and many others. That's why Estrella-sama said that justice is like the stars. There is no real definition of justice. It varies on people and race or beliefs. There are endless numbers of them, and I do think that's right. People only fight for the things that they believe in. That's why if they decided that killing monsters is justice, then it is. That's why I can't blame you nor your familia. Even I can feel that Finsan is just forced to take actions because of the justice that the people established. As their feelings, thoughts, and desires finally reached each other, they decided to finally end it with one powerful swing, knocking each other's weapon out of their hands. "Nee, what should we do, Belle?" the cat girl asked the boy with a solemn look on her face. I already knew what should I do right even before our fight began. I see, then, goodbye. Finn didn't give me any order aside from engaging you in battle here, and since it ended as a draw, I'll just let you go. But before you head to where the Xenos is, I think you should check about your two friends earlier. After the boy left, Iki stayed still, her eyes fixed at the stars above the sky, admiring how it made the supposed to be scary pitch-black sky beautiful. I wonder, what should I do right now? A person, or to be precise, a god slowly walked towards her with an obvious fake smile. The god stopped in front of her and handed out a purple bracelet. "It looks like I'm a little late, but since you're here, can I ask you for a little favor?" Howls of the Xenos could be heard throughout the Aurario. They did this to pinpoint the locations of the others who got separated from them during the chaos earlier. With the help of the Hestia Familia, they finally got reunited with the others and was now headed towards the Knossos, the second entrance to the dungeon that could only be found at the Daedalus Street. But before they made their way, they planned out everything first in order to help them return to the dungeon safely. They decided to disrupt the enemy formation and ambush them with magic swords made by Welf. Be careful, O child of Hestia, you're about to infiltrate the heart of their defense. This is the biggest move we're about to do right now. This will decide the outcome of our operation, so we're entrusting everything to you. Lilaruka Arde, the ghost-like person, said to the Palom. Don't worry, Fels-sama. I've already done this before during the war game against the Apollo Familia. I won't fail, she said with eyes full of confidence. I know you won't fail us, Pipsqueak, but remember, this is not like that. This is a real battle, and you have the highest possibility of getting captured or killed, and we don't want that to happen. We don't want to lose another member. All of them went silent after hearing the smith's words. They remembered how Bell left their familia and his reasons as well as the loss they had. That's more the reason we need to be victorious on this operation, not only for our sake, but for Beldono as well. Because if he's the one who found Ween back then, I'm sure that he would take the same actions we did, if not a little more extreme. She smiled gently before returning her gaze to the two other members of their familia. All right, let us proceed with caution. The operation was a huge success, thanks to the perfect impersonation that Lily did as well as the ambush that Welf and Makoto planned. However, they did not succeed alone on this one, since they've received countless helps from their friends and allies. The only thing left for them to do was to open the Knossos, but... Kami Hermes, what is the meaning of this? Calm down, Sage. I did in fact gave Uranus a fake note and map of the Daedalus, but I have reasons for that. You see, all the adventurers now except the Hestia Familia knows that Belkun was the masked adventurer, and everyone sees him as a disgrace and an enemy to be taken out. That's why I came here, to ask for the help of this monsters. all of them knew that the boy they trusted and treated as a comrade will become an outcast once the word got out that he helped a group of monsters. No matter the intelligence they had and how human they are deep inside, they are still monsters to be taken out in the eyes of the people. They understood that and asked the god, what kind of favor is he asking? Will you monsters please just die? Daedalus Street, Guild's temporary base. The adventurers of lower levels have assembled and were guarding the residents of the Daedalus. They stood there in full alertness in case a monster attacks. Soon after their failed mission, Loki Familia then joined them along with the guild officers, including Ina, to take command and to make things comfortable to the people. Waya, Mama, I'm scared of monsters. Where is the white-haired Onii-chan? He said he'll protect us if anything happens, but he's not here. A certain cat girl heard it loud and clear. She knew that the man that the kid mentioned just now was probably her beloved rabbit. She was already walking towards the child, but stopped when she saw the person mentioned making his way to the crying kid. Don't cry, dear. Look, he's already here, so don't be scared now. Your mom is right. I'm already here to protect you, so please don't cry anymore. After his arrival, all the adventurers except for the Loki Familia and guild staffs started to talk to each other about his actions. That kid, he's already a lost lamb. Siding with the Evelys will only make your life shorter, 'cause no matter how strong you are, Gale Wind will hunt you down. Things continued the way they are. The adventurers continued the task given to them, while the Loki Familia acted as a lookout for any incoming monsters. But things became chaotic when that single monster appeared. A giant minotaur with black skin and red eyes appeared to be flying to the skies. Soon, it landed to the center of the guild's temporary base, eyeing everything it sees, but as soon as its eyes landed on a certain cat person that's currently wearing a bracelet made of magic stones, it roared and started to go on a rampage. Grrrr, rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr the monster used its skill howl, incapacitating every adventurer with below-level 4 status and weak resistance, as well as the civilians. Him agame, everyone, ready all the weapons we have a. Finn stopped when the monster suddenly get past him. He didn't know why, but it seems like it has its own agenda right now, unlike before. AKI, right before their eyes, Aki almost got killed again if not for Bell, who took the Minotaur's attack. The impact was enough to send him flying and destroy the buildings he made contact. It was so powerful that if anyone with lower status than him got hit by it, they would die in an instant. Aki's POV. What just happened? I asked myself as I looked at the direction where Bell was sent flying by the Minotaur that we fought yesterday. The monster appeared out of nowhere and was about to attack me with all of its power. If not for Bell, I might have died again right now. Bell, I muttered to myself as I started to walk towards his direction, but the Minotaur stopped me with its menacing glare. Not only me, but all of us present were frozen by its glare. None of us could move and speak. Don't interfere, this is a fight between me and him. I only attacked you to get his attention. There is no need for you all to get involved. The monster jumped through the buildings and went to where Bell is. The sound of its heavy footsteps soon vanished as he disappeared in front of us. This is the second time that a monster made me feel fear, well, whatever. Everyone will surround both Bell Cranel and that Minotaur, will attack it from all the sides and block all who will try to help him. Now move. The captain ordered, and everyone started to move and position themselves except for me. I'm still terrified by what happened earlier, not because of how I almost died again, but at what happened to Bell. Before I knew it, I started running. Cold sweat dripping down on my face as I fear for the life of the young hero who saved me earlier. A second later, the ground started to shake and was followed by the sound of weapons colliding to each other. Even from afar, you could feel the force placed into each blow and how fatal it could be if one got hit by it. Bell. I ran faster and faster, but no matter what, it felt like the distance between me and him never got close. Instead, it became farther and farther until the sound of their weapons became weaker and weaker. Bell, wait for me. I know how strong you've become. I think you're even stronger than me right now, but it doesn't matter, because the enemy you're facing right now stands on the level that even I could never hope to achieve. What the hell is this? I feel so useless. Even though I became a first-class adventurer, why am I always getting left behind by the ones I want to protect? I thought that it's my time to protect someone already, but that someone I want to protect was the one protecting me right now. The sound of their blades clashing got closer and closer, and before I noticed it, I was already running towards the plaza. The front of Babel, where the Ganesha Familia was standing guard. As soon as I reached the location, I saw a somewhat familiar-looking fight. A fight between a kid whose dream is to become a hero and a very powerful opponent that's impossible to defeat. Everyone who can hear ME, Ganesha Familia members or not, please don't get too close to them. We can't stop a fight like this with normal methods. The only one who can stop this were first-class veteran adventurers. Until their arrival, don't get involved. The captain of the Ganesha Familia announced while standing in front of the dungeon entrance. She's right. That's what came into me when I saw the two fighting. They traded blows with great ferocity and power, putting everything they've got into each attack they release, abandoning all logic and techniques and succumbing to the heat of the battle itself. Seconds later, civilians and adventurers watching the fight increased, but none of them could utter a single word because of how intense their duel is. There is hardly enough time to breathe, and if you look away even for a moment, the battle might end. Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice that someone was calling me from behind. Not until she shook me and looked into my eyes. Akidono, please tell us what's really going on, and why? Why is he fighting that minotaur? She screamed while tears are forming at the corner of her beautiful eyes. I returned my gaze and noticed how his cloak and armor were gone. Only his black shirt were present, which has zero protection, and his black pants and boots. I started to shake slowly as I felt tears slowly falling from my eyes, because of the realization that he will die if this continues. Bell's POV. His attacks were heavy and much more powerful than any opponent I've faced before. Right now, he's not my own reflection, not everything I've got. Right now, he's my greatest adversary, a monster that I can't ever hope to possibly defeat. Crash. The distance between us is clearly heaven and earth. I can't use any magic because I'm concentrating too much on accepting his blows. No, I had no choice but to fully concentrate on them. If I lose it even for a second, I'll die. And since I can't use my firebolt, I don't have anything left but my sword. I continued to fight, while completely unaware that my identity was already revealed to every single person in Aurario. Clang! As the fight goes on, I started to feel my arms getting shaky and heavy. It doesn't surprise me, though, since his attacks were something I didn't thought I could handle, let alone match it. But I have to do this. I know it's illogical and a complete nonsense, but I want to defeat him with everything I've got. YAHHHHH. I swung towards its left arm with all I've. GRAHHH. I managed to cut his arm off. I smiled a bit but was soon sent flying by its kick towards the fountain, destroying it and my equipments in the process. This is the first time I took a direct hit, but it hurts like I'm about to die. I slowly got up and eyed the crowd behind me. Then I noticed one of my former comrade crying while shaking Aki-san. Mikoto-san, I asked myself. Aki-san soon also started crying along with Lily. Welf, on the other hand, had this pained expression on his face and was about to step in until I sent him a signal that I can do this alone. As I thought, you are that strong adventurer I've fought during my previous life, the adventurer who never backed down and kept standing no matter how bad and serious his injuries are, the one who kept fighting until his body couldn't move anymore, the one who I wanted to win against the most. Bellcranel, this is a rematch between us. Now stand up and face me, Asterius roared, but this time without activating his skill. I accept your challenge. Let's settle this once and for all. ASDRUS. Don't die, BLLL. Everything, even the time, seemed to stop when I heard that girl screaming my name. I looked at her. Her hands were pressed tightly to each other while kneeling to the ground as if she's praying. She looked at me with a pleading look like begging me to stop. You don't have to win. You don't have to keep trying. Just don't get yourself hurt anymore. Normal POV. Abel. A sound of a giant bell suddenly erupted in the middle of Aurario, as the adventurer fighting the Minotaur slowly got enveloped by the blinding light. The people watching the fight also started to cheer for the hero in front of them, wishing for his victory. This made the opposing monster to smile, thinking to himself that he can finally go all out. "Sorry, Asterius, but I can't lose right now, especially in front of her." Boy closed his eyes, channeling all of his magic to his sword. "Firebolt!" Everyone was shouting his former tittle-little rookie, rooting for him. Even those who used to hate him also started to scream his name. "Don't lose, Bell Craniel. Get HIM, little rookie. Please win." The sound of the bell grew louder and louder until it stopped, as the two combatants positioned themselves, ready to launch to each other. "Let's go." The two started to run at full speed to strike each other with everything they've got, with the resolve to take down their opponent. But as soon as their weapons met, a conclusion that everyone doesn't want to see happened. Even after using his Argonaut to the maximum, Bell got sent up in the sky by the Minotaur's powerful attack, knocking his sword out of his hand in the process. "No," Aki gasped as she saw him flying and spinning violently in the air. With one final strike, the Minotaur finished the fight, dragging Bell towards the dungeon to speak to him before finally leaving him out. Now the score is equal, but the next time we see each other, one of us has to die. Until then, you keep getting stronger while I also train as hard as I can for our final fight. Don't you dare lose to anyone other than me." Bell gulped as the Minotaur left him on his own, but since it is just the first floor, he didn't mind since the monsters in this area usually are very weak. Just one cast of his magic were more than enough to eliminate them all, but what bothered him the most is how he lost. "I'm alive, Bell." Iki, Riveria, Line and Makoto were running towards him, followed by Welf, Lily. Bell expected his former comrades to come to him along with Iki, but he did not expect to see Riveria and Line. But he then remembered Riveria's confession to him and smiled. "I guess she's also worried about me, but what about Line-san? I don't remember being close to her." "Line, Riveria-san, please." "We got this." The mage and supporter started to cast their healing magic on him, but Mikoto, Welf and Lily couldn't help but pounce on him. "Man, I thought you were a goner back there," said the blacksmith. "Beldone, where have you been?" the samurai asked. "Bel-sama, I really missed you," the Palom cried. The three Hestia Familia members embraced their former comrade and captain tightly, while crying their hearts out on how happy they are to see him again. Finally, after letting go of him, it was Iki's turn. Bell held out his arms, expecting her to also embrace him, but... Slap! "What do you think you're doing? I thought you're gonna die right there, right in front of me. Why are you smiling? It's not funny. Bell, I'm so happy that you are alive. I'm sorry, I have no guts to step in and help you back then. I'm so sorry. Wah!" Iki couldn't hold herself back anymore and enveloped him in a tight embrace while crying. Bell also embraced her and started to pat her head softly, but after a few minutes, she finally stopped. "Bell, how do you feel?" "Nothing really. I'm just glad that I'm still alive. I don't really mind losing anyway since it's just a part of my growth. No, who am I kidding? Of course, I hate it. Even after giving everything I've got into that fight, I still lost. I'm so pathetic. Even after my intense training, I still couldn't defeat him. Damn it." Now it's his turn to cry, abandoning his mask and laying all of his emotions bare for them to see. How he felt and how much he endured all this time. Riveria and Line then made their move and placed a hand on his back. "Bel-san, I can't say that I know how you feel, but you shouldn't be ashamed of yourself. You are strong, probably the strongest out of all of us who are here. It's just that the opponent you faced today was just on a completely different level. And also it's all thanks to the strength you possess right now that I know. The whole Loki Familia was still functioning right now," Line said gently as she smiled down to the boy who saved her life. "What am I supposed to say now? You already said everything, Line. Anyway, Bell, I'm just glad that you are alive and well. I know the pain of losing is a lot greater than it looks like, but you can always look at it from the other side. It's just like failing at a test with a score of 3 out of 100. You only scored so little, but that's because you're just starting to grow. You still have lots of potential, Bell." So please treat this as a lesson and not a reason to stop. After a little bit of talk, they all came into conclusion that they should already call it a day. After a bit of catching up together, the Hestia Familia bid farewell to Belle and the others, while Reveria and Line also left to report to Finn that Belle is alive and well. Without any word, the two also started to make their way up to the city walls behind the Twilight Manor, the home of Loki Familia. Book I. Epilogue. Belle and Aki slowly walked towards a blonde girl. She noticed the two walking towards her and also started to make her way to them. Eyes the called out. Why aren't you angry at me? Especially you, Belle. I killed Aki right in front of you, the Sword Princess said weakly. What about it? Eyes, as you can see, I'm alive. You don't need to feel guilty about it. Aki-san and I sure does have a reason to hate you and bring you down, but what comes next after that? Revenge is something that I don't want to do or experience. Revenge only brings sadness and emptiness to the heart of the people. Yes, you will feel slightly relieved after killing someone you've been hunting for a long time, but after that, the guilt of what you did and the stain of blood on your hands will never leave you alone. Kami-sama said those to me. Eyes-san, revenge is not everything. People must learn to forgive, even though it's hard. We must, because nothing good comes from hate and vengeance. Eyes then slowly smiled to herself, but it soon vanished when she looked at the two's hands, holding each other firmly. You might be able to forgive me, but I still can't forgive myself. Goodbye for now. I'll leave you two alone now. She jumped out of the wall and made her way to their mansion. The two looked at each other again. After a few seconds, a smile grew on their faces. Aki-san, I promise, next time I will protect you, just like how you protected me that time. You can't do that. I don't want you to die in front of me. The cat girl interrupted him with a pout. I don't mean it that way. I won't let that happen. That's why I'll train even harder from now on. I'll train endlessly and tirelessly, so I can overcome any obstacle in front of me, in front of us. Why are you always like this ever since you left? You always want to shoulder everything. At least let me share the burden, Stupid rabbit. The two laughed before embracing each other, enjoying each other's warmth and company after so long of being away from each other. Belle. What is it, Aki-san? I love you. I love you too. Chapter 32. The End of Evil Eye. The battle against Asterius took a huge toll on Belle that after getting medical treatment from D. Saint, Amid ordered him to take a rest for a whole month. His body, even though healed, are still exhausted from the fight after receiving devastating blows from the Minotaur, so he had no choice but to obey her. A thought then crossed his mind. Since he already have a high Exilia and can already level up, he guessed that the fight with Asterius gave him the final requirement to reach level 5. But something happened while his goddess, Estria, was updating his status and level. Belle and Estria's home. Okay, Belle, lift your shirt while I prepare, Estria said gently with a smile on her face. Yes, goddess, thank you. Belle's face was now back towards his goddess while showing her his falna. Seconds later, he felt a small drop of liquid, her blood land to his back and show his status in the form of sacred lettering. Okay, Belle, you're right. You can now rank up and become a first-class adventurer. Congratulations! Your hard work is already paying off. In 3 months, you've already become a first-class adventurer. Isn't that great? Estria said happily, and she can also see Belle's huge smile on his face. Yes, finally. Well then, please finish it, goddess. Okay, dear, stay still. As the goddess of justice was finishing the rank up, a burst of divine power suddenly erupted in Belle's falna and made it update on their own. Estria was pushed back by the power, but was not harmed by it. But that wasn't the case for Belle. After the burst of light, Belle screamed in pain like he was being burned alive, the heat coming from his back spreading towards all of his upper body. This surprised Estria when she saw his falna growing bigger and covering his body up to his neck. Is that true, falna? She exclaimed, and the boy in front of her suddenly collapsed. Belle, this is bad. His body temperature is too high. I need to bring him back to a MIDS clinic. Estria tried to carry Belle all on her own towards the said clinic, but when the townspeople saw how hard it is for her, they offered her help and gave her a small ride towards Diane's sect Familia's pharmacy, where Amid's clinic is located. "Excuse me, is the D-Saint here?" the goddess called out, which caught everyone's attention. A second later, Amid came out with her usual expression, but it soon changed when she saw Astrea carrying a passed-out Belle behind her with a very pained expression. "What happened, goddess?" "I'll explain later, but please move him in one of your rooms and see if you can give him something that would ease pain," she said as she eyed her child, who's occasionally grunting in pain while asleep. "Okay, nurse, please give me a hand. Let's move him into the emergency room. What about you, goddess Astrea?" "I'll go later and explain everything, but I need to head first somewhere." Amid gave her a firm nod before she head out and went to the guild's direction. "Maybe I don't need an explanation after all. On what I can see, his falna grew larger and covered all of his upper body. This isn't something I can understand, so I'll just do my job," she whispered to herself as they carried Belle inside. Guild. Astrea arrived at the guild panting, surprising everyone in the guild. She then rushed towards where Royman, I need to see Oranis right now, please." "Oranis-sama also said that you would arrive here, so please go. You don't need to go here, just go straight to him." "Thank you." Astrea walked towards the guild's basement and opened its door where Oranis and Fels awaits. "Astrea, I know why you are here. Belle's skill must have already triggered the activation of true falna," the god said calmly. "So you know, but what should I do? He might be strong and has a pure soul, but those doesn't mean he can handle the potential of falna. Many in the Age of Heroes attempted this, but only one man succeeded. The rest of them couldn't handle the power and their body exploded. Do you know that?" Astrea said with tears forming in the corner of her blue eyes as she remembered her previous beloved child getting slaughtered by the Juggernaut in the past. "I don't want to see you like this, but I guess I have no choice. Astrea." Another goddess voice rang out. They were all too familiar with her face and voice that even if they hear her from afar, they would recognize her. "Freya, what brings you here?" "I'm just here to help an old friend of mine whose will was weakened by the loss of her child. Anyway, Astrea, why do you have so little faith on Belle?" Freya eyed her fellow goddess fiercely as if she was angry about something. "That's N." "Freya is right, Astrea," Oranis interrupted her. "Don't you believe in your own child? Like how you believed in your deceased familia members. In fact, you have to believe him more while he's still right beside you, if you truly love him as your child. You must know that he can do this." "How can you say that so easily?" "Because I believe in him. You see, before you arrived here, I already had my eyes laid upon him. His very pure soul that reflects all the colors shines brighter than anyone else. Just seeing him walking around brightens my day, but the more he got stronger, the brighter he also became, and that's why I fell in love with that boy. I used every means to test him, and I saw him at his strongest state. That's why I know that he can control this power. Astrea, I know you are stronger than this. You should just believe in him more. Don't let Elise and the others' death control your emotions. And also don't worry about me. I won't take Belle away from you. He needs you and you need him. I'm not as cruel as everyone thinks I am, so rest assured. I'll see you later." Freya bid farewell and soon was fetched by Alan. They vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Oranis, Astrea, and Fels alone. "Freya," Astrea muttered as she absorbed what she just said. "You should relax and keep an eye on him. We don't know when he'll wake up, so someone needs to be by his side. I'll just let Freya and Loki handle the rest." Astrea became curious and asked him what he meant by that. The god then explained to her what Evelis did this past few days when they were taking a rest. While the Loki Familia successfully infiltrated Thanatos Familia's secret hideout under the Daedalus Street, their allied Familia, Dionysus Familia, got trapped and was slain in the process. Without their god's falna, they are nothing but a normal citizen after all. Astrea's eyes shot wide open when she heard him. "Your guess is right, Astrea. Dionysus was killed. By Neo, but let me finish my story. After that, the Loki Familia also suffered some minor injuries, but there was no casualties in them, and they are now preparing to heading back there along with the Freya Familia. That's why Freya and Alan Fromel didn't stay too long. In a few days, they will hold an all-out battle against the Evelis Familia, but in the meantime, Hermes, Loki, and Freya deduce who and what Neo is. You should also join them, or are you still concerned about Belle Cranel? The choice is yours, I won't force you to join them. Estrella closed her eyes, and the image of her former familia flowed back into her, as well as how she and Belle revived it. She then smiled and said, I don't need to keep an eye on him anymore, Freya is right. I should have more faith on my child, I'll be joining them. Thank you, Ouranis. She smiled to the god of origin before leaving him. What do you say, Fels? Why are you asking me? Nothing. Low-key Familia sighed. The low-key Familia members were safe and sound, they sustained some injuries, but all of it will heal in a whole day. Physically, they were fine, but not mentally. Not when they saw their friends getting slaughtered right in front of their very own eyes. The rookies especially, the younger ones still couldn't believe what happened even though they've prepared themselves for this kinds of things over and over even before becoming an adventurer. Line, Tiona, Tyone, Aki, Eyes and some others were all mourning by the death of their friend's death. Filvis died while protecting Lefia from the ambush when they discovered that the secret base were connected to the Gnosis. I still can't believe that Filvis-san actually died. No, I don't want to believe it. If only Dionysus-sama didn't get assassinated. Aki balled her fists. A certain werewolf then arrived, starving and looking for food interrupted them, demanding them to cook something food since all he can find that could be eaten was fruits and bread. This angered both Tiona and Tyone, who almost lashed out to him. How can you just stay calm and prioritize your hunger first after everything that happened? Don't you have a heart? Tiona said angrily. Asshole, how can you eat when you can still visualize what happened to them like it was still happening right now? Look at what happened to Lefia. She's so traumatized that she can't even speak. Read the atmosphere, dumbass. Tyone grabbed him by his collar before bashing their heads, which made the werewolf step back a little. And will it do you anything good? They are already dead. Nothing can be done, except if you can do something as crazy as reviving the dead. None of us could do that. All we can do is fight for them and fill up their roles. Now if none of you is going to eat, I'll take all of this. I'm so fucking hungry, he said as he grabbed a basket of fruits before leaving all of them, astonished by what he just said. All of them were silent and was thinking about what he just said. The first to break was Tyone, who had fire on her eyes. The flames that eyes was way too familiar. He's right, the only thing we could do is to avenge them. I'm heading out to train. Don't come with me. Tyone was already about to go out, but a voice stopped her. Wait, I don't think that's what Betesan means. It was Line, who still had tears formed at the corner of her eyes, but she was a lot calmer now compared to earlier. Then what? All of them got silent, none of them could answer her, except for two persons. The said persons only smiled to each other before one of them spoke. I know what he meant when he said, fight for them and fill up their roles. Tyone, I know too well when a person were consumed by the black flames of vengeance. That's why I want to clarify to you what he meant earlier, and I learned this after talking to Belle after our fight to the talking monsters. I can still remember his words like he just said this to me earlier. Revenge only brings sadness and emptiness to the heart of the people. Yes, you will feel slightly relieved after killing someone you've been hunting for a long time, but after that, the guilt of what you did and the stain of blood on your hands will never leave you alone. And I don't want that to happen to anyone, especially you, for you are my friend. Eyes smiled softly as she closed the gap between them. Later, Aki slowly stood up and also smiled before speaking. I think what he meant earlier is taking on the will of those who died in the battlefield for us, and that is putting an end to all of this chaos and destruction. And I'm pretty sure that we're already doing it right now. After the death of Estrella Familia, we the low-key Familia vowed to put an end to the remnants of Evelis in their place. Unknown to them, a certain elf was listening to their conversation. This elf was the aforementioned traumatized elf, but after hearing her idol's words, life went back to her eyes. Bel Cranel was truly something, isn't he? He changed not only Eyes-san, but all of us in one fell swoop. I don't understand why, but it feels like everything he says has a deep meaning that could touch anyone's heart, she said with a smile. All of them jumped to her when they saw her finally talking and moving normally, especially her roommate Elfie, who cried out of joy when she heard her friend speak again for the first time. Lefia, I thought you will never recover again. I'm so glad. The girl rubbed her face over the elf over and over. The top three executives, watched them from afar with smiles on their faces. Riveria's crush sure had a lot of impact on our familia. We should thank him properly sometime, Finn said jokingly. Well, I can't deny it, especially when I already admitted everything myself, but you're right. We should thank him properly. Riveria could do nothing but smile because of how matured Eyes has become after what happened. What about we offer Mama Bear's hand to him? Gareth suggested. We can't do that. Eki will be the one to court him. They decided to make their way towards the others to schedule a meeting. Afterwards, they started preparing for the upcoming war against the Evelis, but little did they know that they still have some surprise left for them. Chapter 33. The End of Evil Part II. As the Loki Familia and Freya Familia members prepares and strengthen their equipments and form a strategy for the upcoming battle, the four gods were trying to figure out who their enemy really is. But they were soon joined by another one who helped them finally point out who is the traitor in Aurario. Soma, the god of wine, explained to them everything when they investigated Dionysus's office in their familia's home. He said that the reason why he is acting the way Hestia isn't familiar was because that was not his original personality. Because just like Soma, Dionysus was also a god of wine, and he can make something stronger than the wine Soma creates. It could even alter the memory of the one who drinks it into something completely opposite of it. This is why his acting as a good deity was always perfect, because even he himself thinks and feels that he is indeed a good god. But still, I can't imagine someone ordering another person to assassinate their own, and we all saw how he got sent back to heaven afterwards. Loki scratched her head. I don't think so, Loki. We just saw it through a magic item. We don't even know if the magic item we were holding that time were relaying us something real, Hermes stated. I agree with him, Loki, but I don't think there is anything we can do right now, even after figuring all of this out. The only thing we can do right now is trust our childrens about the upcoming war and find where he is while they are fighting. The conversation ended with all of them agreeing with Astria's words. They told Finn and the others about their plan to catch Neo as well as his identity, which did not make them happy. Finn explained his own view on what happened and stated that the death of his familia might be fake. But they can't do anything about it. Saying everything to them right now would only crush the hope they have left and would push them towards insanity, especially Lefia. This led them to the decision of not telling anyone other than the Freya Familia top executives. Anyway, how is Shorty's, your rabbit Astria? Isn't he going to participate? Loki wondered. She noticed it right from the beginning how she's avoiding to bring him up. Loki didn't mind at first, but his strength will be necessary in the upcoming battle, so she can't hold back the urge to ask. She knew how strong he is, especially when she saw his fight against the Black Minotaur. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think he will be able to make it. The battle against the Minotaur took a huge toll on his body. He's not in a critical condition, but he still needs rest. That's what Amid said to me. This might be the very first time she ever lied. A thing that she never thought she would do. This just shows how much she have changed and how important Belle really is to her right now, which made Freya smile. Loki didn't pester anymore and finally moved on. She, Freya and Hermes then proceeded to exchange information and plan their assault while she went back to where Belle is. Emergency room. Amid watched the boy's pained expression go away after injecting him some strong painkillers. His condition is not critical, so she planned to move him towards the ward but decided to against it. I don't think I can understand what's going on after checking up on you. I discovered nothing and you looked physically fine, but sometimes the spike of your temperature tells me that there is something going on deep inside your body right now. It's like having a battle against yourself. She then remembered the first time they met each other. It was 6 months ago when Hestia and the others brought him there, and she remembered how beaten up he was at that time. I should leave him alone for a while and wait for his goddess return. Days have passed, and the preparation for Aurario's last stand against the remnants of Evelis are finally here. The group were divided into two. The first one was the Freya, assigned to enter the Knossos through the last gate located at the end of Daedalus Street, while the second group, which is the Loki Familia, went through the giant orichalcum door that they couldn't enter before because of Belle. But again, for the second time, They were standing again in front of it. Low-key familiar. The air, unlike the past, was full of determination. Without Loki accompanying them, they can now go all in without worrying about having her unguarded. Which is what Finn wanted the most. Sure, Reveria can't use her offensive magic, but that's not the only thing that she can do. Other than being the strongest at the bombardment squad, she was also their most effective healer and defender next to Gareth. So having her here was everything he could ask for. Or so he thought. But when the giant door opened, they felt the cold chill again run down towards their body. It's as if they are playing right in their enemy's hands, inviting them to go in to meet their own demise. Everyone be extremely careful. I don't like this feeling, the Palom stated before grabbing his shaking thumb. Like hell I'd die in a place like this. I still haven't challenged that kid. Bitesh shouted, trying to play it cook, but even him was getting nervous. I can't believe that this is happening for the second time. Only that bell won't appear to stop us. After all, he's still not allowed to go through the front line after what happened. Aki said internally as cold sweat starts to drip on her forehead as they slowly enter inside. The path was straight but narrow as they walked inside. Finn examined every little detail he saw and took note of it inside his head, but was soon interrupted when they all heard the door shut. It looks like we won't be coming out of here for a while, huh? Gareth said before punching a hole in the wall. Thanks to his action, the stone walls were revealed to be only a means to hide the true materials used to create this eerie maze. That's adamantite, Aki exclaimed while inspecting the wall. That means we have no choice but to keep moving, huh? Everyone, let's go with the formation that we discussed the other day. Aki, Eyes, and Bita will move to the vanguard, while Tiona and Tyone will act as a backup to them and swap places with them when necessary. But Gareth will remain with me. I've got a bad feeling, so I need you to keep watch and jump out if needed. Reveria and Lefia will be with the bombardment squad, while Raoul, Alicia, Elfie, Remilia, and the others will be the rear guard. Finn ordered. The group arranged their position before moving again and arriving at two separate paths. Since sending scouts might repeat the same thing that almost happened to Line before, Finn decided to go against it since he doesn't want to have any casualties. Finn, I don't think we should split. This is the way of our enemy to split us three and weaken our firepower. It reeks of deadly trap. Reveria gripped her staff tightly. She could sense death in the air. This is the first time in her whole career and life that she's afraid of getting separated from someone, not because she's afraid of being alone, but because she's afraid that something might happen to the others, and she will regret it forever if she's not there to protect them. I'm sorry, Reveria, but we have no choice. Moving in a very large group will bring us way too many risks. Not only will we have trouble progressing, but it will also hinder our movements in battle. Finn divided them into two groups. Group 1 were led by him, and he was accompanied by Eki, Raoul, Alicia, Lefia, Bita, Line, Remilia, and some other lower levels, while the Group 2 were led by Reveria accompanied by Gareth, the twin sisters, Eyes, Elfie, Narvi, and the remaining lower members. They moved as soon as the group was assembled, and they both arrived at a very similar door made of orichalcum. The door slowly opened to the both sides. As they entered their respected rooms, the door again closed, leaving them both no choice but to move forward. Iki's sighed. Iki's POV. Our footsteps echoed through the labyrinth-like base of the remnants of Evelis as cold air blows inside, seemingly inviting us. Everything is calm and quiet, but we can sense danger from all direction, and because of that none of us has uttered a word after separating ways from Gareth, Zan, and the others. Later, we found another one of those impossible-to-break doors, but it won't open for us, which made the captain come to realization that we are being led to somewhere. I don't like this, Captain. The fact that no one is attacking us is only making this place even creepier, I said while following their trail. The whole place reeks of those flowers, though. No question that the one I fought in the sewers with Loki months ago were definitely carried through here. Bita said, as he made a gesture to maintain high alert. We continued being led around, and we reached stairs that leads us to where we are now. It's almost similar to the upper level of the dungeon. Given the stairs we just descended, I'd say we're easily somewhere between the first and second floors of the dungeon. If someone were to connect all thus halls with the dungeon, they could feasibly create a separate entrance in addition to Babel. This is the extension of that artificial dungeon we found through Bell. This is really what we were searching for. The problem is the depth. The number of steps since the door, and thinking about the time we spent here, I can say for sure that this labyrinth is huge. Based on what the captain said about the encounters with Evelys, most of them appeared in the 18th floor to the 24th floor. Just how far and how deep will this labyrinth continue? I thought out loud, and it caught the captain's attention and made him smile a bit. It looks like we have the same thought, Aki. Do you mind voicing it out for us? Explain your view on the situation while we travel, is it all right? We continued to our descent as I explained to them what my thoughts are and how we are being led around by the enemies, until we came into a large hall. Based on my calculation, it can house a number of 200 adventurers while having more space so that the place won't be cramped. This looks like the place where they hold their meetings and such. It looks like the room where they hold their meetings. And the only door that is wide open is the door at the different end from the door that we came through. You know, Aki, it scares me how we were thinking about the same thing, the captain said. It was still quiet. There are no sounds other than our slight movement, which made it even creepier than before, and the presence coming from the path ahead of us made it more hard for us. The extreme bloodlust directed to us, or to be exact, to the captain. Fian, you remember me, bastard. You better remember me. OHBRAVER, how I've been dying to see you, you little shit. I'll RIP out your GURS, tear off your face, and carve up your little body until you never think about mouthing off to me ever again. I'll leave a mark in your soul. A woman with pink hair and black clothing emerged from the dark. She seemed to know Captain, and so does the captain. It looks like they have fought in the past, which is I'm not aware of. Yo, Finn, you got some crazy broad-attracting disease or something, Bete said jokingly. If you're talking about Tyone, then hold your tongue. Captain glared at our puppy, which surprised me and made me happy at the same time. Captain, you know this person. Now that I think about it, she seems familiar. An image of the Dark Age flashed to me. There I saw her fighting against the Astrea, Familia members, and Garethsan. Yes, I'm afraid I do. You should be able to remember her now. She's known as Valida Greed, a major player in the Evelys, uprising 15 years ago. She helped them upset the Order and give rise to Aurario's Dark Age, which we ended 7 years ago. I remember it. Every single Familia was involved in that fight. Not only us and the Astrea Familia, even Freya Familia and Ganesha Familia fought alongside us and eliminated most of them. Raoul commented. Yes, I always assumed she was long dead by the time of Galewind's rampage that finished off the last of those Evelys 5 years ago. She was presumed dead during the 27th floor nightmare. But I know that truth about it. The captain told me this information after becoming an executive. Evelys laid a bomb trap and lured the Astrea Familia there. Up to there is all true, but what comes next is what the guild is hiding. The bombing were a success, but after becoming level 4. All the Astrea Familia members survived and sustained only minor injuries after it, but what happened next was beyond anyone's expectations. The dungeon screamed, letting out a voice that screams pain, and after that, a giant ancient monster appeared with the strength and speed that surpasses that of a first-class adventurer. Our Ranasama said that it acts as a defensive countermeasure and only appears when a huge amount of damage were done against the dungeon. That's the reason why it was called a nightmare. It was not the Evelys suicide bombing that eliminated everyone other than Galewind and Banshee that time. It was the Juggernaut. She must have faked her death, taking the opportunity to go into hiding. Captain then glared at her direction. This is the first time I saw him this intense. He's both prepared to attack her and defend from any attack she might pull out. It's almost scary. What a little genius we have here. Pisses me off. Thanks to you and your bloody guild friends, we Evelys lost a lot of muscle on that day 6 years ago. So you know what we did, huh? We egged on all Olivas and pretended like the whole bunch Asas had bit the dust. She then went on and on how Captain was a scum because he didn't go along with the Astrea Familia at the 27th floor that day. Instead, he gathered and located the gods controlling them and sent them back to the heaven. I'll never forgive you, you little prntntious little freak. I will tear you apart and then, once I've had him why fill. I'm gonna laugh until I can't even breath, the women roared. My, inviting me to a one-night stand? I dare say I'm flattered. However, I do apologize. Because of the hopes of my race, I'm only allowed to whisper sweet nothings into the ear of my own kind. Even if I have someone I like from another race, I can't accept her affection thanks to me being the only hope for our kind. I also might add, you'll need to improve your character a bit before asking me out again. Is he talking about Tyone? I realized after absorbing his words. That disgusting pride of yours hasn't changed, but not anymore. I've been waiting for you to come down here. Now that the pest little rookie is not here to spoil MY plans, you're now walking completely oblivious, right into OUR castle. This will be your grave. Let yourself in the majesty of Gnosis. And die. She raised a purple-colored orb and suddenly, the door where we came from shut tight and the other doors suddenly start vibrating. It alarmed the hell out of me and screamed at the top of my lungs. Everyone, stay away from the doors right now. Countless numbers of violas appeared from all 6 doors that didn't budge earlier, completely surrounding us from every angle. Let's go, you bastards. Betel led the charge and proceeded on killing all the violas he could see. Everyone, follow his lead and go straight ahead. Valid agreed is our objective. The captain also ordered us to follow his lead and make our way towards the pink-haired women. Oi, these are some annoying piece of shit. These fuckers are moving fast. I didn't know that they have another first-class adventurer other than that gray puppy. But the thing is, she soon started to run away, or to be precise, lure us in further. But other than that, something caught my attention, and I informed the captain about it. Captain, that magic item that Valeta Greed used earlier, I think it is the key to the orichalcum doors. I think so too. Anyway, she showed it on us on purpose. This is the bait that we will unfortunately have to take. Monsters are still following us from behind as we run towards our target. And this made me stop and almost unleashed my magic, but Lefia stepped in. Aki-san, please leave this to me. I saw her eyes full of determination. That's why I left and chose to trust her, and it looks like I'm not wrong on my decision. Filva-san, please watch me. You are the master archer, ARCS Ray. Her attack left no trace of the monsters chasing us. Even the magic stones got evaporated by the intensity of her magic, which made us all smile and glad that she's on our side. Did you see that? Lefia is amazing. Raoul cheered while I could only smile. Heh, so she's finally gone and made herself useful, has she? Bite added. Nice Lefia, now Bite. Stay up front and take out anything in our path, but don't stray too far, we don't want to stretch our number talk thin. Everything was going smoothly, we were killing them at an incredibly fast rate, but instead of making me rest assured, it only raised doubt inside my head, until another new type of monsters appeared. Is that? Raoul exclaimed as soon as a new type appeared behind the violas. It has the appearance of the giant tarantula, but with a much more slower body. It also has those bright colors that the demi-spirit and violas had. Does it matter? Just take them out, before they even think about attacking us. Betes sliced through their numbers that only kept increasing. This made us pretty occupied and made us fail to notice something amiss. All of a sudden, Captain froze in one place while glaring at his trembling hand. As if it's the first time he felt something like this. I saw it with my own 2 eyes while the others were busy. The entire pack of hellish monsters parted in a single flash at our left side that Captain was guarding, almost as though opening a path of their revered king. In an instant, I saw him get slashed by the red-haired creature that came out from the path that the monsters gave. But that's not the only thing I saw. Before he got slashed, the women already slashed him, but he managed to block the first one. But then I saw him hesitate about using his hellfingers, and this gave the opponent to strike him again. This is in return for the 18th floor, they said. And the wound that the creature gave him proved fatal, as the damage was way too much for him to withstand and made him collapse as blood gushes out from his body like a fountain. The cornerstone of Loki Familia, the presence that had never fallen before no matter how dire the situation. The unthinkable event before us deprived us of our thoughts, from me To Lefia, to even Bite, the clock stopped ticking. Die. But the person whom I think that would despair the most rushed in alone to grab Captain away from his death. Everyone, follow me, we have to leave this place now. Chapter 34. The End of Evil Part III. Eki's POV. Everyone, follow me, we need to get out of here. Raoul's. My body moved on its own and followed his lead. Luckily, the monster's number stopped increasing, and it gave us the opportunity to leave the room using the pit hole that they used to enter. All of us jumped through the hole and made a run for it after reaching the platform below. Except for the furious werewolf. B. Tessan, let's hurry, I heard Rakta yell at him. I know that, shit. Seconds later, he came down with the other remaining members of our group, cursing how those Evelis are just a bunch of cowards who can't fight anyone head-on without relying on cheap tricks. But they didn't give us any time to rest, as the violas started spawning again in the path in front of us. Get out of the way, idiots. Bite yelled as he rushed forward to slay the monsters while me and the others just watched him. B. Tessan, Lefia muttered. What the hell, I can't move, my body is trembling, my strength is leaving me, how did this happen, what are we supposed to do now, Captain? What the fuck are you doing, housecat? I was pulled out of my thoughts by a voice. When I looked at the direction where it was coming, I saw a gray werewolf glaring at me. I thought you already graduated from being a weakling, but it looks like I was wrong. You are still the same little girl you were when I first met you, waiting for her knight in shining armor to come and save the day, living in a fantasy that will never ever happen no matter how hard you wish for it. Flashback. My name is Anna-Kitty Autumn. When I was still a kid, and was living happily as a resident outside of Arario. I have lots of things that I love, but the thing that I love the most is the heroic tales that my retired adventurer, Dad, always reads for me after coming home every week. It inspired me in a lot of ways, and led me to one day becoming an adventurer. I became one of the low-key Familia regulars and started my journey under Reveria-san's wing. Her lectures were really hard, but it was helpful in a lot of ways inside and outside the dungeon. I was really thrilled when I got in here, because I became a companion of the heroes that I admire. Like that hero, I will fight alongside these heroes day in and day out, but after coming into realization, I can't read those stories that I loved anymore. Because I understand now. I dreamt of being a hero that day. And I couldn't be the hero that I dreamt of. Flashback end. He's right. I'm not suited to be a first-class adventurer. I've already experienced this numerous times, and yet, I still crumble when someone I hold dear got hurt. In the face of despair, my true self always comes out. The weak and crybaby me always takes over. You think your little rabbit will come and save the day? Dream on, you know how much he had to endure fighting that minotaur that beat the shit out of us. He will never arrive to save you, so get a grip. I tried to gather my courage and help Raoul and the others heal the captain, but even after using all the potions we have, the wound never closed and the blood was still coming out. Why, I used a bunch of potions. Raoul panicked and tried to find more potions but found nothing. A curse, I balled my fist in realization of how hopeless situation. Belle, if you were here, what will you do? A curse, but from where and when? If there'd been a weird spell, it would have gotten us too. No, Raoul, the sword that woman was using, it was definitely superior grade, and probably cursed too. I bit my tongue while trying to think of ways to stop his bleeding. We need to escape the labyrinth as soon as we can. Escape? Am I really saying this? I don't know anything about this place. Is there even a way out? Valida is level 5 and the red-haired one is at least 6 or 7 at worst, and those endless flowers are at least level 4 each. And on the other hand, we have 1 level 6, 1 level 5, 1 level 4, 2 level 3, and 1 level 2 healer. We even have someone who's seriously wounded. There's a clear difference in strength and number. I need to think of something or Finn will die. I screamed mentally while trying to find a way out. It paralyses me just thinking about it. There is clearly no solution. I always tend to look at situations rationally. The situation, conditions, and the power differential. I understand desperation before anyone else does. I've come to understand that we're doomed. What am I supposed to do? I don't have Captain's intuition, or Ize's wind, or Reveriasan's or Lefia's wide arsenal of magic. Nothing. I don't have the power to reverse the situation. I can never be a hero. I cried and started to accept our fate, and then... Oh, FIISN. Where are YOO? Don't go dying before I find you. I don't want you kicking the bucket before I slaughter all your little followers right before your eyes. I remembered that moment, the same time I heard Valeta's voice. The moment that was still fresh in the minds of everyone reciting inside the Aurario. The fight against the giant Minotaur and Belle. He didn't use his fighting style that he honed not because he's too caught up in the battle. It was because it would make no difference. In the face of an absolute power, no one can stand against it, but that doesn't mean defeating it is impossible. Time after time, Belle showed this to us. First, to the residents and adventurers at the Daedalus Street against his fight against the Silverback. Second, when Reveriasan and the others witnessed his fight against the irregular Minotaur, and finally, his fight against that Xenos named Asterius. As long as you have the resolve, determination, and the will to not give up until the end, everything is possible. Hey, everyone, can you listen to my selfish request? I want to win so badly that I need to sacrifice Captain. I smiled as I looked at my friend's horrified face. What? We can't do that, Aki-san. He's Captain. We can't let him die here or the Loki Familia will be done for. Line screamed on top of her lungs. It's all right, I'm with her. I believe on our Familia's next Captain. I'm sure she won't leave us dead, rotting away in this dark place. Am I right, Aki? The hero of the Palom race said weakly. Yes, I just need your trust, everyone, even though it's absurd, but in order to succeed. We need Captain to be our bait for our plan to succeed. As I discussed the plan that I came up with everyone, I also pointed out that in order for this to work, Raoul needs to step up his game. Raoul, I know how much of a scaredy cat you are, but we believe in you. Don't waste the potential you have. You might not notice it, but out of all of us here, you are the most reliable person. Much more than me. Just believe on yourself. I held him by his shoulder while facing towards me as I looked at him in the eyes. You're a man, aren't you? If you can't do it even after all the shit that a girl you like told you, how can you call yourself a man? Get a grip. Betes said with a frustrated sigh. I shut up. That last part was unnecessary, but you're right, Betesan. How can I call myself a man if I let down a girl who went out of her way to say those things to me? Thanks, I'm on it, but please don't tell Belle Cranel about this. I don't want to make an enemy out of him. He's a monster, he said with a horrified face. I sighed to myself one last time before executing the plan. Each of us went to our designated spots and left our leader in an open area, with no means to protect himself or escape. Seconds later, we heard Valeta's footsteps slowly approaching while humming maniacally. Oh, what's his? Did your merry followers finally abandon you? Yeah, I ordered them to abandon me and prioritize their safety. I don't have much time left anyway, even if I make it out. I have a 90% chance of dying because of how much blood I've already lost. This is it for me, the end of my journey. Unknown labyrinth, Reveria's side. Reveria's POV. We've been walking down for almost 2 hours now. I've also established 3 magic circles before arriving at this new floor that we are currently exploring, but nothing, there is still nothing but this eerie silence, I commented. Yeah, I'm getting chills just by walking around this place. It's like a total different world than ours, the dwarf added. We continued our silent walk until we reached a huge 2 doors. Gareth and I tried inspecting it, but the eye in the middle of it suddenly glowed, and the door soon opened. I sent the twin sisters and eyes to inspect the interior, but they found nothing but a single small door and an empty room. I gave the rest a sign, and all of us entered the room. As soon as all of us are inside, the door behind us suddenly closed, locking us completely inside the dark, empty room. I inspected the room myself and noticed a few things. The room's design were completely different than the other room we saw before. Skulls with snakes coming out of its eyes and a statue of a creature I have never seen before were plastered all over the place. And lastly, the floor's design. I can tell at one glance that it was the one-eyed black dragon, the symbol of calamity, despair, and destruction. The monster that's been terrorizing this world since the Age of Heroes. Even the most skilled and most powerful heroes are no match against. But it's weird that Eyes didn't notice this. Her grudge against that creature were unmatched. Welcome, Loki Familia. All of us present switched to our offensive stance when we heard a voice of an old man come out of the small door in front of us. As he slowly came out, we noticed that he's somewhat familiar until Tiona pointed out who he is. The man in the picture, she exclaimed in realization as he came into full view. Yeah, the man who made a deal with the sea god and Melon. The man that Captain said we must capture along with the executives of Evelis. Tione said as she prepared to attack. Ah yes, something like that happened. You said you were looking for me. I'm glad, however, I've certainly no interest in meeting you, he said weakly, but ironically enough for all of us to hear loud and clear. At any rate, even meeting you like this costs me precious time. The will of our ancestors is grand. Indeed, there is never enough time. Even if we were to ever complete this one day, there is no guarantee that I will still be alive to bear witness to its magnificence. This human body is a truly odious thing, even if I had the longevity of Elven's blood. Ah, a pity. Hey now, stay with us would ya? No flying to Tenkai or something, the younger Amazon said. Yeah, don't you dare say things like you're dying or something. The hell is wrong with you? What do you even want, you creep? The older sister shouted. I remained vigilant for a surprise attack or a trap, but I still felt no presence other than this man's ominous aura. I apologize for the late introduction. The man continued as I didn't mind him, focusing slowly on inspecting the whole place. I'm Barca, and I am tasked with luring you deeper into this abyss. The moment I heard him utter those words was the moment I also saw a red gem inside the dragon's eye on the floor. I panicked and shouted to my companions, but everyone knew it was too late. You're too late. Barca's left eye glowed in unison with the red gem at the floor, and in an instant, the floor opened wide and we fell down to the dark depths of this man-made dungeon. We're FALLING. Tiona said innocently as while staring down at the almost bottomless hole. I started chanting my ice magic as I slowly descend and casted it at the walls for it to serve as a temporary platform. Eyes, please go. I turned to her and she nodded to me. She activated her aerial magic and made a giant leap. She made it before the floor above completely close. I just hope that she's all right, I whispered to myself. What do we do now, Reveria? Your magic won't last very long because of our number. Well, it's not like we can destroy that door above and break through either, so I guess our only way is to continue down, huh? Gareth stated while rubbing his chin. You're right. I can't create a ladder of ice by myself because I would be too exhausted after it, and besides, we don't know how deep this pitfall is. It's time. Everyone brace yourselves. Those who are level 3 and above, take care of the supporters and healers. Also, don't mind me, I can do this. We're jumping down. We jumped down, and as soon as we left the ice platform, it crumbled into small pieces. It was a long fall, but we soon reached the lower floor. I checked our members who were carrying lower-level adventurers in their arms and sighed in relief, as I found out that none of them sustained any injuries. Gareth, I leave the backline to you. Oi, old hag, you're the one who's supposed to be at the backline, not me. What if there's a bunch of enemies waiting for us ahead? We can't have our mage tanking all of them. You're not Silence, you are Ninehell. I know that, you don't have to rub it on my face, but the reason I'm staying at the front line is because Bete, Eyes Noriki is present. We don't have someone who we can order to scout ahead very fast, so our only option is to use my magic circle and detect anything suspicious. I know it's risky, but it's not like I have any choice, I said, irritated by his comment and comparison. He didn't make another comment and just stayed at the back. Observing anything behind that might be a trap. Okay, let's go. Eyes' side. Eyes' POV. I rushed to the man named Barca as soon as I got back to the previous floor at full speed. Open that door, I shouted as I dashed straight towards him. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow myself to be caught. Spirit of Wind. Huh. His eyes glowed just like earlier and immediately shut the door in front of us, preventing me from reaching him. I was left frustrated. Not being able to help them left a bitter taste in my mouth, but with all of that, I was left with no other choice than exploring this place myself. This place is really wide, I said internally as I wander aimlessly at the labyrinth. It was a long exploration for me, as I saw countless empty rooms. I didn't try to investigate any of them, since it doesn't look like there is anything special inside until I reached a room. It is a room with a high technology. Various pipes and wires scattered around, and aquarium-looking things at the center of it. Just how long have they been building this place? Even if they worked 100 of years, it wouldn't be enough. Or maybe we've underestimated them, since we all thought that Evelis was destroyed 5 years ago after the destruction of Astrea Familia, and the only members left were the lower members. We also thought that the only one we have to watch out is the red-haired creature, but we're wrong. My thoughts were interrupted when I saw all of those weird-looking things cracked open at the opposite side. An ominous presence then filled the room, and the red-haired creature appeared. It's been a while, Ira. Wait, don't tell me those jewel fetus came here. It's been a long time since I tasted that agony because of you, but who would have thought that what Neo said were true, drawn by the presence here like a moth to a flame. Those fetus, they were here, weren't they? Where are they now? I said in panic as I remembered how that fetus instantly turned into a very powerful monster at the 18th floor. They are hidden within the labyrinth. Perhaps you'd like to find out for yourself, if you can. I saw her toss something and my eyes immediately followed it. That's Forsha's spear. And I also cut up that palm holding that spear. Why that's not possible, Finn would never lose. I screamed as I prepared to fight her with all I've got. There is no need to fear, though, because once I'm done with you, your friends are next on my list. I channeled all of my strength to my legs and jumped forward to throw to her all sorts of combination attacks my body could remember, but... GNNGH. Ho, you attacking me first, this is certainly new. He easily met all of my blows and matched the strength I put into it without much thought. We continued this shortly until she knocked me back before speaking again. I said in surprise as I was sent flying. Aha, I see. If we keep up like this, I'll end up killing you easily. Your wind, Arya, I want to see it. I wouldn't want you dying on me so easily, she said as she resumed her assault. I clicked my tongue before triggering my magic. I used it to dodge a powerful swing from her and was relieved that I managed so, but when I saw the place that she slashed, I realized instantly that I won't be able to handle it. I launched a counterattack, but she dodged it right before I made any contact to her or her sword. Bang! My wind-enhanced attack crashed into the walls and made the room shake, but we didn't mind it as we continued our fight. You humans, so affected by the death of your companions, your emotions betray you. I win, Arya. Reveria's side. Reveria's POV. Our group was progressing to the Gnosis at a slow pace, constantly checking any signs of enemies but found nothing. I've already established 2 magic circles while I had Lefia make a small one. I was surprised at first when I saw her behind us, but when I asked her why she's here, she said Finn forgot to assign her to either group and decided to come here since Alicia and Elfie are in the other group. After walking further, a wall came into view, but something weird was written on it. Is this a mural? I said as I examined the only white wall on this man-made dungeon. I looked further into it and noticed the design. I gasped in realization and made a gesture for everyone to examine it. If I'm not mistaken, the one in the middle looks exactly like a dragon to me, and the 6 around it was probably a sacrifice. I've already seen this in the library back at the Alf Forest. This dragon here is not the black dragon. It was. Nidhogg is the name of that dragon. We turned to the source of the mysterious voice and found a man, or a god to be precise, clad in a pitch-black robe. Leviathan, Behemoth, and the one-eyed black dragon, the mark of the 3 great quests. But before these 3 beasts terrorized this world, there was another. A grisly creature that plunged this world into the depths of despair. His voice echoed through the silent hall. Who are you? Lefia asked. I am called Thanatos, the last of the so-called evil gods and guardian deity to the dregs you call Evelis. Ervario. Astrea's POV. Me, Loki, Hermes and Freya were walking down the main street as they finished their investigation, and came to the conclusion that Dionysus was still alive, and that he really is Neo. For the time being, I'll ask Uranus if he can contact the Xenos and have them help us, Hermes said with a smile. I don't think that's impossible, but there is a high chance that they might not lend us a hand because Bel was not going to participate in the battle, Freya commented. It was only that time that I remembered that I have to go back and check on him again. Even though I know that he'll be all right, someone still has to be there for him other than a mid when he wakes up. Sorry, I just remembered that I have to check up on Bel. I'll leave you guys, and if you found any leads to where he is hiding, contact me all right. I made my way towards the Diane sect Familia, but as soon as I entered, a mid with a panicked look welcomed me. Goddess Astrea, I'm glad you are here, but you're a little too late, she said with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What happened to Bells? He woke up earlier, but before I could ask him if he's all right, he grabbed his regular clothes at the table before thanking me for taking care of him. I know where he is heading, and I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. I patted her shoulders before lifting her head up. It's all right, thank you. I'll be following his lead and head to the Gnosis. We will put an end to this. Chapter 35. Human/demis/god/Xenos talking. Human/demis/god/Xenos thoughts. Monster sounds howls cry. Spirit/Fel's talking. Spirit/Fel's thoughts. End of Evil IV. Bel's POV, Dream. EP, I heard a gentle but somewhat lively voice before someone gently tapped my cheeks. This action lasted for a good few seconds until she stopped. I don't know why, but her halting her actions suddenly made me wake up for some reason. Yeah, you're finally awake, Bel. The girl that I have never seen before beamed at me while slightly pinching my nose. EA, who is she? The last time I remember was my back being hot all of a sudden like I was being consumed by a very hot flame. But then I realized that the girl that was looking down to me had no visible clothes. Luckily, her long, beautiful crimson-red hair managed to cover the front of her chest, but her well-toned body were clearly visible to me from below. Then the realization hit me that the naked girl were also giving me a lap pillow. I panicked and shot back up, but it only made everything worse when I saw myself also without a single piece of cloth. KYAH, I screamed like a little girl in embarrassment. Are you a girl? I can't believe that you have a girlfriend while you are acting like this, Bel. I'm disappointed. Her last words rang out because of how she spoke to me as if she knew me too well. Wait, who are you, miss? How did you know who I am and the fact that I have a girlfriend? I asked without looking back at the girl. Well, of course, I know everything about you since we were always together, the girl cheerfully said behind me. Always with me, but I never even saw her before. How is that even possible? Ah, is she perhaps one of those people? What do they call them again? Stoka. Are you perhaps a Stoka? Stalker, of course I'm not, dummy. Stop being embarrassed. Look at me and you'll understand. This made me nervous again. Look at her. Is she insane? If I do that, I'll see her sexy-looking boa. Sorry, Kami Sama. Forgive me for my impure thoughts. After screaming inside my head, I suddenly remembered something that Kami-sama said to me before. I turned around and tried to look at the girl. Crimson red hair. Emerald-colored eyes. Small face. Slightly puffy and cute cheeks. And her smile, that's 100 times brighter than the sun itself. Elise Lovell-san, Ryu-san's best friend and former captain of Astrea Familia. It looks like you finally figured out who I am, my dear Bel. That's right. Suddenly, flames started to cover her body and soon transformed into a one-piece red dress that reaches towards her thighs. I'm Elise. I'm already dead, but since I died inside the dungeon, my soul got trapped inside of it and has nowhere to go. Since I have no choice and returning to my mangled up and dead body was impossible, I decided to reside inside the sword you are using since I don't want to be swallowed by the dungeon and become a monster. Imagine me. A very beautiful woman as a monster. All male adventurers would probably fall under my charm and forget that I am a monster. They will happily die for me if that happens. Hahaha ***. Anyway, after that, I lost my own consciousness until the day that the blade was reforged with divine blessing and your strand of hair. That's how I became like this. A fire spirit that gives power to the sword and to the user. I don't know how that happened, but maybe it is due to my strong affinity to fire magic when I was still alive. I couldn't come up with a response because I'm having trouble processing everything inside my head. From how her spirit got trapped in the dungeon, to her becoming a fire spirit that. Because from what I know from both my grandpa and goddess Astrea, spirits are child of gods, and a being made of a fraction of pure divine power from their creator. So how is that possible? I don't know. When I woke up, I didn't know that I had this kind of power. That was until you casted your firebolt into our sword. I then sensed a strong affinity towards that magic. Remember when you first used that magic to enchant the sword? The fire got too strong and almost burned up your face. That was me when I responded to the magic and strengthened it. My affinity is way too strong that even just a fraction of my power were enough to blow up a monster party of minotaurs. The girl in front of me smiled proudly, while nodding sagely to her obvious blunder. So that's your fault. Wait, am I thinkin'? No, Belle, since we are inside your consciousness, I can hear your thoughts. In short, I heard everything including me having a very sexy beau. I was reduced to a sobbing mess when she explained that to me. My impure and vulgar thoughts were laid bare in front of a very cute girl. Not just a cute girl, but a fire spirit, and the one I thought of as a hero of the present, along with the other deceased members of our familia. Stop crying, Belle. I don't mind really, but thank you. Even though I'm always proclaiming how cute and charming I am, hearing it from another person really feels different, like getting warm and fluffy inside me. Eh? She giggled as she patted my head, which calmed me down. After that, she held my hand and led me up then. Let me give you something cool to wear. With a snap of her finger, a flame suddenly enveloped my body, and it soon transformed into a very cool adventurer gear. A short-sleeved collared shirt that has two colors. The middle one from the collar that extends towards the back and front were red, and the sides and sleeves were pure white. Together with it were a breastplate and a shoulder guards on both sides. A slightly baggy black pants, but the part from below my knees were tucked inside a brown boots. And finally on my left waist was a red cloth design that looked like a cape of some sort that sways every time I try to move forward. 3rd anniversary Elise first costume. It really suits you, just as I thought. She flashed me her solar flare of a smile. Yeah, it really looks cool, but I get the feeling that you got this from somewhere. I said to her, and when I saw her nod, my curiosity got higher. Actually, your outfit right now was inspired by my adventure gear before when I was alive. Back then, I had Tsubaki-san make me an adventure gear after I became a level 3. But when it arrived at our home, I also got the Crimson Order from Hephaestus-sama. I thought at first that they shipped it to me by mistake, but then, the member that delivered that to me said that it was a gift from them. Even though I don't remember doing anything for them back then, they insisted on giving it to me. They really are nice people. Her melancholic smile got to me and made me remember things about Hephaestus-sama, Tsubaki-san, and especially Welf. How they were kind to me and helped me every time I run into a trouble. Especially in the war game. Giving her beloved child to us, the Hestia Familia, just to help us win the war game. Yeah, you are right, Elise-san. They are really nice people. Can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Do you think I can become a hero like you? Even though I'm supposed to feel offended due to her laughing at my question, I found myself laughing with her for some reason. I don't know why, but whenever she does smile or laugh, it causes a chain reaction to me. What are you asking, Belle? Aren't you already a hero? She said while wiping some tears that formed from the corner of her eyes. I don't think that's the case, Elise-san. After all, you can. You've done nothing wrong, Belle. Even if I were in your shoes, I will do everything I can to help the Xenos. Even if the whole Familia turns on me, I will continue on pushing forward. Also, didn't Goddess help you? In fact, you should be sure that you are in the right path all along. A goddess of justice is the one giving you the push. I paused for a moment and tried to come up with a counter-argument. Astrea-sama might be helping me, but that doesn't mean my actions are just. Every person commits a mistake. Just let me ask this to you. Belle, do you regret helping Ween, Ray, Fear, Lyd, Gross, and all the others? No. Then there is nothing wrong about it, Be proud of what you did. And do you think that the whole city hates you because of that? Haven't you heard of how people are talking about your fight against Asterius? People treats you as a hero already. Don't you agree? Yeah, she's right. I didn't know what came into me, but now I understand. All of my doubts are disappearing right now one by one. All of them are baint consumed by the burning passion inside my heart. By the way, why are we here inside my mind? What happened to me? Did I perhaps die? Oh, you're just unconscious. Your body is adjusting to your new powers, so you won't be able to wake up anytime soon. So just relax here, I want to talk to you some more. She sat down and patted the invisible floor beside her. I went to her side and sat down with her. We indulged ourselves in all kinds of topics. From my arrival in Aurario, my old familia, San saving me, monsterphilia, and lastly the war game. We kept on talking and laughing at each other's stories, especially the dumbest ones, and before we knew it, we were already laughing like there is no tomorrow at everything. But who would have thought that Reveria-san of all people will finally fall in love? And the most surprising thing about that is the fact that you didn't choose her. Are you nuts? Do you know how many men have tried to win her heart only to be shot down brutally or be frozen to death? Millions, Belle. Millions? Ha, you are wasting your luck, you know. If I were you, I would instantly marry her, she said disappointedly with a hint of annoyance. But there's no helping it. I love Aki-san. I admit that Reveria-san is better than her, but that's not where the problem is. There is something about Aki-san that I don't see at any other girls. Well, you have a point. You can't just choose on who you'll fall in love after all, it just happens without any notice. Not even gods and goddess could escape from suddenly falling in love with someone. Change topic, I don't like where this is going. As our conversation dragged on, we lost track of time and immersed ourselves in reminiscing the past until... Belle, it's time. As soon as she said that, I felt my body heat up and my consciousness slowly fading away. Elise-san, what is happening? I'm getting dizzy. I got on my knees as my vision started to turn upside down. You're waking up. Your body finally accepted and adjusted to the new powers you received earlier and is now ready. But before you wake up, remember this. This is not a dream. I'm real, and everything about me being the spirit that resides inside the sword is true. Now go ahead, you can sleep now on the side and wake up on the outside. Astakin, you. I heard a familiar stoic, but soothing voice speaking to another person as I slowly woke up from my deep slumber. I opened my eyes and saw a Midsan and surprisingly Naza-san talking to each other, with Naza-san saying how upset she is by not calling her and Mayach-sama here. As I said before, it was just earlier that Belle-san was carried over here by Lady Astrea. We were busy monitoring his abnormal condition up until you showed up. Now please leave, you're disturbing our patients. That's not it, I don't care if you are the one treating him. I just want you to notify us as well because we are his friends. Not only us, but the Hestia Familia and Take Mikazuchi Familia as well. It's just as simple as that. Naza-san said. Because of how she always speaks, I couldn't read her emotion very well. I don't get if she's angry or sad. Because no matter how she speaks, it always comes out as a calm voice. It's okay, Naza-san, but thanks for your concern. I opened my eyes and saw them with a completely unusual expression carved in their face. Naza-san, despite her calm voice, looks very furious. Her dark expression was scaring all the other nurses inside the room, silencing them. Amid-san on the other side has mixed expression. Determination with a smile, and for some reason, she's looking at me. I knew it, you'd wake up in no time. Yes, how long have I been out? You've been out for almost 8 hours, and it was currently sunset right now. Also, everyone from your former familia and Take Mikazuchi Familia will be arriving shortly because of Naza-san. I smiled to myself as I think of what expressions will they have when they see me inside the hospital again. But my question was soon answered when a large number of people destroyed the door of my room. BLL. Hestia, Lily, Mikoto-san, Welf, waitresses of the pub, Aoka-san and Take Mikazuchi-sama, as well as Isfi-san and Hermes-sama came rushing. Oi bro, what happened to you this time? Aren't you not allowed to go training or exploration because of your recent injury? Welf exclaimed. He's right, Belle-sama, what kind of reckless this are you trying to do again? Lily added angrily. Belle Dono, I'm just glad that you are all right, but we are always here to help you. Please don't push yourself too hard. Even if we both belong on a different familia now, that doesn't change that fact that we are friends. A barrage of questions and sermons were thrown into me. I was at first happy because of their concern, but got overwhelmed by them a few moments later. And then, Amidson did something not very saint-like. Will you guys shut the fuck up? You scumbags are disturbing my patient. Everyone, including me, had their jaws smashed through the floor with her choice of words, and by how angry she is right now. The calm and composed saint is nowhere to be seen. It was replaced by the most beautiful demon you could ever imagine in your life. It was both scary to the point that you will fear for your life and shocking. Amidson, I uttered in disbelief, and after hearing my voice, she came into realization of what she just said. Forgive my rudeness, but please be quiet. You guys are inside the hospital, so be mindful of the others. Her voice was stoic as usual, but her blushing and shaking gives her off. We laughed but suppressed it because of our fear of getting kicked out again. After that, they continued questioning me, but in order. Based on my observations, there are no evidence of you having a fight with anything, or maybe that tattoo is covering everything up. The first to speak up was Isfi-san. Yes, I was just having my status updated by Astria-sama this morning, and after that, I passed out. And this tattoo covering my whole upper body is my falna. Everyone gasped, except for a certain orange-haired god who smirked. I have a skill before that states that if I reach level 5, it would trigger the full power of falna given to us by the gods. This will grant us the full power of each level and allows us to update and rank up ourselves. I explained. Belkun is right. The falna that we gods give to the humans in this era were just the 10% of its real power. Why? Because the immense power of falna is too much that if the person is not compatible with it, the person will explode from the inside because of too much power. That's also the reason why in the Age of Heroes, only one man possesses the falna with the same patterns as Belle. Hermes explained to them all the other things related to the true falna. Isfi-san and Mikoto-san at first couldn't believe on it, but soon calmed down. Okay, now that everything clear, what will you do now? Belkun. I'll answer that after you answer my question first. Okay, shoot it. Are you the one that ordered Asterius to attack Aki? Yes and no. The one I ordered to try and harm Aki-chan was Gross the Gargoyle. They will act like that and seriously try to harm or kill her in order for you to kill them instead, to restore your tarnished reputation. But not everything goes according to plan. Asterius beat them into it and fought you. I gave them a simple instruction to hunt down a cat person with black hair and graceful appearance. I did it all for you, Belle. In an instant, everyone in the room saw Belle's movement becoming a blur until he stopped. The sound of his sword slashing the air filled the whole room. His action surprised anyone, including Hermes himself, but the one who is surprised the most was Ryu because of the figure stopping Belle from behind. It was a person that she knew too well. The person that she can call her greatest friend and ally that she can leave her back on in a fight. The first child of Astria and their former captain. Belle, stop, you shouldn't do this. I know that he did something wrong and could hurt you to the point of doing something horrible that neither you or I can ever imagine. But it's all over now, Aki is alive and you are now fine. So relax, Belle, don't let anger and hatred cloud your thinking. This isn't you. As tears slowly run down on Belle's eyes, his weapon turned into flames vanished as the fire spirit slowly let go of him. I'm sorry, not to you Hermes, but to everyone, sorry for showing such a behavior. I just couldn't stand the way of some gods who treats me as their plaything, and the scenarios that played in my head if I didn't make it in time back then. I already saw her die once, and I can't stand to see it again. As for you, you may be a god, but I don't care. The next time you do something that will harm those who are close to me, I'll send you back to your province. Everyone in the room knows how serious Belle is. That's why none of them uttered a single word. As for Hermes, he was looking at Isfi apologetically. Now, even though I said that it's wrong to kill you, it's not right to let you go free, so here is a little punishment from your beautiful fire spirit Elise. With a snap of her fingers, Hermes' butt was consumed with fire. But not just ordinary fire. It was the weakest fire that exists. It won't inflict any burn on the skin, but you will feel its immense heat in direct contact. Because of it, Hermes was now running around asking for help. Hermes-sama, I warned you that everything you did has a high chance of backfiring to you. Isfi sighed before walking towards Belle and Elise. It surprised me when you appeared, Elise. It's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a very long time. Sorry if I have to do this to your god, but he deserves it. I know, but still, I ask both of you for your forgiveness and please stop this. Belle, I'm sorry for what happened and my inability to stop him. I'm sorry that I couldn't go against his orders. I will take any punishment for his actions, so please, stop Elise. Isfi did a doja in front of him and Elise. While Elise looks like she won't budge because Hermes needs to learn his lesson, Belle on the other hand kneeled down and picked her up. Isfi-san, thank you. I won't blame you for not stopping him. It's not your fault that you can't go against his divine will, but the concern that you showed to me from time to time, I really appreciate it. And I accept your apology. You don't have to take his place, there is no need to. Elise-san, please. Arg, all right here. Now everyone, can I ask for your help? Does that include Asnaya? Chloe and Anya asked. Yes, but for Sir San. I need to talk to her in private for something since she can't go with us. Where are we exactly headed? Cranel-san, and also, please explain this to me. Elise, what is that form? Ryu was silenced by a warm hug from the fire spirit. Her arms enveloping her body and her head rested on her right shoulder. Since we don't have time, I'll show you my memories, so calm down, okay? Concentrate and close your eyes. It will be over in a second. Ryu did as she was told. After letting her shock subside, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Elise then pressed her forehead against Ryu and showed her what happened. I see, I understand, please continue, Cranel-san. Ryu smiled at the boy, who smiled at her in return before proceeding to his proposal. Can you guys help me? Let's put an end to this already. Let us defeat the Evelis. Hi, sorry for the long delay. I decided to show Belle's side, and look here, we have a character that all of the Danmimo players, like me, loves. Also, about the dungeon. I got this idea also in the game, when Astria and Erebus met at the 18th floor for their final confrontation. Erebus asked Astria if she will execute him there. But then Astria said that he will only get trapped and have his arcanum absorbed instead of going back to heaven if he was killed there. So I made it that those who die in the dungeon, either monster or human demi-humans, gets their soul trapped inside. Not getting sent to heaven, but absorbed by the dungeon and gets reincarnated as a new monster without the memory of being a human. And that's the reason why they also gain intelligence after dying repeatedly as a monster and learn to speak. Chapter 36. The End of Evil V. Normal POV. Belle and his party immediately ran out of the clinic, leaving Amid, who couldn't come along because of her duties. Worried if the white-haired boy is all right, she held both of her hands in front of her chest while staring at the direction that he ran off with his companions. She held her position for a few minutes until the goddess of justice arrived. "Saint," the goddess called out to her. "Lady Astria, I'm glad you are already here, but there is something I have to tell you." "What is it?" "Mr. Bell already left. I couldn't even ask if he's already fine because so many things happened. He woke up a while ago and took his weapons and asked his friends to accompany him to the battlefield." The saint wore a very worried expression that one can only see rarely. "I see. If he is headed to the battlefield, then I have no choice but to pray for him." Astria closed her eyes before opening it again and eyeing the gray-haired waitress. "Now tell me, why are you here, and who is the one we were talking to earlier?" "Freya." "Gnosis." Riveria's POV. We've been walking around inside this eerie dungeon for a few hours now, but we were yet to find anything. But even though the whole place is empty and quiet, we never took a break and kept exploring, not wasting any time. This way, I found an open door. "Thanks, Lefia. By the way, why are you with us? Aren't you with Finn and the others since I'm not with them?" I asked her. "Well, Captain forgot to assign me, so I just went with Aisan, but we also got separated, so." The young elf beside me scratched her head in embarrassment. "Wait. Finn forgot to assign her to his group. That thing never happened even before. Even in the most do or die situation, he never forget anything, especially when it comes to grouping. Is the situation so scary even for you? Finn. We walked again aimlessly inside this fortress, while marking the places that we've already been through, exploring every corner until we came into a giant white wall with a mural. A mural, I muttered as I saw the detail of the sculpture. What's that, a dragon and girls, Tyone said. Maybe they were some kind of sacrifice or some holy saints to calm the dragon, Tiona commented. That might be true if we are talking about ancient times like the tales of heroes you always read. But just what is this? I've read every single elven book I can read in our library back at the Alf Forest when I was still young. But I never saw this kind of dragon. It doesn't look like the black dragon, but it doesn't look like a normal kind of dragon either. Nidhogg is the name that you are looking for. The room was suddenly filled with divine will after the mysterious person spoke to us. He is clad in a jet black robe with some demonic yellow pattern on it. Evelus god, Thanatos. I glared at him as he slowly walked out of the darkness to reveal himself. Ahahaha, as expected of the High Elf Queen. You recognized me at a glance, I applaud you for that. Anyway, you want to know what's that, right? I shall tell you. Enough with small talk, time to smash you to the ground. Wait, Gareth, let him speak first. I interrupted the rowdy dwarf, because we might be able to get an important information if we don't rush into killing him. Then I shall tell you, Behemoth, Leviathan, and one-eyed black dragon, the mark of the 3 great quests. But before these beasts, the land was terrorized by a single beast, and that beast is the one in that mural. Nidhogg, that grisly creature, once plunged this surface into the depths of fear and despair. He eyed Lefia and me before muttering something to himself and cutting off the topic. Well, that's that, but I knew all along that that isn't the reason that you people came here. You also knew already that I am the god of the group that you guys Evelus, and I admit that I've been accumulating children's these past 5 years. I even picked up Valletta-chan and her crew after they lost their own god. I also accepted the invitation of Revis-chan and the others to destroy Aurario. Everything was me. His words sent chills towards my spine. He's not joking about it. I can tell that he is indeed plotting about the destruction of Aurario. That's why I decided to ask him the first question that popped in my mind. God Thanatos, are you Neo? Me, Neo, ahhhhhhha. You've got it all wrong. I've never even seen or heard of Neo. I'd be hard-pressed to provide evidence that such a god exists. I don't even know what are they. God. Mortal? Who knows, but most definitely not me. Stop joking, you've never seen him. Toy with us, Tyone said furiously. That I haven't. What I do know, however, is that Neo is the mastermind behind our current calamity and intrigue, at least according to Revis-chan and our masked friend. That and he was the one who brought all these murals from over some ruin or another. I say that the rumors about your beauty doesn't hold a candle against your actual appearance. Reveria El Jas Alf, you are just as beautiful if not more than the 3 goddess of beauty. This time, I snapped. Because I don't want to be compared to a god in terms of appearance, not because I feel like I'm more beautiful than them, but because I don't think mortals have what it takes to rival gods. For me, it feels like he's just mocking me. Enough with small talk, Thanatos. If you are really not Neo, then why? Why do you want to lay Aurario to ruin? Why would you want to wreak havoc across the mortal realm? Honestly, back in heaven, I did my job diligently as the god of death and reincarnation. It was pretty fun actually because souls always come up every minute without a fail. I miss the good old days because it's different now. This city changed things. Aurario sealed the monsters and even the dungeon itself. The lower world's teeming with life now, and I hate it. I wish for that era to come back. The Childre can die a little more. The way he said those words coldly shook us to our core. I felt my grip on my staff shake, not because of anger, but because it feels like I'm losing my strength. Wah, what do you think you're doing? Now I understand why you have so many followers. You trick them into reincarnation with their loved ones so they can throw their lives easily. Even though they knew that they won't have any memories of their previous life, you still promised to reunite them, am I right? Hi. Yes, you're right. Those children even said to me that they might become a special case where they can remember everything and reunite with their loved ONES. Such foolishness. Oops. I must apologize for keeping you guys here this dreadfully long time. A bunch of Evelys members emerged after he said those words, as if he knew they were coming. They went in front of their god and hid him behind their numbers, letting him escape in the process. Everyone, close your eyes. After my order, I threw a ball that I acquired from Perseus earlier. It was a light ball that disables the eyesight of anyone who saw it for a few moments. The light exploded and blinded our enemy, and that gave us time to dispatch them quickly. Oi, cheeky elf, that was a smart move from you. If you haven't done that, these bastards would have exploded on our faces. He took a robe off of one of them and exposed the countless explosives under their clothes. It's just a gut feeling. Anyway, let us continue. We didn't get any clue about this fortress, but we got something valuable from them. Aki's POV, 5 minutes before Valletta's arrival. This is my plan. I know how risky it is. I know that a single miscalculation might result to the end of Loki Familia, but still. I can't let our stories end here. And that goes for our most unreliable second-string leader, Raoul Nord. Those bastards think they've cornered us, which gives us the best opportunity to fight back. Raoul said as we started our meeting. You're right, Raoul. Running around would get us nowhere, but engaging the enemy gives us 2 options. It's either to steal the key for this doors or broke through past them by brute force. But there also exists the possibility of the third option. Think about it. That red-haired woman is the only one who can control those crazy colored monsters, right? So if these Evelys psychopaths were to release monsters all over their hideout, they'd run the risk of being attacked themselves. So far, all we've seen down here are those water spiders that act as an army to guard this place, which means there must be some way to keep those things from attacking. I looked at everyone and observed if they are able to follow our discussion. Everyone then nodded to me one by one, except for Bite, who kept his eyes closed and his arms crossed. Okay, but whatever that item is, it's making them careless of their surroundings. That's where we will use Captain, as a sacrifice. Everyone, including me, sweat dropped when I said those words. Hey, they are here, what now? Stood up as their scent entered his nose. We execute now our plan, let's go. Present time. PFFFFD. HAHAHAHAHAHA. Your precious friends left you here, Finn. Did they decide they couldn't protect you? She walked towards Captain, and when she was only a single meter away, I gave the signal to Raoul, and he launched at her from above. HRRGGH. Raoul was then grabbed on his face and dropped to the ground by Valletta, but that was all according to plan. Ag, Raoul grunted in pain as he landed head first at the floor. Is that all? Did you forgot my level or something, high novice? As if your half-baked plan would work against a level 5. She smiled maniacally at the sight of Raoul in pain. Almost makes me feel sorry for you, Finn. A real good-for-nothing you've got working for you. I smiled in the shadows when I saw the captain's proud smile. It gave me the determination I needed. Good for nothing, my Familia members are made of nothing but heroes. Raoul then stood up and flickered a stone at the sack that I dropped on top of them, which resulted in the powder pouring down to them. What this smell is? The magic stone powder we got from Melon. I continued her sentence as I let Raoul pick up Captain and before I face Valletta. Now everyone. Our Familia members then arrived with a pass parade. A swarm of endless new species monsters that Bite gathered through all the available spots in this floor. Raoul, hide with the Captain, don't you dare die on me. I got it. As Bite and our fastest members cleared the way full of monsters, the said ones immediately targeted Valletta and her crew because of the powder. She then tried to retreat, but I intercepted her with the weapons I prepared in advance. Rapier, but with that second tier what? Yeah, that's right. You might have a first-tier weapon, but with the kind of environment you are in, you won't be able to swing that giant thing. I've never wielded these types of weapons before. Rapier, bow, dagger, spear, cestus, cleaver, sickle, sai, or katana. But after being with everyone for a long time, after observing how they fight, I was able to mimic their movements. Although not perfect, I can somewhat copy their fighting style thanks to my memory. Belle, lend me your strength. Ag, you've got some skills, you second-class cat, but you're still no match for me. I smiled to myself as I picked up my original weapon and colliding it towards her sword. So the news didn't reach you. Hi. That I, Anakitty Autumn, became a first-class adventurer last 2 months and received the alias Twilight Cat. With my final attack, I shattered her sword and sent her flying towards the pack of violas behind her and letting the monster eat her in the process. Get down, a kid. I moved in instinct when I heard Raoul's scream. I ducked and then saw the mouth of a viola's that was about to bite my head off. Not in my watch. He then slashed the monster's head, which resulted in its demise, and the others soon then followed and slayed all the remaining monsters. We can't let Raoul-san be the only one show to off like that in front of Aki-san, can't we? The boys and our familia arrived. Yes, let's burn them. Elfie and Leffia chorused before unleashing their fire magic, burning off all the monsters ahead. Everyone, thanks. Realizing that it was finally over, I teared up and smiled, which then led to a cheerful short celebration. Now everyone, let's go. It doesn't matter if you don't have the strength. There is no need for skills. Even if you're not great. As long as you have the desire and resolve. You can become the type of hero you want to be, right? Belle. Gnosis. Reveria's POV. How did this happen? We are currently running around this cursed maze of a fortress because of the acid volley that was released from one of the gates that we were investigating earlier. It continues to flow around and chase us like there is no tomorrow. Oi, old hag, what do we do? The good-for-nothing dwarf asked from behind as he was the closest to the acid. It doesn't look like it'll not stop, and also, I looked ahead of me and noticed that there it is a dead end for us, as we have no way of opening that invincible door. We only have one option left, to take that acid head-on. I began to chant my magic as I reached the end of the path and positioned myself to fire it towards the monsters ahead and their acid, but noticed that I will need some time. Yeah. Luckily, Tiona noticed it and tried to block it with her Urga, which did not last longer, but long enough for me to finish off my chant. Thank you, Tiona, you've done well, now stand back. Win Fimblevetter. I pointed my staff towards the enemy and casted my magic, which created an ice path and clashed towards the acid. Woe, as expected of Reveria, Tione said as she helped her sister, whose hands got burned by the acid. But that moment of relief did not last long as the acid melts down my magic. What do we do? Cruz screamed as he saw the acid rush towards us, but this time, the one to block it is that dwarf. GGRRA, hey Reveria, it looks like fire magic is the only choice we have left, but we can't have you toasting us as well. What now? I can't hold this for too long. He's right, I can't use Ria Levitane at a space as closed and small as this, and the fire magic that I learned from our tribe won't be strong enough. Belle's firebolt is much stronger than it, that's it. Gareth, sorry, but I need you to push yourself harder. I'll heal you later, so don't worry, but for now try to hold out as long as you can while I learn a new magic. Don't worry, this won't be too long. NNGJH, it better not be. I closed my eyes and held my staff horizontally in front of me and began studying the components of his magic based on my image. It was both a fire and lightning type magic that complements each other really well. Fire's destructive power and wide area of effect enhanced with lightning speed. Analysis complete, beginning deployment. I formed a giant magic circle in the air in front of me and started to pour mana at the tip of my staff. Gareth, get behind me if you don't want to disappear with them. I gave him a heads up and he nodded before letting go of the half-melted shield. As soon as he landed behind me along with the others, I started to increase my mana output as much as I can, and then I saw his magic forming. Crimson lightning flying around as the fire in the middle starts to form a circular shape. A smirk made its way to my lips as an image of him fighting that giant Xenos popped up into my head. Oh, destined hero, please lend us your strength. FIREBULT. I fired it at the magic circle in front of us, and all of them gasped as they saw the small fire magic I released become a giant storm of explosion when it passed the magic circle. Bam! Via Schilheim. I decided to erect a barrier to prevent the explosion from reaching us, and as the explosion died down, I saw no remainder of the monsters before. Nothing was left other than the smell of the acid that evaporated. Hiya, I thought we are a goner for a second there. Good thing we have Reveria-sama with us. Remilia slowly limped out as the adrenaline slowly left her body. I'm just lucky. If I didn't know how his magic actually works, we would have died there earlier. Even though I amplified it, it is still quite inferior to the one that Belle Cranel uses. I just gambled earlier, I said as I sighed in relief. Anyway, Gareth, Tiona, come here, I'll heal your arms. After healing both of them and taking a rest for a few minutes, we decided to go back from where we came from and go inside the door that those worm-like monsters came from. And then, hey, I can feel something. Is this a divine will? I whispered as we cautiously walked up to a stair. I peeked at the right side at the end and saw a regular Evelis member talking to a person clad in pure white robe, without any design that resembles that of an Evelis. And when she tilted her face to the left, I recognized her. Goddess Ishtar. Chapter 37. Horario February 13 year XXXX. Time 10:30 p.m. Every single person inside this huge hall were busy preparing for the biggest event for their special person. Adventurers from different familias, as well as some guild employees and bar employees, were helping them design the room and plan the even for the day. Especially a certain group of girls led by a cat girl and an elf. Everyone, I won't stop you if you want to give him and say your bottled up feelings for him. We might be in a relationship right now, but that doesn't mean I can stop anyone who wants their love to reach the person they have feelings for. The cat girl said calmly, with a genuine smile on her face. Thank you, Aki. It really means a lot to us that you are so open about this kind of topic. Or do you feel so confident that Belle will never leave you? If the latter is correct, then prepare yourself. Who knows, someone might grab his heart unexpectedly, especially when tomorrow comes. The high elf spoke with a single eye closed and a slight smirk. He might be a damn womanizer, but I don't think just a simple, beautiful dress would change his affection, Reveria-sama. The young elf said in all honesty. Yes, Lefia-sama is right. I also wanted to thank you all for your effort to sneak us all unnoticed here. My companions and I will forever remember this special day you allowed us to be with him in the surface. The siren smiled. Please don't mention it, Miss Ray. Everyone in this even is a very important person to him, so it's not surprising that we will invite you all as well. The guild employee placed a hand on the siren's back. By the way, since it's also Valentine's Day tomorrow, should we give him a chocolate? But seeing as there are more than 10 people who wants to give him chocolate, won't he get a bad stomach after this? The Far Eastern samurai pondered. Now that I think about it, Nira, right, Naya? Another cat girl said. Mikoto-san, Chloe-san, I didn't expect to see you here, especially you, Mikoto-san. I thought the person of your affection is Take Mikazuchi-sama. The glasses-wearing princess asked. Aren't you the same? Also, giving chocolate in Valentine's doesn't have to imply romance. Some people gives chocolate out of gratitude like me. The short-haired fencer commented. Oh, you're right, I'm so sorry, the light blue-haired girl said with a blush. I hope you don't mind me here. I know that I'm already too old for this, but I still want to express my gratitude to him as a comrade. The fair lady entered the conversation. You, old, then that would make me a fossil Shakti, the high elf said, and the two of them started to giggle. The girls then started to plan out who would go first and last in tomorrow's event, but they were interrupted when the door slammed open, revealing the panting saint. We have a problem. Some ingredients that we need to finish some desserts are missing. Also, some of our cooks messed up the cake, and they are now in panic on what to do. The silver-haired nurse explained to the girls before the Far Eastern beauty stepped forward. It looks like I won't be able to join the planning. Please do forgive me, everyone, but I think I'm needed in the kitchen right now, she said with a bow before she went out. I hope everything will be fine when tomorrow comes, the orange-haired elf sighed. Same day, morning. Today was a weird day for Belle. Istria went out in the morning and said she won't be back until tomorrow because of some task that Oranis asked her to do. This doesn't seem too out of normal, except the fact that when he came to the guild and asked the pig of an elf about her goddess, he said that he never saw her. But since he can't do anything about it, he just shrugged it off and went to the counter to look for Ina, as he was planning on going to dungeon. But to his surprise, Ina took an early day off, a thing that she has never done before. With nothing to do in guild, he decided to just go to dungeon, but before that, go to the pub and maybe have some breakfast if they are open for the morning. But when he arrived, "Closed for today and tomorrow," he exclaimed before sighing in disappointment after glancing at the whole pub. But before he could leave, he heard the sound of cooking. "Is that, nah, maybe just one of the houses nearby." Dismissing the sound he heard earlier, he just went to one of the food stalls that sells food at this time, and luckily, he found a food that he likes. "Aye, Bell Cranel, how are you doin'? I've got some hot meat bun here. I'll give you a discount for the largest size." The old man grinned as he handed the young man 2 pieces. "Thank you, how much is this?" "Ah, just 600 volleys for you." Bell bowed thankfully, as the man nearly gave him a 50% discount this early in the morning. After having a bite, he decided to walk a little slower than usual while eating and glancing around the main road that leads towards the plaza. "It sure is peaceful now here, isn't it?" He smiled gently as he saw the kids running around and greeting adventurers that just came out of the dungeon. After the battle against the remnants of Evelis, Bell had little much to do since there are no major crimes that are being committed since then. Ganesha Familia was more than enough to handle them, and even Loki Familia now were much more relaxed and focused on dungeon exploration since there is no more threat against Aurario as of now. He continued to walk towards the plaza before spotting a very familiar short blue hair, a trait that he saw almost every day when he was still working undercover for the guild and his goddess. Shakti-san, seeing no harm in it, he decided to call out to her but did not expect her reaction when she saw him. Belle, what are you doing here this early?" A rare flustered expression appeared on her bright features as she took a step back. I'm actually headed towards the dungeon and was about to ask you if you want to go down with me," Belle explained. "Ah, I see, but I'm sorry that I have to turn you down for today, you see. Gainsha-sama gave me an important task. I was just lost in thought earlier." With a small bow of her head, she left him and proceeded to go to the West Main Road. "Well, it looks like I'm going to go alone today, just like when Hestia and I just started our familia. I wonder if she think I'm still angry at her." Belle went down to the dungeon and reached the middle floors with ease, as the monsters from these levels posed no threat against him and his new powers. "It really feels amazing, unlike before. My power feels borrowed, and I felt that the strength behind my slashes did not come from my own strength, but now, I feel like the Falna and I became one." Bell reached the 17th floor, where he saw a group of adventurers fighting the Goliath to proceed to the 18th floor. He then spotted a familiar face with a scar, moored now a level 3 after participating in the battle against the Evelis. "Everyone, do you need a hand?" he shouted to the group, who smiled at him and nodded. "Just some distraction, let us deal the finishing blow, little rookie," Mord replied. Bell nodded and ran towards the giant's face before kicking it and breaking its nose. After that, the floor boss stopped its attacks and reached out to its now bent nose before screaming in anger. Bell continued to distract it from cutting its fingers to punching its knees, breaking them in the process before he got called out. "Oi, we're done, thanks a bunch, boy," one of the members of Vanguard said. Bell moved out of the way to let the mages to the work of finishing the monster Rex. After casting their magic, everyone covered their eyes when a huge flash of light landed on the Titan. WSH. The floor boss vanished, leaving its large magic crystal on the ground, as the party that took it down celebrated. Bell just smiled at the scene before proceeding to go down. From there, nothing major had happened. He went down until the 37th floor, where he entered the Colosseum and destroyed every monster he could see. After that, he decided to end it and sprinted out to go home early. With his newfound speed, it only took him an hour and a half to reach the surface and see the sunset. "Ah, Belkun, you just came at the perfect time." The orange-haired god cheered as he placed his right hand around his shoulders. "I want to ask you something, and I want to hear your honest answer." Hermes smiled playfully and looked back to Take, Mayach and Loki, who were accompanying him earlier. "You see, We were having a bet right now on how many chocolates will you get this Valentine's Day. Do you know exactly how many you would receive tomorrow? Chocolate? Now that I think about it, Aki-san said she won't be able to spend time with me tomorrow because she was tasked to map a certain floor with Reveria-san and Alicia-san. She said that they might take the whole day, so I will probably not receive one from her. In short, I don't think I'll get one. The rabbit said plainly, which made Hermes scowl in disappointment. The god tried to argue that he will receive many because of some girls who clearly likes him, but he just dismissed it before leaving Hermes alone with the other gods. Ending the day alone, Belle decided to just read some books that Astrea has before sleeping for the day. February 14. The day of the Valentines arrived, and Belle just woke up. But his excitement immediately died down when he remembered that not only was today Valentine's Day, but also his birthday. And both his goddess and girlfriend are nowhere to be seen. He decided to start the day as if it's just any other day since he have no one beside him to celebrate his birthday. He brushed his teeth and then proceeded to cook breakfast for himself before leaving their home and walk around the town. Belle, Elise called out to him before manifesting beside him. Elise-san, hello. He smiled gently to his partner, which she reciprocated with her own before scowling to Belle. I can't believe you never considered me as someone who you can spend your birthday with, Belle. I'm angry. The Scarlet Girl pouted cutely, which made Belle laugh lightly and poke at her puffed cheeks. I'm sorry, Elise-san, I forgot about you for a second. Belle continued to play with her cheeks as they walked down the road. Elise, who couldn't resist Belle, finally smiled again and hugged him tightly. This made the boy blush with her sudden action, but immediately regained his composure when the fire spirit greeted him. Happy birthday, Belle. I wish you happiness and long life. The girl smiled affectionately before returning inside his sword. Belle whispered his thanks to the sword in his belt before walking down the road again with his mood lifted up. Belle. Looking around, Belle saw nothing but felt a familiar presence behind him. His hunch was then revealed to be right when Asfi undid the effect of her magic item to reveal her in a very cute dress. Belle, can you come with me for a second? The alchemist asked. Yes, what can I do for you? I actually want to give you something, but before that, will you please come with me? Someone wants to talk to you. Her seriousness made Belle unable to ask who's the one looking for him, so he and Elise just trailed behind her with pestering her on who's looking for her partner. Ni, Ndromeda, who's looking for him, tell us. No means no also. Belle, before we enter that place, can I have Elise and your sword for a while? I need to talk to her first. Asfi continued to walk without looking back to him. Why yes, this only made the boy nervous as he's not aware on the surprise that's waiting for him. After a while, they arrived at a very familiar place for Elise, a place where she used to walk every day before she turned into a spirit. I think I get the idea, she mumbled to herself as the building that she and Asfi knew came into view. Belle, wait here. Give her the sword and also don't worry, nothing bad will happen, all right? She assured the rabbit hero who nodded to her. A few good minutes passed, and Asfi came out of the said building. But while waiting for the glasses-wearing princess to come back, he saw something that gave him somewhat of a hint on what this place is. Sorry to make you wait, I left Elise inside, but we will now go in as well. Are you ready? The seriousness from earlier was now gone. Gentle smile graced her face as she gestured him to follow her. Belle noticed that not only did Asfi changed into a dress, but she was also a little excited. This made him smile and look forward to whatever it is. Please open the doorbell. Belle did as he was ordered to and poofed. Happy birthday and happy Valentine's, Belle. Everyone he knew. His old familia members, his former and current goddess, Shakti and Ganesha, Takemikazuchi familia, Hephaestus and Tsubaki, as well as the higher-ups of the Loki familia, and their goddess who's already holding a mug of beer and Elise. XXXXX was also present beside the girls from the pub, Freya and surprisingly Ottarl, whose left arm was now missing due to the previous fight, and finally, Ween and the Xenos. But somehow, the person Belle was looking forward to meet is not there. If his mood went down after noticing that, he never made it show in his face, because it would be very rude to everyone who went out of their way to decorate the place and cook tons of food. Ah, Belle gasped in realization. So the mission was a lie all along. The reason Goddess is gone is to prepare this party for me, he exclaimed as tears of joy start to build up from the corner of his ruby eyes. That's right, we also wanted to inform Elise, but because of her circumstances, we couldn't. But as you can see, all of the person that have helped you and you helped are here, as well as those whom you fought with side by side. We are here to celebrate this special day for you. The goddess beamed at her only child. Do you have anything to say, or question as to where is she, Belle? Welf smirked. Well, to be honest, I expected to see her with the low-key familia, but I guess she has to finish the quest first. He smiled solemnly before shaking off his head and returning his usual smile. Don't worry, the day is not over yet, and I don't think Iki will just forget your birthday. For now, let's just sing and celebrate. Yes. Or Ga Ganesha Da. The party started with Belle thanking everyone as they eat. Some even started to give Belle their gifts, starting from the Smiths. Belle, come here, we would like to give you something. Hey baby, don't forget 'bout Big Almi. The rapper Smith emerged from behind Welf and Tsubaki. ETSU-san. Belle's jaw dropped when he saw him doing his #1 Zanpakuto creator pose. Of course I am. My goddess sent me a letter and said we should make you something for your birthday. Yeah, this is the first time I've worked with this many Smiths just to make a single weapon, not to mention something as small as a KNBRGHHH. What's your problem, Tsubaki? Don't spoil it, Welfie. Anyway, all of us really gave this one our all as a thanks for the peace that we have now. Here, take it, our greatest crafted weapon. The goddess of Forge held a small box with red ribbon. Belle already knew what this is just by looking at the size of the box, but still opened it excitedly. It is a knife that has the same shape as the Hestia knife. The difference is that it doesn't have the hieroglyphs, and its color is white. But when Belle picked it up and drew it out from the sheath, the silver-white blade glowed, and the edge suddenly became blood red. It doesn't have any special blessing like your sword or your previous knife, but I guarantee that it could slice Balor in half. The red-haired goddess smiled. Belle thanked the four before they left and gave way to the next person. Hello, Belle, Goddess Freya greeted him. Lady Freya and Otterl-san, thank you for coming. This isn't much, I owe you my life. If not for you, my whole familia would have been already dead by now. The king slightly nodded. We have a present for you. The boys of my familia might not like you, but they still helped me choose a present. I guess they don't want to owe you anything. Yufufu, Ottarl. Yes, the bows presented a white box with the symbol of the Valkyrie gods on top of it. Belle took the box and slowly opened it, revealing dark red roab with feathers in front of its shoulders. This is a magic item I got at the auction from the guild. This is one of the items that the guild got from the Gnosis after the defeat of Evelys. This robe has the same properties as High Elf Princess. It has a very high resistance to magic and also conceals one's presence. I think this is a perfect fit for you since you always infiltrate enemy territories. Freya said her goodbye and was escorted out by Ottarl. Belle then went on with celebrating his birthday with everyone present. They also made him change into a white and red formal attire. A matching white-colored coat, tie, and slacks, while his inner long-sleeved polo was red that matches his shoes. Everyone clapped when Belle came out wearing this and praised how cool he looked, but then, Finn all of a sudden took everyone's attention. Okay, everyone, I know that we are all enjoying this, but this party won't be completed without a dance, am I right? Everyone roared in excitement because they will have an opportunity to dance the celebrant himself. Not wasting any opportunity, Finn and several men from the guild pulled out their respective instruments and went to their designated spot. As you can see, we have some special girls here who will dance with our birthday boy before everyone else. Elise. Belle just noticed that his partner was currently not present, but he didn't have to find her anymore as she appeared with Astria from the stairs with the other girls. Elise, Astria, Isfi, Shakti, Amid, Line, Eyes, Makode, Ray, Ween, Ina, Ryu, XXXXX, Reveria, and finally, the girl that Belle wanted to spend the day the most. Uki-san. Chapter 38. End of Evil VI. Normal POV. The High Elf Princess peeked at the end of the corner, observing Goddess Ishtar as she received a peculiar-looking dagger with a gem attached to the hilt. The goddess grinned before nodding at the Evelus member, before the said member proceed to the room where he got the item. This time, I'll make sure no one interferes with my plan. Not after Freya Familia went inside this place, prepare her for the ritual. Also inform the others that not only them will partake in the ritual, but also the Evelus. I don't care what happens to Aurario so long as I beat that bitch. The goddess of beauty, A.N., really? Clenched the handle of the weapon before handing it towards the man behind her. Before they left, a member of their familia suddenly rushed to them, covered in blood from head to toe and a dislocated left arm. Missing right arm and face distorted in despair. Lady Ishtar, KK King, and his lackeys found us. Phryne and Samira are currently fighting them, but by the looks of it, they will be butchered by the Guilliver brothers before they could even act. The Amazon cries as she held onto her goddess. Fuck this, it looks like I have no other choice but to release it. There is no use on leveling up dead people. Follow me, I'll have that rampage from here. Ishtar angrily stomped further into the dark corridor, disappearing in Reveria's sight as she lets out a sigh and a signal that they can now proceed ahead. Seriously, I never thought that Ishtar was involved in Evelus, let alone work with them. Gareth commented while caressing his chin. Yeah, but knowing her, she probably wants to use them just so she could beat Lady Freya. Their so-called rivalry made her to resort into this kind of activity. I guess she really doesn't want to lose against her. Reveria then grouped them into two, having her and the Amazon sisters go inside along with Lefia and leave Gareth with the rest to guard outside. She wanted to inspect the storage room that. She also plans on interrogating the person inside on what's that item for and why does it look so important for Ishtar, as well as the level up she is talking about. The door was left open. Thinking that they probably forgot to close it, Reveria went inside with Lefia and the two sisters behind. Hehe. A creepy laugh echoed through the room and the door suddenly closed shut, leaving them no choice but to look ahead but found it empty. Show yourself, Reveria shouted, yet she heard no response. The room was not small but also not big. It has plain brick walls as a cover, but obviously still adamantite beneath it. Few candles were lit around each corner to give some light, but other than that, there was nothing. Weird, I thought you saw someone enter here, Reveria, Tyone asked. Yes, I'm also surprised to find this room this empty. But still, that laugh earlier definitely came inside. That's right, nine hell. They yelled. Reveria, Tiona and Tyone turned to Lefia, who suddenly started to emit black smoke. Who would have thought that Ishtar revealing herself unintentionally would be a blessing in disguise? The short elf slowly got enveloped in the black smoke and rushed towards Reveria, who reacted on time but was still slow enough. Bastard! Tiona lifted her urga ready to slice it, but then, the smoke went inside the high elf and gained control over her body. Haha, ha. Magnificent, so this is what Neo meant when he said that the princess will serve as a great power source for US. I've already accomplished my goal, it's time for Nuisance to disappear. The possessed elf pointed her palm towards the twins who could do nothing and blow them outside before closing the orichalcum door again. Gareth, can you smash this door? Tiona asked in panic as she tries to destroy it with her weapon only for it to break instead. Sorry lass, but that's impossible even for me. I can smash adamantite if I use my full strength, but that thing is on another level. It's 5 times stronger, which means I need 5 times of my strength to smash through it. We've got to find another way. The second Grau gritted their teeth because of their loss, even though they knew that Reveria is still alive. They don't know what will happen to her, each passing second bringing anxiety and fear on what might just happen. They hurriedly ran around the maze, but was met by nothing until they felt a strong wind. Eyes POV. Eyes and Revis fight. You are tenacious, Arya, I'll give you that. Even after the blow you suffered, you're also strong. Revis pointed out her sword to me, challenging me to exchange blows with her once again. But I'm getting tired of this endless back and forth. Aren't you the same? Let's end this already. I have to stand up, if I don't then. That's enough, Arya. There is no use in struggling, you cannot win as you are now, and no one is coming to save you. The red-haired women continued to glare at me as if she demands that I gave up on the spot or she'll chop my head off. This ridiculous labyrinth has seen to that. Those monsters will devour you, as it's already done with your companions. There is no one to save you. Those words echoed through my head, as if reminding me how weak I am despite all the efforts I put on reaching this level. I still can't defeat her, I still can't defeat King, I still can't defeat that thing. I know that I'm empty. That's why I took the sword and sought strength. I have no salvation, no hero to save me. But now it's different. Reveria, Gareth, Finn, Lefia, Aki, everyone is here. This is it. As she raised her sword, I started to focus my mind. Awaken, Tempest. I know I'm no match for you now, but I can't let you take them away from me. I'll burn my life if I have to defeat this labyrinth. Rage, Tempest. What the wind of the Great Spirit? You're just wasting your time. Normal POV. Gareth's group. Swoosh. It's getting stronger and more familiar. Eyes, she's calling us. Tiona exclaimed as she realized the sudden blow of strong wind inside this closed space. No time to hesitate, youngsters. We lose this wind and we will have no chance. Gareth roared as he led the charge towards the source of the wind. Eki's group. As they felt the strong gust, Eki and Bita immediately realized where this came from. They felt how strong the wind is calling out to them and called everyone's attention. Everyone, listen close, we'll change plans. We must locate the source of that strong wind. Abandon all the rooms you are investigating and follow us. Make sure Captain is safe and hide him in the middle of our group. Aki ordered as their group started to gather. Wait, be Tessan, Elfie called out in panic as the werewolf suddenly ran. Let her be Elfie, we'll catch up to him soon enough, and besides, Eyes sent us probably doing this to call us. Lefia placed a hand on her shoulder. She's right now. If everyone is ready, let us head off too. We can't let that reckless girl kick the bucket here, can we? The cat girl smiled as she led the charge. Eyes' POV. I collapsed as the last drop of my mind left my body and started panting heavily. The heavy toll of overusing my wind started to appear as my head started to ache and my body to feel heavy. If you resist again, it'll be too much trouble. Now begone, Arya. Her sword started to swing towards my head, but I'm not afraid because I know that my family will arrive. They will arrive if I call them, that's how they are. Move and I'll chop your head off. I saw my friend Aki with her sword on the enemy's throat, ready to slice it at the slight movement. You're out of options now, surrender or die. Choose one, Gareth said as everyone started to arrive. But for some reason, Reveria is not there. Tesk, curse you, Arya. Gnosis. Shrine. This is bad. The 2nd and the 7th restrain is in a bad shape. If this keeps up, it will also destroy the rest. An Evelus member said in panic as the chained creature below started to thrash around. Replace it with our. Thanatos, what do you think will happen if we let this thing wreak havoc here? Ishtar grinned. Even I cannot allow that request, even though you are our sponsor. Ein will not let me hear the end of it. The god of death scratched his head at the absurd idea of the goddess beside him. I just want to test the strength of that thing. And with the low-key Familia in here and Freya Familia on the other side, I think this is the perfect chance to unleash our trump card. While I cannot completely agree with you, I do think that you are right, but please be responsible for what happens next, all right? Ishtar ordered them to leave the place and let the monster destroy its restraints by itself. If her hunch is correct, it will go straight to the source of Arya's wind earlier. Let the fun begin, Loki Familia. Normal POV. Aki still has her sword through Revis' throat, preventing her from moving from her position, not because she can't handle the cat girl behind her, but because of the 3 level 6 adventurers will slice her if she gets any weird ideas. Bite, Tiona and Tyone have their weapon pointed at her head in case she tries something they don't like, leaving her no choice but to stay put and watch as the others try and heal Eyes. You've done well, lass. Normally, I would have scolded you for overusing the great wind, but since it helped us regroup, I won't. In fact, I'm happy that you did, and I know that Reveria would say the same thing if she's with us. the dwarf said as she poured an elixir to the blonde girl who's exhausted beyond belief. Gareth, don't waste it on me. My wounds won't close no matter what. The weapon that she used on me is cursed. It won't have WNY effect, she said while panting heavily before smiling at the sight of all of her comrade. She was happy that she heard her call and answered it, but still. The missing color of Jade made her quite sad because she expected her to be the one running to her first. Gareth, answer me honestly, where is Reveria? I'll tell you, but first, Raoul, bring Finn over here. What is it, Gareth? Actually, we have an emergency right now. By the time Gareth finished his explanation, Eyes and Finn obviously became enraged at the fact that someone disguised as Leffia has taken their vice captain to become a power source. And Finn knows what will happen if they don't find her soon. She will become a food for those demi-spirit. Gnosis. Belle's POV. As we started to hurry and explore this man-made labyrinth, I suddenly heard the voice of Fells from the magic item they gave me. Calling out to my name, I decided to pull it out and answer their call. What is it, Felsan? I asked the dark figure. Belle Cranel, I need you to get back here and fetch D. Saint and bring her to the low-key Familia. They are inflicted by a curse, and if things goes on, Braver and Sword Princess will die. We cannot allow that, and also, we will need their strength if we strength to retrieve 9 hell alive from the enemy. Alarmed by the sage's last words, I stopped from my tracks, which caught my party's attention. Welf immediately asked what's wrong, but I just kept silent for a second before talking. Everyone, if you turn left at the 2 diverging paths ahead, you will find Freya Familia. I suppose they already have defeated the enemies over there. Just say to them that you were sent here with B, but I had to go back to the city to get a midson, he said in serious tone that earned a nod from everyone present. Mikoto-san, I leave this group to you. I'll head off. I wasted no time and enchanted myself by my lightning magic and ran faster than I've ever done before, but because of the sudden leap in my power, I struggled to keep it without crashing to a wall. Finally, I got out of the Gnosis, so I deactivated my magic and just ran with my own strength. It's not that long of a trip since I immediately reached the Diane Sect Familia's pharmacy and asked for the saint who took care of me while I was still asleep. Amid-san is currently on break right now. She is at the room you were occupying earlier. I left the counter and headed straight to my previous room. Opening the door, I saw Amid taking a nap on the table and immediately felt bad that I have to wake her up and bring her to the battlefield with me. But I have no choice. If I don't do this, Aki-san and the others will be in danger. Amid-san, please wake up. Hearing my voice, she slowly opened her eyes and got up from her seat. Why are you here, Belle-san? I thought you headed to the battlefield with Andromeda-san and the others. She tilted her head cutely. I don't have time to admire her right now. I'll explain to you on the way, but I need you right now. Please come with me. I extended a hand to her. I thought that she would shower me first with questions, but she gladly took my hand and held it firmly. Then let us waste no time. Then, sorry in advance. I carried her in bridal style and enchanted myself with my lightning magic. I then zoomed out of the pharmacy and sprinted towards the streets of Arario. I looked at her and explained the situation as I ran, and I saw her holding tight to my clothes, so I held her more firmly. We reached the entrance of Gnosis at the sewer in less than 5 minutes before I destroyed the door, revealing the low-key Familia that's currently treating their wounded comrades. But the sight was much more worse than I expected. Tayoni-san and Tiona-san are both exhausted and full of wounds. The same goes for Gareth-san, but he seems fine. The other second-tier adventurers as well, especially Raoul-san, looks like he's gone through a hell of a beating. I know that there are countless traps here and a demi-spirit inside this place, but I thought that they are already prepared after I gave them some information about what to expect. But Finn-san, I rushed towards him with Amid-san behind me. Belle Cranel and D. Saint, you two arrived at the right time. Most of our members are affected by a curse. I'm aware, please do calm down, as I was already filled at what this curse does, but I can't treat multiple person at once. That's why I'm here. But I also need a mage who can create a huge magic circle that can reach us all here. Is there anyone who can do that here? I looked around and saw a couple of their mages raise their hands. But I also saw Aki-san, on the verge of crying as she placed a pressure on the abdomen of their female member with short hair. Aki-san, I'm really sorry, I guess. I got unlucky when that bull appeared behind us and made me its first victim, the girl said weakly. Please, don't waste your energy. Help is here now, so please. Aki-san, I want to go home with everyone, laugh at Loki trying to grope us, and tease Captain and Tayoni-san. I resolved myself and pulled a small bottle of Mary's blood, a mermaid Xenos that I encountered for the first time when I visited the Great Falls. Aki-san, don't cry, she'll be fine after this. Remilia-san, you will go home with everyone, because I won't let a single soul die here. I'll use all of my power to stop that from happening. I poured everything to her almost severed stomach, and Aki-san's eyes widened as she saw the liquid miraculously heal her as if she never got injured to begin with. The girl named Remilia slowly sat up, feeling her and checking if there is really no trace of the wound. Is this true? She started to tear up as she slowly looked up to me. It's not over yet, now we need to lift the curse to everyone else. My eyes wandered around again and saw a familiar-looking girl that I just saved not too long ago. She has a very innocent-looking face and attractive features, and in front of her is a werewolf smiling somewhat triumphantly at her wounded form. Damn, look at yourself. Just like I've always said, weaklings only get in the way, and what a sorry state you are in right now. You are as good as dead, and that goes for everyone else. If I'm the captain of our familia, I never want to see your sorry ass Agai. Bang! I couldn't take it anymore, and I grabbed his face before lifting him up and slamming him to the adamantite wall. How could a person say that to his familia member at the death's doorstep? Fucking asshole! I couldn't hold back my words as well as my strength as I gripped his face tightly and pushed him further into the wall. Belle, stop! I heard the voice of Ai-san and Aki-san from behind, but I don't care. This dog needs to learn some new tricks. Hey, there are two things I hate the most when it comes to scumbag adventurers like you who feels like they are sitting at the top of the world. I dropped him down and brought my face close to his. First, I hate how you lot throw away someone's life just because they are not as strong as you, and the second one is how you treat a girl. I punched a hole at the wall beside his head, trying to calm myself down. Belle, that's enough. Calm down already. I heard Elise-san's serious tone inside my head. Her cheerful tone were gone, replaced by a cold and stern voice that freezes everything in contrast to her power. I know how you feel. If I were you, I would definitely do the same, if not worse, but please don't let anger rule over you and dictate your actions. It's not like you. Belle Cranel is not like that. You might have changed and matured, but you are still the kindest soul I know. So please, stop, do it for that girl. You know her, right? Yes. I slowly pulled my fist out of the wall and control my breathing as well as my emotion. I don't think I've ever been this angry before aside from what happened to Hestia. Belle Cranel. I heard Gareth-san calling out my name, so I looked at his direction and saw his face filled with anger. I am grateful and happy that you are showing concern to our familia members, but I don't want you to go around and hurting them, especially the executives. He stood up and closed the distance between us, still frowning. And I also don't want you to be punishing our members around because everyone was shocked on what he did next to Bite. That is our job as the head of the familia. He slammed his fist towards his face so hard that the place shook. Everyone was stunned in his actions, and Finn, who just got healed, was shaking his head. Gareth, don't go ahead killing him here. We've been way too soft on him lately, that's why he's acting like this. You're not the only one to blame for the massive damage we received. We were also responsible for that because we are too caught up with our own pride, but hearing you say those types of crap earlier makes me think that you let them get injured on purpose because they are weaker than you. He walked towards his limp form while holding his shoulder that just got healed. It looks like the pain was still there after the removal of curse. Of course, I know you didn't, but next time I hear you say something along those lines again, I'll strip you of your position and everything and have you start as the lowest of our numbers and forbid you from entering the dungeon and joining us from every mission. Remember that. After a moment of silence, they went back to their previous positions to rest. Finn whispered a thank you to me when he passed by. Wee Gareth only tapped my shoulder. Now going back to the plan I have earlier, I started to ask around for mages who can create a large magic circle, as large or if possible, larger than Reveria Sands. Luckily, I found someone who can do that, but before she told me, she asked me first why I need it. It's hard to explain, but it will be necessary to heal everyone and cure their curses in one fell swoop. All right, I trust you even though Lefia hates you, the brown-haired mage said with a smug look on her face. Amidsan, Elfie-san, please stand right in front of me. After that, I need you, Elfie-san, to create a magic circle enough to house all of your present members in. Amidsan, you on the other hand, please start chanting your most potent healing and curse-removing magic. I will charge my Argonaut skill and combine our abilities to create a healing area that removes curse and restores everyone's health and stamina. The two girls nodded and positioned themselves in front of me. Amidsan started chanting while Elfie-san started establishing a magic circle. I closed my eyes and focused on charging my skill, but to my complete surprise, when the bell first rang, it was already at the sound of a grand bell. Is this the power of true Falna? I opened my eyes and looked at my glowing figure, similar to my form in my battle against the Black Goliath. I looked at the two of them and noticed that Elfie-san was already finished, and Amidsan was at the final phase of chanting, so I extended my hands towards them and took theirs. As the saint finished her chant, I started to channel to both of them the power that I charged up, and they also glowed white just like me. Saint's Pledge. The whole area glowed as white as snow when Amidsan casted her healing magic. The wounded members of Loki Familia then started to regain their strength, and their wounds disappeared. I also felt the effect of the magic as I was at the area of effect, and I must say that the slight exhaustion I received vanished. Remilia's eyes widened in both shock and awe as she saw each members of their familia go back to their perfect condition. Are you for real, little rookie? You are just like one of those fairy tale heroes, as if you traveled through the time from the age of heroes just to help us. If that's how you see me, then thank you. My dream is to become a hero like Argonaut, Albert, and King Arthur, because their stories inspired me. And now I've obtained a power to become like them, so I won't waste this opportunity. I'll become a hero that I've always dreamed of. Don't worry, you are already qualified ever since you defeated the Minotaur in front of us that day. In my eyes, you've become a hero at that moment. I owe you my life and I want to thank you for that, but unfortunately our battle just entered its second phase. Finn stood up and held his spear firmly, taking everyone's attention as he announced their next move. Now, I know that we just recovered thanks to the combined effort of Belcranel and D-Saint, but the battle is not over yet. The enemies still have their resources to completely destroy Aurario to prevent that disaster. We will be stepping inside this man-made dungeon again. But fear not. This time, we are now aware of everything inside it, what to expect, and what to do in any scenario, and besides. We have a hero among us, the child of the goddess of justice and the strongest adventurer, right at this very moment, and the only person in this age to ever unlock the true potential of Falna. He glanced towards me before he continued his words. Unlike before, we will enter as a one group only. Our mission is to retrieve Reveria and annihilation of Evelis. Now, let us begin Ood counter-attack. With renewed resolve, the low-key Familia roared as we started to depart. I decided to stick in the middle of the group to keep Amid safe in case something happened, or we need to run. As we were walking, I noticed someone was poking at my side, and when I turned around, I saw a glasses-wearing girl with a 1,000-watt smile on her face. Belsan, do you have a second? She asked me gently. Yeah, sure, what is it? I just wanted to thank you for earlier. I was actually getting tired, and I just wanted to give up my life earlier when B-Tessan was mocking us, but when I heard how you got angry at him for me, I was really surprised. I never knew that side of you since the only things that Aki-san told me about you is how kind and brave you are. Your words earlier really gave me strength, and for that. CHU. I felt a soft sensation on my left cheek. A soft pair of lips were pressing against it, and my eyes immediately shot wide when I realized what just happened. And for a second, my mind flashed me an image of my grandfather grinning like a maniac. Hey. Hi. Do I hate Bita? Yes. Does Line deserve better? Absolutely yes. The scene where Bita were saying those words to Line actually came from the manga. He said those lines when she saw her dying along with other members of their familia that got separated with them inside when Valletta went and vented her frustration out of them. Seriously, she did not deserve to die. I hate the fact that she did. The same goes for Remilia. I don't think I saw her in the light novel, but she was actually given a spotlight in the manga at the time of her death. It was a very sad moment for Aki when she slowly died in my favorite girl's arms. At the end,